Chapter 1. The Fortress in the Northern Frontier. The Readiness Forage Yard. A sharp pain pierced through his chest, and after a violent bout of coughing, Huang jolted awake from a nightmare. Am I still alive? A throbbing ache in his head unleashed a torrent of memories flooding his mind. He was once one of the 13 revered figures of the Nine Heavens, renowned for his unparalleled swordsmanship, known as the Sword Sovereign, a life marked by solitude and countless enemies. Having witnessed the Sword Sovereign collude with the Demon Sovereign to wreak havoc upon the beings of the Nine Realms, he was besieged by several sovereigns and ultimately fell. To his demise, his only friend, the Instrument Sovereign, perished while trying to save him. Where am I? Huang looked around, only to discover he had been struck by an arrow, lying amidst the weeds. In a daze, another set of foreign memories surged within his mind. The Prince of the Celestial Kingdom? A parasite? Exiled to the military camp at the northern frontier? Piecing together the strands of memory, Huang realized he was no longer in the Nine Heavens, but had been reborn in a lowly realm known as the Nine-Star Celestial Domain. The individual whose body he had inhabited was also named Huang. This Huang had once been the prince of the Eastern Celestial Kingdom, his father having met a tragic and inexplicable end, while another prince falsely accused him of patricide, leading to the loss of his cultivation and his banishment to this desolate place to fend for himself. The prince is nothing but an ungrateful wretch, devoid of loyalty and filial piety, a parasite of the most despicable kind. Now, in the Eastern Celestial Kingdom, from the highest officials to the common folk, all cursed him with those very words, harboring a deep-seated hatred. Upon arriving at this strange military post, the devoted commander Fan Lin, who had once been promoted by Huang, inquired whether he had committed patricide. Huang, disheartened, merely replied in the negative, prompting Fan Lin to take him in without hesitation. Bearing the unjust burden of a false accusation and the deep-seated vendetta for his father's murder, he was unwilling to idly consume provisions while living in fear. Lacking cultivation, he could not ascend to the battlefield, so he resorted to cutting grass at the forage yard to feed the horses. Little did he know that on his very first day, he would fall victim to an assassination. The forage yard, typically devoid of people save for the fodder and stable hands, became an opportune setting for an ambush. Gritting his teeth, he painfully extracted the hidden arrow from his chest, applying a hemostatic powder to the wound, causing him to wince in agony. My dantian is damaged, rendering me unable to channel my energy for healing. This arrow was both precise and lethal, though it missed my heart. The arrowhead is poisoned. Fortunately, I arrived in time to inhabit this body, and my powerful soul has sustained it. Otherwise, I too would have perished. Huang's expression darkened like a stormy. See, this was no mere act of vengeance for his alleged patricide, but rather a meticulously orchestrated plot against him. He vividly recalled that fateful day when he entered the royal palace, discovering his father lying in a pool of blood, only to be ambushed by several hidden masters who shattered his dantian at that moment. His elder brother, the first prince who had failed in the contest for the throne, accused him of murdering their father. As the third son among the princes, gifted with exceptional talent and favored by his father, he had been named the crown prince at the tender age of 16 upon achieving immortality. The assailants lurking in the shadows were undoubtedly dispatched by his elder brother. Damaged dantian is but a temporary setback. As long as I consume the 3-turn spirit swirl pill and open the 108 acupoints within my body, I shall still be able to store spiritual energy. The human body comprises 24 primary meridians and countless secondary ones, containing over 700 acupoints, yet only 108 are utilized by cultivators for their practice. Huang once commanded great respect as the revered sword sovereign of the Nine Heavens, possessing profound knowledge of the path of cultivation, and naturally, he knew how to navigate the tribulations of his practice. It seems that the cultivation realms of this world are quite unique, he mused, drawing upon his memories to form a general understanding of this new realm. Each world, shaped by the will of its heavens and earth, boasts a distinct cultivation system. In the Zongstar, practitioners begin their journey as martial artists, progressing through the ranks of spirit masters, fate masters, and law kings before they may ascend to immortality. In contrast, the cultivation system that Huang had previously encountered was exceedingly intricate and varied. This body possesses decent root bones. Once I open the Dan cavities, returning to my former peak should not pose a challenge. However, given my current predicament, acquiring the 3 transformation spirit whirlpool pill will be a formidable task. Reflecting on his act of patricide, he felt as though he would soon find himself utterly trapped. Suddenly, he noticed that the arrow wound on his chest was healing rapidly, and even the poison was dissipating by itself, restoring him to full health. He then sensed a small, dark metallic sphere bouncing within him. With a mere thought, he raised his hand, and the sphere materialized in his palm. As if under some enchantment, the once smooth metallic ore began to disintegrate, transforming like a shape-shifting mechanism until it ultimately revealed a small, twin-tailed girl. The metallic girl looked around in bewilderment before gazing up at Li Tianhuang, her voice sweet and melodious. "Hey, master! Master?" Li Tianhuang was taken aback, quickly inquiring, "Who are you?" "I am the soul of the artifact number 8, crafted by the artifact sovereign. Your blood has refined me, making you my first master," the metallic girl said, her large eyes sparkling with innocence. It then dawned on Li Tianhuang that the only friend he had in the 9 heavens, the artifact sovereign, had devoted his life to creating soul of the artifact No. 8, which he had thought was merely a gimmick, only to discover it had been a resounding success. Regrettably, the artifact sovereign had perished because of him. This soul of the artifact number 8 was likely the artifact sovereign's final masterpiece, a singular creation in the 9 heavens. How wonderful! With the soul of the artifact number 8, who needs the 3 transformation spirit whirlpool pill? My cultivation will now rely on her, Li Tianhuang thought with immense joy, gazing intently at the adorable metallic girl in his palm. "Quick, let's confirm Li Tianhuang's death. Our mission will be complete," whispered 3 shadowy figures approaching stealthily. "He should be dead. I witnessed the arrow pierce his heart," one replied. "Once Li Tianhuang is dead, the crown prince will immediately reward us with promotions, and we shall enjoy endless riches," another added. As they conspired, Li Tianhuang felt a surge of urgency. The metallic girl transformed back into a small sphere and vanished in his palm just as the 3 figures rounded the corner and collided with him, their eyes widening in shock. "You're alive?" one of the figures stammered, retreating in fear. Li Tianhuang narrowed his eyes, his voice low and menacing. "Did the crown prince send you? Speak the truth, and I may grant you a swift end." "You, who have killed your father and forsaken all morality, who in the world wouldn't want you dead? Fear not, for he is merely a discarded prince. I alone can send him to his demise." 3 horsemen exhibited a spectrum of emotions: surprise, panic, and audacity, as the bold one unsheathed his dagger. The others followed suit, their gazes fierce as they charged towards their target. Their mission was to assassinate Li Tianhuang. Should they fail, their own lives would be forfeit, making it more prudent to fight valiantly today. As the trio approached, an idea ignited within Li Tianhuang. A metallic sphere materialized, transforming into a pool of liquid metal that swiftly enveloped his form. Bang! One of the assailants struck at Li Tianhuang, but the metal armor that had formed deflected the blow. The other 2 swung their blades, but none were able to inflict even a scratch upon him. "Strange, what is this starlit energy weapon?" The 3 horsemen stared in astonishment at Li Tianhuang, now clad in armor. Before they could react, the weapon spirit number 8 shifted again, manifesting a hefty battle blade in Li Tianhuang's grasp. Swish! 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 Under Li Tianhuang's mental command, the blade sliced through the air, and 3 heads were swiftly severed, their lifeless bodies collapsing in a fountain of blood. What transpired here? A rustle of footsteps reached Li Tianhuang's ears. He looked up to see Fan Lin, the commander of the Red Heart soldiers, hurrying toward him, accompanied by a throng of troops. As his battle blade and armor dissipated, they reverted to a metallic sphere that vanished into his palm. Upon seeing the 3 corpses sprawled on the ground, Fan Lin's expression darkened with disapproval, anger surging within him. "Your Highness, I once took you in, and yet you dare to kill at will within the barracks." Fan Lin's gaze bore into Li Tianhuang, disappointment etched in his eyes. "You claim the Emperor's death was not your doing. Should I have believed your deceit?" Bearing the infamy of patricide, Li Tianhuang had been escorted to the remote Chimen Pass in the northern frontier, where countless soldiers, guarding the nation's borders, seethed with hatred, wishing to reduce him to mere pulp. Yet, only Fan Lin retained a flicker of trust, providing him sustenance and protection. "Commander Fan, punish me as you will," Li Tianhuang stated with an air of indifference, unwilling to offer explanations. In a world where everyone rallied behind the crown prince, who would believe that this deposed prince, notorious as he was the target of an assassination attempt orchestrated by the crown prince himself? Having no desire to elaborate, Fan Lin scrutinized Li Tianhuang, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. "Your Highness, if you look into my eyes and assert that this matter was not initiated by you, I shall help suppress it," Fan Lin finally sighed. Li Tianhuang raised his gaze, a flicker of gratitude blossoming within him. When he had once been celebrated as the crown prince, tasked by his father to traverse the borders of the realm, he had chanced upon Fan Lin in the northern territories. At that time, Fan Lin had been merely a lowly soldier, mistaken for a deserter and hanging bloodied and on the brink of death at the city gate. Look into my eyes, declare that you are not a deserter, and I shall set you free. Li Huang had once made that promise. Fan Lin, overwhelmed with gratitude, explained that he had simply become separated from his unit, which had been ambushed and annihilated, leaving him as the sole survivor. Trusting him, Li Huang had rescued him and elevated him to the rank of commander of the Red Heart soldiers. Fan Lin, cherishing this gratitude, had consistently taken great care of Li Huang since his demotion to this place, and at this moment he sought to defend him fervently. Li Huang did not hesitate and solemnly declared, "It is not I who seeks to kill, but they who wish to slay me." Upon hearing these words, Fan Lin felt a sense of relief within. The prince's notorious reputation had drawn the ire of many, making his predicament unsurprising. Yet, the loyal soldiers behind him glared at Li Huang with eyes full of hatred, clearly disbelieving him, even murmuring curses. How can we trust the words of this traitor? Poor 3 horsemen, who left behind wives and mothers, cruelly slain by him. How could such a great emperor of the 5 dynasties perish at the hands of this wretched son? It is utterly outrageous that Commander Fan believes him. Li Huang's father was the 5th emperor of the Eastern Celestial Kingdom, a paragon of wisdom and martial prowess, adored by countless subjects and revered by the military. In this moment, the soldiers vocally condemned Li Huang, unafraid of being overheard. Enough. Fan Lin stroked his long beard and admonished sharply. Remove the bodies of these 3 horsemen and provide compensation to their families. Let them keep silent about this matter. It ends here. In the future, no one is permitted to spread rumors otherwise. They shall face severe punishment. With Fan Lin's commanding presence among the loyal soldiers, his order prompted them to step forward and handle the bodies. Li Huang followed Fan Lin back to the military tent, remaining silent throughout their walk. Do not visit the fodder yard again. While it may seem calm on the surface, it is perilous for you. From now on, stay by my daughter's side and instruct her in her cultivation, Fan Lin advised. Li Huang was taken aback. He knew that Fan Lin had a daughter, yet he had never met her. Had she also come to the military camp? Chapter 2. Fan Luoying. As they entered the tent, a graceful figure caught their eye. Fan Luoying had blossomed into a tall and elegant maiden, with willow-like brows, delicate features, and a poised demeanor, clad in armor that exuded valor. At this moment, she held her chin high, meticulously studying a map, deep in thought. Dressed in silver armor, she embodied a commanding presence, while still radiating a serene and refined beauty that captivated Li Huang. A beauty like jade. It was unexpected that Fan Lin could sire such a remarkable daughter. Li Huang, once a revered sword master who had traversed countless starry realms, had encountered many beauties, yet upon seeing Fan Luoying, he could not help but feel a spark of admiration. Daughter pays her respects to father. Upon seeing Fan Lin, Fan Luoying immediately bowed respectfully. Fan Lin's expression softened, and he gestured towards Li Huang, saying, "Luoying, you're in need of a companion for your training in the army. Let him accompany you." Fan Luoying's cheeks flushed slightly as her beautiful eyes turned to Li Huang, assessing him. He is rather handsome, though lacking in cultivation. However, I do not mind such matters as long as we can enjoy each other's company. We are friends. Fan Lin playfully tapped Fan Luoying's delicate nose, remarking, "Silly daughter, and yet you still have standards. It is fortunate that Huang does not hold any against you. Are you Li Huang, the despicable prince who personally killed his own father?" Unexpectedly, Fan Luoying's demeanor shifted, her previously gentle expression turning cold and fierce. "Indeed, it is I." Li Huang did not conceal the truth. Whoosh! The glimmering blade erupted from Fan Luoying's waist, poised dangerously at Li Huang's throat. "Stop! Lower your sword at once. Huang is, at the very least, a 3rd prince. Do you dare to raise your hand against him?" Fan Lin admonished, his brow furrowed. Fan Luoying refused to associate with despicable individuals, she declared resolutely, turning to her father. "Father, this man has committed patricide and is devoid of conscience. In this world, he is a target for all. Why have you brought him to meet your daughter?" Li Huang felt a stir of emotion, surprised to discover that this woman possessed a fierce side. He allowed the sword's tip to rest against his throat, even drawing blood, remaining composed. Fan Lin stepped forward hastily, seizing the sword from Luoying's grip, and spoke in a grave tone. "Luoying, Huang claims he has not committed patricide. I choose to believe him. Father, you are truly foolish to trust this man's solitary word. I refuse to associate with him," Luoying replied, her gaze towards Li Huang filled with disdain. Ignoring her father's awkward expression, She dashed out of the military tent. Fan Lin sighed. Having intended to find a companion for his daughter within the army, it was now evident that Li Tianhuang was not well received. "Your Highness, I apologize for the embarrassment," he said. Li Tianhuang was unfazed. He offered a slight bow to Fan Lin, stating, "If that is the case, I shall take my leave." As he turned, his steps faltered momentarily before he added, "General Fan, I am no longer a prince. You may call me Tianhuang from now on." Fan Lin was his sole ally within the military, and Li Tianhuang felt gratitude towards him, harboring no resentment. As for the three assassins who had previously targeted him, they were not directly commanded by the first prince. There must be a hidden manipulator within the Chimen Pass. Upon returning to his tent, Li Tianhuang eagerly summoned the equipment soul number 8. Fan Lin could not protect him indefinitely to escape his predicament. He had to rely on himself, and cultivation must take precedence. Equipment soul no. 8. I have heard that the equipment master has invented a type of miniature spirit insect that can penetrate the skin's pores to aid in the transmission of spiritual energy. Do you possess any? Li Tianhuang inquired of the metallic girl. The metallic girl, barely 2 inches tall, leapt onto the table without hesitation, rummaging through her waist pouch. "Master, before his passing, the master entrusted all his belongings to me, including the miniature spirit insects." As she spoke, the metallic girl clumsily retrieved a metal box larger than herself from her pouch, nearly toppling over from its weight. Li Tianhuang was astonished truly. The equipment master was remarkable. Despite the pouch being no larger than a fingernail, it had yielded a box the size of a palm, indicating it could hold numerous items. Upon opening the box, a cloud of dust erupted, prompting Li Tianhuang to involuntarily sneeze. Upon closer inspection, it was not dust at all, but rather thousands of miniature spirit insects, crafted from a special metal, capable of flight and invisible to the naked eye. This is splendid. With these spirit insects, even if I cannot channel energy myself, I can rely on them to transport spiritual energy and create pill apertures within me. During his time in the Nine Heavens world, whenever the equipment master had a new invention, he would share it with Li Tianhuang immediately. So Li Tianhuang was well aware of the insect's utility. He retrieved a small box from his bedside, which contained some spirit stones and dozens of low-grade spirit stones. This is all that Li Tianhuang possesses at present. As he extracted the spirit stones, the insects within the box seemed to detect sustenance, promptly clinging to the stones and voraciously consuming them. As cracks began to appear on the spirit stones, it became evident that the spiritual energy was being completely drained, causing each insect to emanate a shimmering blue radiance. "Come forth." Li Tianhuang extended his palm, and an innumerable host of insects, laden with spiritual energy, began to infiltrate his body through his pores. The sensation was extraordinary, akin to a gentle stream coursing through his veins like blood, traversing the meridians and delivering the spiritual energy into the acupoints. Before long, with the assistance of the insects, each acupoint was transformed into a Dan acupoint. Unlike ordinary acupoints that cannot retain spiritual power, Dan acupoints can emulate the Dantian. Though their capacity may not rival that of the Dantian, the sheer number of Dan acupoints 108 in total collectively possesses a capacity comparable to that of 10 Dantians. As the spiritual energy began to manifest within his Dantian, Li Tianhuang finally commenced his cultivation practice. The technique he practiced was the Nine Heaven Star Art, which he had relied upon in his previous life as the Blade Sovereign to harness the immense cosmic powers of the stars, rendering him invincible in the realm of the Nine Heavens. However, with a limited supply of spirit stones, he was unable to fully open all 108 acupoints into Dantians, managing to establish only 11, equivalent to a standard Dantian. The remaining spirit stones, Li Tianhuang resolved to absorb himself. As he activated the technique, he drew in the spiritual energy from the spirit stones, and the boundless spiritual essence of the surrounding world converged within his tent, circulating through countless meridians. The energy transformed into spiritual power, ultimately residing within his Dantian. The first realm for cultivators is that of a martial artist, which is further divided into minor, major, and profound martial artists. Each accumulation of 9 layers of spiritual energy allows one to transcend to the next realm. With his cultivation, the surrounding spiritual energy began to gather rapidly in Li Tianhuang's tent, and his prowess began to ascend swiftly. Upon accumulating 4 layers of energy, he reached the intermediate stage of a minor martial artist. After 7 layers, he progressed to the later stage of a minor martial artist, and with 9 layers, he attained the pinnacle of that realm. With all 11 Dantians pulsating in unison, the spiritual energy within him stacked to nearly 10 layers. equivalent to that of a major martial artist. In just a few hours, he had transformed from an ordinary mortal to an early-stage major martial artist. Had it not been for the scarcity of spirit stones, he might have even broken through to become a spirit master. Within the military camp, ordinary soldiers were merely minor martial artists, while those slightly more formidable were major martial artists. Figures like Fan Lin, a loyal captain, were profound martial artists. And the commander of the Qi family in Qimen Pass possessed the strength of a spirit master. It seemed imperative to acquire more spirit stones and elixirs quickly. Relying solely on the meager spiritual energy of the 9-star celestial domain to reclaim his sovereign status could take an eternity, mused Li Tianhuang. Cultivation cannot depend solely on talent and techniques. It also necessitates vast resources for support. Eventually, those instrument insects flew out from within Li Tianhuang and returned to their box. After returning the insects to the metallic girl, he quickly noticed her somewhat listless state, her eyes bleary and appearing unusually weak. "What is the matter?" Li Tianhuang inquired. The metallic girl, half awake, replied, "I am drained of spiritual energy. Quickly provide me with spirit stones, or I shall perish." "Do you also require spiritual energy as sustenance?" Li Tianhuang felt a wave of frustration, as he had no spirit stones to spare. "I possess only an ordinary miniature gathering array, which replenishes spiritual energy slowly. If you were to become a higher-ranking refining master and assist me in upgrading to a superior gathering array component, I would only need a brief rest to remain active for at least 2 hours." Reluctantly, Li Tianhuang produced his last few spirit stones and cautiously handed them over. The metallic girl immediately lunged forward, eagerly devouring them with a satisfying crunch. Li Tianhuang furrowed his brow. The ethereal essence of the metallic loli must be supplied. In the face of numerous imminent crises, reliance on her is indispensable for resolution. At present, the paramount concern is to swiftly enhance his strength. Furthermore, the identity of the individual covertly appointed by the Crown Prince must be thoroughly investigated. Li Tianhuang was consumed by fury. The Crown Prince truly could not tolerate his existence even from 1,000,000 miles away. Steadying his cultivation, he spent the night in contemplation. As dawn broke, Li Tianhuang emerged from his tent, making his way towards the location of the Bei soldiers. Along the route, he encountered several patrolling soldiers, their faces twisted with disdain. Unwilling to offer him even a semblance of respect. What a wretched creature! How could the 5 generations immortal emperor have spawned such a rebellious son? The immortal emperor did not perish on the battlefield, but rather succumbed at the hands of his own offspring, a truly lamentable fate. It was incomprehensible how that loyal General Fan could have taken him in. Had it been me, I would have subjected him to countless tortures long ago. Li Tianhuang passed by them, hearing a chorus of curses. It was evident that these soldiers harbored a deep-seated resentment towards him. Chapter 3. Those in power show no mercy. Li Tianhuang did not linger, but continued to advance. He was not the parasital wretch condemned by all, but rather the esteemed blade sovereign of the 9 heavens. Possessing a tranquil and composed demeanor, the vitriolic curses hurled at him were of no concern. The northern frontier of the realm was narrow and elongated, containing 9 principal cities, each fortified by numerous passes. Among these, Qimen Pass was one of the notable checkpoints. Standing atop the city walls, one could gaze upon the opposing force of the Western K Immortal Kingdom. Within Qimen Pass, 5,000 soldiers from the Eastern Lin Immortal Kingdom were stationed, comprising not only the largest contingent of the Qi family's main army but also specialized units, the Red Heart soldiers tasked with the impartation of martial arts, the Xiansu soldiers responsible for the distribution of elixirs and spirit stones, the Bai Yi soldiers dedicated to weapon forging, and the Qijin soldiers assigned to the arrangement of formations. At this moment, Li Tianhuang is heading to the forge where the soldiers of Bei are located. 2 months prior, the Qimen Pass was besieged by a small contingent of troops from the neighboring Shichue Immortal Kingdom. The head of the Qi clan led his army out of the city to confront the invaders, only to suffer a disastrous defeat, primarily due to issues with the weapons wielded by the soldiers. With the presence of weapon soul number 8, Li Tianhuang resolved to investigate the situation. Upon entering the forge, he was greeted by swirling blue smoke and gusts of intense heat. As he arrived, he observed numerous brawny men, their upper bodies bare, rhythmically hammering away at glowing iron blocks, producing sharp and melodious sounds. Within a nearby pavilion, a weaponsmith was seen holding a semi-finished weapon, wiping beads of sweat from his brow while inscribing spiritual energy seals into the weapon's core. Ordinary weapons must possess these spiritual energy seals to be classified as battle weapons. Such weapons are unparalleled in sharpness and unyielding in strength. When cultivators infuse their own spiritual power during combat, they can unleash astonishing might. Furthermore, the greater the number of spiritual energy seals within, the more formidable the battle weapon becomes. Thief, this is not a place for you. Leave at once. A bare-chested brute suddenly halted his work, directing a look of utter disdain towards Li Tianhuang. I wish to inspect the weapons you have forged in recent days. Li Tianhuang disregarded his counterpart and spoke directly. Inspecting weapons? The burly man scoffed. You are nothing but a useless prince. Do you still consider yourself the once-renowned prince of the immortal kingdom? Li Tianhuang furrowed his brow, asserting, even if I am not the crown prince, I am still the third prince of the celestial realm. It would be wise for you not to force my hand. To which the retort came, I dare you to try. Summon someone to take my head, and let us see who will heed your call. As these words echoed, several burly men strode forth, positioning themselves before Li Tianhuang. Each one was robust and towering, resembling an impenetrable fortress. This was the very sensation that permeated the atmosphere. The foremost among them displayed a smirk of triumph, reveling in the opportunity to display his might before a prince, a profound sense of accomplishment filling him with exhilaration. Step aside. Li Tianhuang bellowed with might, causing the 11 acupoints within him to resonate in unison. Gathering his chi within the palm of his hand, he struck with a resounding slap. With a sharp crack, blood gushed forth, and the towering figure of a man, nearly 9 feet tall and as formidable as a mountain, was sent soaring above the heads of the crowd, crashing heavily beside a distant furnace, rendered unconscious. The onlookers were taken aback. This was indeed the former prince. Decisive in action. Should anyone dare to obstruct me, their fate shall mirror that of this man, Li Tianhuang declared, his face devoid of expression as he advanced forward. Gritting their teeth, the crowd reluctantly parted to create a path for him. After all, Li Tianhuang was still a prince, and despite their bravado, they dared not confront him openly. Just then, a valiant youth clad in armor rushed forth. Li Tianhuang turned around, his heart sinking as he recognized the individual before him, Lu Guangyuan, the son of the General Lu Quan of the Bei Army. No entry for idle people in the alchemy workshop. You lot, throw him out, commanded Lu Guangyuan. Without hesitation, he ordered his men to expel Li Tianhuang. This is inappropriate. He is a prince. The robust men hesitated momentarily. Had it not been for the prince's status, they would have acted without delay. Why fear? Just proceed, Lu Guangyuan chided. Are you intimidated by a worthless prince? With gritted teeth, the men unleashed their energy, launching fists at Li Tianhuang. As the son of the general, Lu Guangyuan was their superior. Thus, even if they were to kill Li Tianhuang, the repercussions would fall solely upon their commander. With a cold smirk, Lu Guangyuan stepped forward, his own cultivation erupting as he hurled a punch that bore greater force than that of the sturdy men, dismissing Li Tianhuang entirely. Li Tianhuang shook his head with a sigh, realizing that certain matters could only be resolved through force. The Shadow Fist. A surge of 10 layers of spiritual energy erupted from within as he advanced decisively to confront his adversaries. Boom, boom, boom. The shadows of his fists danced, unleashing a barrage of over a dozen strikes in the blink of an eye, swift as the wind, their power unwavering, akin to a tiger descending from the mountains, shaking the very ground. Accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, several burly men were sent flying, clutching their arms and crying out in agony. As fists collided, they found themselves no match for Li Tianhuang. Their sinews, honed from years of labor, shattered in an instant. Die. Lu Guangyuan followed closely behind, his fists slicing through the air as they hurtled towards Li Tianhuang's face. Li Tianhuang stood his ground, unfaltering, and unleashed another punch. Bang! A formidable surge of energy instantaneously enveloped the entire weapon's forge, with both combatants evenly matched, neither yielding an inch. Aren't you supposed to be incapacitated? Lu Guangyuan exclaimed in astonishment. How could a supposed invalid possess such extraordinary prowess? A swirling energy coursed through Li Tianhuang, signifying an abundance of internal power. However, as Lu Guangyuan gazed upon his dantian, he sensed no fluctuations whatsoever, indicating that Li Tianhuang was indeed a mere shell of a man. Can you guess? A subtle expression crossed Li Tianhuang's face. Lu Quan's son possessed commendable strength. He was, in fact, a formidable warrior. Yet, with his current physical form, his execution of the Shadow Fist was evidently clumsy. Otherwise, a single strike could have obliterated him. Cease this at once. Do you disregard military law by brawling within the camp? Lu Guangyuan had intended to continue his assault, but upon hearing a stern reprimand, he promptly withdrew his hand. Li Tianhuang turned his head and beheld a burly middle-aged man with a face full of beard striding towards him, exuding an impressive aura akin to that of a dragon or tiger. He was a Xuanwu warrior. As he surveyed the chaos around him, anger surged within him, and he fixed a piercing gaze upon Li Tianhuang, reminiscent of a fierce tiger locking onto its prey. Third Prince, your unruly antics in my presence are intolerable. Should you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall ensure you face military discipline. This imposing figure was none other than Lu Quian, the father of Lu Guanyuan and the commander overseeing the armory. Before Li Tianhuang could utter a word of explanation, Lu Guanyuan stepped forward, pointing accusingly at him. Father, this scoundrel is utterly unreasonable. When I forbade him from touching our weapons, he resorted to violence against us. Commander Lu, as a prince of the realm, I am here to inspect the weapon forging process. Is there anything improper about that? Li Tianhuang replied with a light chuckle, implicitly acknowledging his actions while asserting his royal status. What could they possibly do about it? Lu Quian's anger intensified, his chest heaving with suppressed fury. Yet he managed to contain himself. After all, the individual before him was a prince, even if he were to be stripped of his title. Lu Quian had no right to openly express his dissatisfaction. Scoundrel, your misdeeds are numerous. Be silent. Lu Guanyuan, unwilling to relent, attempted to reprimand further, but was interrupted by Lu Quian. Turning his full attention to Li Tianhuang, Lu Quian stifled his wrath and slightly bowed. Third Prince, while it is within your rights to conduct inspections, there is no need for violence. If you injure them, who shall bear the blame for the failure to meet weapon production quotas? Ah, so you prioritize expediency over the quality of the weapons, do you? Li Tianhuang pressed on, unyielding in his interrogation. 2 months ago, during the skirmish with the Shichuasian kingdom, the soldiers' weapons were akin to mere shoddy materials. How do you expect them to engage the enemy effectively? His words struck a nerve, igniting within Lu Quian a fervent desire to silence Li Tianhuang permanently. As the commander of the armory, the assessment of weapon quality fell under his purview, and Li Tianhuang's remarks were a blatant affront, revealing his clear intent to provoke. Chapter 4. The two-star artifact refiner. Lu Quian's expression darkened. Before him stood a feckless prince who dared to leverage his royal status to assert dominance. Such a traitor, one who would slay his own father, could be swiftly dealt with, and many would applaud the act. However, the overt execution of a prince was a perilous endeavor. With so many witnesses in the barracks, should news of a royal being slain reach the palace, it could incite the wrath of a certain royal family member, leading to his own execution for contempt of royalty. The third prince's lesson is clear. I shall enhance supervision henceforth, ensuring the weapons are both quality and quantity assured. Lu Quian ultimately chose to bow to the circumstances, bending lower in his submission. Father, he is merely a worthless prince. There is no need for you to. Lu Guanyuan began, unable to grasp that a prince of little consequence could simply be dismissed without regard. However, upon encountering Lu Quian's fierce gaze, he promptly fell silent. Li Tianhuang fixed his gaze upon the father and son, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. As the esteemed blade sovereign of his previous life, his experiences were vast, and he could not fail to perceive the latent menace concealed within Lu Dudong's heart. Lu Quian and Lu Guanyuan were utterly dissimilar. One was profound and cunning, while the other was youthful and reckless, lacking worldly experience. Paying no heed to the two, Li Tianhuang strolled past the various smelting furnaces until he arrived at the weapon rack. The rack was adorned with an array of finished weapons, including battle blades, spears, and halberds. The standardized armaments were uniformly crafted, each gleaming brightly and appearing exceptionally robust and powerful. Li Tianhuang casually picked up an object, weighing approximately 600 pounds. The typical limit of arm strength for an ordinary martial artist can reach 1,000 pounds, while the weight of a battle weapon generally ranges from 600 to 800 pounds. This particular weapon falls within the standard parameters. At this moment, Lu Quian and his son approached, observing Li Tianhuang as he examined the weapon. Lu Guanyuan wore a sardonic smile, unabashedly mocking. Only a master craftsman can discern the quality of a battle weapon. What could a worthless prince like you possibly perceive? Li Tianhuang remained silent, gripping a battle knife firmly in his hand. Unbeknownst to anyone, the weapon soul number 8 transformed into a metallic liquid, subtly emerging from his palm and permeating the interior of the blade. In his mind, Li Tianhuang pondered, weapon soul number 8, reveal the grade of this battle knife. Soon, a voice reminiscent of a delicate metallic girl echoed in his thoughts. Master, this battle knife contains only a single imprint of spiritual energy. classifying it as a 1-star spiritual energy battle knife. Based on the integrity of the spiritual imprint, it further categorizes as a 1-star inferior spiritual energy battle knife. Inferior? Li Tianhuang exclaimed in astonishment. The weapon soul number 8, crafted by the esteemed weapon master, possessed the ability to effortlessly discern the grade of any weapon. Typically, weapons are classified into inferior, middle, superior, exceptional, and supreme grades. The weapon in his grasp fell into the inferior category, implying it was even below the lowest standard, which explained its ineffectiveness. He picked up another battle knife, only to find it was also a 1-star inferior spiritual energy battle knife. Li Tianhuang was consumed by fury. His hands enveloped in a surge of energy as the two battle blades collided in an instant. With a resounding clang, in the presence of Lu Quan and his son, the blades predictably shattered into 2 pieces. Witnessing this, Lu Quan felt a tide of anger rising within his chest. Li Tianhuang fixed his gaze upon Lu Quan. Expressing his indignation, "General Lu, is this the weapon you oversee? Summon all your artisans at once. Do not delay." Lu Quan cast a sidelong glance at his son. Lu Guangyuan, who was equally incensed, bound by filial duty, he vehemently shook his head and dashed away into the distance. Before long, a dozen or so artisans appeared before Li Tianhuang. Upon surveying the severed blade on the ground, each of these craftsmen felt their hearts race, sensing an impending calamity. Is this the quality of your craftsmanship? The integrity of the engraved spiritual imprint barely reaches 1/10. How can such subpar weaponry be expected to slay foes upon the battlefield? Li Tianhuang reprimanded sternly. Lu Quan hastily interjected, "Your Highness, they are but 1-star artisans, unlike the 2-star craftsmen of the main city. It is only natural that their skills vary significantly." Lu Guangyuan could no longer contain his frustration and retorted, "You scoundrel! How can you claim that the imprint's integrity is so lacking when you are not even an artisan yourself? Moreover, even as an artisan, one cannot precisely assess the completeness of a spiritual imprint." Li Tianhuang let out a cold laugh. Indeed, the tool refinement masters could not accurately perceive the completeness of the spiritual imprint, but he possessed tool soul number 8. How can you be certain that I am not a tool refiner? Casting a glance at Lu Guangyuan, Li Tianhuang waved his hand and commanded, "Go. Bring me several pieces of semi-finished products." The crowd was taken aback. Was Li Tianhuang about to inscribe the imprint on the spot? "Go." Lu Quan, noticing his son in action, immediately scolded. "Humph, I shall see what tricks you can conjure." With a face full of derision, Lu Guangyuan turned and jogged away, soon returning with several semi-finished weapons, which he clattered down before Li Tianhuang. Li Tianhuang then turned his gaze towards the group of 1-star blacksmiths and pointed at one of them, saying, "Tell me, how do you inscribe the seals?" The individual replied, "I have nothing to say to a despicable person like you." Li Tianhuang wore an expression of keen interest and remarked nonchalantly, "You may choose silence, but do not lament its consequences. Humph, you conspired to ascend the throne prematurely, causing the demise of 5 successive celestial emperors. Why should I divulge anything to you?" The alchemist, pointed out by Li Tianhuang, regarded him with an unwavering gaze, devoid of any fear. "What exactly are you up to? Don't tell me you wish to learn on the spot and aspire to become an alchemist. It is not as simple as it seems." Lu Guangyuan interjected with a teasing tone, perceiving that Li Tianhuang merely sought to extract the secrets of imprint engraving from the alchemist to embellish his own stature. Lu Quan, his father, also displayed a hint of derision, sharing Lu Guangyuan's sentiments. Thus, they decided to indulge in this charade, allowing the events of the day to fade into oblivion. Li Tianhuang, with a wry smile of resignation, lifted his toes, and a semi-finished battle blade fell into his grasp. He then sought a clear space to sit down, immersing himself entirely in the task at hand. To be precise, this was not a battle blade, but rather a common weapon freshly forged by the blacksmith. In the eyes of cultivators, ordinary weapons are deemed fragile. Thus, they require the engraving of spiritual energy seals to enhance their resilience and potency. His consciousness permeated the weapon, inscribing intricate patterns within, which coalesced to form the spiritual energy seal. This process demanded a profound level of mental acuity from the artificer. The stronger the soul, the deeper the engraving. Li Tianhuang, the revered master of blades, possessed a mastery of swordsmanship that was nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, he was far more than a mere brute wielding a weapon. For countless years, he had commanded respect in the 9 heavens, delving into the arts of weapon forging, alchemy, and formation techniques. Although he could not rival the esteemed masters of weaponry, alchemy, or formations in the lowly realm of the 9 stars immortal domain, He stood as one of the most formidable figures. After spending a little over half an hour, Li Tianhuang wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and casually tossed his battle blade aside. With a swift motion, the seemingly mundane weapon, akin to a child's toy, transformed into a formidable force. In an instant, he effortlessly cleaved through the nearby metal forging platform, embedding the blade deep into the ground. Lu Quan and the assembled blacksmiths were taken aback by this display. The previously reluctant blacksmith who had defied Li Tianhuang approached to inspect the weapon, his eyes widening in shock as he exclaimed, "Heavens! This is actually a 2-star spirit energy battle blade. Are you truly a 2-star blacksmith?" Chapter 5. A hidden threat. Could he possibly be a 2-star blacksmith? The revelation struck everyone like a bolt from the blue. They were all too familiar with the so-called wasteful prince, who had ascended to immortality years ago and was bestowed the title of prince, only to later commit patricide, leading the royal family to strip him of his cultivation and banish him here. It was inconceivable that he could be a 2-star blacksmith. The other blacksmiths, skeptical, gathered to examine the weapon. Indeed, it was a genuine 2-star spirit energy battle blade. How could he inscribe the spirit energy imprint without any cultivation? Lu Quan and his son were equally astonished, repeatedly checking Li Tianhuang's dantian, which remained calm and undisturbed, devoid of any signs of cultivation. Ancient texts had long recorded that exceptionally skilled blacksmiths could inscribe without the need for spirit energy. Could it be that Li Tianhuang possessed the exquisite skills described in those texts? Lu Guangyuan found it hard to believe. He had previously mocked Li Tianhuang, assuming he was merely seeking attention and had no understanding of blacksmithing, only to be thoroughly proven wrong by reality. In his mind, the metallic little girl looked on with disdain. "Master, you were truly disappointing. Once a revered figure, how is it that you only left behind 2 spirit energy imprints?" Li Tianhuang responded helplessly, "Having just been reborn, my spirit and this physical form have yet to fully harmonize. It is quite remarkable that I could leave behind 2 spiritual imprints. The artifact master, while inscribing these spiritual imprints, must also infuse spiritual energy, with each process complementing the other. Alas, this physical body is exceedingly frail, allowing for only 2 spiritual imprints to be inscribed. Once my cultivation improves further, I will be able to inscribe more. Truly, as the 3rd prince, you have managed to forge a 2-star spiritual energy battle blade. I am in admiration." Lu Quan wore a smile that barely concealed his disdain, offering hollow praise. It was evident that Li Tianhuang had successfully deceived him, and in Lu's view, a few flattering words would suffice to move past this encounter. Li Tianhuang directly commanded, "General Lu, your soldiers are unqualified and must be remade. Even if they bear only a single imprint of spiritual energy, they must at least reach the level of inferior quality." "Yes, yes, indeed." General Lu nodded repeatedly. "Your method of inscribing the spiritual energy imprint has flaws. I can spare some time to offer you guidance." Li Tianhuang then turned his gaze towards the group of craftsmen nearby. Upon hearing his words, many of the craftsmen cast grateful glances in his direction. In the realm of crafting, those with profound expertise command greater respect, and they eagerly anticipated Li Tianhuang's instruction. Yet, there were a few craftsmen who harbored deep resentment towards Li Tianhuang, indignantly remarking, "What qualifications do you, a parricidal wretch, possess to instruct us?" Their tone conveyed a complete disdain for his association. Li Tianhuang maintained a stoic expression and replied coolly, "My efforts stem from a desire to contribute to our nation. Are you truly willing to continue witnessing more soldiers from the Eastern expedition perish on the battlefield?" Upon hearing this, hesitation flickered across the faces of the individuals present. The lives of the soldiers of the Celestial Kingdom rested heavily upon their shoulders. Should they suffer a tragic fate due to weaponry issues, they would inevitably face condemnation. "We are amenable to collaborating with you, provided your intentions for this country are sincere," they ultimately conceded. Lu Quan, grinning broadly, declared, "Very well. Let us conclude today's matters here. Your Highness, the 3rd prince, please take your leave. I shall certainly intensify my efforts to produce superior weapons henceforth." With the situation seemingly resolved, Lu Quan assumed that Li Tianhuang would take his leave. However, to his astonishment, Li Tianhuang swiftly shook his head, asserting, "That will not suffice. No matter how much you urge, it will be of no avail. Henceforth, I shall personally oversee the weaponry workshop to ensure your compliance." Lu Quan was left utterly bewildered as the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Li Tianhuang originally sought to find a position? Given Li Tianhuang's esteemed status among the numerous blacksmiths at this moment, to refuse would imply a lack of ambition and a disregard for the valiant soldiers battling on the front lines. Lu Quan could only nod in agreement. If that is the case, I kindly request that Commander Lu advance me a month's worth of military pay. Li Tianhuang articulated his ultimate objective. In military affairs, one must naturally receive military pay. Each month, Li Tianhuang could collect 30 lingbai from Fan Lin, and it would not be appropriate for him to toil without compensation under Lu Quan's command. A heavy weight settled in Lu Quan's heart. Having just consented to appoint Li Tianhuang as the overseer of the weapons forge, he felt ensnared, and now the other party sought an advance on his military pay, which was obviously another trap. It was a succession of pitfalls, each one distinct from the last. Fully aware that Li Tianhuang was digging a pit for him, Lu Quan found himself compelled to leap into it with no grounds for refusal. After some deliberation, Lu Quan instructed his subordinates to bring him 50 lingbai, which he handed over to Li Tianhuang. The military's remuneration was not insignificant. Ordinary soldiers received 5 lingbai each month, while a 1-star weapon craftsman garnered 20. As a 2-star weapon craftsman, Li Tianhuang was entitled to no less than 50 lingbai. Lingbai, being a robust material, served as the common currency in the Celestial Kingdom. High-ranking officials, such as various commanders and the president of Chimen Pass, received additional lingbai allowances each month. To prevent Li Tianhuang from further ensnaring him, Lu Quan, with a grim expression, picked up the 2-star spiritual energy battle blade from the ground and took his son, Lu Guangyuan, to bid farewell. Father, I do not understand. Why do you acquiesce to that fellow? Lu Guangyuan began to question Lu Quan from behind. Lu Quan narrowed his eyes and replied coldly, Indeed, Li Tianhuang deserves punishment. But we must not be the first to expose ourselves. Everyone is watching. Whoever steps forward first faces the greatest peril. Lu Quan expressed his concerns, asserting that even if they were to eliminate Li Tianhuang, it could not be done overly. Lu Guangyuan quickly grasped his father's far-reaching perspective. Humph. His demotion to this place signifies that the royal family no longer cares for his life or death. His arrogance and hubris will inevitably lead to his downfall. Lu Quan scoffed. Li Tianhuang casually offered a few words of guidance to the blacksmiths and soon departed from the weapons forge. Even such casual advice, given his profound mastery in the art of weapon crafting, was sufficient for those artisans to contemplate for an extended period. As he walked through the city of Guan, he became acutely aware of being followed discreetly. However, Li Tianhuang paid them no mind. These individuals were likely associated with the crown prince, who, after a failed assassination attempt yesterday, was now seeking another opportunity. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the area designated for the Xianzi soldiers. This faction was responsible for the concoction of medicinal pills, the distribution of spirit stones, and overseeing every aspect of the soldiers' cultivation. Li Tianhuang had come with the intention of purchasing some elixirs with the recently acquired spirit stone. As he navigated through the crowd, he was met with jests and insults that echoed in his ears. Undeterred, he proceeded directly to the alchemical vendor. Bring me 3 cleansing elixirs, and exchange the remainder for spirit stones. Li Tianhuang raised his hand and placed 80 pieces of spiritual jade upon the counter. This comprised the 50 pieces given to him by Lu Quan Gang, along with the 30 pieces previously bestowed by Fan Lin. Upon recognizing Li Tianhuang, the young attendant behind the counter immediately donned a sullen expression. The cleansing elixirs were no more. Was it truly the case that they had run out? Or were they simply refusing to sell to him? Li Tianhuang's countenance grew solemn. In the military camp, the medicinal pills were produced in bulk. How could they possibly lack even 3 cleansing elixirs? The attendant smirked, defiantly stating that they would not sell to him, and questioned if he dared to retaliate. Did you believe I would shy away from striking you? Li Tianhuang's expression darkened with indignation. He was a revered sword master, not a tyrannical prince. He would not endure such deliberate provocation without consequence. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, I shall report to General Liao and invoke military law against you. The attendant, undeterred by the threat, grew even more arrogant. Li Tianhuang's eyes gleamed coldly as he struck the counter, declaring, If Liao Yuhai dares to disrespect me, I shall take him down as well. The principle of engaging with unreasonable adversaries by being even more unreasonable himself and demonstrating greater ruthlessness was a hallmark of the Blade's sovereign in the world of the 9 heavens. The young attendant was momentarily intimidated, astonished that Li Tianhuang would so readily dismiss even the esteemed General Liao of the Xuanzi troops. However, indignation swiftly transformed into mockery, and the attendant pointed a finger at Li Tianhuang, exclaiming, You, a mere waste of space. Yet, before he could finish, a piercing scream erupted from him, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Li Tianhuang had twisted the finger he extended, bending it back against the back of his hand with a series of sickening cracks. Stop it. At that moment, a woman rushed forward, her expression rife with discontent. The soldiers surrounding them turned, their eyes lighting up at the sight of her beauty. Clad in silver armor, she could not conceal her graceful figure, and her exquisite features stood out as a striking contrast in the predominantly male military camp. How could you, a prince, stoop so low as to bully even a mere attendant? This is utterly intolerable, she chastised, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Tianhuang, her disdain unmistakable. Li Tianhuang paid her no mind, his grip on the young servant's finger unwavering. The servant, racked with pain, hurriedly retrieved a pill bottle from beneath the counter, along with a heap of spirit stones. Li Tianhuang conducted a brief inventory and found exactly 3 cleansing elixirs, along with 70 low-grade spirit stones. He resolved to be more cautious in the future. With that, he finally released his grip. Observing the indifference from the other party, Fan Luoying's irritation grew. She turned to the servant and urged, "Do not be afraid. Regardless of whether he has cut in line or has underpaid, you must report the matter truthfully. We cannot allow him to continue his misdeeds." Unbeknownst to her, Fan Luoying had arrived late and was unaware of the specific circumstances. Mistakenly believing that Li Tianhuang was bullying the weak, Li Tianhuang pointed at the lingbai on the counter. 80 lingbai could be exchanged for 3 Shisui Dan and 70 inferior spiritual stones. I had certainly given him a substantial amount. The young servant wore a face of agony and ferocity, yet you have cut in line. Cut in line? Li Tianhuang furrowed his brow, astonished that the other party showed no remorse and even sought to cast aspersions upon him. His piercing gaze instantly fixed upon the young servant, causing him to tremble as if he had plunged into an abyss, instilling a profound sense of dread within him. No, the servant hastily corrected himself. Did you hear that? Li Tianhuang cast a sidelong glance at Fan Luoying. Fan Luoying's delicate brows knitted together, her expression one of disappointment. You are simply beyond redemption. With that, she turned on her heel and departed without a backward glance. Even the servant was willing to concede. Her persistence would bear no fruit. Li Tianhuang picked up the elixir and spirit stones, instinctively following behind Fan Luoying. The young servant gazed at their retreating figures, his heart still trembling with unease, marveling at the pair of eyes that seemed capable of penetrating his very soul. Little did he know, within the body of the third prince resided an ancient venerable being. Why are you following me? Fan Luoying suddenly turned back on the way home, her eyes brimming with disdain as she pointed at Li Tianhuang and declared, "Do not harbor any ill intentions towards me. I, Fan Luoying, have always detested scoundrels like you." Li Tianhuang was momentarily taken aback, then with a bitter smile remarked, "I merely wish to return to the Red Heart Barracks. Who would harbor ill intentions towards you?" This woman was exceedingly self-assured. As a distinguished blade master, he had encountered countless women and was utterly disdainful of engaging in such infatuated pursuits. As if recalling this point, Fan Luoying revealed a hint of embarrassment in her eyes. Humph. Fan Luoying let out a cold snort and turned to continue on her way. Li Tianhuang trailed behind, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, acutely aware of the hidden presence that relentlessly pursued him. Suddenly, 2 dark arrows sliced through the air, launched from concealed corners, aimed at both Li Tianhuang and Fan Luoying. Their speed rivaled that of sound, being the work of a 2-star sniper crossbow. Such bolts were specifically designed for assassination, often undetected by their targets until it was too late. While Fan Luoying continued to walk ahead, Li Tianhuang's sharp senses allowed him to detect the threat instantly. The spirit of his weapon, number 8, swiftly transformed into a liquid metal, coalescing in his hand into a formidable blade. In an instant, 2 arcs of light flashed as he struck, knocking the arrows from their trajectory with precise accuracy, all executed in one fluid motion. By the time Fan Luoying turned, alerted to the commotion, the blade had already reverted to its liquid form, concealed within his palm. "What are you doing?" Fan Luoying inquired, her brow furrowed, a hint of wariness gleaming in her beautiful eyes. "Nothing," Li Tianhuang replied dismissively, his attention fixed on the direction from which the arrows had come, now devoid of any trace. Who could it be that would spare no one else? A surge of fury welled within him. Meanwhile, Fan Luoying scrutinized him. Suspicion etched across her face as she warned, "I advise you not to harbor any ill intentions towards me." Li Tianhuang was momentarily speechless. This woman truly embodied narcissism. Were it not for the sake of Fan Lin, had he not intervened to save her, she would have long since met her demise. Upon returning to the Red Heart Barracks, Li Tianhuang finally exhaled in relief. In this seemingly insignificant Qimen Pass, there were constant threats against his life, and he vowed to unearth the culprit sooner or later. Upon reaching the camp, he caught sight of Fan Lin pacing anxiously within the military tent through the partially lifted curtain. The surrounding Red Heart soldiers murmured softly among themselves, expressing their deep concerns. "Father, what has transpired?" Fan Luoying swiftly entered the tent. Li Tianhuang sensed that something was amiss and followed suit. Fan Lin furrowed her brow deeply, her gaze fixed on Li Tianhuang as she produced a letter. "Tianhuang, I fear I may no longer be able to protect you. Commander Qi has issued an edict, stating that in order to enhance management efficiency, the Red Heart Brigade is to be disbanded and merged into the main forces of the Qi family." Li Tianhuang felt a heaviness in his heart as he opened the letter. It was penned by Qi Jintian himself, announcing the integration of the Red Heart Brigade into the main battle army, effective in 3 days, and instructing Fan Lin to make the necessary preparations. Fan Lin remained unaware of where he would be reassigned, which implied that Li Tianhuang would not have many days left by his side before they were to be separated. This was not merely a simple military maneuver. It seemed to me that Qi Jintian was deliberately applying pressure. "I once witnessed a confidential message from Qi Jintian being dispatched from the Imperial Palace, likely aimed at you," Fan Lin continued. "Such a situation exists?" Li Tianhuang's expression grew solemn. Qi Jintian was merely the commander of the main battle army at Qimen Pass. Above him were the border defense generals, the chief of border defense, and the supreme commander of border defense. Logically, he should only receive correspondence dispatched from the northern border's main city, making it improbable for him to directly receive secret missives from the distant imperial palace. Li Tianhuang speculated that the one who repeatedly dispatched assassins to target him was likely Qi Jintian. The confidential letter that Fan Lin had seen was most likely delivered secretly by the crown prince. The Red Heart soldiers govern the martial arts techniques within the Qimen Pass military camp. Various martial arts can produce countless copies, and every time new recruits enter the camp, they are bestowed with these techniques. Now that this responsibility has been usurped by Qi Jintian, Fan Lin faces the risk of being ousted. It is important to note that Fan Lin was once personally promoted by Li Tianhuang. What have I said? Associating with such a person will only bring misfortune upon oneself. "Father, you never listen. Now look, because of this scoundrel, you have even tarnished your own future." Fan Luoying glared at Li Tianhuang with eyes brimming with tears, lamenting the injustice inflicted upon her father. "Luoying, do not speak foolishly. My position as the commander of the Red Heart soldiers was indeed appointed by Tianhuang. Whether I hold this title or not is of no consequence to me," Fan Lin immediately rebuked. Fan Luoying, infuriated, stomped her feet, her face contorted with hatred, clearly placing all the blame on Li Tianhuang. Li Tianhuang returned the letter to Fan Lin and said earnestly, "Rest assured, Commander Fan. The letter will remain valid for another 3 days. I shall certainly assist you in preserving your position, as well as that of your subordinates." Qi Jintian's pressure on Fan Lin was merely a reflection of the crown prince's pressure upon him. He felt it was his duty to alleviate Fan Lin's current predicament. The Red Heart soldiers had been with Fan Lin from the very beginning, and should they be absorbed into the main forces of the Qi family, it would undoubtedly incite considerable unrest, a scenario he was keen to avert. As for the solution, he already had a plan in mind. Fan Lin smiled faintly, believing that Li Tianhuang was merely offering him consolation, and did not take it to heart. "I shall take my leave now," Li Tianhuang said, turning to exit the military tent. Fan Lin continued to converse with his daughter, Fan Luoying, their voices gradually fading, leaving Li Tianhuang unable to discern their words. Upon entering his own tent, he retrieved the elixirs and spirit stones, letting out a quiet sigh. He had barely managed to purchase 3 cleansing elixirs, and the 70 low-grade spirit stones were insufficient even for the sustenance of his weapon spirit, number 8, which left him unable to support his cultivation. He needed to devise a way to earn more money. Chapter 7. This is not how one trains in martial arts. The tent occupied by Li Tianhuang is situated in a secluded area, where he is seldom disturbed, allowing him to cultivate in peace. He pours a cleansing soul pill from the elixir bottle and swallows it whole. The potent essence of the medicine swiftly disseminates throughout his flesh, bones, and vital organs. As its name suggests, the cleansing soul pill possesses the remarkable ability to purify and strengthen the body. Previously, while executing the Shadow Fist technique in the blacksmith's workshop, Li Tianhuang recognized the frailty of his physique, which rendered the execution of the technique rather rigid, allowing him to unleash less than 20% of its potential. Thus, he found it imperative to refine his physical form. According to the realm hierarchy of this world, the Shadow Fist technique is categorized as a grand mortal art. While above it lie the spiritual master techniques, the Law King techniques, and the celestial techniques. Given his current cultivation level, he is restricted to practicing only mortal arts. The rationale behind this limitation is that attempting to wield techniques beyond his capacity would subject his body to unbearable tearing sensations during execution, potentially resulting in grievous harm. With a resounding boom, as the Nine Heaven Star technique operates, the stellar energy from the Zong Star gradually converges within the confines of the tent. In conjunction with the medicinal potency of the cleansing soul pill, it begins to incessantly wash over Li Tianhuang's body. Due to his low cultivation level, he dares not fully unleash the Nine Heaven Star technique. The stellar energy he can summon is merely a fraction of its true power. Nevertheless, the air is visibly disturbed, creating ripples that stir a fierce wind within the camp. Curiously, how did the wind arise so suddenly? The Red Heart soldiers moving about the camp were expressions of astonishment. Having just basked in bright sunshine, only to be enveloped by swirling dust that darkens the sky. The fierce gusts howl, yet Li Tianhuang remains engrossed in his training, oblivious to the chaos around him. The medicinal pills produced in bulk within the military camp typically lack potency. These cleansing soul pills contain only 30 to 50% of their intended efficacy. However, for his current needs, they suffice. Artifact Soul Number 8. Summon the artifact insects. Moments later, Li Tianhuang extends his palm, and a metallic sphere materializes. It swiftly transforms into an adorable metallic girl. The metallic girl obediently opens her satchel and retrieves an iron box larger than herself. Upon lifting the lid, a swarm of thousands of artifact insects burst forth, clustering around the pile of spirit stones beside Li Tianhuang and voraciously consuming their essence. The spiritual energy within the stones is depleted in the blink of an eye, and the artifact insects radiate a shimmering blue glow, gathering together like a luminous cloud of dust. Li Tianhuang spread his palms, and the insect-like creatures began to burrow into his body through his pores. Simultaneously, he swallowed the remaining 2 cleansing elixirs in one gulp and continued to channel his inner energy. The wild winds from the outside had roared throughout the night, gradually subsiding only with the arrival of dawn. Li Tianhuang ceased his cultivation. After enduring an entire night of arduous training, his physical form exhibited remarkable transformations. His meridians became increasingly unimpeded, his bones more resilient, and even his skin and flesh seemed to possess heightened elasticity. The spiritual energy within him had accumulated only to the 12th layer, resulting in a modest enhancement of his cultivation level. However, he successfully opened 9 additional Dan openings, totaling 20 in all, equivalent to 2 standard dantians. Although he remained in the early stages of a formidable warrior, his strength had already doubled compared to before. Of the 70 low-grade spirit stones, he had expended 60, and he tossed the remaining stones to the spirit of the weapon, number 8, allowing it to replenish some spiritual energy as well. Upon receiving the spirit stones, the metallic girl excitedly lunged forward to gnaw at them, completely disregarding her demeanor. After a night of cultivation, a significant amount of impurities had been expelled from his body, leaving Li Tianhuang covered in grime. He fetched several buckets of water to cleanse himself thoroughly, donned a fresh inner garment, and then dressed in the simple armor of an ordinary soldier. Since being stripped of his cultivation and relegated to the borders, Li Tianhuang had ceased to regard himself as a prince in a bid to avoid drawing too much attention. He had chosen to present himself as a common soldier. Deep within, he understood that he would eventually return to the palace, vindicate his name, and avenge his father's murder. Noticing the spirit of the weapon number 8 relishing the spirit stones, Li Tianhuang suddenly felt a pang of hunger in his abdomen. He casually seized some jerky hanging on the wall and sliced off a few pieces. Tossing them into his mouth, he chewed a few times before swallowing. The military camp had a mess hall and cooks, and while Li Tianhuang occasionally indulged in a warm meal, he primarily subsisted on dry rations. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he stepped out of the tent, assumed a stance for practice, and commenced his morning training. Boom, boom, boom. His fists flew like the wind, leaving trails of shadow in the air, swift yet powerful, stirring the surrounding air currents. The rapid shadow fist was indeed a superior martial technique, capable of combining speed and potency. Unlike the ordinary low-tier and mid-tier techniques that were either ineffective or lacked the ability to execute properly. After completing a set of punches, drenched in sweat, Li Tianhuang felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The night of honing had evidently strengthened his physique considerably, making the execution of the rapid shadow fist more fluid. With his punches embodying unyielding ferocity, My primary focus is on sword techniques, he mused inwardly, yet there is no rush. Once my body grows stronger, I will directly select a spiritual master technique for cultivation. Li Tianhuang stepped out with purpose. The crown prince was leveraging Fan Lin to exert pressure on him, a matter that required resolution. Hey, ha! In the distance, nearly 100 Crimson Heart soldiers were also engaged in morning drills, their fists bursting forth with vigor, their shouts reverberating through the air, each one brimming with vitality. At that moment, a graceful figure dashed over to join them. Miss Fan, what brings you here today? Where's General Fan? One of the Crimson Heart soldiers inquired. Fan Luoying smiled and replied, My father had an urgent matter to attend to and sent me to supervise your morning training. Upon hearing this, the Crimson Heart soldiers immediately became animated. With such a stunning beauty to accompany them, they exerted themselves more than ever in their punches. As they trained with fervor, Li Tianhuang approached. What is he doing here? The sun rose from the west, an unusual sight for this wasteful prince, who typically slumbers until late in the morning. Pay him no heed. He is nothing but a scoundrel, a hopeless case. The group of loyal soldiers immediately darkened their expressions, offering no kindness to Li Tianhuang, choosing instead to ignore him. Fan Luoying wore a mocking expression. To have sunk so low as to be scorned by ordinary soldiers was truly a disgrace. Initially, upon hearing about Li Tianhuang from Fan Lin, Fan Luoying felt a flicker of affection, but upon learning of his heinous act of patricide, her impression of him plummeted to the depths of disdain. Li Tianhuang, fully aware of his isolation, nonetheless resolutely approached the crowd. With arms crossed and a critical gaze sweeping over them, he frowned and remarked, Your bodies are all limp and flaccid, resembling weaklings. Is this how you train your fists? Li Tianhuang, enough with the nonsense. Either join the others in practice or attend to your own affairs, Fan Luoying admonished sternly, her distaste for him palpable. The other loyal soldiers acted as if they had not heard, their eyes drifting elsewhere. Training without proper technique is futile. The military fists you practice are merely forms without strength. How can you expect to fight on the battlefield? Li Tianhuang asserted once more, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Fan Luoying stepped forward, her expression filled with disdain. Li Tianhuang, that is enough. Fan Luoying, practice with me to demonstrate for everyone. He insisted, locking his gaze onto her. Suddenly, he surged forward, delivering a powerful punch while stating, One must first train their legs. Grip the ground with your toes. Maintain a solid stance. Harness the explosive power of your legs to drive your waist, and let that propel your upper body before striking, without hesitation. Before his words could fully settle, his punch, infused with formidable energy, shot towards Fan Luoying like a meteor. In an instant, the crowd was taken aback. Should Fan Luoying fail to defend herself, her exquisite features would undoubtedly be marred. While disfigurement was minor, causing serious injury would be a grave matter. The surrounding air crackled, and a sonic boom resonated, causing hearts to race. As the devastating blow approached, Fan Luoying, seemingly undeterred, reacted swiftly, executing a graceful sidestep to evade the strike. Just when it appeared she had escaped, Li Tianhuang delivered another punch with such speed it was akin to a dragon descending into the abyss. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed as Fan Luoying could no longer evade, crossing her arms in a desperate attempt to block. Nevertheless, she was forced backward, nearly losing her balance. Li Tianhuang, what on earth are you trying to accomplish? Fan Luoying exclaimed, nearly beside herself with fury, pain radiating through her arms bringing tears to her eyes. Look at my military fists, and then look at yourselves. Li Tianhuang then composed himself and continued to clasp his hands behind his back. Weren't you rendered powerless? How do you still possess such formidable strength? Suddenly, several of the Red Heart soldiers displayed expressions of astonishment as they uncovered a crucial issue. What? Fan Luoying was also taken aback, recalling how the other had struck down a servant just yesterday. Her gaze instinctively shifted towards Li Tianhuang's dantian. However, to their surprise, Li Tianhuang swiftly withdrew his vital energy, leaving their observations futile. This is not for you to ponder. Today, I shall impart to you a more advanced martial technique. Li Tianhuang, undeterred by the expressions of those around him, once again assumed a stance and began to demonstrate the swift shadow fist, though merely a technique of mortals. To him it served only as a transitional skill, imparting it would incur no loss on his part. Initially, the onlookers regarded him with disdain, believing he was merely seeking attention, yet as he executed the entire sequence of movements, their eyes widened in astonishment. If my conjecture is correct, this must be an exceptional martial art. No, it is indeed a supreme technique of the Great Ascension. Good heavens, is he truly willing to share this with us? The crowd erupted in exclamations, their gazes toward Li Tianhuang a mixture of shock, disdain, excitement, and complexity. They harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him and were reluctant to associate with him, yet the allure of this great ascension technique stirred their hearts. After all, they were merely foot soldiers. Mastering such a technique could render them invincible on the battlefield, a feat worthy of lifelong bragging rights. Almost instinctively, a few earnest soldiers began to practice alongside him. The others, envious and unable to resist the temptation, soon followed suit. Could it be that he truly wishes to impart this knowledge? Fan Luoying, too, wore an expression of disbelief. Li Tianhuang, the disgraced prince, despite being a mere shadow of his former self, could still effortlessly produce a volume of profound techniques. If you wish to learn, then learn. There is no need for unnecessary chatter, he asserted sternly in response to Fan Luoying. Though she harbored dissatisfaction, Fan Luoying joined in, and under Li Tianhuang's guidance, the group practiced diligently, soon grasping the fundamentals of the shadow fist technique. Hold on, where is Fan Lin? At that moment, an incongruous voice broke the air. Everyone turned to see a short, middle-aged man accompanied by a dozen soldiers bursting into the Red Heart barracks with great fervor. Deputy Yao Wenlong of the main battle army? Li Tianhuang recognized him immediately upon turning around. The man was evidently a close associate of Qi Zhentian and did not appear to come with good intentions. Fan Luoying stepped forward, offering a slight bow. Greetings, Deputy Yao. My father is away on business. I am his daughter, Fan Luoying. I can convey any messages you have. So you are Fan Lin's daughter, Yao Wenlong said, a lecherous glint in his eyes. It was clear he had already perused the correspondence from Commander Qi delivered to him yesterday. I am here to assess the total number of your Red Heart soldiers and the inventory of mid-level martial techniques in your warehouse, he continued. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Red Heart soldiers and Fan Luoying changed dramatically. Commander Qi had ordered the removal of Fan Lin, intending to merge the Red Heart forces into the main battle army of the Qi family. However, the soldiers were deeply reluctant to part with Commander Fan, their comrade in arms over the years. Didn't he the letter state it would take effect in 3 days? Why the rush on the first day? Fan Luoying's face turned as pale as paper. Without her father, she found it challenging to make decisions. Yao Wenlong scoffed, a cold smirk gracing his lips. To be frank, your Red Heart soldiers will soon fall under my command, and I wish to expedite the transfer. The soldiers realized that he had taken it upon himself to arrive early, acting independently of Qi Zhentian's orders. This is unacceptable. It should proceed at the appropriate time. Your actions are not in accordance with protocol, protested a Red Heart soldier, stepping forward with a displeased expression. With a swift motion, Yao Wenlong struck him across the face, sending blood spraying and teeth flying. Protocol? You dare speak of rules to me? He spat disdainfully. Witnessing this, Fan Luoying furrowed her brow. Deputy Yao, this truly violates protocol. Your actions are also inappropriate. Yao Wenlong stroked his small mustache, his gaze appraising Fan Luoying before he leered. Rules are rigid, but people are not. If you wish to adhere to protocol, it is not entirely out of the question. Really? Fan Luoying's expression brightened with hope. Is there any doubt? Yao Wenlong pointed at Fan Luoying with a smile and continued. If you agree to spend 3 nights in my tent, I shall refrain from troubling them during that time. What do you say? Fan Luoying's face turned ashen, fear overwhelming her, and she instinctively retreated. As a young woman yet to be wed, she was still naive regarding matters of intimacy. Yao Wenlong's crude proposition left her psyche deeply scarred. Absolutely not. It was utterly out of the question. As the daughter of the esteemed General Fan, she could never stoop to such indignities. You must never acquiesce to him, Miss Fan, urged the loyal soldiers around her, their faces contorted in outrage. The audacity of Yao Wenlong to demand that Fan Luoying share his bed was nothing short of an egregious affront, both to her and to General Fan himself. Should any of you dare to utter another word, I shall gladly silence you, Yao Wenlong barked, his voice sharp and commanding. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense and silent. The soldiers complied, fearing his wrath. After all, Yao Wenlong was a formidable warrior of considerable repute and a trusted aide to the commander. No one in attendance dared challenge him, especially as they were about to fall under his command. My dear, if you yield to me, everything will be negotiable. Yao Wenlong leered, extending his hand, intent on caressing Fan Luoying's delicate face. Trembling in terror, she felt her body stiffen. Yao Wenlong, you lecherous old man. Do you still wish to pursue fresh blossoms? If you wish to rid yourself of that wrinkled visage, I shall gladly assist you, a voice interjected. From behind, a figure emerged, seizing Yao Wenlong's wrist with a firm grip. Yao Wenlong, taken aback, turned to find none other than Li Tianhuang standing before him. Chapter 9. The Falling Cherry Blossom Sword Technique. Li Tianhuang was dressed as an ordinary soldier. When Yao Wenlong arrived, all his attention was fixated on Fan Luoying, oblivious to Tianhuang's presence. Third Prince, what are your intentions? Yao Wenlong's heart was devoid of trepidation. Instead, his expression darkened. To him, a worthless prince was beneath the notice of even common soldiers, and as a dignified captain, there was no reason for him to feel fear. Li Tianhuang, with an expression devoid of emotion, stated, I do not wish to repeat myself. He scoffed, mind your own affairs first. Yao Wenlong let out a cold snort and attempted to retract his arm, only to discover that Li Tianhuang had firmly secured it in midair. Despite exerting all his strength, he remained utterly immobile. I am also a member of the Qixin Brigade. Their matters are my matters. If I do not care, who will? Li Tianhuang chuckled lightly. Fan Luoying looked up, her face a mask of disbelief as she gazed at Li Tianhuang. In her watery eyes, a flicker of astonishment emerged. She had never anticipated that he would stand up for her. Consequently, she promptly exclaimed, Li Tianhuang, who asked you to defend me? Step back at once. Indeed. One should not attempt to be a hero without assessing the situation. Captain Yao is a formidable warrior. How could you possibly stand against him? The nearby Qixin soldiers wore expressions of disdain, convinced that Li Tianhuang was merely seeking to display his bravado in hopes of winning the favor of Miss Fan. Li Tianhuang remained silent. Were it not for the desire to repay Fan Lin, he would have preferred to remain in the shadows. Yin Wudong, enraged and humiliated, exclaimed, Third Prince, do not mistake my leniency for weakness. You are nothing more than a discarded remnant of the royal family. What heroism do you seek to display at this moment? Li Tianhuang slowly released his grip, speaking with indifference. I offer you a chance. If you depart now, all shall remain tranquil. And if I choose not to leave? Yao Wenlong replied with a chilling smile. On paper, the Crimson Heart Army will henceforth be under my command. And this territory will belong to me. I shall remain for as long as I desire. Since you are also a member of the Crimson Heart Army, you must heed my words. I command you now, kneel before me and apologize, and then deliver this delicate beauty to my quarters, awaiting my return in silence. His arrogance was palpable, demanding a prince to bow before him. Yao Wenlong truly regarded Li Tianhuang with utter disdain. Li Tianhuang's brow furrowed deeply. Such is the nature of this world. When one appears feeble, even a mouse dares to defecate upon one's head. With a decisive step, the long sword at Fan Luoying's waist flew forth, landing effortlessly in Li Tianhuang's grasp. If one offers disrespect, then let it be met with retribution. The Falling Cherry Sword Technique. With a tremor in his arm, he wielded the sword, its blade spinning incessantly, resembling the delicate cherry blossoms cascading down. Aimed directly at Yao Wenlong's face. The blade master was not merely adept with a blade. Even a casual display of swordsmanship could be nothing short of sublime. How audacious of you, a discarded wretch of the royal family, to flaunt your might before me. Yao Wenlong, with a tempestuous temperament, was unlike Lu Quan of the 100 Leaves, who tread cautiously in all matters. In this instant, he drew his waist knife with a fierce motion, channeling his energy to ignite the imprint, charging towards Li Tianhuang. Just based on you. Li Tianhuang scoffed, continuing his aggressive swordplay. Clang. The sound of metal colliding echoed. Under the onslaught of Li Tianhuang's Falling Cherry Sword Technique, Yao Wenlong could not withstand even a single move, his body staggering backward. The knife in his hand vibrating violently before it slipped from his grasp. How is this possible? Your cultivation? Yao Wenlong was taken aback in utter astonishment. Li Tianhuang, disinterested in responding, pressed forward with determined intent, vowing to strip away the old visage of Yao Wenlong. Fan Luoying and the group of loyal soldiers, upon witnessing this scene, could not help but exhibit expressions of astonishment. Earlier, when Li Tianhuang had unleashed the swift shadow fist, they sensed something amiss, their minds rife with confusion. How could Li Tianhuang, clearly incapacitated, still possess such formidable strength? All present, including Yao Wenlong, instinctively fixated on the location of Li Tianhuang's dantian. Yet no matter how intently they scrutinized, they failed to detect even the slightest fluctuation emanating from it. For any cultivator, the dantian would typically radiate a faint aura of their cultivation, unless they deliberately employed secret techniques to obscure such energy. Li Tianhuang currently lacks a dantian. Yet within his being reside 20 minor dantian apertures capable of harboring spiritual energy. These apertures, albeit diminutive, emit waves that are not easily discernible. As the discarded prince, It is implausible for him to possess any substantial cultivation. Indeed, he once ascended to the level of an immortal, had his cultivation remained intact. It would not be so feeble. A realization dawned upon someone. Rumor has it that the physical form of an immortal is exceedingly robust. And perhaps it is this corporeal advantage that accounts for his remarkable prowess. Suddenly, an individual experienced a spark of inspiration, uncovering a potential truth. Li Tianhuang couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had no physical advantages to speak of. He recalled how, after being incapacitated, he consumed a special healing elixir that inadvertently diminished his physical strength. At this moment, his ability to overpower the mid-stage martial artist Huang, despite being merely a beginner, was primarily due to his 20 dan apertures, equivalent to 2 normal dantian. The falling cherry sword technique he wielded was a profound martial art, and his cultivated method allowed him to harness the power of the stars, making the spiritual energy he absorbed into his body exceedingly pure. Ah! The third prince, how dare you challenge Huang, who has lost his treasured blade? He was no match for Li Tianhuang. The edge of the sword sliced across his cheek, eliciting a piercing scream of despair. The sword wielded by Li Tianhuang was utterly relentless, penetrating every attempt at evasion with ease. In less than 3 breaths, the skin on Yao Wenlong's face was ruthlessly stripped away, leaving him with a visage that was grotesquely bloodied and terrifying. Ah, everyone, advance. Strike this traitor down with a flurry of blades. I shall bear the consequences. The stinging pain on his face ignited an unparalleled fury within Yao Wenlong, prompting him to command his soldiers to take action against Li Tianhuang. Li Tianhuang raised his sword, directing it towards the individuals before him. His gaze sharp and frigid as he declared, "Who dares to take a step forward shall be met with lethal consequences." The soldiers, their faces etched with terror, halted in their tracks. In the midst of this standoff, 2 figures approached from outside the encampment. It was Fan Lin, the commander of the Red Heart Army, accompanied by a gaunt man devoid of military armor, unmistakably a civilian official. Fan Luoying, paralyzed by fear, called out urgently upon seeing Fan Lin, "Father." Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, both Fan Lin and the official hurried over. "What has transpired? Who is this person?" The official inquired, astonished. "It is I, military advisor Huang." "I am Yao Wenlong," Yao Wenlong exclaimed, his face smeared with blood, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. The official was a strategist named Huang, serving alongside Qi Zhentian. Fan Lin furrowed his brow and raised his hand to prevent Li Tianhuang from further violence. Addressing Yao Wenlong, "Lieutenant Yao, what has occurred?" "Humph, this is all your fault. You took this good-for-nothing under your wing. I came early to tally the personnel and supplies, only to be obstructed by this man, who even dared to mar my face." Yao Wenlong's eyes glinted with resentment as he pointed an accusing finger at Fan Lin. "Commander Fan, should you not enact military law upon him today? I will not let this matter rest." At these words, Fan Lin's brow furrowed as he regarded Li Tianhuang. To assault someone in public, especially an officer under Commander Qi, was indeed a grave offense. "Commander, this Lieutenant Yao has lost all sense of propriety," demanding that Miss Fan share his bed, which prompted the third prince to intervene. A courageous soldier of the Red Heart Army stepped forward, revealing the specifics of the incident. "What?" Fan Lin's expression turned furious as he glared at Yao Wenlong. "You would even lay your hands on my daughter?" Had it not been for the soldier's explanation, Fan Lin might have unjustly blamed Li Tianhuang. Yao Wenlong immediately averted his gaze, stammering, "I was merely joking. I had no idea he would take it seriously." "Yao Wenlong, you have brought shame upon yourself and upon Commander Qi. Do you not yet withdraw?" Huang Xian's face reflected indignation, with a fierce glare directed at Li Tianhuang. Yao Wenlong realized he could no longer remain in that place. He promptly retreated with his subordinates, seeking medical assistance for his injuries. Li Tianhuang no longer intervened, for he understood that Huang Xian had provided Yao Wenlong with a way out. "Very well, let this matter rest. Commander Fan, I wish to see what other martial arts and techniques you possess here." Huang Xian turned his gaze towards Fan Lin. Li Tianhuang stepped forward and coldly inquired, "Does Master Huang wish to withdraw the Crimson Heart Army prematurely?" Clarifying matters in advance and optimizing operational efficiency, I am merely alleviating concerns for Commander Qi. Huang Xian did not conceal his intentions. Li Tianhuang spoke in a deep voice. "If that is the case, you may take the warehouse. But the Red Heart soldiers must remain." "Why?" Huang Xian inquired, his expression laced with skepticism. "The warehouse contains only inferior and intermediate martial arts techniques. Whereas these Red Heart soldiers have just acquired a unique advanced martial skill from me, a skill that is exclusively mine and cannot be disseminated within the military without my express permission. An advanced martial skill? Both Huang Xian and Fan Lin were taken aback. Third Prince, if you truly possess this remarkable technique, should you choose to present it? I could inform Commander Qi, allowing your Red Heart soldiers to maintain their independent status. Huang Xian's eyes gleamed with desire. The Qi family army serves as the backbone of the Qimen Pass, yet they are limited to practicing only inferior and intermediate martial arts, leading to a disparity in skill levels. If everyone were to master the advanced martial technique, the Qi family army would surge forth like a relentless tide, emerging as a formidable force. Li Tianhuang smiled faintly and said, "All right, but as a mere strategist, I cannot place my trust in you. You should have Qi Jintian come personally to discuss with me." Chapter 10. The Golden Shield Formation in a bid to preserve the Red Heart soldiers. Fan Lin sought out Qi Jintian early in the morning, pleading for leniency. However, Qi Jintian did not acquiesce and instead instructed Huang Xian to oversee the matter. At that moment, upon hearing Li Tianhuang's disdainful words, Huang Xian felt a deep humiliation wash over him. "Your Highness, how can it be that you do not trust me?" "The esteemed chief strategist of the Qimen Pass?" Huang Xian exclaimed, bewildered. Li Tianhuang chuckled coldly, declaring, "You are not worthy to engage in discourse with me." Huang Xian was taken aback, his initial astonishment swiftly morphing into indignation. After all, he was a military strategist, while Li Tianhuang was merely a forsaken prince, a patricide rejected by the royal family. This audacity left him feeling slighted. Suppressing his ire, Huang Xian replied with a forced smile. "I believe it is unnecessary for Commander Qi to come in person for this matter, is it not? Without his presence, there is no point in further discussion." Li Tianhuang had firmly resolved to preserve the Red Heart soldiers. If he were to easily relinquish his martial skills, what would happen if Huang Xian turned against him later? "Tianhuang, do you truly possess the Grandmaster martial arts?" Fan Lin questioned, his face etched with skepticism. "Indeed, who can ascertain whether you genuinely wield such prowess? If not, you shall bear the consequences of misleading military intelligence," Huang Xian threatened ominously. At that moment, Fan Luoying stepped forward, declaring, "Father, I can attest that the third prince has indeed imparted to us a form of Grandmaster boxing technique." "I too can bear witness," another voice chimed in. "The Grandmaster boxing technique is real, and we have all practiced it." A chorus of Red Heart soldiers echoed their support for Li Tianhuang, firmly standing by his side. Fan Lin was taken aback. His soldiers, who had previously dismissed Li Tianhuang with disdain, were now vociferously defending him. This indicated that he truly possessed the Grandmaster martial arts. If this could secure the Red Heart soldiers, it might indeed be a shrewd strategy. Observing the unfolding situation, Huang Xian found himself at a loss for words. Li Tianhuang was once the prince of the celestial realm, possessing formidable martial skills of the highest order, a fact beyond reproach. However, the other party was impervious to persuasion, making it exceedingly difficult for him to extract anything from them. "Very well. I shall report to Commander Qi. Let us hope you are not merely seeking to delay," Huang Xian said with resignation. 3 days hence, the Red Heart soldiers within Qimen Pass would vanish entirely. Perhaps a singular martial technique of the highest level could alter the course of events. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Xian abandoned the storeroom and swiftly departed from the Red Heart encampment. Fan Lin, his face alight with joy, regarded Li Tianhuang with immense gratitude, expressing disbelief that, in this critical moment, it was Tianhuang who stepped forth to extricate him from peril. "Had it not been for you, my daughter and my comrades might have faced an unimaginable fate." Initially, he believed Li Tianhuang's words from the previous day were mere platitudes meant to console him. But now he realized there was indeed a solution. The lingering trepidation on Fan Luoying's fair visage had yet to dissipate. While the Red Heart soldiers cast their gazes upon Li Tianhuang, their eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions, Li Tianhuang arrived early to instruct them in martial arts. Leaving them perplexed, it turned out that his intentions were deeply rooted in preparation for this matter, showcasing his earnest dedication. "Li Tianhuang, I extend my sincerest apologies for my previous actions, yet if you wish to alter my perception of you, it is utterly impossible." Fan Luoying reverted to her previously frigid demeanor. Li Tianhuang ultimately proves to be a parricidal wretch, embodying the essence of malevolence. She harbors no gratitude towards him. Fan Lin furrowed her brow and remarked, "Luoying, why do you still behave in this manner? Your perception of me is your own concern." Li Tianhuang paid her no heed, turning away and vanishing from the sight of the crowd. Meanwhile, Huang Xian found himself at the residence of Commander Qi Jintian. I pay my respects to Commander Qi. In the Grand Hall, Huang Xian bowed respectfully to a middle-aged man sporting a handlebar mustache. This man, tall and imposing with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuded an air of authority. He was none other than Qi Jintian, the supreme commander of the Qi family's military force and the highest official within the Qimen Pass. Qi Jintian took a sip of tea and inquired nonchalantly, "Military advisor Huang, have the matters concerning the Red Heart Army been resolved?" "Not yet," Huang Xian replied candidly. "Prince Li Tianhuang has imparted a supreme martial technique to the Red Heart Army, using this as a pretext to refuse integration into our main military force." "Supreme martial technique?" Qi Jintian nearly spluttered his tea. Huang Xian continued, "The martial techniques within our Qimen Pass are merely of the lower and intermediate tiers. That supreme martial technique is proprietary to Li Tianhuang, and we have no right to demand it. Then inform them that should they surrender the supreme martial technique, we will consider allowing the Red Heart Army to remain intact. I have conveyed this, but Li Tianhuang does not trust me. He insists that you personally negotiate with him." Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger ignited within Qi Jintian, and he slammed his hand on the table. "That parasital beast dares to request my presence? Does he still believe himself to be the former prince of the Celestial Kingdom?" Huang Xian added, "It is said that this is a form of boxing. If it could be popularized within the army, our Qi family's military would undoubtedly be invincible." Qi Jintian nodded in agreement, fully aware of the significance a supreme martial technique holds for a military force. In this world, true power resides in those capable of single-handedly sweeping through legions. If an entire army comprises such individuals, they could easily overpower all adversaries. "Very well, for the sake of this supreme martial technique, I shall personally seek him out." The anger on Qi Jintian's face gradually faded as he turned to Huang Xian and said, "Later today, you shall accompany me." "Yes." Huang Xian bowed deeply. Li Tianhuang paid little heed to when Qi Jintian would seek him out. After departing from the Qixing barracks, he made his way to the Bei barracks, where he briefly examined the newly forged weapons in the armory and offered a few pointers to the array of blacksmiths before heading towards the camp of the Qi array soldiers. The duty of the Qi array soldiers was to maintain the defensive formations of the Qimen Pass. Being merely a checkpoint, the Qimen Pass did not require extensive fortification. Thus only a layer of the Golden Shield formation was employed. This formation served to reinforce the city walls and diminish the destructive power of siege engines or beasts against them. It could be deemed one of the most commonplace defensive arrangements. 2 months prior, a small contingent from the Western K Immortal Kingdom had harassed the Qimen Pass, resulting in a massive breach in the wall caused by a rampaging unicorn rhinoceros, with the Golden Shield formation proving utterly ineffective. Li Tianhuang attributed this failure to the inadequacy of the formation itself. "What business does that worthless prince have here? He is likely here to stir trouble. I heard he assaulted someone in the Bei barracks armory yesterday, displaying a most brazen demeanor. Such a brute. He would dare to slay his own father for the sake of ascending the throne, and now he is causing chaos everywhere, a true harbinger of misfortune. It is fortunate that this ruffian has not become the new immortal emperor. Otherwise, our Eastern Lin Immortal Kingdom would surely meet its demise at his hands." As expected, upon his arrival, Li Tianhuang was met with a barrage of insults and ridicule from the Qi array soldiers, perhaps having heard of his altercation the previous day. They kept their distance, none daring to confront him. "Your Highness, the third prince, what brings you here on such a day?" A refined young man approached him, greeting Li Tianhuang with a courteous bow. Li Tianhuang cast a glance at the young man, whose amiable demeanor evoked a refreshing spring breeze. This was none other than Zhao Xingru, the son of the esteemed General Zhao Chang of the Qi array corps. "Where is your father?" inquired Li Tianhuang. Zhao Xingru replied respectfully, "My father is currently engaged with several array masters in maintaining the core of the formation." "Perfect. Then lead me to the core of the formation. I wish to conduct an inspection myself," Li Tianhuang stated, clarifying his intent. Zhao Xingru's expression shifted slightly, for he was aware that Li Tianhuang had utilized the pretext of inspecting weapons the previous day to create a tumult at the Bei armory, even going so far as to entangle the armory steward and preemptively withdraw a month's worth of military pay, realizing that refusal would result in relentless pursuit. He adopted a mindset of avoiding unnecessary trouble. With a courteous gesture, he invited, "Your Highness, please follow me." Li Tianhuang felt a slight surprise. Zhao Xingru did not exclude him as Lu Guangyuan had. Although the former appeared respectful, Li Tianhuang discerned that Zhao Xingru possessed far greater depth of character than Lu Guangyuan. Without further contemplation, Li Tianhuang followed him directly onto the city wall. Typically, a formation consists of a core, a foundation, and flags. More intricate formations may also include a focal point, while the simplest formations require only flags. For instance, the Golden Shield array at Chimen Pass comprises merely the core and the flags, regardless of the number of components. The elements of a formation are adorned with runes that necessitate the meticulous craftsmanship of a formation master well-versed in these symbols, who then arranges them astutely according to the formation diagram and the laws of nature and geomancy. Upon ascending the city wall, they entered a relatively modest tower. Inside, a bald man and several formation masters were adjusting the mechanism of the formation's core. "Father, the third prince has arrived," Zhao Xingru announced. The bald man, Zhao Chong, the commander of the Qijin army and Zhao Xingru's father, lifted his gaze toward Li Tianhuang, promptly ceasing his tasks to respectfully bow to Li Tianhuang, greeting him as the third prince. Li Tianhuang's gaze shifted as he noticed that Zhao Chang's demeanor was remarkably consistent with that of his son. The several array masters, clearly filled with disdain for Li Tianhuang, refrained from voicing their thoughts and instead followed Zhao Chang in bowing respectfully. "There is no need for excessive formalities. I have come today merely to inspect the array," Li Tianhuang stated. Zhao Chang offered a slight smile, providing no opposition, and respectfully replied, "Your Highness, please proceed." The other array masters also stepped aside, clearing a path for Li Tianhuang. Li Tianhuang remained oblivious to any anomalies as he approached the heart of the formation, placing his hand upon the core disc for a meticulous examination. The components that constituted the formation were initially forged by the artisans of weaponry and subsequently entrusted to the formation masters. Thus, while the arrangement of the formation is one aspect, the quality of the components is another. The eighth spirit of the instrument transformed into a liquid, silently permeating the components. Within Li Tianhuang's mind, the voice of the metallic girl, Ming Ming, immediately resonated. "Master, the components are made of ordinary dark iron, with a flexibility of less than 20%. Li Tianhuang silently nodded, retracting the spirit soul number 8, and continued to scrutinize the array runes intricately carved on the surface of the array components. After a brief moment, Zhao Chong, with a beaming smile, inquired, "Your Highness, the core of the array should be in order, correct?" "Humph, concealing a dead rat while pretending to hunt. Only an array master can truly comprehend the array runes, and only they can discern any issues within the array. What could he possibly uncover?" Beside them, an array master stroked his beard, wearing an air of arrogance. Zhao Chong and his son Zhao Xingru maintained a facade of calmness, yet their hearts brimmed with disdain. The art of array formation is exceedingly intricate. To observe an array, one must first grasp the array runes, or at the very least, be able to interpret the array diagram, and further understand the patterns of geographical and feng shui changes. Otherwise, it is akin to a dog gazing at the stars, utterly oblivious to their significance. In their eyes, Li Tianhuang was merely posturing. How could he possibly comprehend the complexities involved? Li Tianhuang lifted his head and calmly remarked, "Commander Zhao, the surface of the core components of the formation exhibits a dense array of cracks, indicating a toughness of barely 20%. It is no wonder that the Golden Shield formation is so fragile." After a brief pause, he continued, "However, this is not entirely your fault. The components were initially crafted by Lu Quan of the base soldiers." Zhao Chang and Zhao Xingru exchanged puzzled glances, unable to grasp Li Tianhuang's intention. If the components were the responsibility of Lu Quan, then why not seek him out? What relevance did this have to them? The nearby formation masters wore expressions of derision, expecting Li Tianhuang to offer some profound insights, only to find his words utterly disconnected from the subject at hand. Truly, he was an outsider. What he spoke bore no relation to the formation. They suggested he seek a wall to repent, rather than waste time here, for they had no leisure to indulge him. The formation masters were unwilling to bestow any semblance of kindness upon Li Tianhuang, openly mocking him. Despite their confusion regarding the courteous demeanor of the Zhao commander and his son, they believed that given Li Tianhuang's grave offenses against his father, he ought to be seeking atonement rather than parading about and seeking attention. Li Tianhuang's expression darkened as he cast a sweeping glance over the several array masters before him. A cold smile crept onto his lips as he remarked, "You are but first-tier array masters, blinded by your own arrogance. I hold no grudge against you, but the array runes inscribed here are evidently incomplete. What? How dare you insult us? Who is it that is truly blind?" One replied indignantly, "Indeed, we are first-tier array masters, yet within this mystical gate, none possess a deeper understanding of arrays than us. You, a mere waste, could not possibly discern the completeness of the array runes. Li Tianhuang's words incited a flurry of agitation among the several array masters present. Had it not been for the intervention of Zhao Chang and his son, they might have resorted to violence. Zhao Chang and his son regarded Li Tianhuang with a modicum of respect, yet they would never stoop to acknowledge this despised traitor, loathed by all. Everyone, let us remain composed. We guard the frontier for the sake of our homeland, and there is no need to turn against our own, Zhao Chang implored. The Golden Shield formation at Chimen Pass was maintained solely by their efforts. Without them, the entire array would falter, rendering it incapable of withstanding invading foes. Humph. Does he even dare to call himself one of us? The greatest sage emperor of the 5 dynasties met his demise at the hands of this ungrateful wretch. He deserves nothing less than 1,000 deaths. Who among us would consider him one of our own? The array masters were incensed, pounding their chests in indignation. Filled with righteous fury, Li Tianhuang's demeanor remained tranquil and unruffled. He discerned the genuine anger emanating from several individuals. In a certain sense, having slain the 5 dynasties' immortal emperor. Those who harbored the deepest resentment towards him were, paradoxically, those most profoundly attached to their homeland. Gradually turning, he grasped a carving knife from the shelf and took up a spare formation component, retreating to a corner where he began to carve in silence. The spare formation component was a cube, no larger than a thumb, its surface intricately etched with thousands of patterns. These were the formation runes. These runes, considered primordial script, had been passed down from the distant era of barbarism, resonating with the will of the world. Typically, in practice, the original component would be extracted from the core of the formation, replaced with the spare component, allowing the runes to automatically activate their effects and channel the forces of heaven and earth. Different formations manifested varying expressions of these forces, yielding defensive, offensive, or concealing effects. Among others, was he attempting to compensate for the absent formation runes? Zhao Chang and his son Zhao Xingru both exhibited an expression of peculiar astonishment. The surface of this component was already inscribed with formation runes. How could there possibly be any deficiencies? Alas, he was dismantling the spare component, and the runes we painstakingly carved were thus being obliterated. Li Tianhuang paid no attention to the crowd, remaining fully immersed in his carving. The mastery of formations begins with the comprehension and application of formation runes, akin to a child of 5 or 6 years old beginning to recognize characters. With a few characters, one can construct a simple sentence, and with thousands, one can compose an entire essay. This forms the foundational step into the realm of formation masters. The second foundation lies in a profound understanding of geography and feng shui, essential for arranging formations. The third foundation is the ability to interpret diagrams, to comprehend formation charts, and to retain them in one's memory. It is permissible to forget them, as long as one can arrange the formations according to the diagrams. One qualifies as a competent formation master. Among these, the most arduous task is the carving of formation runes. Chapter 12. 2-star formation master carving formation runes onto formation components is entirely distinct from inscribing spiritual energy imprints into a battle blade. The inscribed spiritual energy imprint resides within the blade, an intangible essence sensed solely through spiritual awareness, demanding immense mental exertion during the engraving process. In contrast, formation runes are vividly visible to the naked eye, presenting a significant challenge to both technique and mental focus during carving. The more refined one's skill and the stronger one's soul energy, the denser the carved formation runes become. To the assembly of 1-star formation masters, it was inconceivable that Li Tianhuang was a formation master, especially after his cultivation had been rendered void. The notion of carving formation runes seemed utterly impossible, let alone compensating for any deficiencies. Amidst their disdainful gazes, Li Tianhuang devoted nearly an hour to meticulously complete the carving of the formation runes. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, he tossed the component to one of the formation masters and remarked nonchalantly, "Originally, you inscribed a mere 1,300 runes upon this. Now, count how many are engraved." The formation master, with a face full of derision, blew away the impurities and dust from the component and began to count carefully. A component the size of a thumb, inscribed with 1,300 formation runes, was already remarkably dense. For an ordinary person, it was not merely difficult to count, but nearly impossible to discern, perhaps only visible through a magnifying lens. Li Tianhuang subsequently added a portion to the foundation, making the task even more arduous. Soon, the expression of the formation master shifted dramatically, the mockery in his demeanor evaporating as he discerned the underlying truth. So, did he recklessly sketch on the components? inquired another formation master nearby. Silence, do not disturb me. The formation master frowned, his gaze fixated on the component in his hands. Ultimately, he had no choice but to don the pendant hanging from his chest and continue his meticulous counting. After a considerable time, he lifted his head, his face reflecting sheer incredulity. A total of 1,937, yet you have remarkably added 637 more. How is that possible? Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, especially the other formation masters, their faces etched with skepticism, clearly unable to believe it. The component had long been saturated with formation runes. How could there possibly be new gaps to carve additional runes? Snatching the component, others began to count as well, only to reveal their astonishment at the truth. Indeed, there were 637 additional formation runes. Are you truly a 2-star formation master? One of the formation masters gazed at Li Tianhuang in shock. Do not speak so assuredly. Let us first see if it works. Someone replaced the component into the formation core and reactivated the array. The runes were swiftly activated, and a resonating hum filled the air as the immense power of heaven and earth cascaded down, enveloping the entire Qimen Pass. From an external perspective, a faint golden phantom appeared on the walls of Qimen Pass, as if golden armor were embedded within the fortifications. Remarkably, it worked. The additional 600 runes provided by the third prince enhanced the overall defense of the golden shield array by nearly 20%. Should all components be supplemented similarly, the defense of the golden shield array would surely surpass 90%. Incredible! Merely by carving formation runes, we are outmatched by the third prince, one formation master exclaimed. Filled with excitement and deep reflection, the disparity in the formation runes was sufficient to demonstrate that Li Tianhuang was at least a 2-star formation master, a rarity within Qimen Pass. Third prince, I apologize for any prior offense. One must be truthful, though you are a parricidal rebel in terms of formations. Your expertise indeed surpasses ours. At this moment, several formation masters acknowledged Li Tianhuang's abilities, akin to junior students revering their seniors in a scholarly setting. Third prince, since you are a 2-star formation master, why not come work at our Qijin barracks in the future? General Zhao Chong approached with a cheerful demeanor, extending an invitation to him. Li Tianhuang pondered briefly before responding, I can consider coming by daily to offer guidance. The golden shield formation requires fortification, and the proficiency of these formation masters must be enhanced. Zhao Chang continued to smile and remarked, from now on, third prince, you shall be the steward of the core of my extraordinary formations and troops. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Chang discreetly gestured to his son, Zhao Xingru, who promptly understood and retrieved a parcel, presenting it forth. Third prince, this contains 50 pieces of spirit stone, serving as the military stipend my father is providing you for this month. Li Tianhuang was momentarily taken aback. Before he could utter a word, Zhao Chang and his son had already fulfilled all his desires. It seemed almost too effortless. Did this father and son truly admire him? Or had they heard of his exploits at the armory the previous day? Throughout their interaction, the duo had shown him the utmost deference, which only fueled his suspicion. As he received the package containing the spirit stone, Li Tianhuang felt an increasing sense of unease. If it were Fan Lin, it would be comprehensible, as he had once been indebted to Fan Lin, and it was only natural for Fan Lin to reciprocate kindness. However, regarding Zhao Chang and his son, there was no prior acquaintance. Despite being a prince, he had been cast aside by the royal family, and they had no reason to fawn over him or idolize him blindly. Instead of ingratiating themselves with him, they would be better off currying favor with Qi Jintian. In Li Tianhuang's perspective, they should harbor resentment towards him like everyone else. He was a notorious parricide, and the more compliant they appeared, the more unnatural it seemed. Having lived for several 100,000 years, he was not oblivious to human nature. This father and son certainly harbored ulterior motives, and he must remain vigilant. After offering some guidance to a few array masters, Li Tianhuang left behind a recipe for crafting array components. The original components lacked sufficient toughness. If they were too brittle, even the strongest array would collapse under pressure. Later, Zhao Chang would take the recipe and personally consult Lu Quan at the Bay Armory. Li Tianhuang was disinterested in such trifles. After departing from the armory, he made his way to the Xian Sub barracks to exchange for more spirit stones and elixirs. Father, the 3 men we sent to assassinate Li Tianhuang have been missing without a trace. I suspect they have been dealt with by him. Furthermore, after yesterday's failed assassination, I believe Li Tianhuang harbors some unknown secret, Zhao Xingru said coldly, shedding his usual scholarly demeanor. Zhao Chang's expression mirrored the sinister shift. Perhaps this was their true nature. On the surface, they feigned respect to avoid arousing Li Tianhuang's suspicion. The three missing individuals Zhao Xingru mentioned were the same three coachmen who had attempted to ambush Li Tianhuang the other day. They had already met their demise at Li Tianhuang's hands and had been secretly disposed of by Fan Lin. There's no need to dwell on that. Our task is to assassinate Li Tianhuang. Once the deed is done, we can return to the imperial capital and report to the crown prince, Zhao Chang said. Rubbing his bald head, his demeanor laced with cold resolve. Li Tianhuang could never have imagined that Zhao Chang and his son were the true culprits secretly dispatched by the grand prince to assassinate him. Instead, Li Tianhuang mistakenly believed that Qi Jintian was merely a pawn of the grand prince. Send a few more people over. This time, we cannot afford to fail. I refuse to believe that this unremarkable third prince can possess extraordinary abilities, Zhao Chang commanded. Zhao Xingru respectfully acknowledged the order. I shall make the necessary arrangements at once. Chapter 13. Negotiations within the military camp. There was no shortage of desperate individuals. As long as the remuneration was sufficient to ensure a life of comfort for their wives and children, many would willingly sacrifice their lives. Zhao Xingru had adeptly utilized this strategy, recruiting several more assassins as he plotted another attempt on Li Tianhuang's life. Li Tianhuang remained completely oblivious to the events unfolding around him. Although he sensed a shadowy presence tailing him, he habitually disregarded it. He was no longer the same Li Tianhuang of yore. To take his life would not be an easy feat. Upon arriving at the medicinal herb and spirit stone trading post within the Xuanzi military camp, he encountered the very young attendant who had previously suffered his wrath. Upon sighting Li Tianhuang, the attendant's face contorted with a blend of resentment and trepidation, his fingers still tingling with the pain of past reprimands. 3 essence cleansing pills. He stammered, and I require all the remaining spirit stones. Li Tianhuang let out a cold smile, tossing 50 spirit stones onto the counter. While the enhancement of one's cultivation is undeniably important, the body must also be meticulously honed, for it is the foundation, without a solid base. Even the highest cultivation is susceptible to collapse. In his previous life, as the revered blade master, he had deeply understood this principle. In this lifetime, he resolved to proceed with caution and diligence. The young servant displayed an evident reluctance on his face, yet fearing another outburst from Li Tianhuang. He could only obediently retrieve the elixirs and spirit stones. Thank you, Li Tianhuang said, taking the items and turning to leave. What a beast, the servant muttered inwardly. Murdering his own father without a shred of remorse and still bullying others. If I were him, I would have long since thrown myself to my demise. Watching Li Tianhuang's retreating figure, the servant felt a wave of frustration. After taking a few steps, Li Tianhuang suddenly turned around, startling the servant, who feared he had been overheard. Casting a glance at the Xuanzi barracks, Li Tianhuang contemplated, I still lack sufficient funds. Perhaps I should concoct some elixirs and arrange a task for Liao Yuhai. Ever since gaining benefits from Lu Quan, he had gradually found himself increasingly drawn to such endeavors. The primary issue was his dire need for money. Cultivating was an insatiable abyss that required a continuous influx of resources. Li Tianhuang, why are you still loitering here? Commander Qi has been waiting for you for an hour. Just then, Fan Luoying hurriedly approached from a distance, her delicate face etched with urgency and displeasure. Oh. Li Tianhuang let out a nonchalant "oh," then turned to Fan Luoying and waved his hand, suggesting they proceed to meet Qi Jintian. He had initially intended to seek Liao Yuhai for alchemy, but since Fan Luoying had come to find him, he would have to postpone it until the following day. Fan Luoying's delicate willow-like brows furrowed deeply. She was taken aback by Li Tianhuang's indifferent response. It was one thing to have Commander Qi wait for him, but the lack of apprehension he displayed was perplexing. Observing his carefree demeanor, she could not comprehend his actions, wandering aimlessly without purpose. Walk faster, Fan Luoying urged, glancing back occasionally to shoot a glare at Li Tianhuang. Li Tianhuang remained vigilant, seemingly oblivious to Fan Luoying's taunts, maintaining a steady pace. Thus, the two of them, one in front of the other, returned to the Red Heart barracks. Upon lifting the military tent and stepping inside, numerous gazes turned toward them. Fan Lin stood respectfully to the side, while seated in the main position was a commanding middle-aged man with a distinct mustache, flanked by 3 individuals, the strategist Huang, the captain Yao Wenlong, and a tall, handsome young man with piercing eyes radiating arrogance, the son of Qi Jintian, Qi Feng. Yao Wenlong's face was wrapped in bandages, leaving only his eyes visible, which were filled with a somber expression. after keenly sensing the spiritual energy emanating from the mustachioed middle-aged man. Li Huang revealed a barely perceptible smirk. He recognized this individual as Qi Jintian, the highest authority of the Qimen Pass, whose internal energy had already manifested into power, marking him as a formidable spiritual master. "What have you been doing, Li Huang, to keep the commander waiting for an hour?" Huang Xian immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Li Huang casually found a place to sit and remarked indifferently, "As the third prince, I am naturally burdened with official duties. What harm is there in asking Commander Qi to wait a moment?" With a venomous glare, Yao Wendong retorted, pretentious as ever. "What business could a worthless prince like you possibly have?" The tall young man beside him wore an expression of disdain, fixing his gaze upon Li Huang. "My father is the highest official of Qimen Pass, and yet you, as a subordinate, do not even offer a bow upon encountering him. Have you truly lost all sense of propriety, righteousness, and honor?" Li Huang cast a sidelong glance at Qi Feng, unable to suppress a derisive laugh. "Principles of propriety and morality? As a prince, should it not be you who pays homage to me? Huh? You, who have committed the heinous act of patricide, devoid of all conscience, still dare to call yourself a prince? Still dare to speak of propriety and righteousness?" Qi Feng responded with a cold smirk, his words sharp and incisive, utterly disregarding Li Huang. "Patricide?" Li Huang narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Qi Feng, unperturbed as he inquired, "Did you witness it?" On that fateful day when his father met a tragic end in the palace, he himself had been stripped of his powers, and since he was the sole witness, the crown prince had forcefully placed the blame of patricide upon him. The royal family believed it unwaveringly. Yet nearly everyone overlooked a crucial detail. No one had witnessed the demise of the fifth-generation immortal emperor. Under the scrutiny of those ancient, venerable eyes, Qi Feng felt a flicker of trepidation rising within him, not of Li Huang himself, but rather of those piercing eyes. Your crimes of patricide are already an established fact. Otherwise, you would not have been relegated to this desolate location. What further arguments could you possibly muster?" With a cold snort, Qi Feng averted his gaze, unwilling to meet Li Huang's eyes again. "Enough. Let us cease this bickering," Qi Jintian interjected with urgency. "I have come today primarily to discuss the ownership of that supreme martial technique with the third prince, so refrain from squabbling over other matters." Once he spoke, silence enveloped the military tent. Both Qi Feng and Yao Wendong exchanged cold smiles. Their mention of these topics was merely a tactic to intimidate Li Huang. Qi Jintian's intervention was born from an understanding of how sensitive the matter of patricide was to Li Huang. Should he provoke him and refuse to surrender the supreme martial technique, the repercussions would be significant. "Third prince, my personal visit signifies my sincerity, does it not?" Qi Jintian regarded Li Huang with a slight smile. "If you agree to hand over that supreme martial technique for the training of everyone in the Qi family army, I shall promise to retain the Red Heart soldiers, and General Fan shall continue in his position. What say you?" Li Huang cast a glance over, his voice gentle as he remarked, "I fear that Commander Qi may not uphold his word and may regret his decision later. Rest assured, I, the esteemed leader of the Qimen Pass, am not one to speak lightly," Qi Jintian replied, thumping his chest with a tone of unwavering conviction. "Might you elucidate why you have suddenly taken it upon yourself to disband the Qixin army? Surely, it cannot merely be for the sake of enhancing efficiency?" A hint of intrigue appeared on Li Huang's face. Fan Lin had once mentioned that a confidential letter from Qi Jintian had been dispatched from the royal palace. If this matter bore no connection to the crown prince, Li Huang would categorically refuse to believe it. Of course, it is for the sake of improving efficiency. What else could it be? Qi Feng interjected hastily. Qi Jintian remained silent, evidently acquiescing to this interpretation. Li Huang gazed at the father and son before him, a flicker of disappointment evident in his eyes. Their unwillingness to be forthcoming left him with no recourse to press further. With a slight sigh, he returned to the matter at hand and spoke. "The martial art I teach is called the Swift Shadow Fist, consisting of 9 distinct forms. To prevent any treachery, I shall impart one form every month to the Qi family's army until the entire technique is conveyed. If you deem this arrangement acceptable, we shall proceed forthwith." It was only natural for the Red Heart soldier to oversee the techniques and personally instruct in the Swift Shadow Fist. However, upon hearing this, Qi Feng and Yao Wendong were immediately agitated. A monthly lesson equated to a stranglehold on Qi Jintian, should he wish to dismiss the Red Heart soldier. He would have to wait 9 months. Chapter 14. Is it not time to offer some remuneration? 1 form a month? Are you milking a cow? Yao Wenlong could not suppress his outburst. Qi Feng echoed his dissatisfaction, asserting, "We never asked for your instruction. We expect you to hand over the entire manual." Both men adopted an aggressive stance, believing that Li Tianhuang should provide the martial art without conditions. A hint of displeasure also surfaced on Qi Jintian's stern visage. The swift shadow fist? He rummaged through his memories, recalling the numerous martial techniques he had encountered as a commander, yet he had never heard of this particular fist style. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Qi Jintian inquired. Only instruction is permissible, otherwise, the matter is closed. Li Tianhuang maintained his composure. He was not foolish. What if he surrendered his martial arts only to have the other party betray him? This was a profound technique of the highest caliber. And within the entire northern military encampment, soldiers were restricted to cultivating only inferior and intermediate martial arts, while the generals could aspire to learn only superior techniques at most. It was outrageous. One should not presume that being a prince grants one the right to disregard others. Yao Wenlong, with his fiery temperament, was on the verge of an outburst, yet he was restrained by Qi Jintian's gesture. It is not unfeasible, but you must impart it without reservation, leaving no secrets behind. Qi Jintian stated calmly, opting for compromise. After all, this was a technique of the highest level. It was rare to find anyone in the northern military capable of mastering even the basics of such advanced arts. Naturally, this was all in the name of defending the homeland and enhancing the combat prowess of the soldiers, an obligation I cannot shirk. Then it is settled, starting tomorrow. My son Qi Feng and the 3 lieutenants by my side will come to learn this martial art from you. Qi Jintian had to alter his strategy, allowing Qi Feng and the 3 lieutenants to learn first, before passing it on to the 5,000 soldiers of the Qi family army. Among the lieutenants beside him, apart from Yao Wenlong, there were 2 others. However, Li Tianhuang's expression suddenly turned icy as he pointed at Yao Wenlong and declared, "Qi Feng and the other 2 lieutenants may learn, but I will not teach you, Yao Wenlong." "Why should you refuse to teach me, you insolent brat?" Yao Wenlong retorted. His face contorted with anger. Li Tianhuang let out a cold laugh, questioning, "Are you not aware of your own previous actions?" At that moment, Yao Wenlong's gaze faltered. Recalling his earlier indiscretions towards Fan Luoying and the insults hurled at Li Tianhuang, which had irrevocably offended him, how could Li Tianhuang ever accept him? Meanwhile, Huang lowered his head and whispered a few words into Qi Jintian's ear. Upon hearing this, Qi Jintian's expression darkened, and he shot a fierce glare at Yao Wenlong before rising and leading the group out of the military tent. "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggested." Qi Jintian conceded, recognizing that he could only acquiesce to Li Tianhuang's words. "Hold on." Li Tianhuang suddenly called out to them. Qi Jintian turned around. "Is there anything else?" Li Tianhuang paused for a moment and said, "This is, after all, a grand martial skill that belongs solely to me. Now that I am offering it up, shouldn't I receive some form of reward?" Li Tianhuang, "Do not push your luck," Qi Feng retorted, angered and humiliated. Li Tianhuang shrugged indifferently and remarked, "For the next 9 months, I shall rise early and toil to instruct you all. A token of compensation is warranted. I aim to set a precedent within the military, so that should anyone reap benefits in the future, they too may act selflessly, like myself." He scoffed. "Selflessly? No, this is mere pettiness. As a prince, especially one who serves the nation and its people, it is unacceptable to not willingly contribute, and to even seek monetary reward is utterly despicable. Truly, a small-minded individual blinded by greed." Qi Feng, Huang, and Yao Wenlong all directed their disdainful gazes towards Li Tianhuang. Qi Jintian, suppressing his ire, managed to force a smile and inquired, "How much does the 3rd prince intend to demand?" "You may decide," Li Tianhuang replied with a smile. "I shall instruct Huang Jusher to deliver it to the 3rd prince." Qi Jintian did not refuse. As the leader of Qimen Pass, he was never in want of funds. "Commander Qi, take your time," Fan Lin said, bowing as he saw them off. As they watched the group depart, Fan Lin and Fan Luoying, who had remained silent throughout, finally exhaled in relief. Although Qi Jintian's intention to withdraw the Red Heart Army had been resolved by Li Tianhuang, the Red Heart Army still retained control over martial skills and techniques, and Fan Lin remained their commander. The Qi family troops would learn a singular advanced boxing technique, and for at least the next 9 months, Qi Jintian would not dare act rashly against the Red Heart Army. 9 months was ample time for Li Tianhuang to rise. "Tianhuang, I owe you a great debt. You have safeguarded my position as commander and preserved the lives of my 100 or so brothers," Fan Lin said. Bowing deeply to Li Tianhuang, filled with gratitude, Years prior, Li Tianhuang had saved his life, and now he had salvaged the entire Red Heart army. Li Tianhuang, too, felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Fan Lin. Carrying the stigma of patricide, his cultivation devastated and relegated to this desolate place, beset by countless sneers and taunts. He would have faced dire straits had it not been for Fan Lin's shelter. Thank you for extricating my father from his predicament. But your recent demand for money has truly disappointed me, Fan Luoying expressed, her complex emotions betraying a hint of distaste. Initially, Li Tianhuang's preservation of the Red Heart army had slightly altered her perception of him, yet his request for payment had instantly diminished her regard, shattering the remnants of her goodwill. Fan Lin paused and admonished, Luoying, one who does not manage a household cannot comprehend the worth of basic necessities. Tianhuang is in a difficult position. You ought to show understanding. Commander Fan, do not blame her, he added. Li Tianhuang smiled faintly and rose from the military tent. Upon returning to his quarters, he sat cross-legged, his gaze narrowing slightly. Could it be that the one who attempted to assassinate me was not Qi Jintian? Doubts swirled within him. Just moments ago, he had faced Qi Jintian directly. Despite Yao Wenlong and Qi Feng's menacing demeanor, Qi Jintian remained composed and reserved, revealing no hint of duplicity in his demeanor. With the vast experience accumulated over countless millennia, the Blade's sovereign discerned no overt malice in those eyes. It is well known that those who harbor a constant desire to kill cannot conceal the murderous intent that flickers within their gaze. Finding no clarity in his thoughts, he chose to abandon them. Li Tianhuang retrieved medicinal pills and spiritual stones, preparing to commence his cultivation. In this world, it is only through formidable strength that one can remain unafraid of lurking dangers. After consuming the cleansing marrow pill, he activated the 9 Heaven Star art to refine his physical form. A gentle breeze began to stir within the camp, and boundless celestial power surged into Li Tianhuang's body. Simultaneously, he commanded the spirit of tool number 8 to extract the tool insect, allowing it to absorb the spiritual energy from the stones, which then coursed through the pores into his 24 meridians, continuing to open his acupoints. Resources were exceedingly scarce. Of the 108 acupoints, only 20 had been developed into elixir points, a pace that was exceptionally slow for him. Typically, cultivators guide spiritual energy through their techniques, whereas the tool insect could serve as a substitute for such methods, transporting spiritual energy into his body and mimicking the effects of the third transition spiritual swirl pill to assist in the opening of acupoints. Li Tianhuang could not help but admire the intellect of the Qi Zun, whose thoughts diverged from the norm. He had mechanized many aspects of cultivation, even transforming the Dantian, enabling an ordinary individual to metamorphose into a genius of martial arts. This time, the supply of spirit stones was limited, having only opened 6 dantians, amounting to a total of 26, equivalent to 2.5 dantians. The spiritual energy within had accumulated another layer, reaching a total of 13 layers, thus entering the mid-stage of a grand martial artist. With the accumulation of spiritual energy, his cultivation underwent a profound transformation. However, the efficacy of the Shi Sui Dan would significantly diminish with continued consumption. Li Tianhuang mused that it was indeed time to seek out Lao Yu Hai. Without a first-grade Ji Yuan Dan, his progress would inevitably slow. Chapter 15. The mysterious dragon blade technique. As one ascends, the pace of cultivation becomes increasingly sluggish, demanding ever greater resources. In the future, the 108 spiritual apertures of Li Tianhuang will store an even more abundant essence of spiritual energy, necessitating the use of the first-grade golden yuan pill, a precious remedy that is rare and sought after in the realm of cultivation he experienced in his previous life. However, in the 9-star immortal domain, which exists in the form of an immortal nation, the concoction of such a pill is not overly arduous. In the afternoon, Huang, upon the command of Qi Jintian, arrived at the Red Heart barracks as promised. Your Highness, this is from Commander Qi. Huang instructed 2 soldiers to present a substantial box before Li Tianhuang. Subsequently, he retrieved a letter from his sleeve and handed it to Fan Lin. Upon opening the letter, Fan Lin's face revealed a gentle smile. Now he could rest assured. Qi Jintian had formally instructed that the Red Heart soldiers be retained, with Li Tianhuang responsible for imparting martial arts during the morning practice, while Qi Feng, along with 2 lieutenants and several instructors, were to arrive punctually at the Red Heart barracks for training. Thank you, Commander Huang. Li Tianhuang paid little heed to these matters. His focus remained steadfastly on the box. In the astonished gazes of Huang Xian and Fan Lin, Li Tianhuang effortlessly lifted the box with one hand and strode away. Governor Fan, I cannot help but feel that the third prince does not appear to have lost his cultivation, Huang Xian remarked, a look of skepticism upon his face. Fan Lin stroked his long beard and replied, I am not certain either. Tianhuang had once attained the level of an immortal. Perhaps his formidable strength lies in the fact that his physical prowess still endures. In Li Tianhuang's dantian, there was no fluctuation of spiritual energy, leaving no one daring to ascertain whether he possessed any cultivation. Huang Xian paused for a moment before continuing to Fan Lin, the last time the chief family army engaged in battle with the Western K Immortal Kingdom. They suffered a great defeat. Commander Qi has just announced that in a few days, a martial arts competition will be held to boost morale. Your daughter is a promising talent. She must take the initiative to participate. A martial arts competition? Fan Lin was momentarily taken aback. The official notice will be issued soon. It is said that the rewards for this competition are quite generous, Huang Xian remarked before taking his leave. A glimmer of determination shone in Fan Lin's eyes. He would certainly ensure his daughter participated in this martial arts competition. The military camp was unlike those secular sects where young individuals sought to distinguish themselves. One needed to demonstrate their capabilities to attract the attention of the higher-ups. This was a world thriving in cultivation, where every few years, a new crop of martial champions, runners-up, and third-place contenders would emerge. Every general and commander had risen from the ranks. Although this martial arts competition was not officially sanctioned, it held paramount importance for establishing one's reputation. As dusk descended, Li Tianhuang returned to his tent. He set down the box in his hands and lifted the lid, releasing a burst of purple light. Inside the box lay an orderly array of deep purple, oval-shaped stones, each the size of a thumb, glistening with radiance. These were spirit stones. Spirit stones, refined from purple gold ore, possessed a hard texture and bore an official seal, making them impossible to counterfeit. Initially regarded as luxury items, they had since become widely circulated, evolving into a universal currency. After a rough count, there were a total of 1,500 stones. The value of Li Tianhuang's great mortal technique far exceeds the mere sum of 1,500 spiritual stones. However, constrained by circumstances, he is compelled to sell it at a pittance. Qi Xintian, on the other hand, displays considerable generosity, and had he known earlier, Li Tianhuang would have asked for a greater sum. Despite his internal grievances, excitement fills his demeanor, for at last, he possesses wealth and is no longer troubled by the scarcity of cultivation resources. The night passed without incident. At dawn the following day, Li Tianhuang emerged from his tent early. The Bloodheart warriors had yet to commence their morning exercises, and Qi Feng and the others had not yet arrived. After grooming himself, he sought out an empty space to engage in solitary practice. After executing a round of the swift shadow fist, Li Tianhuang discerned an ever-deepening connection with his current physique. With a mere thought, the eighth weapon spirit materialized from his palm, coalescing into a formidable battle blade. Swish, swish, swish. The blade sliced through the air with a sound reminiscent of shattering silence. The draw blade technique, the suspended blade technique, the mountain cleaving technique. In Li Tianhuang's hands, the battle blade resembled a savage beast, darting forward like a gale, akin to an eagle soaring through the heavens. At times, it cleaved downwards, reminiscent of a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, and with a slash through the void, it evoked the image of a golden dragon ascending the clouds. Both agile and exquisite. Though these techniques represent the most rudimentary forms of swordplay, Li Tianhuang wielded them with an exuberance that brought their intricacies to life. As a master of the blade, he mastered every nuance of swordsmanship with impeccable precision. Though his physical form remained somewhat frail, the application of the mysterious dragon blade technique should suffice. Li Tianhuang mused to himself as he suddenly transformed the momentum of his blade, akin to a gentle breeze and fine rain, becoming soft and delicate, resembling a graceful maiden dancing lightly, a sight of exquisite beauty. Though it appeared feeble on the surface, the power concealed within the blade's momentum should not be underestimated. According to the martial arts system of this world, when measured against the might of the Su Nl Ing blade technique, it equates to a form of spirit master skill, and more specifically, it belongs to the upper echelon of spirit master techniques, representing a high-quality sword art. This technique comprises 13 forms, each with its own distinct style. It begins with a gentle and prolonged grace, reminiscent of a dragon soaring through the heavens, but ultimately transforms into a forceful and domineering display, immense in power and weight, as if possessing the might to cleave the heavens and shake the mountains and seas. At this moment, what Li Tianhuang was executing was merely the first 3 forms of the Xianlong blade technique. Nonetheless, due to the limitations of his physical body, each movement reverberated with cracking sounds, clearly indicating his inability to withstand the strain exerted by the techniques of a spiritual master. However, the initial forms possessed a relatively gentle potency, causing minimal impact on his physique, allowing him to execute them with some effort. Li Tianhuang pondered to himself that if only he could elevate his physical form a bit further, he would effortlessly master the art. After practicing the Xianlong sword technique several times, he was drenched in sweat. However, he paid no heed to this and strode directly out of the camp. In the distance, a vast clearing had gathered numerous figures. Over 100 Red Heart soldiers stood in orderly rows, each brimming with enthusiasm. Among them was Commander Fan Lin, standing alongside Fan Luoying, who was notably not clad in armor today. Adorned in a loose-fitting martial robe, her fair neck subtly revealed, she appeared even more dignified and graceful, enchanting in her beauty. On another side, a dozen unfamiliar faces could be seen, consisting of 2 lieutenants from the chief family army and several instructors. Li Tianhuang strode slowly before the assembly, the hearts of the loyal soldiers illuminated by a faint glimmer of admiration. The events of the previous day had spread like wildfire. It was Li Tianhuang who had employed a formidable technique of supreme boxing to safeguard the lives of the loyal warriors. Although their fondness for him remained markedly low, their perception had improved, no longer as dire as it once was. However, the newly appointed 2 deputy commanders and several instructors still bore expressions of disdain. Where was Qi Feng? Li Tianhuang's gaze swept through the crowd, failing to locate the son of Qi Jintian. Eventually, he turned his attention to the 2 deputy commanders, his eyes betraying a hint of suspicion. Young Master Qi has pressing matters to attend to and will not be present today, one of the deputy commanders replied coldly. Li Tianhuang furrowed his brow and, unable to contain his anger, exclaimed, "The military regulations are stringent. Any matters must be communicated in advance. How can one come and go as they please? I sincerely hope he refrains from returning. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to invoke military law against him." At these words, the 2 lieutenants and the gathered instructors were taken aback, astonished by Li Tianhuang's unexpected severity. After all, young Master Qi is the son of Commander Qi. Do you truly believe you can punish him? Indeed, Commander Qi merely instructed you to impart martial arts, yet you have not been granted any official title. What authority do you possess to impose military law upon young Master Qi? What of the royal son? He is but a treacherous parasite, seeking to wield his influence for intimidation. The members of the Qi family army could not help but chuckle derisively. Li Tianhuang is merely a worthless prince, infamous for his patricide, and lacks any qualification to exercise authority within the military, let alone punish Qi Feng. In the present circumstances at Qimen Pass, it is undeniable that Li Tianhuang's standing pales in comparison to that of Qi Jintian's son, Qi Feng. Nevertheless, the military is governed by its own laws. Regardless of one's status, any transgressions must be met with military discipline. Faced with the scorn of his peers, Li Tianhuang tilted his head and, with an air of indifference, responded with a smile, "Since I am the one imparting martial skills, you are all obliged to heed my instructions. If you are unwilling, it would be prudent to depart at once, for I have no desire to teach." He was not a submissive soul willing to endure public humiliation and scorn while being expected to instruct them. Why should he? Gentlemen, this is ultimately Commander Qi's directive. Military orders are akin to divine mandates. I believe it would be wise not to defy them. Fan Lin stepped forward, speaking gently to offer reassurance to the group, while Fan Luoying regarded them with slightly furrowed brows. Although Li Tianhuang is indeed deeply culpable, his current act of kindness towards everyone should not be met with scorn. The lamentations of a few individuals truly vexed her. Following this counsel, those individuals could not help but suppress their inner fury, promptly sealing their lips. Naturally, no one dared to defy Qi Jintian's command. Moreover, what Li Tianhuang imparted was a rare and profound martial art of the great vehicle. They were unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away, thus they chose to endure in silence, refraining from further complaints or opting to depart. Li Tianhuang let out a cold laugh. Indeed, the allure of the great ascension fist was irresistible. Confronted with immediate gains, most individuals find it exceedingly difficult to remain true to their principles. Fan Lin rejoined the ranks and addressed Li Tianhuang, saying, "Tianhuang, let us commence." Li Tianhuang nodded slightly, dismissing the presence of the others, and proceeded to assume his stance, gradually demonstrating the swift shadow fist. This was the first form, named Divine Ape Treads the Sea. For the past month, we have practiced solely this form. The extent of your mastery depends on your innate talent, Li Tianhuang remarked calmly. The individuals in the arena began to emulate his movements with varying degrees of proficiency. The techniques of mortals differ fundamentally from those of spiritual masters. The latter emphasize the control of spiritual energy within the dantian, while the former merely harness external forces in a crude and straightforward manner. The subtleties of both are not on the same plane. Often, ordinary individuals mistakenly perceive mortal techniques as superior, unaware of the profound strength inherent in spiritual methods. When imparting the swift shadow fist, Li Tianhuang did not fully divulge all his insights but retained certain aspects. The swift shadow fist is a superior mortal technique, characterized by its rapidity and formidable power, embodying both qualities flawlessly. Li Tianhuang discreetly adjusted the speed during his demonstration, executing his strikes with greater swiftness, yet reducing the power by 40%. This decision stemmed not only from a desire to withhold some knowledge, but also from a consideration for the lower-ranking soldiers. Their cultivation techniques were not the most advanced, and their physical strength was somewhat inferior to that of the generals, lieutenants, and instructors. Thus, when they executed the swift shadow fist, their power fell short of expectations. It was more advantageous to shift the focus towards striking speed. The quicker they could strike, the better their chances of seizing the initiative and overcoming adversaries on the battlefield. Today's morning training concludes here. We shall continue tomorrow. Li Tianhuang announced after more than an hour had passed, clasping his hands behind his back. The group, drenched in sweat, dispersed on the spot. The two lieutenants from the Qi family and several instructors left the Red Heart barracks without uttering a word of thanks, departing without so much as a backward glance. Humph! What a bunch of ingrates, taking advantage and acting aloof, one soldier from the Red Heart battalion could not help but mutter, instinctively voicing his indignation on behalf of Li Tianhuang. Thank you. Fan Luoying, drenched in fragrant sweat, offered a slight bow to Li Tianhuang in gratitude. Fan Lin approached with a smile and said, You've worked hard, Tianhuang. Commander Qi may issue a command today to prepare for a martial arts event in a few days, with generous rewards. You must participate. A martial arts event? Li Tianhuang inquired, his expression one of curiosity. Fan Lin continued, After the recent defeat of the Qi family's army, Commander Qi wishes to bolster morale through this event, which may include discussions and demonstrations of martial prowess. Should you perform well, there may be opportunities to enter the Cloud Martial Hall for further training in the future. Li Tianhuang was suddenly enlightened, realizing that Qi Jintian harbored such an optimistic notion. The discourse of martial arts and the elevation of military morale were indeed commendable pursuits. The Yunwu Palace stood as the eastern military stronghold of the Immortal Kingdom, a gathering place for prodigious talents. Those who entered its hallowed halls were destined to become either generals or statesmen, figures of immense power. In contrast to the sects of the martial world, the military camp of the Immortal Kingdom employed a rigorous and disciplined approach to management. Grateful for the reminder from Commander Fan, Li Tianhuang expressed his consideration for the forthcoming martial arts competition with a slight bow. His participation was motivated solely by the generous rewards. Possessing little interest in the Yunwu Palace itself, the competition would inevitably involve contests, and given the current climate where everyone rallied behind the crown prince, Li Tianhuang felt akin to a rat scurrying across the street. He understood the necessity of discretion. Revealing his true capabilities too soon would invite the relentless pursuit of Crown Prince Li Tianjia. Although Qi Jintian's formal letter had yet to be dispatched, the martial arts competition would not commence for at least 2 or 3 days, and Li Tianhuang was in no rush. After completing his morning exercises, he returned to gather some spiritual stones and made his way to the weapon refining workshop at the Bay Barracks, followed by a visit to the core formation area of the Qijin Barracks. After a thorough inspection, he proceeded directly to the Xuanzi Barracks. The Xuanzi soldiers were responsible not only for the sale and distribution of spiritual stones and elixirs, but also housed dedicated alchemists within their ranks. Many elixirs, which could not be preserved for extended periods, were produced in bulk by these alchemists. However, the quality of these mass-produced elixirs was often inconsistent, and their efficacy was subpar. After all, every medicine carries its own risks. Thus, soldiers who consumed them were likely to experience side effects. Li Tianhuang resolved to confront these alchemists regarding their practices. The Xuanzi Barracks boasted over 20 alchemical chambers, with temperatures that rivaled those of the Bay Barracks weapon refining workshop. As soon as Li Tianhuang arrived, he was obstructed by several Xuanja soldiers. Halt! This is a sacred area for alchemy. No idle individuals may enter. One of the Crimson Heart soldiers regarded him with a sense of familiarity, as though he had encountered him before, though they stood in his path. Curiosity began to blossom within them regarding Li Tianhuang. Li Tianhuang was taken aback. The military camp was vast, and while many had heard of him, few had actually laid eyes upon him. He replied, "I am Li Tianhuang." Upon realizing that he was the crown prince, he scoffed inwardly. What crown prince? Currently, he was nothing more than a notorious wastrel, scarcely worthy of being called a prince. It suddenly dawned on him that this fellow was the infamous parricide who had slain the 5 generations immortal emperor. A patricidal rebel, deserving of universal condemnation. Begone and return to your loyal soldiers. We, the Xuanza army, do not welcome your presence. Initially, they had merely intended to obstruct him. But upon recognizing him as Li Tianhuang, their expressions turned fierce, eager to expel him and unwilling to engage further. Li Tianhuang was utterly speechless. For the original owner of this body had truly borne the brunt of misfortune. No matter where he went, he was met with disdain. In a fit of anger, he declared, "I have come to inspect the alchemical preparations. Step aside, or do not blame me for resorting to force." The mention of inspecting the elixirs and the threat of violence elicited cold laughter from several onlookers, who regarded Li Tianhuang with derision. What a mere waste of space. Trying to act like a formidable figure. Inspect elixirs? If the sin of my footbath isn't pure enough, perhaps you would care to sample it for yourself? The blatant humiliation was staggering. They disregarded Li Tianhuang entirely, even suggesting that a prince should drink footbath water. Enraged, he felt that this was no longer merely about the hatred stemming from his patricide. It was a profound insult to his dignity. The energy channels within him surged, and with a fierce wave of his hand, he struck. With a resounding crack, one of the Xuanza soldiers was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth. Chapter 17. Who is truly indomitable? Li Tianhuang struck with remarkable speed, sending a certain Xin soldier crashing heavily to the ground. A vivid crimson imprint of a hand appearing on his face. It was only then that the other Xin soldiers reacted, their faces contorted with fury. You dare to lay hands on someone? Do you know where you are? The uproar attracted attention from all around. And from within a nearby alchemy chamber emerged a burly youth. Upon seeing Li Tianhuang, his anger flared, and he began to berate him. "Liao He, where is your father?" Li Tianhuang inquired, deflecting the question. The youth was Liao He, the son of Liao Yuhai, the commander of the Xin soldiers. True to his name, Liao He was born with dark skin and immense strength, and his previously unruly temperament had led him to cause trouble wherever he went. His father brought him to the military camp in hopes of tempering his nature, yet he had not changed much and had instigated numerous incidents. Having long heard that Li Tianhuang was a disgraced and demoted prince, he held a degree of contempt for him. Now, flanked by a group of followers, Liao He stepped forward, pointing at the beaten Xin soldier with an aggressive demeanor. "What does my father's location have to do with this? I ask you, why did you strike him?" Facing Liao He, who stood before him like a hulking bear, Li Tianhuang remained expressionless, unflinching as he replied, "I came to inspect the elixirs you crafted. He dared to obstruct this prince. Should I not discipline him? Inspect our elixirs?" Liao He scoffed, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. He then jabbed a finger at Li Tianhuang's chest and declared, "You, a worthless prince, would be struggling for food and clothing in this Chiman Pass were it not for Commander Fan. What right do you have to run rampant in my Xin soldier camp?" Li Tianhuang arrived to inspect the elixirs, only to be treated as an object of ridicule. Showcasing the audacity of Liao He, Lu Quan's son, Lu Guangyuan, was deemed only worthy of being a younger brother in his presence. Young Master Liao, it was said, had been looking for trouble these past few days, first becoming the overseer of the armament workshop, then assuming a prominent role in the core of the formation, and even securing generous military funds from the 2 commanders of the Bei and Qijin troops. A Xuanza soldier, having learned the details, approached and whispered into Liao He's ear. Upon hearing this, Liao He's expression shifted to one of cold amusement as he fixed his gaze on Li Tianhuang. "You wish to inspect the elixirs and meet my father. I wondered why, only to discover you seek to ingratiate yourself with my Xuanza troops. To think a royal prince has fallen to such depths is truly laughable." With these words, a chorus of laughter erupted from the surrounding Xuanza soldiers. "Is it truly amusing?" Li Tianhuang replied, his demeanor unperturbed. He was not there to curry favor. In the Bei camp, he was the sole 2-star weapon refiner, and within the Qijin camp, he stood as the only two-star formation master. Now, in the Xuanzi camp, he aspired to become the only two-star alchemist. Earning a living through his talents was a legitimate business, and he felt neither shame nor embarrassment. The laughter from Liao He and the Xuanzi soldiers persisted, albeit with a hint of bewilderment. Li Tianhuang's true identity had been exposed, leaving him without a veil of modesty. They had expected him to be mortified, yet he remained unfazed, displaying an astonishing resilience. Such thick skin allowed one to engage in any endeavor. No wonder even his father could act with such audacity. This person is unworthy of entering my Xuanzi camp. Listen up, everyone. We must prevent him from entering at all costs. I shall reward those who perform well with spirit stones and elixirs. Liao He's face was adorned with a cold smirk as he waved his hand, and a dozen Xuanzi soldiers advanced to encircle Li Tianhuang. Nearby, at the camp entrance, some even stood guard. The Xuanzi soldiers were united in their intent to teach Li Tianhuang a lesson while wary of being seen by others. Liao He even unsheathed the dagger at his waist, tossing it aside, and began to flex his fists, eager to deliver a thorough beating to Li Tianhuang. Li Tianhuang's expression suddenly turned serious. It seemed that the Xianzi soldiers were not faring well. Kid, my Xianzi soldiers are not to be trifled with like the 100-leaf soldiers or the strange formation soldiers. Do you realize you have kicked a hardboard today? Liao He approached with a sinister laugh, rubbing his hands in anticipation. Li Tianhuang smiled faintly, tilting his head slightly, and remarked, "You dare to lay a hand on this prince? Do you not realize that you have encountered an insurmountable obstacle? Humph, come at me. This is the territory of my Xianzi soldiers. What does it matter if you resort to underhanded tactics? Once the deed is done, we shall cast you aside. Who would ever know it was our doing?" Liao He, brimming with arrogance, promptly commanded his men to take action. Instantly, the surrounding Xianzi soldiers displayed fierce expressions, raising their fists as they closed in on Li Tianhuang. Li Tianhuang was enraged. If these individuals had merely obstructed him, it would have posed no significant issue. However, their mockery and insults were compounded by their intent to harm him, attempting to cast him aside. While his uncle could tolerate such behavior, his aunt could not. He was not here to seek trouble. His sole desire was to refine his alchemical skills and provide superior elixirs for the soldiers. As spiritual energy surged within him, all 26 of his alchemical apertures vibrated in unison, emanating an overwhelming aura. His entire being erupted with energy and with a swift motion. Dozens of punch traces manifested in the air. The fifth form of the swift shadow fist. In an instant, as the fists of the Xuanzi soldiers appeared before Li Tianhuang, his punch traces struck their chests with remarkable speed and force. Bang, bang, bang. Their chests caved in almost synchronously, producing a dull, resounding thud. In the next moment, astonishment washed over them. Their fists remained suspended in the air, unable to advance another inch. They had failed to perceive the technique Li Tianhuang had employed. Bewildered by how he could unleash so many punches in the blink of an eye, pale-faced and spewing blood, the group of over a dozen individuals was sent hurtling backward without warning. They were mere martial artists, their internal spiritual energy barely reaching 7 or 8 layers, rendering them no match for Li Tianhuang. Liao He, witnessing this, was filled with rage, his dark complexion reflecting his fury. Useless. Truly a bunch of inept fools. Unable to even defeat a trash with no cultivation. I must intervene personally. Without even analyzing Li Tianhuang's strength, Liao He, consumed by anger, stepped forward, unleashing 11 layers of spiritual energy that radiated throughout his body. Spiral fist. The energy coiled between his fists, rotating slightly, forming a spiraling force that surged towards Li Tianhuang's face. This punch was exceptionally cunning and powerful, akin to a threaded nail, intent on piercing through Li Tianhuang's head. Li Tianhuang scoffed disdainfully. This Liao He, possessing an incredibly robust physique, was perhaps a product of his father's frequent medicinal baths. He was indeed a formidable martial artist, and his spiral fist exhibited a terrifying prowess. Yet, his weakness lay in the fact that this spiral fist was merely an intermediate-level technique, significantly inferior to the advanced great accomplishment Shadow Fist. Boom. Li Tianhuang did not hesitate in the slightest, continuing to unleash the fifth form of the swift Shadow Fist as he collided with Liao He. Liao He let out a derisive laugh, deeming it absurd for a mere trash to engage him in combat. Bang. A terrifying surge of energy radiated outward, almost creating a whirlwind around them, accompanied by a howling sound. The moment their fists met, Liao He instantly sensed something amiss. A piercing pain shot through his arm, causing his expression to change dramatically as he emitted a subdued groan. His feet involuntarily began to retreat, only coming to a halt after several paces. For nearly 10 breaths, Liao He fixed his gaze on Li Tianhuang, too apprehensive to make any move. During this time, his arm buzzed with a numbing sensation, leading him to nearly believe that his entire limb no longer belonged to him. Li Tianhuang's expression was indifferent, as if he remained untouched by the surrounding turmoil. Standing straight in place. How could this be? Your hands are still trembling, Liao He exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face as he questioned. I had heard that although your cultivation was rendered useless, your physical strength remained intact. Is that truly the case? Chapter 18. Few days left to live. Now you should understand who the true ironclad is, do you not? Li Tianhuang, unfazed by the inquiry, swiftly advanced, continuing to unleash his shadow fist technique. The flurry of punches descended upon his opponent like a tempest. Liao He's countenance darkened, and with no other recourse, he was compelled to confront the assault head-on. However, his strength paled in comparison to Li Tianhuang's, and in the blink of an eye, his defenses were shattered. Once brimming with arrogance and an air of invincibility, he now found himself engulfed in terror. Having long been aware of Li Tianhuang's prowess, his reckless provocation could only stem from either sheer brawn devoid of intellect or a desire for self-inflicted torment. Li Tianhuang showed no mercy, unleashing a flurry of punches that struck like meteors, all landing upon Liao He's face. You are truly bullying me. Even my father has never hit me this way. Liao He, consumed by humiliation and rage, let out a piercing scream. His once somewhat handsome, dark features visibly swelled, transforming into a grotesque visage reminiscent of a pig's head. A countenance that even his father might struggle to recognize. Gathering every ounce of strength, Liao He glared at Li Tianhuang, his eyes filled with resentment. Li Tianhuang finally ceased his actions, momentarily taken aback by Liao He's expression, which resembled that of one who had suffered a profound injustice. Was he truly unaware of who had initially bullied whom? Do you yield? Li Tianhuang spoke calmly. If you do not yield, I shall compel you to. Liao He's countenance darkened, and he gasped for breath, resembling an aggrieved black bear. Father, come quickly. I have been wronged. Just when Li Tianhuang anticipated Liao He would erupt in fury and retrieve the dagger from the ground, Liao He unexpectedly shouted, nearly causing him to stumble. The once imposing Liao He, at first glance, seemed to exude a sense of security, yet in a moment of conflict, he called for his father. This stark contrast caught even the Zhuang by surprise. Who dares to bully my son? In the next instant, a resonant voice emerged from a nearby alchemy chamber. As a portly middle-aged man rushed out, his face aflame with anger, Liao He dashed to the side of the corpulent man, revealing a face full of grievance. Father, I have been beaten. Son, who has done this to you? The middle-aged man scrutinized Liao He, his anger intensifying. Had Liao He not called him father, he might not have recognized his own child. Liao He pointed at Li Tianhuang, choking back tears as he said, it was this good-for-nothing. He brazenly intruded upon my alchemy chamber. I advised him kindly, yet he refused to listen and assaulted both me and my subordinates. Such bullying is intolerable. The third prince? Liao Yuhai glanced at Li Tianhuang, his brows furrowing deeply. Commander Liao, you should be aware of your son's character. Do you truly believe him? Li Tianhuang also turned his gaze towards the general of the Xiansu army, his expression sharpening. The audacity of the other's son was astonishing, as he dared to retaliate with such venom. However, Liao Yuhai did not erupt as one might expect. Instead, his countenance softened as he inquired, Third Prince, pray tell. What is your perspective on this matter? Li Tianhuang promptly recounted the events that had transpired. I see, Your Highness the Third Prince. I apologize for any distress caused. Please, right this way. Liao Yuhai immediately donned a different demeanor, gesturing courteously with an air of utmost respect. Father, this useless fool dared to strike your son. And you choose to believe him? Liao He expressed his discontent vehemently. Silence. He is the third prince. It is only fitting that he should discipline you, Liao Yuhai rebuked. Li Tianhuang was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, he had been showering affection upon his son, yet now, having merely heard his child's one-sided account, he had become surprisingly humble. There must be some hidden agenda at play. As the esteemed Blade Sovereign, how could he possibly overlook such subtleties without exposing the truth? Li Tianhuang followed the polite invitation of Liao Yuhai to the rear of the camp. General Liao, what brings me to this place? Li Tianhuang feigned confusion. Liao Yuhai deliberately led him away from all the alchemy chambers, arriving at a desolate area devoid of any presence. What do you mean by what? It is, of course, to administer a more fitting punishment, Liao Yuhai scoffed, revealing his true nature. With a wave of his hand, over 100 Schwanz's soldiers, wielding wolf-toothed clubs, rushed forth. encircling Li Tianhuang at the center. This location, situated behind the Xuanzi soldiers' encampment, was far more secluded, ensuring that any altercation would go unnoticed by the outside world. Li Tianhuang had long been aware of Liao Youhai's sinister intentions. Ha ha ha, did you not expect this, worthless fool? Daring to wreak havoc in my Xuanzi barracks. You are merely a sheep entering a tiger's den. Liao He laughed triumphantly. With his hands clasped behind his back, Liao Youhai's gaze turned frigid as he spoke. Li Tianhuang, had you not provoked me, I would have left you be. But since you have harmed my son, regardless of whose fault it is, I shall avenge him tenfold. Father, do not waste your breath on him. This man, who has defied and murdered his own father, deserves his fate, even if we strike him down. It is merely his due, one of Liao's followers interjected. Liao Youhai raised his hand, and the hundreds of Xuanzi soldiers around him brandished their wolf-toothed clubs in unison. Though they were but minor fighters, their sheer numbers formed a formidable array, capable of ensnaring even the mightiest warrior in a disadvantageous position. In the battlefield, some possessed strength enough to move mountains, wielding the terrifying power to sweep through armies. Yet, others, despite their formidable prowess, have met their demise when besieged by a multitude of lesser foes. In this scenario, Li Tianhuang belonged to the former category. He possessed the capability to face 100 adversaries single-handedly. However, these Xuanzi soldiers were ultimately soldiers of the celestial realm, and he was reluctant to harm the innocent. With a faint smile, Li Tianhuang turned his gaze towards Liao Youhai and cautioned, Liao Commandant, I advise you to withdraw promptly. Otherwise, in a few days, your wife may either find herself a widow or remarry. Should she choose to remarry, your beloved son will become someone else's cherished child. Upon hearing this, Liao Youhai was momentarily taken aback, his eyes reddening with barely contained fury. You dare to curse me, the commandant? I see you have a death wish. Such words would enrage any man, let alone a father who cherished his son as dearly as Liao Youhai did. In a fit of rage, Liao He laughed mockingly. This fool is so frightened that he has lost his wits, daring to threaten my father. You should be more concerned about your own fate. Li Tianhuang continued to fixate on Liao Youhai, speaking in a calm yet deliberate manner. The lifeline has extended to your neck. Once that line crosses your Adam's apple, your days are numbered, Liao Duzong. Have you not realized this yourself? Enraged, Liao Youhai was on the verge of commanding his men to act, but upon hearing those words, he was taken aback, his raised hand suspended in midair. What lifeline? It is merely a red thread of blood. My father has had this line for years. Liao He dismissively remarked, diverting his gaze from his father's neck. However, Liao Youhai did not share his son's composure. He looked at Li Tianhuang in shock, his face filled with trepidation. Third Prince, do you have a solution? The excessive Dan fire has caused residual flames to encroach upon your Niwen palace, resulting in your corpulent physique and sleepless nights. Your wife has likely gone many years without your affection. Should this continue, your demise is inevitable. The sole remedy lies in extinguishing the residual flames, Li Tianhuang stated earnestly. Liao Youhai was even more astonished. The gravity of his predicament was known only to him. Years ago, he had forcibly condensed the Dan fire, leading to an overwhelming surge that invaded his entire being, subjecting him to constant agony. With his wife enduring the consequences alongside him, he had consulted a 3-star alchemist in the main city, who had echoed Li Tianhuang's diagnosis but failed to propose a method to extinguish the residual flames. The red line on his neck was quite obscure, extending from his lower abdomen, and the fact that Li Tianhuang diagnosed the ailment so precisely indicated that he might possess a solution. Chapter 19. Children should not ask what should not be asked. Liao Youhai was aware that Li Tianhuang was once a renowned prince of the immortal realm, having attained a level of divine existence, hence he did not doubt him. Young man, do you dare to speak so recklessly? Liao He pointed an accusing finger at Li Tianhuang, seething with indignation. Surrounding them, 100 Xianzi soldiers held their wolf-toothed clubs aloft, eager to receive orders from Liao Youhai. With a sharp clap, Liao Youhai did not let his raised hand fall, but rather struck Liao He on the head with the back of his hand. Liao He nearly stumbled, turning his head in confusion. Father, why do you strike your own son? Silence, you unworthy wretch. How have I raised you? To be humble and respectful, to honor your elders and cherish the young. Yet you only bring me trouble. The third prince is of such esteemed status. How dare you lay a hand on him? Liao Youhai scolded fiercely. This scene left Liao He and the surrounding Xianzi soldiers momentarily stunned. Wasn't the plan to lure Li Tianhuang here for a proper reprimanding? Liao Youhai was truly unpredictable. Liao He, perplexed, pondered why his father, who traditionally indulged him and avenged any grievances he faced, would suddenly change his demeanor after Li Tianhuang struck him. With a thud, Liao Youhai's knees buckled, and he knelt before Li Tianhuang. "Third Prince, I was wrong. In light of my years of service in the military, I implore you to save me." Liao Youhai wore a sorrowful expression, tears streaming down his face. Liao He and the group of Xuanzi soldiers were momentarily rendered speechless. What was happening? Why was General Liao kneeling before a worthless prince? The crowd could clearly sense that their thoughts were struggling to keep pace with the unfolding events. Liao He, filled with confusion, stepped forward to support Liao Youhai, saying, "Father, what are you doing? Why kneel before a treacherous son who has committed patricide? What merit does he possess? Get away, you useless fool. You know nothing." Liao Youhai flung him aside. Dropping to his knees, Liao Youhai crawled toward Li Tianhuang, tears and snot mingling on his face. He raised his hand and struck his own cheek. Slap, slap. The sound echoed through the silent space, resonating with the sharpness of his self-inflicted blows. "Third Prince, I have truly erred. I should not have gathered my men to act against you. Punish me as you will. As long as I can save my life," Liao Youhai lamented, his face a portrait of despair. At this moment, only Li Tianhuang could save him, rendering him utterly submissive. Raising an eyebrow, Li Tianhuang was taken aback by Liao Youhai's fervent desire to cling to life. However, he understood that the man did not genuinely acknowledge his wrongdoing. He simply sought salvation. Such a character, even if spared, would likely turn against him later. The only course of action was to administer a mixture of poison and remedy, allow him to live temporarily and observe his behavior while also acquiring what he desired. "Rise. I am not a petty person, but I hope you tread carefully," Li Tianhuang stated. Liao Youhai was instantly elated, quickly standing up and respectfully inquiring, "Third Prince, consider my Xuanzi soldiers' camp as your own home. Please voice any request you may have. I shall do my utmost to fulfill them within my capabilities." "Excellent. Let us proceed to the medicinal storehouse." Li Tianhuang expressed his intention to inspect whether there were herbs available for refining the first-order golden yuan pill. At that moment, Liao He recalled Li Tianhuang's earlier remarks and hastily approached, asking, "Father, what was the third prince referring to regarding excessive alchemical fire and why one cannot lift at night?" "Begone. Do not ask what you should not," Liao Youhai scolded, then turned to Li Tianhuang with a beaming smile, leading him towards the genuine medicinal storehouse. Behind them, the Xuanzi soldiers remained rooted in place, utterly bewildered. Liao He, unable to swallow his resentment, darkened his gaze and muttered to himself, "Li Tianhuang, you patricidal beast. I will ensure your demise." The medicinal storehouse of the Xuanzi soldiers' camp was vast, supplying the needs of 5,000 soldiers stationed at Qimen Pass. Li Tianhuang stepped inside and discovered that the interior comprised two sections. A small area was adorned with elixirs, while the majority of the shelves displayed an array of extraordinary herbs and flowers. To prevent pest infestation, the herbs were meticulously dried and stored, which did not compromise their efficacy. The elixirs were also contained in specialized vials, carefully placed in a dark and arid environment. Li Tianhuang casually picked up several pill bottles, opened them for inspection, and then took a whiff, shaking his head in resignation. After all, these pills were mass-produced, and indeed, their quality was quite subpar, with an average efficacy of merely 40 to 50%. Such details could be discerned from the herbal fragrance emanating from the pills and their outward appearance. The stronger the medicinal potency, the more intense the aroma of the pills. Some inferior pills appeared dull, resembling desiccated raisins, while the superior ones were plump and well-defined, akin to pearls. Liao Duzong, the quality of these pills is quite lacking. The waste of herbs is one aspect, but more critically, it affects the soldier's usage. This issue must be addressed, Li Tianhuang remarked to Liao Youhai. Liao Youhai, not daring to be dismissive, promptly replied, "Your Highness, the 16 alchemists under my command are merely first-star alchemists, all of whom were eliminated from the main city. Their skills are limited, and there is little I can do." Li Tianhuang cast a dubious glance at Liao Youhai. "Are you not a 2-star alchemist yourself? Surely you can offer them some guidance." Liao Youhai revealed a faint smile tinged with bitterness. "In truth, I am merely an amateur. Otherwise, I would not have faltered even in condensing the alchemical flame, putting my very life at risk. As it stands, I can at best be regarded as a 1.5-star alchemist, far from deserving the title of 2-star. Li Tianhuang was taken aback. Liao Youhai was indeed the most foolish alchemist he had ever encountered. Managing to injure himself was a rare exception. In light of this, I shall assume the role of the steward for the alchemy chamber from now on. I will come by daily to oversee and offer guidance to those first-star alchemists. You need only disperse the military salaries according to the status of a second-star alchemist. Very well, no problem at all. Liao Yuhai readily agreed, still awaiting Li Tianhuang's rescue. Li Tianhuang, however, remained unperturbed. He turned and strolled to another side to inspect the array of medicinal herbs on display. The quality of these herbs was quite satisfactory, all sourced from various regions of the celestial realm. Even the boldest of merchants would not dare to deceive the military. To concoct a first-grade golden essence pill, one requires a portion of golden dew, 3 sprigs of withered herbs, a single Xinling flower, along with several auxiliary medicines. As Li Tianhuang traversed the entire apothecary, he found all the necessary herbs, save for the elusive golden dew. This indicated that he would not be able to procure a first-grade golden essence pill in the near future. General Liao, do you not possess any golden dew? Li Tianhuang inquired once more. These were the most commonplace materials. Golden dew was merely the dew collected from the leaves of the golden essence tree. Easily gathered if one could locate such a tree. Liao Yuhai, evidently familiar with golden dew, responded, if the third prince requires it. I can submit a request to the higher authorities. Once the next shipment of supplies arrives, golden dew will be available. Then I shall entrust this task to you. Li Tianhuang approached the table, lifted his brush, and inscribed a list of herbs upon the blank paper, which he then handed to Liao Yuhai. Chapter 20. The Immortal Elixir. General Liao. This is the list of herbs required for the concoction of the transformation elixir. It will aid you in extinguishing the lingering flames of the inner elixir. You shall prepare it yourself, Li Tianhuang remarked. Liao Yuhai cradled the list in his hands, his face alight with excitement. The handwritten herbal list was not a genuine formula for the elixir. Even if Liao Yuhai were to be aware of the list, he would still be unable to concoct the transformation elixir. Li Tianhuang claimed that he could extinguish the lingering embers of the alchemical fire. However, this method of refining the Yindan could merely serve to suppress its effects. Let us proceed to inspect the alchemical chambers, he stated with an impassive demeanor. Liao Yuhai promptly nodded in agreement and led him through each alchemical room. After thoroughly examining all the chambers, Li Tianhuang developed a general understanding of the techniques employed by the alchemists present. Ultimately, within this modest Chimen Pass, there were no particularly exceptional alchemists, and most displayed flaws in their methodologies. In the final alchemical chamber, a first-star alchemist retrieved a recently concocted elixir from the furnace and handed it to Liao Yuhai, who then presented it to Li Tianhuang for his appraisal. Li Tianhuang merely cast a glance and shook his head slightly. The quality of this spirit-nourishing pill was abysmal. One should not have placed the spirit-nourishing herb first. When the herb remains in the cauldron for too long, its efficacy dissipates significantly. Surely, this principle is not beyond your comprehension? Suddenly chastised by Li Tianhuang, the alchemist's expression darkened, and he retorted furiously, I am the alchemist here. What do you know? Slap. Before he could finish his words, Liao Yuhai swiftly struck him across the face. The third prince is now the overseer of my alchemical chamber. His word is law. Liao Yuhai admonished. The alchemist stood there, utterly bewildered, and queried, What are you thinking, Liao? Allowing an inept fool, who knows nothing of alchemy, to be in charge and even striking me? Inept fool? Li Tianhuang replied with a cold smile. Allow me to demonstrate what true alchemy entails. He approached the cauldron, where flames roared beneath it. Liao Yuhai, displaying his keen insight, promptly fetched a selection of herbs for crafting the spirit-nourishing pill. He and the alchemist remained close by, eager to witness the unfolding events. Li Tianhuang sat cross-legged, his inner spiritual energy flowing as a radiant halo materialized between his palms. This halo, resembling a faint flame, represented the Dan fire, an essential skill for any alchemist. Under the control of the Dan fire, the flames beneath the alchemical furnace surged directly into its interior. Following a meticulous sequence, Li Tianhuang introduced the herbs, commencing the extraction of their medicinal essence. The Dan fire cannot be directly employed for alchemy, nor can it be deemed a true flame. Rather, it serves to better regulate the external fire and the temperature within the furnace, effectively separating the medicinal components from the residues of the herbs. He began with the auxiliary herbs, placing the Yunsling grass last, in stark contrast to the methods employed by that alchemist. An hour later, a fragrant aroma wafted from the furnace as Li Tianhuang lifted the lid, retrieving the concocted Yunsling pills. A total of 7 pills emerged, each plump and resplendent, crystalline and translucent, representing the finest quality Yunsling pills. The alchemist, fully capable of discerning the quality of the elixirs, fell to his knees before Li Tianhuang in utter astonishment. Even Liao Yuhai found it hard to believe that a seemingly worthless prince possessed such extraordinary alchemical prowess. I have observed all the alchemical chambers. A common flaw among you is the habitual practice of introducing the primary herbs first, followed by the auxiliary ones. This is erroneous. Remember that auxiliary herbs are merely supplementary, and it is inconsequential even if their efficacy has entirely evaporated. Li Tianhuang concluded with a remark, "Indeed, I comprehend." The alchemist nodded repeatedly, refraining from any further skepticism. Liao Yuhai assured, "Your Highness, the third prince, rest assured, I shall rectify all the errors of the alchemists." With that, he added, "I will visit daily henceforth. However, it is time for me to depart." Li Tianhuang then turned and exited the alchemy chamber. Liao Yuhai, quick to act, immediately instructed someone to bring forth 50 pieces of spirit stone, which he placed into Li Tianhuang's hands. "Your Highness, this is your reward. Please accept it." Li Tianhuang took the lingbai without uttering another word and departed promptly. The reason for the other party's cordiality lay in the fact that Liao Yuhai's life force was firmly in his grasp. Upon reaching the point of sale for spirit stones and medicinal pills, Li Tianhuang procured an entire vial of body refining powder, alongside 300 low-grade spirit stones, amounting to an expenditure of over 400 lingbai in one fell swoop. Fortuitously, he had received a sum of 1,500 from Qi Jintian. Otherwise, he would not have dared to make such a purchase. Within the military camp, every resource is meticulously accounted for, and purchases are recorded to prevent embezzlement. Although all was under Liao Yuhai's jurisdiction, Li Tianhuang could not obtain anything from him without cost. Drawing from the extensive experience of the Blade Sovereign, Li Tianhuang surmised that the previous owner of his body had mistakenly ingested a healing elixir in the royal palace, which might very well have been the fallen immortal pill. This elixir had reduced his physical form to that of an ordinary person, and even now, remnants of its side effects lingered within him, necessitating the use of body refining powder to cleanse his physique through external medicinal baths, thus expelling the components of the fallen immortal pill. As he traversed the path, he sensed a hidden presence closely trailing him, yet he instinctively chose to disregard it. When passing through a sparsely populated area, his gaze fell upon the towering stacks of timber, and his footsteps unconsciously halted. Suddenly, at that moment, the lurking presence seemed to have found its opportunity, and a crossbow bolt was abruptly loosed toward him with astonishing speed, transcending the sound barrier as it hurtled directly toward Li Tianhuang. Li Tianhuang was well prepared. With a swift motion, he effortlessly evaded the attack. Following that, he took a quick step forward, treading upon the piled timber around him, rapidly closing in on the concealed presence. The moment the attack missed its mark, the figure immediately turned to flee, without any hesitation or delay. Li Tianhuang pursued relentlessly behind, coldly mocking, "Why run? Why not sit down and have a chat? Tell me who sent you?" The first prince's men had attempted to assassinate him time and again. He could not remain in hiding forever. He had to resist. The figure offered no reply, yet after a brief flight, he halted. An ambush? Li Tianhuang quickly deduced the situation, and before he could come to a stop, several masked figures emerged from the shadows, surrounding him. "I apologize, third prince, but eliminating you brings great benefits. My brothers have no other choice." Among them, a notably commanding masked man approached, wielding a dagger with a fierce glint in his eyes. Li Tianhuang, with an air of indifference, inquired, "I merely wish to know who seeks to take my life." The leader, with a sinister grin, replied, "Heh. As long as you obediently surrender, I shall reveal that to you." Li Tianhuang forced a cold smile, snorting disdainfully. "Is it just you?" he urged. "Why are you still dawdling? Act swiftly." The leader, seeing that Li Tianhuang intended to resist, decisively commanded the others. Several men swiftly drew their short blades and rushed forward. Clang, clang, clang. Countless flashes of blades rained down upon Li Tianhuang, yet they merely sparked without inflicting harm. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Upon looking at Li Tianhuang, they discovered he was clad in mysterious armor. In the next instant, Li Tianhuang continued to manipulate soul device number 8, conjuring a battle blade in his hand. As he swung the blade, a cascade of luminous slashes erupted, executing the exquisite technique of the spirit master, the Xianlong blade technique. The expressions of the men turned to sheer terror as they attempted to evade, only to realize escape was futile. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After all, this was a spirit master technique. How could these mere warriors evade it? Their bodies were sliced open like fruit, blood gushing forth in torrents. Not a single scream escaped their lips, They all fell lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 21. A miscalculation. Why you were supposed to be incapacitated, exclaimed the sole remaining leader, his face a mask of astonishment. Li Tianhuang let out a light chuckle and remarked, everyone is gathered within this mysterious gate. Yet your information remains stagnant from several days ago. How amusing it is that you still wish to take my life. The leader, struck with shock, showed no hesitation, turning swiftly to flee in a desperate bid for escape. Whoosh! An arrow shot forth with remarkable speed, piercing through the leader's calf in an instant. He let out a muffled groan and tumbled to the ground, sliding several meters. Li Tianhuang set down his crossbow and took measured steps forward. Every grievance has its source, and every debt its owner. Tell me who sent you, and I shall consider this matter closed. Granting you clemency, he spoke in a calm tone. The leader turned around, his face etched with anguish. Do you truly intend to spare me? Indeed, more genuine than the truest truth, Li Tianhuang replied with sincerity. The leader, filled with gratitude, began to speak. It was Zhao Chong and his son who sent me. But before he could finish, Li Tianhuang's blade descended, piercing through the leader's chest in an instant. The leader's eyes widened in shock as he reached out towards Li Tianhuang, attempting to utter something, but blood gushed forth, choking his throat. To think it was Zhao Chang and his son from the Qijin camp, Li Tianhuang remarked, a hint of surprise crossing his features. Although he had suspected their ulterior motives, his greater doubts lay with Commander Qijin, the highest authority at Qimen Pass, who had the means to orchestrate such schemes and had previously received secret missives from the palace. After a moment's reflection, Li Tianhuang let out a cold laugh. He was well aware that within Qimen Pass, Zhao Chong and his son were not the only ones wishing for his demise. Lu Quan and his son from the Bei camp harbored animosity as well, yet they were too cautious to act openly. Lao Yuhai and his son from the Xuanzi camp had the audacity to confront him, but he had them firmly in his grasp. As for Qijin, had he not coveted Li Tianhuang's grand vehicle of rapid shadow fist, he would have long since withdrawn the Crimson Heart troops, leaving Li Tianhuang with no escape. He was confident that upon the Grand Prince's command, these individuals would stop at nothing to see him dead, transforming his battle blade and armor into liquid, which coalesced into metallic orbs that merged with his body. Li Tianhuang meticulously erased any traces left behind before departing the scene. The corpses would soon be discovered, but their identities would remain obscure, fading into obscurity in due time. Far away, a million miles beyond the northern border, lay the ancient and grand Zijin immortal city. This city, sprawling for thousands of miles, resembled a colossal beast sprawled across the vast earth. Within its walls stood resplendent palaces and towers, adorned with vermilion walls and emerald tiles, a sight of opulent splendor, embodying the imperial capital of the Eastern Immortal Kingdom. Not long after the demise of the 5 reigning immortal emperors, the atmosphere in Zijin Immortal City was palpably somber. Within the palace, from the exalted royalty to the maidservants and guards, all were enveloped in sorrow. At this moment, in a secluded grand hall, a man clad in armor entered respectfully, kneeling before a young man and intoning solemnly, Your Highness the Grand Prince, I have just received intelligence that the rebellious son, Li Tianhuang, exiled to the border, is still alive. The young man, tall and imposing, donned a white mourning headband and a golden robe, revealing a fair and handsome visage as he turned around. He was none other than Li Tianhuang's elder brother, Li Tianjia, the Grand Prince of the Immortal Kingdom. Upon hearing this news, Li Tianjia's countenance darkened with fury, nearly contorted in rage. Incompetent fools, a bunch of useless wretches. You cannot even deal with a worthless waste of a man. What use are you to me? On that very day, he maliciously accused the emperor of having met his demise at the hands of Li Tianhuang. It was he who insidiously led Li Tianhuang to unwittingly consume the elixir of annihilation and dispatched covert operatives to besiege him, shattering Li Tianhuang's dantian and rendering him devoid of any cultivation. All of this was meticulously orchestrated by him, resulting in Li Tianhuang's precipitous fall from grace, leaving him with no opportunity to justify himself. After a considerable pause, as the fury of Li Tianjia began to wane, the armored man below bowed his head and spoke. Your Highness, if you wish to eradicate this thorn in your side once and for all, there is no need for subtlety. With but a single command from you, all within the paltry Qimen Pass would willingly brave fire and water for your cause. That Zhao Chong is merely a minor commander, incapable of achieving anything substantial. On the remarkably handsome visage of Li Tianjia, a trace of a cold smirk emerged as he menacingly declared, then relayed the command to Qijin of Qimen Pass. Should he clear the obstacles for me, I shall appoint him as the Grand General. At this moment, He had finally resolved to eradicate Li Tianhuang entirely. Previously, he had hesitated to act discreetly, primarily out of concern that members of the royal family might grow suspicious of him. However, upon reflection, there was truly nothing to fear. Once Li Tianhuang was dead, no evidence would remain. What did suspicion matter? After all, he was undeniably the most exceptional talent among the younger generation of the royal family, and his ascension to the new Emperor of Immortals was merely a matter of time. "As you command," replied the armored man below, bowing respectfully before rising and exiting. "I cannot afford any further delays. My ascent to the immortal emperor must proceed according to schedule." Li Tianjia, filled with apprehension, pondered for a moment before turning to exit the palace with hurried steps. He traversed several long, echoing corridors and eventually arrived at another palace. Within, upon an exquisitely embroidered bed, lay an elderly man clad in a plain robe, his beard and hair as white as snow, a pipe delicately held between his lips. Despite his advanced age, the old man's complexion was rosy, reminiscent of youth. The crown prince, Li Tianjia, entered and immediately knelt before the elder with reverence, addressing him, "Grandfather. I, your grandson Tianjia, pay my respects." The old man was none other than the Grand Emperor of the Eastern Celestial Kingdom, the retired fourth-generation immortal sovereign. The fourth-generation sovereign turned his head slightly to glance at Li Tianjia, continuing to indulge in his tobacco for a moment before speaking. "Beloved grandson Tianjia, why do you forsake your filial duties and come to visit me?" Li Tianjia then raised his head, taking a deep breath as he spoke. "Grandfather, the Supreme Emperor. Now that my father has passed away and his body has yet to cool, our celestial kingdom is in utter turmoil. We are in dire need of a new celestial emperor to restore order. I implore you, grandfather, to issue an edict at once, allowing your grandson, Tianjia, to ascend the throne, thereby stabilizing the hearts of the people." Upon hearing this, the fourth-generation celestial emperor immediately sat up, his gaze towards Li Tianjia filled with skepticism. "You wish to ascend the throne? That is not appropriate." The fourth-generation celestial emperor shook his head slightly. "Your cultivation is merely at the level of a Dharma king. You have yet to become an immortal. How can you bear such a great responsibility?" Li Tianjia's expression shifted dramatically as he promptly continued. "At present, within our imperial family, my second brother, Li Tianxin, shows little interest in participating in state affairs. My third brother, Li Tianhuang, has had his cultivation rendered ineffective and is exiled to the frontier as penance. As for my fourth and fifth brothers, they are still quite young. Therefore, I, your grandson Tianjia, stand as the most suitable candidate. With my inherent potential, it is only a matter of time before I ascend to immortality. Indeed, within our imperial lineage, apart from the former crown prince Li Tianhuang, whose talents were unparalleled, you are the last remaining option. However, your eagerness raises my suspicions regarding the circumstances surrounding the demise of the fifth-generation celestial emperor." The fourth-generation celestial emperor narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on Li Tianjia below. Li Tianjia was suddenly seized by a tremor, his complexion paling in terror as he stammered, "Grandfather, the Supreme Emperor. Father perished at the hands of my third brother. This I witnessed with my own eyes. My heart is clear, and heaven and earth bear witness to my truth." "Is it so?" The fourth generation of the immortal emperor descended from his bed, approaching Li Tianjia with measured steps. He raised his hand and gently caressed the boy's head. Li Tianjia's body trembled slightly, yet he did not flinch, allowing the broad palm of the fourth-generation immortal emperor to rest upon his forehead. "You are still unqualified to ascend as an immortal emperor. You must first begin as the crown prince," the fourth-generation immortal emperor remarked, shaking his head. Li Tianjia's countenance instantly darkened to an extreme, and he dared not utter another word. He had intended to urge the fourth-generation immortal emperor, but instead, his words backfired, arousing the emperor's suspicion. Nevertheless, there was a silver lining. The fourth-generation immortal emperor acquiesced to his request, permitting him to eliminate Li Tianhuang and ascend as the new prince. Chapter 22. Eavesdropping Insects. Once he became the prince, barring any unforeseen circumstances, his ascension to the throne would be a matter of course. Li Tianjia felt a surge of joy within. He now had but two tasks ahead of him. The first was to eliminate Li Tianhuang, thereby eradicating any potential threats, and the second was to intensify his cultivation in pursuit of attaining immortality. The 9-star immortal domain, comprised of 9 colossal ancient planets, bestowed a remarkably simplistic will of the heavens upon this world, rendering the path to becoming an immortal uncomplicated. Soon, the imperial palace issued a decree, establishing the eldest prince as the new crown prince. While the 4 previous grand emperors emerged from seclusion to temporarily govern and stabilize the hearts of the people. This news spread like wildfire throughout the entire Zijin immortal city overnight. At the northern border of the realm, at Qimen Pass, fierce winds raged throughout the night, leaving many bewildered as to why the nights had been so tempestuous of late. Within the confines of a tent at the Red Heart Barracks, Li Tianhuang sat naked in a wooden tub, the body refining powder transforming the water into a rich reddish-brown hue. As he practiced the 9 heaven star technique, his entire being radiated heat, causing the medicinal liquid to bubble vigorously. He appeared to be submerged in a pool of blood. After absorbing the concoction throughout the night, his skin now gleamed with an exquisite fairness. The refinement from the body-enhancing powder strengthened his physique further, while the remnants of the fallen immortal pill were significantly purged from his system. His spiritual energy accumulated to the 14th level, and the 31st Dan aperture was unlocked, equivalent to 3 standard Dan fields. Ceasing his cultivation, he freshened up, feeling invigorated and rejuvenated. He nibbled on some dried meat to satiate his hunger before stepping out of the tent to commence his morning exercises. A moment later, the Red Heart Army assembled, and Li Tianhuang approached them. The Qi family army arrived, led by the same 2 commanders along with a dozen instructors, yet Qi Feng was still absent. Li Tianhuang, disinterested in further inquiries, uttered a curt command and resumed his instruction on the first form of the Jiang Fist. After the morning training, he visited the Bei, Qizhen, and Xuanzi military camps in succession. Lu Quan, Zhao Chong, and Liao Yuhai, the 3 commanding officers, treated him with the utmost courtesy. While Li Tianhuang maintained an outwardly indifferent demeanor, inwardly he was mocking their obsequiousness. As the first half of the day passed, he returned to his own tent, extending his hand. A metallic orb manifested in his palm, transforming into a petite metallic girl, the spirit tool number 8. He retrieved several spirit stones, which the little girl eagerly devoured. Observing her unrefined consumption of the spirit stones, Li Tianhuang eventually inquired, "Spirit tool number 8, the eavesdropping insect created by the toolmaster, is also among your possessions, I presume?" "Let me have a look," the little girl replied adorably, chewing on the spirit stones while rummaging through her satchel. Shortly thereafter, she produced a box, opening the lid to reveal a neatly arranged grid within. Inside, there were a dozen tiny metallic insects, each no larger than a thumb. Li Tianhuang's eyes shimmered with a keen brilliance. This was the eavesdropping bee, a creation of the Venerable Qi Zun, intended solely for surveillance, albeit seldom utilized. The energy that powered these bees derived from spiritual essence, granting them the ability to overhear secrets within a 100-mile radius. Qi Zhentian's letter had already been delivered, and a martial arts assembly was imminent. He was eager to discern what schemes Zhao Chong and his son might be plotting. Placing several spirit stones upon the table, Li Tianhuang infused his consciousness into each eavesdropping bee, leaving an imprint within their cores, effectively refining them. The original imprint left by Qi Zun had dissipated, indicating that he may indeed have perished. With a subtle thought, the bees began to flap their wings and took flight, alighting upon the surface of the spirit stones to absorb their spiritual energy. Once replenished, Li Tianhuang commanded 4 of them to venture forth from the camp, one toward the Qizhen barracks, another to the Bei barracks, while the remaining 2 headed towards the Xuanzi barracks and Qi Zhentian's command post. These bees could sustain themselves for at least 3 days on a single charge of spiritual energy, and as long as they remained within a 100-mile range, Li Tianhuang could effortlessly summon them back with his thoughts. After monitoring throughout the day, Li Tianhuang gleaned a piece of valuable information. Within the Qizhen barracks, one bee had perched inconspicuously in a corner of the city wall, unnoticed by anyone, just as Zhao Chang and his son arrived to exchange hushed words. "Father, trouble is brewing. All the assassins I dispatched earlier have perished." Zhao Xingru, usually the epitome of elegance, now wore a grim and cold expression. Before him stood Zhao Chang, the general of the Qizhen barracks, who furrowed his brow, rubbing his bald head thoughtfully, and mused. Li Tianhuang visited the camp today, yet he remains unscathed. Zhao Xingru, perplexed, replied, "This is impossible. Li Tianhuang is merely an ordinary person with no cultivation. How could he evade the assassin's attack? I suspect that someone must be covertly protecting him within the Qimen Pass. There exists such a possibility, yet the identity of this protector remains unknown. And it is audacious for anyone to oppose the crown prince." Zhao Chang responded with a chilling gaze. After exchanging a few whispers, the Zhao father and son did not relent. They commenced planning their next course of action. Unbeknownst to them, Li Tianhuang had overheard their entire conversation without missing a word. Li Tianhuang let out a chilling laugh, astonished that, to this day, others still regarded him as a worthless being, believing that someone was secretly protecting him. He bore the notorious reputation of patricide, aside from Fan Lin, who would possibly come to his defense. The following day, Li Tianhuang immersed himself in a medicinal bath for the entire night, rising early once more to practice and teach the Shadow Strike Fist to the assembled group. Yet Qi Feng was still absent. After the morning exercises, he visited the 3 camps, offering a few pointers. The Qimen Pass had become unusually lively in recent days. With the martial arts competition approaching, promising substantial rewards, and the soldiers were in high spirits. In the afternoon, a scout sent to the Xuanja barracks halted outside a particular tent. Within, a conversation between Liao Yuhai and his son echoed. Father, can not Li Tianhuang truly cure your ailment? That worthless fool struck me, and I wish nothing more than his demise. Liao He, wearing a mournful expression akin to a wronged bride, remained resentful of Li Tianhuang's actions. Liao Yuhai, feeling sympathetic, soothed him. My dear son, do not fret. Once he concocts the transformation pill for me, I shall personally avenge you. These exchanges reached Li Tianhuang's ears, provoking a continuous cold smile within him. He had long suspected that Liao Yuhai did not genuinely repent. He intended to turn against Li Tianhuang as soon as he produced the transformation pill. Little did they know. The pill could only suppress the symptoms, not eradicate the underlying affliction. As for the base soldier Lu Quan and his son, perhaps they were too cautious. Li Tianhuang had not overheard any intentions directed against him. As evening approached, a towering warhorse, nearly 3 meters high, galloped into the Qimen Pass. The rider dismounted, appearing travel-worn, and entered the commander's office. Inside the residence, Qi Jintian dismissed all attendants and greeted the newcomer with utmost respect, displaying great deference. The visitor produced a bamboo tube containing superstitious writings and handed it to Qi Jintian, his expression devoid of emotion. Qi Jintian, the 4th-generation immortal emperor has emerged from seclusion and assumed temporary governance. The crown prince has been officially declared the new heir. The directives you are to follow are all contained within this letter. If you execute them well, you shall be appointed as the Grand General. Grand General? Qi Jintian's eyes widened in astonishment, exhilaration coursing through him. The title of Grand General commanded at least 100,000 troops, a position vastly superior to his current command. Though the 4th-generation immortal emperor was only temporarily in power, the newly designated crown prince possessed the authority to appoint a general at his discretion. After delivering the secret message, the visitor departed hastily into the night. Unbeknownst to Qi Jintian, a metallic insect concealed in the rafters of the Grand Hall had stolen their conversation. Chapter 23, Traders of Qimen Pass and the Red Heart Barracks. Li Tianhuang sat within his tent, his countenance as dark as the depths of water. Another secret missive from the palace had arrived. It appeared this was not the first. The former emperor had emerged from seclusion, and Li Tianjia had unexpectedly become the crown prince. Li Tianhuang mused within himself that he, the rightful heir to the celestial realm, should have been the prince, possessing the merit to ascend as the next celestial emperor. Yet all of this had been usurped by his elder brother, Li Tianjia. Even before the imperial father's remains had cooled, Li Tianjia had already schemed to seize the title of prince. Li Tianhuang felt an overwhelming urge to slap each foolish member of the royal family, who were so easily deceived, complicit in the machinations that had become all too evident. As for the esteemed grandfather, the former emperor, Li Tianhuang recalled with fondness how this 4th-generation celestial sovereign had showered him with affection. On that fateful day, when he was wrongfully accused of patricide, had it not been for the timely intervention of his grandfather, who halted Li Tianjia's schemes, he might have perished within the palace walls. Perhaps doubting that Li Tianhuang could commit such a heinous act, his grandfather, moved by compassion, stood against the vehement outcry of the royal family and personally decreed his exile to the frontier, thus sparing his life, if only temporarily. Presently, the former emperor's interim governance was primarily aimed at preventing Li Tianjia from ascending the throne directly, for once he grasped true power, the cause of the 5th-generation celestial emperor's demise would be irrevocably shrouded in secrecy. While the eavesdropping insects could only catch snippets of sound, the contents of Li Tianjia's clandestine correspondence with Qi Jintian remained concealed from Li Tianhuang. However, it was all too easy to surmise that it was undoubtedly aimed at undermining him. Li Tianjia conferred upon Qi Jintian the illustrious title of Grand General, a temptation that none could resist. Qi Jintian, however, remained composed, carefully storing the secret letter without making an immediate decision. From him, Li Tianhuang received no further intelligence. On the third day, as the spiritual energy within all the bee-like creatures was on the verge of depletion, Li Tianhuang summoned them back one by one. The bee monitoring Qi Zhentian also departed from the commander's residence, initially intending to return directly to the Red Heart Barracks. Yet, midway through its flight, Li Tianhuang caught wind of some faint sounds, among which he discerned a familiar voice. Instinctively, he commanded the bee to halt and gradually approached the source of the sound. This vicinity remained within the encampment of the Qi family army. As he drew nearer, the voice became distinctly audible. Yaowenlong, the intelligence you provided me regarding the Western K was highly beneficial, resulting in the loss of over 2,000 men for the Qi family army. This time, I hope you can furnish me with a detailed topographical map of Qimen Pass. The rewards will be substantial. The familiar voice responded. I have long since prepared the map of Qimen Pass. This time, I seek nothing more than your assistance in eliminating the disgraced prince, Li Tianhuang. Haha. Your visit to the Immortal Kingdom is indeed amusing. It is quite the scandal to have a prince commit patricide. Rest assured, we will assist you in dealing with him. Following this brief exchange, both parties departed. Meanwhile, upon hearing this, Li Tianhuang's face darkened with rage. This Yaowenlong had audaciously betrayed his own, colluding with the enemy. The familiar voice unmistakably belonged to Yaowenlong, and the mention of his name left no room for doubt. Li Tianhuang had not anticipated that Yaowenlong would conspire with the Western K to undermine Qimen Pass. In border territories, mutual harassment between the two nations was commonplace. The Western K's desire for the map of Qimen Pass was not for the purpose of conquest, but rather to facilitate the plundering of resources within the pass. Previously, Li Tianhuang had attributed the losses of the Qi family army to inadequacies in their defensive formations and the subpar quality of elixirs, leading to inadequately crafted spiritual soldiers. He had not foreseen the treachery of Yaowenlong lurking in the shadows, resulting in the Qi family army's significant losses. Once again, Yaowenlong had betrayed them by handing over the map of Qimen Pass. He was indeed a treacherous ingrate. The other individual was undoubtedly a spy from the Western K. Though Li Tianhuang could not discern his appearance, and thus had no means to intercept him, the only course of action remaining was to reinforce their defensive formations and fortify their stronghold to guard against incursions by Western K soldiers. Li Tianhuang understood that Qi Zhentian would not trust him. At this moment, exposing Yaowenlong was ill-advised, and mobilizing all soldiers in preparation for battle was impractical. Thus, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Summoning the bees back, Li Tianhuang called forth the metallic girl. Weapon Soul Number 8. Provide me with the war instruments that can be crafted in the shortest possible time. The war instruments included crossbows, battle blades, sharp swords, city-defending cannons, humanoid puppets, terrestrial celestial ships, and star fortresses. Generally speaking, there is no concept of the fastest or slowest crafting. It depends on the resources available to the master. The metallic girl spoke in an adorably sweet voice, delivering the most precise words. Li Tianhuang was taken aback, for he had never anticipated the existence of terrestrial celestial vessels and star fortresses. However, at this moment, he was incapable of constructing such marvels. As for the battle soldiers, those at Qimen Pass were merely first-tier artifact craftsmen, unable to forge more formidable warriors, let alone produce them in bulk. It was already commendable if they could imprint even a low-grade spiritual energy seal. After a moment of contemplation, Li Tianhuang spoke solemnly. Then let it be the city defense cannon. The city wall of Qimen Pass was originally equipped with over 100 defensive cannons. Yet due to years of neglect, most had cracked, leaving fewer than 10 truly operational. If they could temporarily forge some city defense cannons, combined with the protection of the Golden Shield formation, it would not be so easy for the soldiers of the Western Gate to breach the defenses. The metallic loli then retrieved a thick compendium from her satchel. Li Tianhuang opened the atlas and was immediately struck with astonishment. He had not anticipated that it contained an array of designs for various types of city-defending cannons. Utilizing the existing resources at Qimen Pass, Li Tianhuang discovered a model for an entry-level fortress cannon, perfectly suited for rapid construction. This cannon would rival the artillery currently stationed atop the city walls. The atlas also detailed the process for crafting ammunition, and the projectiles produced through this method would possess formidable power. After meticulously outlining the forging procedures, Li Tianhuang proceeded to the Banyu military encampment with the blueprints in hand. As the overseer of the weaponry workshop, he bypassed the necessity of reporting to Lu Quan and his son, directly entrusting the schematics to a cadre of blacksmiths, urging them to expedite the production of at least 50 city defense cannons. As night fell, instead of retreating to his tent for cultivation, Li Tianhuang remained vigilant, supervising the process to avert any potential oversights. Witnessing the cannons emerge from the forge, he personally inscribed the vital spiritual energy seals, for without these imprints, the weapons would remain mere mundane artifacts, remarkably fragile. Throughout the night, they successfully crafted 40 city defense cannons, meeting expectations without exceeding them. However, this quantity was deemed sufficient. Li Tianhuang then instructed the blacksmiths to engage in their own cultivation while directing others to transport the cannons onto the city walls. The Bani soldiers regarded Li Tianhuang with disdain, yet were compelled to comply due to his authoritative position. As the soldiers of the Western Gate threatened an impending assault, there remained an opportunity to forge additional cannons in the time that followed. With the first light of dawn, Li Tianhuang entered the peculiar formation at the military encampment, personally replenishing the array runes on the core components of the Golden Shield formation. In addition to the core components, he also attended to the array flags positioned at the four corners of the city walls, ensuring they too were imbued with the necessary runes. Li Tianhuang, the revered sword master, has been reborn, retaining the memories of his past life, with a soul force that surpasses the ordinary. Even after a night of toil, he feels no fatigue. Today, however, his morning practice has been set aside. Early in the day, countless soldiers began to gather in the central square of the city. The martial arts tournament had commenced, and the atmosphere was vibrant. Tian had established numerous challenging events, inviting all young individuals, from foot soldiers to officials, to participate within the confines of the arena. Yet, at this moment, Li Tianhuang remains preoccupied with solidifying the formation, leaving him no time to attend. Chapter 24. The base sword technique. Having committed the heinous act of patricide, Li Tianhuang has become notorious throughout the Eastern Immortal Kingdom. Although the sword master is indifferent to others' opinions, he is acutely aware of the grievances tied to his existence, since he has assumed the body of his predecessor. And despite the latter's demise, it is only just that he restores the former's honor and gratitude for his rebirth. While he harbors no defined sense of loyalty to his homeland, he feels compelled to defend the nation and its people in honor of his predecessor. Within the city ramparts, Li Tianhuang holds intricate components of the formation in his hands, meticulously carved. Surrounding him are numerous formation masters who have chosen not to partake in the tournament's festivities. Instead, fixating on Li Tianhuang's actions, they stand in silent admiration for hours, oblivious to the passage of time. The disparity between a 2-star formation master and a 1-star formation master is vast, with their mastery of formations differing greatly. This makes the act of observing Li Tianhuang inscribing the runes of the formation a profound pleasure for them. As they witness him complete the majority of the formation runes, they are filled with deep admiration for him, even forgetting his past transgressions. Reflect upon why my inscribed formation runes surpass yours in number, if you come to understand this. The distance to becoming a 2-star formation master will be within your grasp. After Li Tianhuang completed his tasks, he exchanged a few words with the array masters before stepping outside. Upon leaving the peculiar formation barracks and arriving at the central square within the fortress, he realized that the Chimen Pass was bustling with activity today. The martial arts competition was already halfway through, and the sounds of jubilation filled the air. As he navigated through the throngs of people, he caught sight of several elevated platforms in the distance. On these platforms sat the commanders, lieutenants, military strategists, and officials of various ranks. Although the Chimen Pass was small, it was well-equipped, despite the hardships of life and the frequent occurrences of warfare. The resident's ardent pursuit of the path of immortality remained unshaken. As he walked, Li Tianhuang approached Fan Lin and casually chose a spot to sit down. Fan Lin, with his long beard, resembled a dashing figure. Upon shifting his gaze, he finally noticed Li Tianhuang and inquired with genuine concern, "Tianhuang, where have you been?" Li Tianhuang inched closer to Fan Lin and said, "I have a foreboding that in the coming days, the Western Gate Immortal Kingdom will, much like 2 months ago, dispatch troops to invade once more." "How do you know this?" Fan Lin inquired, a look of perplexity crossing her face. Li Tianhuang surveyed his surroundings, his voice low and somber. "I have uncovered that Yao Long has committed treason, selling the map of Chimen Pass to the Western K Immortal Kingdom. 2 months ago, he colluded with them, leading to the demise of over 2,000 chief family soldiers." "What?" Fan Lin furrowed his brow, a surge of anger swelling within him. He had no doubt regarding Li Tianhuang's words. While minor disputes could be overlooked, treason was an unforgivable act. At that moment, Fan Lin harbored a fervent desire to personally eliminate Yao Wenlong. Yao Wenlong was already a nefarious character, and his betrayal only intensified Fan Lin's resolve to bring him to justice. Li Tianhuang hastily raised his hand to halt the conversation, deeming it unnecessary to concern himself with the insignificant Yao Wenlong for the moment. Instead, he urged Fang Lin to pay close attention to the Western Tower. Should there be any movement from the opponent, he was to immediately inform Qi Jintian. Very well, Fang Lin nodded, suppressing his ire. It was still premature to deal with Yao Wenlong, as the evidence was insufficient. For now, they would let the matter rest. Li Tianhuang's gaze shifted to the center of the square, where the atmosphere was rather indifferent yet lively. The martial arts conference was indeed bustling, featuring intense competitions such as duels, weightlifting, and archery. Additionally, there were participants engaging in alchemy debates, weapon crafting discussions, and examinations of array patterns and runes. These events represented the optimal avenues for low-ranking soldiers to rise above their station. After a moment, Fang Lin pointed towards the fervent contests unfolding in the arena and turned to Li Tianhuang. Each duel offers rewards. Will you participate, Tianhuang? Let us see how things unfold. Li Tianhuang replied nonchalantly. In times of dire financial straits, he might not have missed any opportunity for competition, but circumstances had changed. His attention was suddenly drawn to a man seated next to Qi Jintian in the distance. The man boasted a bushy white beard, a robust stature, and donned dark armor. Appearing to be in his 50s, yet emanated a vibrant energy. Commander Fan, who is that individual? Li Tianhuang inquired. Fang Lin glanced at the figure and replied with a smile, that is Zhu Xingyang, who has just arrived from the northern main city today. It seems he is a general. Li Tianhuang nodded, a realization dawning upon him. He had not anticipated that a general would visit the modest Chimen Pass. The officials of the main city truly exhibited a brazen audacity. The pass served as the vanguard of the main city. As long as the various fortifications remained unbreached during warfare, the city itself would remain secure. Just then, a graceful figure ascended the arena not far away. Fan Luoying wielded a long sword, her flowing hair elegantly gathered behind her, clad in silver armor that accentuated her striking presence, drawing the gaze of countless spectators. Opposite her stood Qi Feng, the son of Qi Jintian. Inheriting his father's looks, he possessed a handsome visage and an imposing stature. As he beheld Fan Luoying stepping onto the stage, a glimmer of admiration shone in his eyes, seemingly captivated by her unparalleled beauty. The daughter of Fan Lin was indeed a rare gem, one I had previously overlooked, he mused. With a courteous bow and clasped hands, Qi Feng addressed her, Miss Fan. I look forward to your guidance. You're too kind, young Master Qi, Fan Luoying replied, returning the gesture. As they spoke, both drew their swords, commencing their duel. The arena was alive with the dance of blades as they exchanged strikes, neither gaining the upper hand. However, after a few exchanges, Fan Luoying suddenly unleashed a formidable surge of swordsmanship, her prowess overshadowing Qi Feng's despite his superior cultivation, earning her resounding applause from the audience. Li Tianhuang's gaze sharpened. With his discerning eye, he recognized Fan Luoying's exceptional comprehension of the sword, marking her as extraordinary. Should she ascend to immortality, she would undoubtedly become a sword immortal. Soon. However, the tide of battle shifted. Qi Feng's lips curled into a sly smile as he abruptly altered his technique, relying on his deeper cultivation to target Fan Luoying's lower stance. Taken by surprise, she found herself retreating under his relentless assault. If Qi Feng's opponent were a man, it might have been acceptable, but against a woman like Fan Luoying, his tactics appeared extremely despicable. With swift, cutting motions, his sword glinted like the wind. Fan Luoying stumbled back, her skirt billowing in the breeze, revealing her slender legs. Around her, many spectators widened their eyes, their expressions akin to ravenous wolves, as the sight of her snow-white legs elicited a flurry of inappropriate thoughts. Fan Luoying's cheeks flushed crimson, and she inadvertently fell from the platform. In a flurry, she straightened her attire and glared at Qi Feng atop the arena, her beautiful eyes brimming with resentment. To her, this was no contest of skill but a blatant act of harassment. Feigning innocence, Qi Feng disregarded her disheveled appearance and hastily clasped his hands, saying, My apologies, Miss Fan. It was unintentional. Fan Luoying shot him a fierce glare, clearly unimpressed, and retreated to her father Fan Lin's side. Concern etched across his face, Fan Lin inquired, Luoying, are you all right? I am fine, father, she replied, It was only then that Fan Luoying noticed Li Tianhuang, observing his stillness and expressionless demeanor, which inexplicably heightened her irritation. In Chapter 25, Obstructing My View, Qi Feng triumphed in his duel against Fan Luoying, earning a reward of 100 low-grade spirit stones. Approaching his father, Qi Zhentian, Qi Feng wore a smug expression, showing no remorse for his earlier rudeness towards Fan Luoying. "Father, how does my swordsmanship fare?" Qi Feng inquired. Bowing slightly to Qi Zhentian, the latter nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging, "Indeed, your skills have improved. However, I recall you mentioning a certain affection for that girl, Fan Lin. Treating her in such a manner will only deepen her disdain for you." "Haha, father, you worry too much. I employ a strategy of feigned indifference. Fan Luoying is deeply passionate about swordsmanship, and having lost to me, she shall remember me for a lifetime," Qi Feng boasted, confidently assuming that Fan Luoying would come to admire him for his prowess. Unbeknownst to him, Fan Luoying's thoughts were predominantly occupied with the set of Sakura sword techniques that Li Tianhuang had demonstrated when he had taught Yao Wenlong a lesson. After a brief moment, Qi Feng deemed the time right and seized a jade sword, rising to approach Fan Luoying. "Miss Fan, I sincerely apologize for my earlier offense. To express my contrition, I have prepared a spirit jade sword as a gift for you. I earnestly hope you will accept it," Qi Feng stated, presenting himself with refined courtesy while extending the sword towards her. Fan Luoying furrowed her brows slightly, but as her gaze fell upon the sword he offered, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. The sword was slender like a willow, glimmering silver like the moon, exquisitely crafted. It was indeed a 2-star spirit jade sword, radiating a dazzling cold light and breathtaking beauty. Her long-standing passion for swordsmanship made her particularly drawn to this exquisite piece. "Young Master Qi, are you truly willing to bestow this sword upon me?" Fan Luoying asked, her breath quickening with a hint of anxiety. With a gentle smile, Qi Feng replied, "A jade sword for a fair lady. If it pleases you, I would even pluck stars from the heavens to present to you." As his words lingered in the air, Qi Feng couldn't help but glance at Li Tianhuang, who sat nearby. At this moment, Li Tianhuang suddenly shuddered, and upon hearing those nauseating words, goosebumps erupted all over his body. Qi Feng silently cursed within. He was confessing his feelings, yet what sort of expression was this? Falling shadow. Since young Master Qi is so sincere, why not accept his offering without delay? Fan Lin, noticing the genuine affection the woman held for the sword, spoke with a smile. Falling Shadow nodded, rising to accept the spirit jade sword into her grasp. "I, Fan Falling Shadow, am not a petty person, thus, I shall accept this sword." Throughout, her gaze remained fixated on the blade. Qi Feng, seeing that Falling Shadow no longer acknowledged him, was momentarily taken aback, caught in an awkward silence. Having apologized twice and presented a sword, how could this encounter simply conclude? Qi Feng, clearly unwilling to relent, shifted his gaze and spoke, "Miss Fan, there will be even more thrilling duels at the venue shortly. The view here is rather poor. Why not come with me to a higher vantage point where you can see far and wide? Isn't that inappropriate?" Falling Shadow's expression tightened, revealing her reluctance. "There is nothing inappropriate about it. Many desire the opportunity to join me, yet few are granted such a chance," Qi Feng insisted repeatedly. Falling Shadow glanced at the distant high platform, indeed noting the excellent view it provided to survey the entire venue, but she was not so easily swayed. To accompany him there would suggest an ambiguous relationship between herself and Qi Feng. Throughout her life, she had rarely interacted with unfamiliar men, and such a brazen act would inevitably arouse her wariness, especially since she did not fully understand Qi Feng. The recent incident on the arena had not been entirely resolved in her mind, leaving her with lingering doubts. "Young Master Qi, I believe it is best to decline. I wish to remain by my father's side," Falling Shadow stated firmly. "Miss Fan, with me around, what is there to fear?" Qi Feng persisted doggedly, reaching out to grasp Falling Shadow's arm. Instantly alarmed, she swiftly retreated. Qi Feng, grasping at air, stepped forward, but at that moment, Li Tianhuang suddenly crossed his legs, blocking Qi Feng's path. "Third Prince, what are you doing?" Qi Feng immediately displayed his displeasure. Li Tianhuang stretched lazily and nonchalantly remarked, "Qi Feng, if there are no further matters, could you kindly refrain from obstructing my view?" Qi Feng seethed with rage, his body trembling with fury. The audacity of Li Tianhuang was infuriating. At such a critical moment, he had come to disrupt the proceedings. Qi Feng longed to deliver a thrashing to him right then and there, but with General Zhu Xingyang from the main city present, he restrained his wrath. "Just you wait." He glared fiercely before Li Tianhuang turned on his heel and departed in anger. He was genuinely upset, for as the son of the esteemed leader of Chimen Pass, he had humbly come to apologize and even offered a 2-star spiritual jade sword, yet he hadn't even managed to touch Fan Luoying's hand. Fan Luoying, still shaken, cast a fleeting glance at Li Tianhuang, feeling a twinge of gratitude in her heart. The martial arts competition continued unabated, with many participants achieving remarkable results. Although it was not an official military selection, the rewards were substantial, equivalent to several months' worth of military pay. With the presence of the general from the main city, everyone was particularly enthusiastic. In the afternoon, on the contest stage, a refined young man had triumphed over several opponents, eliciting cheers from the crowd. This young man was Zhao Xingru, son of the esteemed Zhao Chong, commander of the Qia Rui. He stood proudly on the stage, basking in the adoration of countless gazes. However, in the next moment, the previously unengaged Li Tianhuang suddenly rose and gracefully leaped onto the stage. He moved with the lightness of a leaf dancing in the wind, exuding effortless elegance. "Look, it's the deposed prince," someone murmured. "How dare he show his face here, that heartless parasite? Shouldn't he just leave? What a disgraceful act. Daring to step onto the stage." A chorus of disdainful remarks filled the air, with some soldiers expressing astonishment, others confusion, and many harboring resentment, their jeers and insults ringing out. The cacophony was jarring, yet Li Tianhuang had grown accustomed to filtering out such noise. He focused his gaze on Zhao Xingru, his expression serene. "Zhao Xingru, the victory is not yet yours. Defeat me first." Zhao Xingru, momentarily taken aback, politely clasped his fists and with a forced smile replied, "In the arena, we should keep it to a friendly spar. Coincidentally, I have recently learned a new advanced boxing technique, and I hope to receive your guidance, third prince." "Very well. I also possess a boxing style, and it would be intriguing to see who's a superior." A faint, cold smile appeared at the corners of Li Tianhuang's mouth. Zhao Xingru was indeed a true hypocrite, secretly plotting his demise while feigning politeness and respect in public, embodying the essence of duplicity. As they spoke, both men assumed their stances, energy swirling around them. The strength of this energy was intrinsically linked to both their cultivation and physical prowess. Even without profound cultivation, a martial artist could still harness their energy. Thus, Zhao Xingru deliberately focused on Li Tianhuang's dantian, which exhibited no signs of cultivation fluctuations. "Brother Xingru, please hold on a moment," Lu Guangyuan called out from a distance, seemingly aware of the underlying tension. However, Zhao Xingru merely turned his head, offering Lu a slight smile, dismissing him as he swiftly advanced, launching a punch that left a flurry of traces in the air. Chapter 26. A moment unrestrained. Zhao Xingru, possessing the initial stage of a great martial artist, had accumulated 12 layers of spiritual energy within him and executed the great ascension fist with a speed as swift as lightning. Any ordinary soldier would have had no reaction, being sent flying with a single blow. Yet in Li Tianhuang's eyes, no matter how rapidly Zhao's fist flew, he could easily counter them. For the so-called Great Ascension Fist was nothing more than the shadow fist he had imparted during his morning exercises over the past few days. Zhao had only mastered the first form of this technique. Confronted with the ostentatious display of moves, Li Tianhuang did not flinch or evade. Instead, he relied solely on his physical strength to swiftly unleash a punch, a form of the shadow fist, yet executed with greater finesse than Zhao Xingru's efforts. With a resounding thud, Zhao Xingru's traces in the air were shattered by Li Tianhuang's strike. In Li Tianhuang's eyes, Zhao's technique resembled that of a stumbling child. A mere novice in comparison, Zhao was forced to retreat repeatedly, his complexion shifting dramatically. After finally regaining his footing, he looked at Li Tianhuang in astonishment and asked, "What is happening? How could you break my technique?" He paused, bewildered. "I cannot fathom how you learned it. This fist technique is riddled with flaws, truly embarrassing for me." Li Tianhuang did not cease his movements. With his arms wide open, he unleashed the first form of the swift shadow fist, swiftly attacking Zhao Xingru. Zhao Xingru was momentarily taken aback, clearly recognizing the technique. However, the version executed by Li Tianhuang was imbued with an extraordinary ferocity and dominance, leaving Zhao with an overwhelming sense of having foolishly displayed his skills in front of a master. Thud! In a moment of distraction, Zhao Xingru was struck twice in the face, his body sent hurtling off the stage. Rising from the ground, bloodied and bruised, Zhao spat out 2 teeth, enhancing the grimness of his expression as he glared at Li Tianhuang and exclaimed, "Prince San, how could you strike with such intent to harm? Were we not to stop at a mere demonstration?" Li Tianhuang shrugged slightly on the arena, apologizing for his swift punch that he could not retract in time. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xingru spat out a mouthful of blood, for it was clear that this was not a mere accident but a deliberate act. Anger surged within him. Having treated the other with courtesy, he found it utterly shameless that Li Tianhuang had so ruthlessly knocked out 2 of his teeth. He could not fathom why Li Tianhuang had resorted to such brutality, for he had never been this way before. Not far away, Lu Guangyuan rushed over to assist Zhao Xingru. Brother Xingru, are you not aware that the shadow strike we have recently learned originates from Li Tianhuang himself? Engaging with him without incurring losses would be a miracle, he remarked, exasperated. Lu Guangyuan had intended to warn Zhao Xingru earlier but had missed the opportunity. Zhao Xingru, upon hearing this, was driven to the brink of fainting from his fury. When Li Tianhuang imparted the shadow strike fist, it was solely within the confines of the Red Heart Barracks, whereas Zhao Xingru merely learned this technique from an instructor of the Qi family army. In this encounter, Li Tianhuang ultimately emerged victorious, earning a reward of 150 low-grade spirit stones, while Zhao Xingru departed in indignation. As the referee declared the match concluded, Li Tianhuang did not vacate the stage. Instead, he assumed the role of the next contender. According to the regulations of the martial arts competition, the maximum number of participants in a single match is capped at 6. Having witnessed Li Tianhuang's prowess, Zhao Xingru harbored a quiet resentment but refrained from ascending the stage again. Lu Guangyuan and Liao He, who had previously sparred with him, also hesitated to challenge him. 5 capable soldiers, eager to engage in a friendly contest with Li Tianhuang, were systematically defeated one by one. Surrounding them, jeers and insults lingered in the air. Yet no one dared to ascend the stage to teach him a lesson. Just as the referee was poised to declare Li Tianhuang the victor, Qi Feng, situated on a distant platform, seized his sword and leapt into the air, performing several somersaults before landing on the stage. His entrance elicited cheers from the crowd. Li Tianhuang waved his hand, and the referee who presented him with the award stepped back. Li Tianhuang, do you dare to duel with me? Qi Feng asked with a cold smirk. Li Tianhuang displayed a look of disdain, questioning, with your base swordsmanship, what right do you have to compare yourself to me? Qi Feng's expression instantly transformed into one of fury as he pointed accusingly at Li Tianhuang, exclaiming, how dare you label my swordsmanship as base? This is the radiant sword technique, imparted to me by my father, a true mastery of mortal skill. Li Tianhuang's expression subtly shifted. Qi Zhentian, being a spirit master and the commander of the Qimen Pass, naturally possessed exceptional swordsmanship. It was unexpected, however, that he had imparted such skills to his son, Qi Feng. Very well, I shall grant you 3 moves to discern whose swordplay is truly superior. Li Tianhuang responded with a calm demeanor. Qi Feng furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of indignation as he had once again been humiliated by Li Tianhuang's words. Consumed by anger, he drew his sword with a swift motion and pointed it at Li Tianhuang, declaring, then let us see you retrieve your sword. Li Tianhuang turned his gaze towards Fan Luoying in the distance. He extended his hand, pointing at the spirit jade sword in her possession, then curled his finger, signaling her to lend him the sword for a brief moment. Luoying, do lend the sword to Tianhuang, he urged, with Fan Lin also encouraging her. Luoying nodded, rising to approach, and handed the sword to Li Tianhuang. Though she harbored a dislike for him, it would be unreasonable not to lend it, considering how he had come to her aid on several occasions. Meanwhile, Qi Feng watched in dismay as the sword he had gifted to Fan Luoying was now being borrowed by Li Tianhuang, a bitter sensation surging within him. Li Tianhuang took the sword, grinning at Fan Luoying. Thank you. I hope you don't damage it. Fan Luoying rolled her eyes. In truth, she held no fondness for either of the two on the stage. The sword itself was of decent quality, yet the skill of the 2-star weaponsmith left much to be desired. As Li Tianhuang drew the Lingyu sword, its slender and supple blade resonated with the sound of a green bird. The weapon's soul, number 8, transformed into a metallic liquid that seeped into his palm. Immediately, he discerned that this was merely a mid-tier spiritual energy jade slip of 2-star quality, with the internal 2 spiritual energy imprints being rather incomplete, which would inevitably cause obstruction as the spiritual energy flowed through. You truly are beyond redemption, he thought. Let me see if I can remedy this. Qi Feng, already harboring dissatisfaction towards Li Tianhuang, felt an even greater surge of anger at this moment. Infusing his own spiritual energy into the sword, he activated the spiritual energy imprints within, and with a swift motion, unleashed the streamlight sword technique. Instantly, Multiple beams of sword light sliced through the air, resembling streaks of flowing brilliance, rushing towards Li Tianhuang. Undoubtedly, as the son of Commander Qi Feng possessed commendable talent, having achieved the mid-stage of a great martial artist, surpassing the likes of Liao He, Lu Guanyuan, and Zhao Xingru. Li Tianhuang, having promised to offer his opponent 3 moves, would naturally not go back on his word. As the brilliant sword lights approached, he stood with his hands behind his back, slightly bowing his head, and with a peculiar twist of his body. Those sword lights fleetingly passed by his ears without inflicting a single wound. Frustrated by his failure to land a hit, Qi Feng's anger flared as he continued to execute the flowing light sword technique, striking horizontally through the void. This strike resembled a cascade of water, its arc both elegant and resplendent. However, as it reached Li Tianhuang, the sword failed to reveal its true might. It was as if a gust of wind danced beneath his feet, allowing him to evade the blow with a mysterious turn. Qi Feng was taken aback, for it seemed as if Li Tianhuang was riding the clouds, rendering him utterly incapable of landing a hit. Gritting his teeth, Qi Feng advanced once more, swinging his sword towards Li Tianhuang's lower body. This third strike was akin to the relentless waves of the sea, continuously rolling back, mirroring the underhanded tactics he had employed to defeat Fan Luoying. Chapter 27. The exquisite sword technique against Li Tianhuang. Qi Feng showed no signs of restraint. His moves were cunning and vicious, even swifter than those he had used against Fan Luoying, leaving virtually no room for retreat. Li Tianhuang took 2 steps back before gracefully executing his movement technique, soaring through the air. Qi Feng sneered, intensifying his assault, intent on forcing Li Tianhuang off the stage in one fell swoop. However, he never anticipated that Li Tianhuang would leap into the air, performing a somersault, and directly land behind him. Qi Feng, I have allowed you 3 strikes. Now it is my turn, Li Tianhuang declared from behind. Qi Feng, taken aback, quickly turned around, his expression one of astonishment. How had Li Tianhuang managed to maneuver behind him? Yet, he soon recovered with a cold smile, retorting, Li Tianhuang, even if you evade my 3 strikes, what does it matter? As a mere novice devoid of cultivation, you stand no chance against me in direct combat. Is that so? Then let us engage in a contest of pure physical strength. I fear you will be unable to withstand even a single blow. Li Tianhuang suddenly felt a tremor in his arm, causing the Lingyu sword in his hand to sway vigorously. He did not channel the spiritual energy within him, nor did he activate the spiritual imprint within the sword. Instead, he relied solely on the strength of his body to execute the falling cherry blossom sword technique. After undergoing the previous marrow cleansing and body tempering, coupled with the purification from the 9 heavens star technique from his past life, his physical strength had long since surpassed that of an ordinary martial artist, rivaling even that of a profound martial artist. The Lingyu sword, inherently supple, transformed into a flurry of cherry blossoms cascading down as soon as the technique was invoked. Simultaneously, empowered by the technique, the sword technique directly summoned a mere fraction of the stellar force from Zhang Hengxing, causing the entire square to erupt into a tempest with the arena at its heart, creating a swirling vortex of wind. The sword resonated with a sound akin to petals fluttering, a shower of blossoms closing in on Qi Feng. Startled, Qi Feng scrutinized Li Tianhuang's dantian, which revealed not a hint of fluctuation. To think that such a terrifying sword momentum could be unleashed solely through physical prowess left him utterly astounded. As the sword flower approached, Qi Feng hurriedly swung his sword to defend. With a clang, the moment their blades met, an intense vibration surged through the sword, causing it to hum ominously, which then traveled to his arm, making it tremble and nearly slip from his grasp. Qi Feng himself found himself involuntarily retreating. It was as if he were caught in the waves of the sea, each crest following the last, though the force was not overwhelming. It felt as if someone were pushing him, a perfect blend of softness and strength, leaving him with no solid ground to stand upon. With a thud, Qi Feng's last step fell short, and he toppled off the arena, landing unceremoniously on the ground. How could this be possible? You were clearly a waste, not even qualifying as a cultivator, standing at the bottom, inferior even to commoners. How could you unleash such a formidable sword technique? Qi Feng, shaken to his core, felt his arm tingle and his face flush with indignation. Li Tianhuang sheathed his sword and approached the edge of the arena, a hint of derision gracing his features as he remarked, "There is no reason. You simply lack the skill." This statement sent a tremor through Qi Feng's heart, nearly causing him to lose his resolve. In truth, aside from Li Tianhuang's formidable physical prowess, The falling cherry blossom sword technique he executed was fundamentally a transcendent martial art, comparable in quality to the swift shadow fist. Martial arts are categorized into various tiers: mortal techniques, spirit master techniques, fate master techniques, law king techniques, and immortal techniques. Among these, mortal techniques are further divided into inferior, medium, superior, and transcendent grades. Qi Feng's luminous sword technique, being merely of superior quality, paled in comparison to the transcendent sword technique of falling cherry blossom. Your reward for this match, third prince, the referee announced, stepping onto the platform and presenting a package containing 150 spirit stones to Huang. It was only at this moment that the multitude of spectators surrounding the arena began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The soldiers who had previously mocked Huang gasped in astonishment, their shock palpable. Who else could defeat a formidable warrior without relying on cultivation? While they harbored disdain for Huang, they could not help but admire his undeniable strength. Some soldiers even began to applaud. Not far away, Xin observed this scene with a furrowed brow filled with perplexity. As a spirit master, he found himself unable to discern the source of Huang's power despite witnessing it firsthand. Meanwhile, on the opposite platform, the commander of the Qi array, Zhao Chang, was equally astonished. The assassins he had previously dispatched to eliminate Huang had either mysteriously vanished or met with grim fates. Initially suspecting that someone was covertly protecting Huang, he now began to ponder the possibility that Huang might have turned the tables on those assassins. Beside Fan Lin, Fan Luoying's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she gazed intently at the arena. The falling cherry blossom sword technique Huang had just demonstrated captivated her, reminding her of the day he had stood up for her and taught Yao Wenlong a lesson, employing the very same technique that had left her profoundly impressed. This sword technique was not only powerful but also visually stunning, akin to a celestial maiden dancing gracefully, a harmonious blend of strength and elegance, far surpassing Qi Feng's crude luminous sword technique. General Zhu Zhengyang, seated beside Qi Jintian, found his attention drawn to Huang on the platform, his eyes lighting up with recognition. However, clad in the attire of an ordinary soldier, Zhu Zhengyang failed to recognize him as the recently deposed prince of the Celestial Kingdom. Exiled to this place, Huang descended from the arena and, before Fan Luoying, waved slightly, returning the Lingyu sword to her. "Thank you." He expressed his gratitude and then took a seat beside her once more. It was only then that Fan Luoying regained her composure. She glanced at Huang, initially expecting to feel the same disdain for him as before. However, the memory of his execution of the cherry blossom sword technique rendered her unable to harbor any animosity, leaving her rather perplexed. Zhao Xingru wore a particularly sinister expression. He had never harbored any fondness for Huang and had previously masked his disdain with feigned respect. Now, however, he could no longer maintain that facade, revealing his true nature. It was evident that among those present, aside from Fan Lin and his daughter, as well as General Zhu Zhengyang, the other factions, particularly Qi Jintian's, were intent on suppressing Huang's rise. After a brief interval under Qi Jintian's command, soldiers from another area of the square began to withdraw, unveiling a towering structure constructed of immense logs. This tower soared over 300 zhang, built from more than 1,000 colossal timbers, and at its pinnacle, a large banner fluttered in the wind. This was the grand finale of the martial arts event, the Tower of Ascendancy. According to the rules, participants were required to climb from the base of the tower using only their hands. Only one individual could reach the summit and raise the banner. The victor would be rewarded with 300 low-grade spirit stones. The base of the tower was relatively wide, making the initial ascent manageable, but as one climbed higher, the structure narrowed, and with more participants, the competition intensified. At the very top, there was only a single upright post, accommodating only one climber. This final event, the Tower of Ascendancy, was open to all youths under the age of 20. Those daring enough to accept the challenge gathered at the base of the tower. A judge, brandishing a red flag, stood at the bottom, signaling to the crowd. Instantly, numerous young soldiers eagerly approached the base. Liao Youhai's son, Liao He, Lu Quan's son, Lu Guangyuan, Zhao Chang's son, Zhao Xingru, and Qi Jintian's son, Qi Feng, all rose in succession to join the throng. As the offspring of commanding officers, they naturally had a role to play in rallying others, and the allure of the 300 low-grade spirit stones was undoubtedly a strong motivation. Fan Lin watched with keen interest, but realized his own ineligibility. He turned to his daughter, Fan Luoying. Luoying, the Tower of Ascendancy is the grand event. Do you wish to participate? Fan Luoying slightly furrowed her brow. Father, I shall pass on this. It is predominantly a male competition, and being the sole female participant feels rather inappropriate. The prospect of grappling and struggling with a group of men was not something she desired, as it would tarnish her image. Indeed, Fan Lin replied with a faint smile before looking towards Li Tianhuang. Tianhuang, then it is your turn. Very well. Li Tianhuang paused momentarily, his thoughts aligning with the intention that had just arisen within him. He then rose to his feet and strode forward. Chapter 28. Ascending the Heavenly Tower. The ascending Heavenly Tower represents the grand finale, with the ultimate victor poised to receive 300 low-grade spiritual stones. A reward that Li Tianhuang certainly would not overlook. At this moment, the base of the tower was thronged with a multitude of youthful aspirants. The Eastern Celestial Kingdom bestows generous treatment upon its military, with monthly stipends and salaries that are remarkably substantial, rivaling those of disciples from various sects in the martial world. Consequently, many capable military officers, blessed with progeny, tend to place their children within the military ranks, whether as soldiers or reserves, thus allowing them to partake in the imperial provisions. However, the frontier military camps lack the comforts associated with the sects of the martial world. The specter of death on the battlefield looms ever present. Provided that one adheres to the camp's regulations, the high-ranking officials, along with the entire royal lineage of the Celestial Kingdom, generally turn a blind eye to such matters, exercising leniency. Could he also aspire to ascend the Heavenly Tower? Numerous onlookers expressed astonishment as they beheld Li Tianhuang's approach. At this juncture, few dared to underestimate or mock him any longer. His previous performances in the arena had already validated his prowess, and the recent news of his impartation of the Great Ascension Fist technique had begun to circulate throughout the military camp. The offspring of several military officials, including Qi Feng, Zhao Xingru, Liao He, and Lu Guangyuan, changed countenance upon seeing Li Tianhuang, acutely aware of the considerable pressure he exerted. In their hearts, Li Tianhuang cast a lingering shadow. Had they clashed during the ascent of the Tower of Heaven, no advantage would have been gained. Amidst their discussions, Qi Feng, Zhao Hongru, and others drew closer together. Their eyes exchanged glances, and Lu Guangyuan remarked with a frown, "Young Master Qi, we must not allow that rogue to secure the first position." Qi Feng's gaze turned sinister, a cold smile gracing his lips as he responded, "Let us unite our forces to deal with this worthless wretch. He must not reach the pinnacle of the tower." The others nodded in agreement, their animosity towards this parricidal prince prompting them to instinctively band together against a common foe. "Fear not, esteemed gentlemen. We shall assist in obstructing him while you ascend." A portion of the Qi family army, along with the Bei soldiers, Xiansa troops, and Qijin warriors, eagerly volunteered to aid in targeting Li Tianhuang, hoping to curry favor with their young master. "Excellent. As long as you can hinder that imbecile, you shall be duly rewarded once the martial exhibition concludes." Qi Feng's eyes glinted with pride. With more than half of the forces comprised of the Qi family army, Li Tianhuang posed no threat, allowing him to ascend smoothly to the tower's summit. In less than half a stick of incense, nearly 500 participants had gathered at the tower's base, surrounding it from all four directions, many having shed their shirts for ease of climbing. "The ascent of the Tower of Heaven commences now. Heed my command," the referee bellowed from the sidelines. Upon hearing this, everyone prepared themselves. The referee raised a firearm above his head, pausing for 3 breaths. Bang! The firearm discharged with a sharp report, and in the next instant, the throng of over 500 surged forth, scrambling up the massive wooden structure. Amidst the jostling, they quickly ascended 2 or 3 levels, yet soon began to tug and tear at one another in fierce competition, resulting in several individuals being forcibly yanked back to the ground. Qi Feng, Zhao Hongru, Liao He, and Lu Guangyuan, aided by others and bolstered by their commendable abilities, surged ahead, leaving the rest behind. If this pace continued, one among them would undoubtedly reach the summit first. Meanwhile, on the ground, a segment of individuals remained stagnant, intent on obstructing Li Tianhuang's ascent to buy time for Qi Feng and his companions. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, it became evident that Li Tianhuang showed no inclination to make a move. Li Tianhuang stood still on the ground, his gaze indifferent, exuding an air of calmness that betrayed no urgency. While he remained unperturbed, the members of the Qi family army grew increasingly impatient, unwilling to squander time in idle waiting. For them, this was a mere waste of precious moments. They yearned to ascend the tower, not necessarily to claim the top position, but at least to make a commendable showing that would earn them the recognition of the officials, thus securing minor promotions. As the stalemate lingered, the crowd turned away, commencing their ascent without a second thought for Li Tianhuang. In the blink of an eye, he found himself alone on the ground. What could be the reason for his hesitation? It was perplexing. Why did he merely stand there? Was he perhaps afraid of falling, contemplating retreat? The onlookers wore expressions of confusion. It was well known that Li Tianhuang's cultivation had been rendered ineffective, devoid of any spiritual energy. A careless fall from a great height would undoubtedly leave him a mere heap of flesh. Time passed, and the rankings on the heavenly tower appeared to solidify. Qifeng led the pack, having reached the upper half of the tower, scaling over 200 zhang. Liao Yuhai's son, Liao He, claimed the second position, while Zhao Xingru and Lu Guangyuan occupied the third and fourth spots respectively, situated in the middle section of the tower. The majority of others remained in the lower half. As one ascended, the tower narrowed, leading to congestion as more individuals crowded together, rendering it difficult for many to advance. The crowd seemed to have forgotten Li Tianhuang, their attention fully captivated by Qifeng and the others. Yet, at that moment, after a prolonged silence, Li Tianhuang finally stirred. He stepped forward, leaping effortlessly 2 or 3 tiers up, dragging one individual down before swiftly grasping a wooden post with one hand. As he climbed with vigor, his body suddenly twisted, executing a seemingly peculiar maneuver. Then, with a push against the void, he ascended the massive trunk with astonishing rapidity, as if soaring through the clouds. His speed surpassed that of his competitors by several folds. It was as though he was gliding effortlessly, even more agile than a monkey. "Look, he's moving. What incredible speed!" exclaimed the onlookers. Good heavens, his limbs possessed such strength. Could it be he was merely biding his time? Many faces displayed astonishment, their mouths agape. At this pace, it would not be long before Li Tianhuang surpassed the majority and caught up with Qifeng and the others. Qifeng, initially brimming with self-satisfaction, believing the first position was within his grasp, inadvertently glanced down and was taken aback to see Li Tianhuang rapidly closing in. His expression shifted dramatically. "Quick, stop him!" Qifeng shouted urgently. Upon receiving the command, numerous members of the Qi family army finally noticed Li Tianhuang and rushed forward without hesitation, attempting to obstruct him with their bodies, throwing punches and delivering powerful kicks in an effort to impede his ascent. However, all their attacks ultimately met with failure. Li Tianhuang moved with remarkable agility, akin to a swift rabbit, effortlessly evading all obstacles in his path. In the midst of his evasive maneuvers, he managed to strike a few individuals with his hands and feet. Caught off guard, they tumbled from great heights, their terrified cries echoing as they crashed to the ground, sustaining grievous injuries. Li Tianhuang's speed showed no sign of diminishing. When obstructed by bodies, he seized their legs and feet, climbing over their heads with ease. In a matter of moments, he reached the central position of the heavenly tower, not far from Zhao Xingru, Lu Guangyuan, and the others. Chapter 29, Cloud Walking. What should we do? He.S. catching up. A group of inept individuals could not even halt a mere nuisance. Liao He, Zhao Xingru, and Lu Guangyuan had also arrived beside Qifeng, their expressions clouded with dismay. Qifeng's gaze turned ominous as he commanded, "Everyone, attack. Push him down. We cannot allow him to surpass us." With that, they converged towards Li Tianhuang's climbing path. As they approached, each of them summoned their prowess, launching punches or executing leg techniques, all aiming to strike Li Tianhuang without holding back. After all, this was a martial arts exhibition. If Li Tianhuang fell and sustained injuries, it would be a consequence of his own inadequacy. At this moment, they all sought to seize the opportunity for retaliation. Bang, bang, bang. Under the combined assault of Qifeng and the others, Li Tianhuang's speed began to wane. The heavenly tower had become quite narrow at this juncture, forcing him to respond defensively. Despite his formidable strength, Qifeng and the others were no weaklings. They were seasoned martial artists, and atop this tower, Li Tianhuang could only balance on one foot while using his hands and the other foot to fend off the attacks from all directions. Die! Qifeng gritted his teeth, abandoning his own ascent, and leaped down from above, delivering a powerful kick directly to Li Tianhuang. Li Tianhuang, caught off guard, was struck with tremendous force and instantly sent flying. Whoosh! Everyone in the square drew in a sharp breath, their eyes widening in astonishment. Li Tianhuang was violently expelled, his body plummeting rapidly from an altitude of over 230 feet. At such velocity, even the robust physique of a formidable martial artist would be reduced to a mere pulp upon impact. Ha ha ha, it's only fitting that you meet your demise. This is the inevitable consequence of opposing me. Qifeng laughed maniacally, a smug expression plastered across his face. The other three, witnessing Li Tianhuang's descent, felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, particularly Zhao Hongru and Liao He, who harbored deep-seated animosity towards him due to previous conflicts. Their thirst for vengeance was palpable. This way, I want to have to secretly dispatch someone to deal with him. On the high platform, the commander of the Qi formation, Zhao Chang, also felt a surge of exhilaration. He had been sent by the Crown Prince Li Tianjia to covertly assassinate Li Tianhuang, and naturally, he hoped for Li Tianhuang's demise at this very moment. Meanwhile, Commander Qi Jintian shared Zhao Chang's sentiments. The Crown Prince had sent him 2 secret messages instructing him to eliminate Li Tianhuang, should Li Tianhuang perish. He would earn the Crown Prince's favor, receive the title of Grand General, and ascend to unparalleled heights of success. Among the commanders, only Fan Lin and Liao Yuhai wished for Li Tianhuang's survival. Liao Yuhai was on the brink of death from the residual flames of his elixir. And if Li Tianhuang were to die prematurely, there would be no one to forge the Yin transformation elixir for him. This is dire. Tianhuang is in peril. Fan Lin suddenly sprang to his feet, his face etched with concern. Beside him, Fan Luoying's delicate features also bore traces of worry, her heart racing to her throat. She ought to harbor a deep-seated hatred for Li Tianhuang. Yet, at this moment, an overwhelming anxiety for his safety consumed her, leaving her puzzled as to the reason behind her feelings. Just as everyone believed that Li Tianhuang was destined for doom, he unexpectedly moved mid-air. Without the aid of any external force, his body swiftly inverted, and his descent abruptly slowed. His movements were peculiar, as he seemed to walk on the air like a fish gliding through water. After a few rotations, Li Tianhuang seized a wooden post and rapidly ascended the tower once more, this time at an even greater speed. A collective gasp echoed through the square as thousands of eyes converged upon Li Tianhuang, filled with shock and confusion. They witnessed his fall yet were met with an unexpected sight. Instead of the anticipated tragic scene, he appeared to defy gravity, swiftly returning to the tower's edge before hitting the ground. It was inconceivable how he had harnessed the forces at play during this extraordinary event. Fan Lin and Fan Luoying exhaled in relief, their anxious hearts finally at ease. Qi Jintian, Zhao Chang, and others, including Yao Wenlong from the crowd, wore expressions of dismay. The fact that Li Tianhuang emerged unscathed dealt a significant blow to their morale. Amongst the high tower, many gazed at Li Tianhuang in astonishment, their eyes filled with the wonder reserved for the extraordinary. Qi Feng, Liao He, and Zhao Xingru were equally taken aback, their faces reflecting disbelief. How could this be? Was he not supposed to fall? At that moment, Qi Feng was eager to understand how Li Tianhuang had halted his descent mid-air and returned to the tower. An occurrence so implausible that it seemed to defy logic and comprehension. Faced with countless bewildered gazes, Li Tianhuang showed no inclination to offer an explanation. A gentle breeze swirled around him as he ascended swiftly, soon regaining his original position. In truth, from the earlier competition to this moment on the tower, he had employed the same technique. This technique was known as the cloud stepping step, an exceptionally refined form of movement, with feet that seemed to tread upon the wind. He moved with the grace of a swallow. Once mastered, even an ordinary mortal could soar like an immortal, weaving effortlessly through battles. Its sophistication rendered many unable to grasp the mechanics behind it. Quick, stop him. Do not let him ascend. Qi Feng stood at the highest point, his expression grim, anxiously shouting. Liao He, Zhao Xingru, and Lu Guangyuan also wished to thwart Li Tianhuang, yet their intentions were futile. They were engulfed in a profound sense of dread towards him, fully aware that they could not impede his advance alone. As Lu Guangyuan witnessed Li Tianhuang approaching with terrifying swiftness, his instinct was to retreat rather than confront. In the next moment, he felt a firm grip on his ankle, and with a sudden force, he was yanked down from the wooden post he clung to. Ah, quickly, catch me, I'm falling. Lu Guangyuan cried out in sheer terror. Fortunately, several agile soldiers swiftly intervened, catching him midair. Li Tianhuang, what are you doing? I haven't harmed you. Zhao Xingru exclaimed, hastily evading as he noticed Li Tianhuang drawing near. Li Tianhuang's face was adorned with a chilling smirk, as he made no move against me. Was it merely a pack of hounds that had been assailing me moments ago? He seized Zhao Xingru's belt with a firm grip and yanked forcefully, causing the wooden stake in Zhao's embrace to slip from his grasp. And he too was cast aside by Li Tianhuang. Do not come any closer. Liao He's eyes were filled with panic, as he clutched a wooden stake tightly to his chest. Li Tianhuang approached him, tilting his head with a smile. Liao He, you were the most ferocious just now. Are you repaying kindness with malice? Do you not wish for me to rescue your father? He grasped Liao He's calf and pulled with considerable force, yet to his surprise, he could not budge him. Liao He, a towering figure resembling a black bear, clung tightly to the wooden post, fearful of being tossed aside by Li Tianhuang. "No, please don't throw me. I was wrong. I apologize. Is that not sufficient?" Liao He exclaimed with a mournful expression, his eyes filled with terror. Not only fearing Li Tianhuang, but also suffering from an acute fear of heights. Of course not. If everyone could bully me and then come back to apologize in hopes of earning my forgiveness, it would mean anyone could take advantage of me. Li Tianhuang released Liao He's calf and swiftly struck the wooden post that Liao He was clutching. With a resounding crack, the post shattered instantaneously. Li Tianhuang followed up with a powerful kick, causing the post to splinter further. Liao He emitted a terrified scream as he, along with the broken wood, plummeted downwards. In Chapter 30, Enemies on All Sides, Zhao Xingru and Liao He tumbled down in succession, their cries echoing in sheer panic. The soldiers stationed below wore anxious expressions, extending their hands in an attempt to catch them. After much effort, they managed to secure Zhao Xingru, just as they were about to pull him back. However, the severed wood from Liao He's grasp fell, striking Zhao Xingru on the head, leaving him dazed and blood streaming from his forehead. Moments later, Liao He followed suit, and a soldier reached out with both hands, quickly grasping Liao He's feet. Nevertheless, Liao He's robust physique descended like a colossal boulder, causing the soldier to lose his grip. Liao He's head collided violently with the wooden post, resulting in a grievous injury. Fortunately, both individuals were caught by the soldiers, thus averting the grim fate of being dashed to pieces upon impact. At the upper half of the tower, only Li Tianhuang and Qi Feng remained. Qi Feng's face was etched with terror as he witnessed Li Tianhuang's humiliating display from such heights, his spirit nearly forsaking him. He did not entertain the notion that he would be as fortunate if he were to be cast down. As he saw Li Tianhuang ascend toward him, Qi Feng, in a flurry of desperation, scrambled upward using both hands and feet. Just moments ago, he had personally kicked Li Tianhuang from a great height. Surely, Li Tianhuang would not spare him. "Why are you so flustered, Qi Feng? Are you perhaps afraid I might cast you down as well?" Li Tianhuang taunted, a wicked smile playing on his lips as he closely followed Qi Feng. "Indeed, please do not let me fall. I have a fear of heights." Qi Feng cried out in terror as he continued his frantic climb. Li Tianhuang tilted his head with a cold smirk and said, "You have acrophobia, yet you climb to such heights. However, fear not. Shortly, I shall cast you down to remedy your fear of heights. No need for gratitude." Li Tianhuang revealed a countenance of selfless integrity, preparing to perform a noble deed without seeking recognition. He executed the cloud-soaring step, propelling himself skyward with a powerful thrust of his feet, akin to an arrow in flight, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived beside Qi Feng. Startled, Qi Feng was drenched in cold sweat, clinging tightly to the wooden post. "What do you intend to do?" he stammered. "Do not be afraid. Simply close your eyes. It will be over swiftly." Li Tianhuang reached out and patted Qi Feng's shoulder, then suddenly seized his neck, lifting him effortlessly before discarding him as one might dispose of refuse. Qi Feng gritted his teeth, intending to grab hold of Li Tianhuang and bring him down as well. But Li Tianhuang eluded his grasp like a slippery eel. As Qi Feng fell through the air, panic surged within him, prompting a frantic cry for help. "Catch me. Please. Catch me. Do not fear, young Master Qi. We shall catch you." The members of the Qi family army reached out in unison. However, they soon realized they had underestimated the length of their own arms. Qi Feng's body nearly grazed their fingertips, slipping past without being caught. Instantly, fear drained the color from Qi Feng's face as he thought he was doomed, nearly losing consciousness. Just as he was about to make a perilous encounter with the ground, a figure on a distant platform sprang into action. With a commanding presence, the figure transformed into a blur, weaving through the crowd, and reached the base of the tower in an instant. With a swift motion, Qi Feng was securely caught. Realizing he was unharmed, he opened his tightly shut eyes to behold the person who had saved him, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "Father." At that moment, Qi Feng resembled a child on the verge of tears. Only Qi Jintian possessed the spiritual prowess to arrive with such remarkable speed. Otherwise, he would have faced the heartbreaking loss of a son. "Do not be afraid, Fenger. All is well," Qi Jintian reassured him, lifting his gaze toward Li Tianhuang, who had reached the pinnacle of the tower. A glint of murderous intent flickered in his enraged eyes. Previously hesitant about the messages from the crown prince, he was now resolute. Only by eliminating Li Tianhuang could he quell the bitterness in his heart. At the summit of the tower, Li Tianhuang successfully ascended a vertical wooden post, tearing down the grand banner and waving it triumphantly. Around him, after the breathtaking spectacle, many spectators erupted in cheers for the victor of the celestial ascent. The fervor of the martial exhibition remained undiminished despite Li Tianhuang's notorious filicide. Nonetheless, a significant number of onlookers wore expressions as grim as stormy seas, including Qi Jintian. The leaders of the three factions and their offspring, particularly Qi Feng and his companions, who were nearly consumed by rage, having employed every possible strategy to thwart Li Tianhuang. They were left in disarray, unable to hinder his advance, with over 500 individuals failing to stop him. Descending from the tower, Li Tianhuang handed the grand banner to the officiant. "Announce the results," he instructed. The officiant glanced at Li Tianhuang, then at Qi Jintian, hesitating before proclaiming, "I declare that the first to ascend the celestial tower is the third prince." At that moment, many erupted in cheers, while others wore expressions of peculiar disquiet. The question lingered. Was it a mark of honor or a stain of disgrace for a parricidal usurper to seize the title of champion atop the celestial tower? The judge produced 300 low-grade spirit stones, which were promptly seized by Li Tianhuang. Unfazed by any notions of honor or disgrace, he was solely focused on the substantial reward of spirit stones before him. "Li Tianhuang, your actions are excessive. I have graciously allowed you to remain at this peculiar gate, yet you dare to threaten my son's life." Just as Li Tianhuang was about to depart, Qi Jintian, who had been standing silently, finally admonished him. Amidst the crowd, Lu Quan, Zhao Chong, and Liao Yuhai approached, their faces etched with fury. Lu Quan, the commander of the 100-leaf soldiers, had long harbored intentions against Li Tianhuang. And now he spoke up. "Do not presume that your status as a prince grants you immunity from the law. This is a military camp, and you ought to be subject to military discipline. The penalties of military law are far too lenient for a villain such as you, who commits patricide and harms his own kin. Such a wretch deserves the punishment of burning on a stake." Zhao Chong, a soldier of the Qi array, echoed, shedding any semblance of his former respect. Liao Yuhai opened his mouth to speak, but, recalling his request for Li Tianhuang to concoct the Yin transformation pill for him, swallowed his words back down. Li Tianhuang turned around, casting a cold smile at the group and retorted, "When your son brazenly assaulted me just now, did you ever admonish him that such behavior is unacceptable? Should I have fallen and met my demise, your son would bear the guilt of fratricide. Would you then impose military law upon him? I merely returned the favor in kind. They may challenge me at their leisure." In just 3 sentences, his words resonated like a soul-searching inquiry, leaving several of them blushing and speechless. The rules of the Ascension Tower permitted shoving and pulling, yet explicitly prohibited the deliberate assault on an individual. Otherwise, it constituted a violation. When Li Tianhuang was kicked away moments ago, no one intervened or admonished the assailants, their intentions clearly indulgent. Yet, when their own son faced adversity, they rushed forth to condemn him. Li Tianhuang would not indulge such hypocrisy. "Humph. I am the leader of the Qimen Pass, and here, my word is law. I declare your actions a breach of conduct, and thus, they are." Qi Jintian, with a darkened expression, spoke in a deep voice, "Bring this boy's rewards to a halt and take him away for punishment." As he spoke, several soldiers of the Qi family advanced. "I dare anyone to try," Li Tianhuang thundered, his entire being trembling with fury. The injustice of this decree was palpable. With the pride of the Blade Sovereign, how could he not be enraged? The soldiers hesitated, fear gripping their hearts. Chapter 31. Despondency. The imposing presence of the ancient sovereign was not something anyone could withstand, and at this moment, no one could impede Li Tianhuang's departure. After a tense moment, on the distant high platform, General Zhu Xingyang, who had remained silent, finally stood up. "Commander Qi, I believe all parties share responsibility in this matter. If you seek punishment, it must extend to your own children as well to be fair." His voice was robust and filled with righteousness. Zhu Xingyang descended the steps and approached, appearing vigorous despite his 50 years. Qi Jintian turned to face Zhu Xingyang, his expression slightly displeased. He was well known for his impartiality, and his intervention revealed an evident bias in Qi Jintian's actions that he sought to rectify. Should Qi Jintian insist on punishing only Li Tianhuang, it would be viewed by Zhu Xingyang as favoritism. Standing before Li Tianhuang, Zhu Xingyang stroked his graying beard, a look of contemplation crossing his face as he inquired, "Are you the one who killed the 5th-generation empress and was subsequently deposed by the royal family?" Li Tianhuang hesitated, his gaze fixed on the other party with an inscrutable expression. This general possessed a demeanor that was both forthright and composed. He neither displayed disdain for Li Tianhuang as a patricide, nor did he flatter him due to his royal blood. Such individuals often embody an unwavering integrity, a trait that makes it challenging to forge friendships. Moreover, the other party was a master of fate, exuding an aura far surpassing that of Qi Jintian. Indeed, he appeared quite impressive. Zhu Xingyang offered a faint smile, raising his hand to gently pat Li Tianhuang on the shoulder. Li Tianhuang was momentarily taken aback. It seemed he had not offered any response, yet he appeared to be in good standing. Moreover, as a parricidal wretch loathed by all, he was perplexed by the inexplicable praise directed towards him. What logic governed this situation? After a brief hesitation, he spoke up to clarify, I am merely a deposed prince, though I have never acknowledged the act of patricide. Indeed, the previous owner of this body had never confessed to being the true murderer since the moment he was ensnared in the palace intrigue. Surprisingly, Zhu Xingyang remained unfazed by this revelation, nodding in agreement as he remarked, regardless, your earlier demeanor was commendable. I abide by the principle, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, but should one provoke me, I will undoubtedly retaliate. I greatly admire your character. Li Tianhuang was taken aback, realizing that the praise bestowed upon him was indeed for this particular trait. As for his identity as the parricidal prince, the other party seemed rather indifferent, leaving him puzzled as to the reason behind it. Qi Jintian stepped forward as well, slightly bowing to Zhu Xingyang, his expression grim as he spoke, General Zhu. This person is the very son who personally murdered the 5 Dynasties' immortal emperor, a villain of the highest order. Why do you shield him? If we speak of protection, Commander Qi, your earlier actions clearly indicated that you were also shielding your own son. In my view, you must either punish him alongside the others or abandon this matter entirely. Zhu Xingyang showed no regard for Qi Jintian, promptly rebuffing him. Qi Jintian's face shifted to shades of blue and purple. He had long heard of Zhu Xingyang's notoriously difficult demeanor and did not anticipate encountering it himself. With a sigh, he gestured to the soldiers nearby, signaling them to withdraw. The other party was indeed the formidable general of the main city. He did not dare to offend him, nor did he wish to punish his own son alongside this issue. Thus he chose to seek peace. Thank you, Li Tianhuang said, cupping his fist in gratitude towards Zhu Xingyang. Were it not for the latter's intervention, he would undoubtedly have been embroiled in a confrontation with Qi Jintian today. Zhu Xingyang surveyed the crowd before pointing at Li Tianhuang, stating, upon arriving at the frontier military camp, one must be prepared to defend the homeland and face the possibility of dying on the battlefield, even if you have fallen from grace and your reputation is tarnished. Should you wholeheartedly protect this land, I shall hold you in high regard. Having said this, Zhu Xingyang turned and departed. Li Tianhuang nodded, feeling a twinge of emotion within. He sensed that the general possessed an integrity that was rare in this world. The ascent of the celestial tower concluded here, and Qi Jintian, along with Qi Feng and others, harbored a deep resentment towards Li Tianhuang. Li Tianhuang adopted a nonchalant demeanor as he returned to sit beside Fan Lin. Subsequently, there were several minor competitions, yet they merely constituted contests among the soldiers, with rewards of little significance. Hence, Li Tianhuang showed little interest in participating. Before long, the martial demonstration came to a close. The following morning, Zhu Xingyang departed from Qimen Pass, heading straight back to the main city. Qi Jintian ultimately refrained from troubling Li Tianhuang again, but Li Tianhuang was acutely aware that both he and the 3 faction leaders had developed a profound enmity towards him, and new conflicts were bound to arise in no time. At dawn, the Qixin soldiers assembled once more, resuming their morning training for a new day. Li Tianhuang no longer demonstrated the swift shadow fist, merely correcting everyone's movements on occasion. As for Qi Feng, he had yet to make an appearance. During the morning practice, Fan Luoying appeared to be preoccupied with her thoughts. Once the session concluded, she felt a flutter of anxiety, intending to say something to Li Tianhuang, only to find that he had already departed from the camp, leaving her with no opportunity. Frustrated, she stamped her foot and turned to attend to her own matters. Li Tianhuang, as per his usual routine, roamed through various camps. The Zhao Chang father and son, as well as the Lu Guang Yuan father and son, no longer concealed their resentment, greeting him with expressions laden with animosity. Nevertheless, they found themselves powerless to intervene. The position of overseer had been personally designated by them, accompanied by an advance in military pay. Should they seek to dismiss Li Tianhuang, it would ultimately be they who would suffer the consequences. Li Tianhuang has been clandestinely observing the traitor Yao Wenlong, prepared to eliminate him without hesitation upon obtaining compelling evidence. Meanwhile, although the Western K Immortal Kingdom has acquired the map of the Qimen Pass, recent days have been remarkably quiet. Nonetheless, Fan Lin has consistently dispatched individuals to keep watch, ready to inform Li Tianhuang at the first sign of activity. After a round of surveillance, Li Tianhuang found himself at the Xian Su military camp. Liao He, with his head bandaged, sat outside the tent, his demeanor languid and despondent, as if consumed by melancholy. Li Tianhuang spotted him from afar, a smirk forming in his heart. Not only Liao He, but also Qi Feng, Zhao Hongru, and Lu Guangyuan had been harboring a deep-seated resentment, yearning for a chance to avenge themselves on Li Tianhuang, but unable to find the right opportunity. After several failed attempts, it was no surprise they felt a sense of despondency. Liao Yuhai, witnessing the transformation of his son, could only imagine the depths of his hatred for Li Tianhuang. Yet, in pursuit of the elusive Yin Dan, he set aside his grievances and approached with a beaming smile. His subordinates had encountered the third prince before, and as soon as he arrived, Liao Yuhai bowed respectfully. Catching a glimpse of his demeanor, Li Tianhuang understood that Liao Yuhai had been suppressing his feelings. And thus he ventured, "General Liao, you wouldn't hold me responsible for your son Liao Hei's unfortunate state after my actions yesterday, would you?" "Of course not. It is merely the result of my son's own inadequacies. How could a subordinate dare to blame the third prince?" Liao Yuhai replied, though inwardly he lamented, wondering how he could not blame him when his son was left in such a despondent state. "Well, that is a relief. When the opportunity arises, I shall personally seek to console Liao He," Li Tianhuang stated earnestly. Liao Yuhai inwardly cursed, wishing he would refrain from such actions, fearing it would only exacerbate his son's gloom. Rising, Liao Yuhai forced a smile and swiftly redirected the conversation, saying, "Third prince, the main city is still finalizing the last statistics. We will need to wait a few more days before the next batch of supplies can be dispatched. Is that so?" Li Tianhuang mused, his brow slightly furrowing. Military camps function on meticulous record-keeping. Each batch of supplies requires extensive documentation, and the processes of approval, distribution, loading, and transportation are time-consuming. However, to spare you from prolonged waiting, I have taken the liberty of sending someone to the nearby Xin sect to gather all necessary materials. Liao Yuhai suddenly added, Chapter 32, A Turn of the Golden Yuandan Xin sect. Li Tianhuang was momentarily taken aback. Liao Yuhai appeared to be in no rush to reveal the details. He was aware that the Xin sect was merely a second-rate sect within the vast realm of the Eastern Lin Immortal Kingdom. However, its mountain gate lay at the northern border, and most disciples emerging from there ultimately dedicated themselves to the military, contributing to the defense of the frontier. Consequently, the relationship between the sect and the military had always been rather close. "Where are the materials?" Li Tianhuang inquired. Liao Yuhai gestured invitingly with his hand, smiling, "Please, follow me." As they walked, Li Tianhuang accompanied him into an alchemical chamber. In the corner of the room stood a chest, and Liao Yuhai approached it, opening the lid. A wave of chilling air immediately emanated from within. Inside the chest lay a piece of millennium-old ice, preserved to ensure the materials remained unspoiled. "Your Highness, here are all the materials. Please take a look." Liao Yuhai arranged the items neatly on the table. Li Tianhuang approached and cast a glance. On that day, he had provided Liao Yuhai with a list of herbs required for refining the Huang Dan. Liao Yuhai had meticulously prepared several sets of all the herbs, ensuring that each was of the highest quality. Indeed, they were all exquisite herbs, Li Tianhuang remarked. Furthermore, Liao Yuhai finally produced a jar and presented it to Li Tianhuang, saying, "This is the Jinyuan dew I specifically prepared for your Highness, the third prince." Li Tianhuang's eyes sparkled with delight as he took the jar and opened it. Inside, it contained a bounty of golden dew, pristine and unblemished, accompanied by a faint, delicate fragrance. Undoubtedly, only the purest golden dew could emanate such an exquisite aroma. "General Liao, your efforts are commendable," Li Tianhuang mused inwardly, recognizing Liao Yuhai's tenacity in preserving his life, even going so far as to send someone to the Xin sect. Yet, lamentably, he was merely treated as a tool, one to be discarded once utilized. Thus, there was no need for him to harbor any compassion in saving him. With a sly grin, Liao Yuhai inquired, "Does the third prince have time to concoct pills for me?" "Of course," Li Tianhuang replied nonchalantly. "I shall await good news." Liao Yuhai responded with a slight bow before retreating and closing the door to the alchemy chamber. Quite the enthusiastic fellow, Li Tianhuang thought, stifling a cold chuckle as he relocated the herbs from the table to the alchemical furnace. He then settled into a cross-legged position, preparing to refine the elixir. Channeling the internal alchemical fire, he began to regulate the earth fire into the furnace. Presently, his alchemical fire was merely of the 3-star variety, which represented the pinnacle for a martial artist. The quality of the alchemical fire was intrinsically linked to the strength of one's physique, despite Li Tianhuang's exceptional skills in alchemy. This corporeal form could only yield a 3-star fire. Anything beyond that would result in residual flames akin to Liao Youhai's, endangering himself. Once the furnace reached a stable temperature, Li Tianhuang promptly added the auxiliary herbs. Inside the furnace, the auxiliary herbs swiftly dissolved, impurities eliminated, leaving only their essence. These essences began to rotate gently within the furnace, merging with one another, after which Li Tianhuang introduced the primary herb. There was a specific order for adding the herbs. Some could withstand high temperatures and needed to be added first for prolonged refinement, while others would dissolve instantly upon contact with heat and could only be added last. After half an hour, Li Tianhuang finally added the last herb. All essences had been extracted, and at this juncture, he needed to continue manipulating the alchemical fire, ensuring the various herbal essences melded harmoniously. The order of integration was crucial, as it would determine the nature of the resulting elixir. To produce the Yin transformation pill, he had to adhere strictly to its refining techniques. As another half hour passed, the furnace lid trembled slightly, releasing a rich, fragrant aroma. It was done. Li Tianhuang's mind stirred as he raised his hand to lift the lid of the alchemical furnace. In an instant, a flash of azure light illuminated the air, and 5 ethereal pills soared from the furnace, gracefully descending into the meticulously prepared pill bottles. The fragrance of the medicinal concoction wafted through the air, accompanied by a gentle warmth emanating from within. Li Tianhuang first examined the quality of the substance, then carefully inhaled its scent. After making his assessment, he concluded that it consisted of 5 medium-grade Yin transformation pills, each possessing 60% of their intended efficacy. The reason for this diminished potency was primarily due to the brevity of the refinement process, which lasted only an hour. Li Tianhuang possessed little patience for crafting superior elixirs for those who feigned affection. After successfully concocting the Huang Dan, he retrieved another batch of herbs, preparing to refine the first-grade Jinyuan Dan. The herbs required for the Jinyuan Dan had already been selected from the apothecary, eagerly awaiting the arrival of today's Jinyuan Lu. Following the most fundamental sequence, he meticulously controlled the heat before introducing the auxiliary herbs, and subsequently, the primary ingredients. The Jinyuan Lu evaporated rapidly under high temperatures, necessitating its addition as the final step. Li Tianhuang exhibited remarkable patience this time, for the elixir he sought was of utmost importance to him, and thus he approached the task with meticulous care rather than haphazardness. In the first hour, he extracted the essence of the herbs, followed by 2 hours of harmonious fusion. After a total of 3 hours, he successfully refined a furnace of first-grade Jinyuan pills. Upon lifting the lid of the furnace, 3 pale golden pills soared forth, landing gracefully in a transparent vial, as these pills thrive in sunlight rather than darkness. Subsequently, he devoted another 3 hours to incorporate the remaining herbs, yielding 3 additional first-grade Jinyuan pills. In total, 6 first-grade Jinyuan pills were produced, each plump and smooth, embodying superior quality. Exceptional and peerless pills are rare treasures, requiring not only exquisite craftsmanship but also the fortuitous alignment of time, place, and people, along with a sprinkle of luck. To manufacture high-quality Jinyuan pills at such a remote border location is indeed commendable. After securing the pills, Li Tianhuang rose and exited the alchemy chamber. As the day waned, the sun had already set behind the mountains, and twilight enveloped the land. Li Tianhuang never anticipated that Liao Youhai had been waiting outside the alchemy chamber all along, never leaving. Upon seeing Li Tianhuang emerge, Liao Youhai's face lit up with excitement, and he hurriedly approached, his expression one of obsequious eagerness as he inquired, "Third Prince, have you succeeded in refining the elixir?" Li Tianhuang's expression remained stoic as he casually tossed the elixir vial. Liao Youhai caught the vial and, upon uncorking it, discovered 5 dark blue pills nestled within. Could this be the Huang pill? Liao Youhai's heart raced with excitement. Li Tianhuang nodded slightly and remarked, "The Huang pill should not be consumed excessively. It is advisable to take one every 3 days. After a fortnight, the residual flames of the Dan fire within you will extinguish. In truth, the Huang pill merely serves a suppressive function, prolonging Liao Youhai's life by at most an additional half-month." "Ha ha ha, salvation has finally arrived," Liao Youhai exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. The gaze he cast upon Li Tianhuang was devoid of the sycophancy that characterized his earlier demeanor. He mused inwardly, "At last, I shan't have to grovel before this incompetent. I will first return and consume a pill. If it proves effective, I can easily sever ties with him later." He harbored the misconception that the Huang pill would completely cure him. Simultaneously, He speculated that Li Tianhuang's collection of Xin Yuan Du might be aimed at concocting a golden body pill. The golden body pill is a potent elixir designed to enhance one's physical form, however, without a dantian. Li Tianhuang is unable to cultivate in the traditional sense and must instead pursue physical refinement. Yet, in the realm of cultivation, solely honing the physical body is a path fraught with limitations. Li Tianhuang, discerning Liao Youhai's thoughts, merely smiled coldly before departing from the Schwanza barracks. Chapter 33, Qi Feng's confession. After Li Tianhuang departed, Liao Youhai eagerly consumed a yang transformation pill. As the medicinal properties began to take effect, the crimson veins extending from his lower abdomen to his neck swiftly dulled, and the intense heat within him subsided significantly. This was a clear indication of the pill's efficacy. Li Tianhuang, you have caused my son such suffering. I shall ensure you pay dearly for this. With the elixir in hand, Liao Youhai's demeanor transformed entirely. Li Tianhuang returned to the Qi Xian barracks and, beside his tent, he moved a stone into position. He then carefully placed a transparent vial containing a first-grade golden essence pill atop the stone. It was not yet the time to consume the pill, for the alchemical process was yet to reach its final stage, exposure to the sun. The freshly crafted first-grade golden essence pill lacked the vital yang energy and required 3 days of sunbathing to absorb an adequate amount of this essential energy, thereby fully activating its medicinal properties. This necessity was the reason he utilized the transparent vial. The location of the stone was quite open, ensuring it could capture ample sunlight. To prevent it from being taken away, Li Tianhuang gathered some tattered clothing, foul socks, and smelly shoes to create a makeshift camouflage around it. Of course, this area was seldom frequented by others. Entering the tent, he fetched a bathing tub, filled it with hot water, and added the body-refining medicinal powder. Preparing for his medicinal bath, Li Tianhuang established an initial plan, primarily focused on enhancing his physical strength, solidifying his foundation, and opening his Dan apertures. This strategy is intended to persist until he ascends to the rank of Spirit Master. A fierce wind ravaged the camp throughout the night. After a night of cultivation, Li Tianhuang felt invigorated, and by dawn, upon ceasing his practice, he discovered that the spiritual energy within him had accumulated to 16 layers, elevating him to the status of a late-stage martial artist. Such a pace of advancement, nearly 1 minor realm per day, is astonishingly extraordinary. His physical body continued to strengthen, and he successfully opened his 39th Dan aperture, comparable to 4 normal dantians. It is noteworthy that an ordinary cultivator, after half a year of arduous training, may not even manage to accumulate a single layer of spiritual energy, and as one's cultivation level rises, the speed of opening Dan aperture slows, requiring increasingly more spiritual energy. In contrast, as a late-stage martial artist with 16 layers of accumulated spiritual energy, the reserves within him are 4 times that of his peers. During the night, aside from fully absorbing the medicinal liquid in the bath, he exhausted a total of 100 low-grade spirit stones. Such was the reality. The spiritual energy of low-grade spirit stones is too thin and hardly enduring. After tidying up, he rose and stepped out of the tent. He had emerged early, with only the faintest light of dawn breaking on the horizon, while the military horns sounded intermittently, rousing the soldiers from their slumber. Li Tianhuang did not practice his swordsmanship. Instead, he ascended the city wall to inspect the arrangement of the artillery. He sensed that an enemy force would soon approach Qimen Pass. Under his supervision, the weapons workshop had worked tirelessly, producing 40 cannons overnight, and in the following 2 days, an additional 30. A total of 70 cannons were now strategically positioned along the walls. With the artillery in perfect condition, Li Tianhuang felt a sense of relief. He then proceeded to examine the ammunition, which had been prepared by the Schwanza soldiers according to his specifications, and found it to be plentiful and satisfactory. With 70 cannons and ample elixirs, their armament was nearly on par with that of the main city. The map of Qimen Pass, secretly provided by Yao Wenlong, detailed not only the distribution of camps, supplies, and troop strengths, but also the locations of cannons along the walls, the arrangement of formation flags, the direction of the city gates, and the timings for guard rotations. Li Tianhuang had reinforced the formations, and with the sudden addition of 70 cannons, previously only a few were operational. Should the soldiers from the western gate attack, they would undoubtedly be in for a considerable surprise. After making slight adjustments to the cannon placements based on the terrain, Li Tianhuang returned to the Red Heart barracks. The Red Heart soldiers had already assembled. Fan Lin and his daughter, along with 2 lieutenants from the Qijiao army and several instructors, were present, awaiting their morning exercises. Fan Luoying, with a complexion as radiant as clear water, stood out remarkably in the crowd. Nearby, a handsome young man caught Li Tianhuang's attention. To his astonishment, he recognized Qi Feng, who had never attended the morning exercises before. His unexpected presence was indeed peculiar. However, the reason soon became apparent. Qi Feng, retrieving an exquisite elixir bottle from his sleeve, approached Fan Luoying with an expression of deep affection. "Miss Fan, I sincerely apologize for any offense at the martial arts gathering. Please accept this beauty-enhancing elixir." At the mention of the elixir, all the Red Heart soldiers were taken aback. The beauty-enhancing elixir was renowned for revitalizing one's appearance and slowing the aging process. It was said that only alchemists of 3 stars or higher could concoct such a precious item, coveted by all women who cherished their beauty. Typically, a man presenting a beauty-enhancing elixir was doing so to win the heart of the woman he adored. Qi Feng's choice to present this elixir to Fan Luoying was undoubtedly a declaration of his affections. Fan Luoying stood frozen for a moment, realizing that Qi Feng had previously gifted her a spirit jade sword and now this elixir. His intentions were unmistakably clear. Despite the irresistible allure of the elixir, she refrained from accepting it. "Young Master Qi, I have long since set aside the events of the martial arts gathering, and besides, you have already gifted me a spirit jade sword. I cannot accept this beauty-enhancing elixir. It is better suited for the lady who captures your heart." Fan Luoying responded with unwavering determination. While she could accept an apology, she could not entertain the notion of reciprocating affection. Qi Feng paused momentarily, seemingly anticipating her reaction, and continued, "In my eyes, ordinary women are hardly worthy of my admiration. This beauty elixir is a gift for you, Miss Fan. I implore you to accept it. Such a rare treasure should not be refused. Indeed, Miss Fan, the object of young Master Qi's affections is none other than you. He holds you in such high esteem. With heartfelt devotion, you must not disappoint him. You are as beautiful as a water lily, unmatched by any other woman in this realm, and young Master Qi, tall and handsome, with the grace of a jade tree, is the son of Commander Qi, destined for greatness. A beauty paired with a hero makes for an enchanting tale. What are you waiting for, Miss Fan? Accept it swiftly. Should you let this opportunity pass, regret shall follow." Around them, 2 generals and several instructors from the Qi family began to cheer, amplifying Qi Feng's momentum. Qi Feng felt an immense satisfaction. This was the atmosphere he desired. "Miss Fan, accept this beauty elixir. In a few days, I shall take you outside the city to admire the flowers and hunt," he said with a gentle smile. Bringing the vial closer, Fan Luoying's cheeks flushed crimson, and her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Under normal circumstances, if someone expressed their admiration, it would be difficult for her to refuse twice. However, given that it was Qi Feng, and considering her understanding of him along with previous events, she felt an internal conflict and could not bring herself to accept the beauty elixir. "Young Master Qi, I have made my stance clear. I cannot accept this beauty elixir." Fan Luoying instinctively took 2 steps back. Even with a thick skin, Qi Feng felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at being rejected twice, and a surge of anger welled up within him. The companions who had been cheering alongside him also wore grim expressions. All of this was observed by Li Tianhuang from a distance. Chapter 34, Defying Military Orders, The Law of the Army Awaits. Li Tianhuang did not approach immediately. Instead, he slowed his pace, revealing an expression of keen interest. Qi Feng's hand, still clutching the beauty-enhancing pill, remained suspended in midair. Fan Luoying lowered her head, harboring reluctance, steadfast in her refusal to accept the situation. As anger gradually surfaced, Qi Feng displayed his displeasure, turning to glance at Fan Lin with a meaningful look, essentially urging him to persuade Fan Luoying not to put him in an embarrassing position. A commanding officer, perceiving the unspoken message, promptly addressed Fan Lin, saying, "General Fan, if you could arrange a union with Commander Qi, your future in the officialdom would be far more promising. Why not hasten to persuade your daughter?" Fan Luoying glanced at Qi Feng and then at her own daughter, her expression fraught with difficulty. "Young Master Qi, forgive me, but I cannot assist you. Matters between young people ought to be resolved by themselves. I truly cannot intervene." In truth, Fan Lin cherished his daughter more than any career aspirations. He would never force her into something she was unwilling to do. "Fan Lin, are you incapable of managing your own daughter?" Qi Feng's eyes glinted with a fierce light. Fan Lin remained silent, merely cupping his hands in a slight bow. "Very well, if you, as her father, refuse to take charge, then I shall resort to more forceful means." A sinister smile crept across Qi Feng's lips, revealing his true nature. Fan Lin's expression shifted. "What do you intend to do?" "What do I intend to do?" Qi Feng's gaze turned to Fan Luoying, his eyes flashing with malice as he declared, "If she refuses to accept my gift, then I shall compel her to do so. If she resists my affections, I shall force her to accept them. Within the confines of this place, my father and I are the law. Our words are not to be defied." His words were laced with arrogance and tyranny. Upon hearing this, Fan Luoying's face turned pale with fear, and she stumbled backward in alarm. Qi Feng, undeterred, advanced a step, intent on making his move. "Hey, Qi Feng, what you are doing bears no distinction from a ruffian forcibly seizing a maiden." At that moment, Li Tianhuang approached briskly from a distance. Unable to bear the scene unfolding before him, Qi Feng halted, turning to face Li Tianhuang, a flicker of apprehension crossing his countenance. "I am merely expressing my admiration for Miss Fan. Your involvement in this matter is unwarranted," Qi Feng retorted coldly, suppressing his agitation. Li Tianhuang tilted his head slightly and remarked with a smile, "Indeed, I have no connection with her. Whatever you wish to do is beyond my concern. However, to publicly tease a female soldier, disregarding her wishes and compelling her to engage in actions she does not desire, surely that is something any decent person would find intolerable?" Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Your conduct bears striking resemblance to that of Yao Wenlong. Do you not feel that you are bringing disgrace upon your father?" Upon hearing these words, Qi Feng's cheeks flushed with heat. In his earlier haste, he had acted out of frustration towards Fan Luoying, but upon reflection, he recognized the impropriety of his actions. Yet, propriety aside, he was Qi Jintian's son. What did it matter? Li Tianhuang cast a glance at Fan Lin and his daughter, who appeared utterly terrified, with Fan Luoying now cowering behind her father. "Tianhuang, perhaps we should conclude today's morning exercise?" Fan Lin suggested, his countenance betraying his unease. "This is a military camp. The morning practice has yet to commence. How can we possibly end it now?" Li Tianhuang waved his hand dismissively, signaling Fan Lin to remain silent. He then turned his gaze towards Qi Feng, continuing, "If you were to slap yourself twice and kneel down to apologize, I would consider this incident forgotten. Otherwise what?" Qi Feng sneered. He was taken aback by Li Tianhuang's audacity in commanding him to inflict harm upon himself and kneel in contrition. As the son of Commander Qi, how could he possibly engage in such a humiliating act? Not only Qi Feng, but also the 2 lieutenants from the Qi family army and a few instructors found Li Tianhuang's demands quite amusing. The notion of Qi Feng kneeling was utterly preposterous. "Humph. My father and I are the rightful masters of this Qimen Pass. You, a discarded wretch of the royal family, are nothing more than a mere soldier now. What authority do you possess to command me?" Qi Feng scoffed, resolutely believing that Li Tianhuang would not dare to take any action against him. Considering this was not the previous martial arts assembly. "You claim I lack the qualifications, do you?" Li Tianhuang tilted his head slightly, revealing a faint cold smile, and spoke indifferently. "Initially, your father, Qi Jintian, commanded you to partake in the daily morning training of the Red Heart soldiers. Yet you failed to attend on the very first day, and subsequently you continued to be absent. So what? I am the son of Qi Jintian. I come and go as I please." Qi Feng's face was brimming with pride. Li Tianhuang let out a cold snort and declared, "I shall reiterate once more. This is a military camp. Regardless of whether it is your father or anyone else, you have defied orders and, according to the law, should rightfully face military discipline. Do you dare to impose such discipline upon me? Are you not afraid of incurring your father's wrath?" Qi Feng brandished the name of Qi Jintian as a threat. Li Tianhuang gazed at Qi Feng's triumphant expression, remaining silent for a considerable time. Finally, he called out, "Bring forth the punishment." "Yes, sir." The group of loyal soldiers behind him had long held a disdain for Qi Feng. At Li Tianhuang's command, several rushed forward to retrieve the punishment rod. Observing this, Qi Feng could not contain his fury and shouted at the soldiers, "You treacherous fools! Do you believe I summoned my father to order your expulsion from the Red Heart Army?" Before he could finish his words, Li Tianhuang rolled up his sleeves and advanced towards him. Startled, Qi Feng erupted in rage, unleashing the full force of his martial prowess as he hurled a punch at Li Tianhuang. "Do you truly think of me as a mere fool?" His strike was swift and fierce, embodying the entirety of his martial cultivation. However, in the next moment, Qi Feng's expression shifted dramatically. His fist met Li Tianhuang's palm, only to find himself unable to create any ripple as Li Tianhuang firmly grasped his fist. "Am I not a fool?" Li Tianhuang let out a cold laugh, seizing Qi Feng's fist and suddenly yanking it. In an instant, Qi Feng stumbled, and before he knew it, he was pinned to the ground by Li Tianhuang. "What?" A look of astonishment washed over Qi Feng's face. He found himself utterly unable to move under Li Tianhuang's grip. During the martial arts exhibition, Li Tianhuang's strength had not been this formidable. How had he suddenly become so terrifying? Moreover, Qi Feng could not sense even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from Li Tianhuang. It was purely through physical prowess that Li Tianhuang had subdued him in an instant, a display of power so fearsome. Li Tianhuang, are you truly unafraid of the consequences? Qi Feng began to struggle. Li Tianhuang appeared to be oblivious to the commotion, casting a glance at the few red heart soldiers and commanding, "What are you waiting for? Qi Feng has defied military orders and deserves the punishment of 200 strokes. Execute it immediately." Yes, the red heart soldiers brandished their punishment rods and approached. Hold on. A lieutenant quickly stepped forward, raising his voice to intervene. Li Tianhuang, young Master Qi is the son of Commander Qi. You hold no official position at Qimen Pass. To enforce military law against him would be a grave act of insubordination and a personal vendetta. Li Tianhuang glanced up at the captain and uttered a single word, "Strike." In an instant, the punishment rod landed repeatedly on Qi Feng's posterior. Qi Feng let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, reverberating across the land. The celestial nation's punishment rod possessed extraordinary power, incomparable to that of ordinary implements. With each blow, Qi Feng's flesh was lacerated, and blood swiftly stained his trousers. The two captains of the Qi family army and a host of instructors wore expressions of severe dismay. They had not anticipated that Li Tianhuang would strike without hesitation or regard for feelings. Chapter 35, the first female war god of the celestial nation Qi Feng. Having provoked Fan Luing, found himself subjected to military discipline by Li Tianhuang under the pretext of his absence from morning training. The onlookers from the Qi family army were filled with trepidation, too fearful to intervene. Their cultivation levels were not significantly different from Qi Feng's. And witnessing his utter helplessness against Li Tianhuang, they were well aware of the futility of stepping forward and inviting humiliation upon themselves. The array of loyal soldiers had long harbored dissatisfaction with Qi Feng's behavior, and now, as they witnessed his punishment, a sense of satisfaction washed over them. Fan Lin and his daughter, Fan Luing, were also deeply gratified by the scene, though their faces bore more astonishment than anything else. They had not expected Li Tianhuang to dare strike anyone, let alone the son of Qi Jintian. His actions undoubtedly risked incurring the wrath of a powerful adversary. Perhaps a couple of strikes would suffice. After all, Qi Feng is the son of Commander Qi. Fan Lin voiced his concerns, attempting to dissuade further punishment. Li Tianhuang chuckled and said, "This simply will not do. Not a single one of the 200 punishment rods can be spared." The crowd fell silent. For the military camp is an arena devoid of sentiment. Qi Feng's anguished cries echoed for the duration of an incense stick. Each of the 200 rods struck firmly upon his posterior. By the time the punishment concluded, his complexion had turned pale, and he was on the brink of collapse. Li Tianhuang finally released him. Two instructors stepped forward to support him. Qi Feng looked up at Li Tianhuang, his eyes filled with resentment and his heart brimming with hatred. "Let's go," he managed to utter through clenched teeth, blood trickling from his mouth. For him, this was not merely punishment, it was a humiliation. Especially in front of the one he sought to impress. His purpose for coming today was not to learn the swift shadow fist, but to pursue Fan Luing. Having lost face so dramatically, he felt he could not bear to stay any longer. Supported by the two instructors, he limped away, having missed the morning training session. The others promptly stood in military formation, perfectly aligned. Li Tianhuang, with his hands clasped behind his back, declared, "The military law is merciless from now on. Anyone who errs will meet the same fate as him. Today, we shall continue practicing the first form of the swift shadow fist." At his command, everyone assumed their positions and began a new day of morning practice. Li Tianhuang had already imparted all the movements of the first form. He did not join in the training, but instead roamed about, offering occasional guidance. Fan Luing, burdened with thoughts, had already begun to reassess her impression of Li Tianhuang after recent events. She felt that he was a man of integrity, not the wicked villain who would defy and kill his father. In her heart, she had unconsciously aligned herself with her father, Fan Lin, believing that his decision to take in and trust Li Tianhuang might indeed be the right one. As the morning practice concluded, everyone dispersed. Fan Luing finally summoned the courage to approach Li Tianhuang. "Is there something you need?" Li Tianhuang glanced at her in surprise, for she rarely acknowledged him. With her delicate fingers intertwined across her chest and her slender thumbs fidgeting nervously, she inquired, I wish to know what sword technique you employed when you punished Huang during the martial arts meeting and defeated Huang. The falling cherry sword technique. Why? Do you wish to learn it? Li Tianhuang replied, a hint of amusement in his tone, having discerned Fan Luoying's intentions. The falling shadow sword technique? Is that my name? Fan Luoying was momentarily taken aback. Li Tianhuang, momentarily at a loss for words, promptly corrected her. It is falling cherry blossoms, not falling shadows. Please do not indulge in self-delusion. Fan Luoying's face instantly turned crimson, a picture of embarrassment. If you wish to learn, I shall teach you. Li Tianhuang remarked with an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing this, Fan Luoying's heart surged with excitement, and she nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Clearly having anticipated this moment for quite some time. Teaching is feasible, but you must pay the tuition. Without payment, you shall kneel and worship me as your master. Li Tianhuang then spoke again. Fan Luoying's expression changed abruptly, her delicate brows knitting deeply. Apprenticeship? How could she possibly take a father-killer as her master? What do you desire? The fleeting sense of goodwill Fan Luoying had just felt towards Li Tianhuang evaporated in an instant, and she could not help but silently scorn him. Indeed, this scoundrel was not motivated by benevolence, but merely driven by greed. Li Tianhuang, however, wore an indifferent expression as he raised his hand and extended 2 fingers. 2 pieces of spirit jade per month? Fan Luoying queried, perplexed. What was he thinking? It was merely 2 pieces a day. Fan Luoying furrowed her brow once more. While 2 pieces of spirit jade per day appeared trivial, over the course of a month, she would need to produce a total of 60 pieces, nearly matching Fan Lin's entire monthly salary. Moreover, the military stipend she received each month amounted to a mere 20 pieces of spirit jade. Fortunately, she had some savings of her own, and if that fell short, she could always approach her father for assistance. Paying for tuition would be more than manageable, considering that attendance was not required every day, and thus, daily tuition payments were not obligatory. Reluctantly, Fan Luoying extended her delicate hand, offering Li Tianhuang 2 pieces of spirit jade. Li Tianhuang accepted the spirit stone with a resigned shake of his head and a sigh, lamenting yet another undervaluation. Both the Shadow Strike Fist and the Falling Cherry Sword technique are esteemed martial arts of the highest order, among the finest of mortal techniques. Within the entirety of the Zongstar, few can rival them. The discerning vision of Fan Luoying pales in comparison to that of Li Tianhuang, upon witnessing his disdain. She wore a look of contempt. Procured were 2 swords, one of which Fan Luoying handed to Li Tianhuang, each wielding a blade. Li Tianhuang commenced instructing her in the Falling Cherry Sword technique, meticulously demonstrating each move. Earning 2 spirit stones in a day, he was reluctant to reveal all at once, feeling even the transmission of a single technique per day was somewhat excessive. The Falling Cherry Sword technique emphasizes the art of subtle strength and precise control, demanding an exquisite attention to detail. During the teaching, Li Tianhuang discovered Fan Luoying possessed an unparalleled talent for swordsmanship, grasping the concepts with remarkable speed. Typically, those with high aptitude in swordplay also exhibit commendable cultivation potential. With dedicated nurturing, Li Tianhuang sensed that this young lady's future achievements could very well rival those pillars of the celestial kingdom within the Cloud Martial Hall. However, in comparison to the renowned female war deity of the celestial kingdom, she still fell significantly short. In the memories of his former self, there existed a famed woman from the eastern celestial kingdom, whose talent was not inferior to that of Li Tianhuang during his days as a prince. She was indeed celebrated as the foremost female warrior of the celestial kingdom. He had grown up alongside this war deity, their bond akin to childhood sweethearts. In his recollection, she was genuinely formidable, possessing extraordinary talent, immense strength, and a dominant personality. She was the type capable of uprooting a weeping willow, often bringing him to tears in their youth. Yet, this formidable figure was also blessed with an extraordinary beauty that captivated countless hearts. If Fan Luoying were likened to a sweet spring, then this female war deity would be akin to a delectable magma. Regrettably, after being wrongfully accused and disgraced, Li Tianhuang lost all contact with her upon being exiled to this place. Given the death of the 5th-generation celestial emperor, it was likely that she harbored a deep resentment towards him. By the time he finished imparting the sword techniques to Fan Luoying, it was already noon. Li Tianhuang had no intention of visiting the Triadic encampment today, choosing instead to dedicate more time to his cultivation. A golden yuan dan lay exposed to the sunlight, beginning to absorb the essence of the yuan yang, its medicinal properties gradually being stimulated. Feng had faced military discipline that morning, yet surprisingly, Zhentian did not seek to trouble him. However, he could surmise that the latter was silently concocting a scheme for revenge. Besides the commander Qi Jintian, Liao Yuhai, Zhao Chang, and Lu Quan, all of whom harbored intense animosity towards him, were also involved. A tempest was stealthily brewing within the confines of Qimen Pass. By afternoon, a soldier stationed at the city wall reported that a small contingent from the Western K Immortal Kingdom was advancing towards Qimen Pass. Chapter 36. The Invasion from the Western K Immortal Kingdom. The soldiers from the Western K Immortal Kingdom were heading this way, clearly intending to harass Qimen Pass once more. Fan Lin had dispatched the Qi Xin soldiers in recent days, keeping a vigilant watch over the movements outside the city. Upon learning of the military situation, the news reached him without delay. Despite Li Tianhuang's prior warnings, Fan Lin remained profoundly astonished. It had only been 2 months since the last incursion by the Western K Immortal Kingdom. Their return so swiftly was undeniably excessive, and their repeated provocations suggested ulterior motives, hinting at a desire to incite war. Upon receiving this intelligence, Fan Lin immediately sought out Li Tianhuang to inform him of the situation. "Let us proceed and investigate," he urged. Li Tianhuang, without uttering a word, donned his armor and stepped out of the tent, directly ascending the city walls. Fan Lin, while dispatching someone to inform Qi Jintian, also led over 100 loyal soldiers closely following in Li Tianhuang's wake. Upon the city walls, Li Tianhuang cast his gaze into the distance. Over 100 miles away, through the hazy mist, numerous silhouettes began to emerge. The dark blue armor of the soldiers was arranged in an orderly fashion, long spears pointed skyward, and nearly dozens of siege ladders stood out prominently. In the air, the banners of the Western K army fluttered in the wind, with infantry on one side and cavalry on the other, the shadows of 2-meter-high war horses faintly visible, accompanied by archers in their wake. Upon closer inspection, there appeared to be over 3,000 soldiers from the Western Quebec. From time to time, deep beastly roars echoed through the air. Upon closer examination, behind the throng of soldiers, 3 colossal figures writhed. They stood several meters tall, their massive forms resembling 3 slowly moving hills, their dark fur gleaming, with horns that reached for the sky. These were 3 unicorn rhinoceroses, a type of siege beast. Thick black chains, as wide as a wrist, were fastened around their heads and necks, with riders perched upon their backs, firmly holding the chains. Certain vital areas were covered with soft armor to prevent fatal injuries. The unicorn rhinoceroses, having been trained, were exceptionally obedient, consistently utilized as instruments of siege. Previously, the Western K Celestial Kingdom had dispatched only 1. Now, they sent 3, their intentions to breach the Qimen Pass unmistakable. Fan Lin gazed upon the massive gathering in the distance, his expression markedly grim. Indeed, Tianhuang, your suspicions were correct. The soldiers of the Western K Celestial Kingdom have returned to invade our Eastern Lin Celestial Kingdom. Yaowenlong has truly betrayed us. Becoming a mere pawn of the Western Quebec, Li Tianhuang spoke casually. Fan Duzong, when the 2 armies engage in battle, find a way to capture a prisoner, preferably of high rank. I need him to serve as evidence against Yao Wenlong's treachery. No problem, Fan Lin nodded. Qimen Pass is one of the 7 major passes in the vicinity and is also the closest to the territory of the Western K Kingdom. Given the proximity of the 2 nations' borders, it is entirely natural for friction to arise, and the frequent disturbances from the Western K Immortal Kingdom are unavoidable. The duty of Qimen Pass is to staunchly defend the city and prevent any advantage from being gained by the soldiers of the Western Quebec. Before long, Qi Jintian and the other 3 commanders arrived on the city walls in succession after receiving the news. Upon seeing Li Tianhuang, their faces displayed displeasure, especially Qi Jintian, who harbored a deep-seated resentment after witnessing Li Tianhuang nearly beat Qi Feng to death that morning. Fan Duzong, you and your Red Heart soldiers oversee the martial arts and techniques. Should you not hurry to guard the storerooms? If those supplies fall into the hands of the Western K Immortal Kingdom, I shall hold you accountable. Qi Jintian's gaze shifted to Fan Lin, his tone sharp and laced with indignation. Before Fan Lin could respond, Li Tianhuang interjected, the Red Heart soldiers will certainly manage the martial arts and techniques well, I fear. However, that Commander Qi may not adequately defend the city, allowing the soldiers of the Western K to breach it. Humph. My Qi family army is no mere collection of inept individuals. Even in death on the battlefield, we shall keep the soldiers of the Western K at bay. Qi Jintian retorted coldly. Is that so? Yet last month, the Qi family army suffered nearly 2,000 casualties, and a hole has been breached in the city wall. Such losses cannot be dismissed lightly. for the repairs will demand considerable manpower and resources. Have you considered this? Allowing 2,000 Donglan soldiers to perish in vain. Have you reflected upon the reasons behind it? Li Tianhuang scoffed coldly, remarking that speaking of dying on the battlefield was an easy thing to say. Yet allowing 2,000 lives to perish in vain was merely a trite notion of battlefield valor. You Qishentian are merely flailing about a misguided command. Why do you not go and die on the battlefield yourself? As he spoke, Li Tianhuang cast a deliberate glance at Yao Wenlong behind him, attributing the tragic loss primarily to this traitor. Upon sensing Li Tianhuang's piercing gaze, Yao Wenlong's eyes flickered with unease. Zhao Chang, Lu Quan, and Liao Yuhai also bore expressions of discomfort. Zhao Chang, as the commander of the Qishan troops, had failed to maintain the Golden Shield formation, resulting in a breach in the city wall. Lu Quan, as the commander of the Bei troops, had produced substandard weaponry, leading soldiers to discover that their arms were as fragile as paper when they reached the battlefield. Furthermore, Liao Yuhai, as the commander of the Xuanzi troops, had concocted medicinal pills of lamentable quality, preventing the wounded from recovering swiftly and thereby delaying the opportunity for battle. These latent issues would have gone unnoticed had it not been for Li Tianhuang's thorough inspection days prior. Anyone can speak eloquently and utter nonsense, Qishentian shot back, his gaze sharp as lightning, an aura of terror swelling around him as he glared fiercely at Li Tianhuang. Third Prince, you and Fan Lin would do well to tread carefully, should there be any discrepancies in your martial arts techniques. I will hold you accountable alongside the incident from this morning. The morning incident, of course, referred to the altercation involving Qi Feng. Li Tianhuang offered a faint smile, remaining silent, while Fan Lin's expression slightly soured. Not far away, the soldiers of the Western Gate, within a mere 10 miles of Qimen Pass, swiftly arranged themselves into formation, preparing for an assault. Witnessing this scene, Qishentian promptly instructed, Liao Yuhai, you are to guard the pharmacy and ensure the supply of elixirs for our soldiers. Lu Quan, you shall oversee the distribution of weapons. Zhao Chang, your responsibility is to maintain the formation. Do you all understand? Understood, came the chorus of affirmations from Liao Yuhai. Lu Quan and Zhao Chang, who clasped their fists in acknowledgement before turning to make the necessary arrangements. Fan Lin's Red Heart soldiers, being adept in martial arts techniques, found little utility in battle. After all, no one would seek enlightenment in the heat of combat. Consequently, Qishentian chose to disregard them. After a brief pause, Qishentian addressed the 3 captains, Yao Wenlong and others, as well as the other military officers, relayed the command to open the city gates wide. All soldiers of the Qi family shall accompany me to meet the enemy. Yes, the officers responded, bowing in compliance. Hold on. Just as everyone was preparing to depart, Li Tianhuang unexpectedly interjected, halting their movements. Qishentian furrowed his brow and questioned, Third Prince, what is your intention this time? Li Tianhuang sneered disdainfully, Captain Qi. Forgive my candor, but you are truly foolish. You dare to insult me? Qishentian's face flushed with anger, the flames of rage nearly overwhelming him. He gripped the dagger at his waist tightly, wishing to strike down Li Tianhuang immediately. With such a favorable position within the city, instead of defending it properly, you choose to venture out and confront the enemy head-on. Is this not the epitome of folly? Li Tianhuang showed no mercy as he berated him. To be on the defensive yet act as the aggressor, you clearly lack the most basic understanding of military strategy. It is astonishing that I must scold you. Chapter 37. Personally leading the troops in the art of warfare, the defender possesses the advantage of elevation and the benefit of time, terrain, and morale, inherently surpassing the attacker. If you leave the city to confront the enemy and suffer defeat, with the gates wide open, would you not invite a dual calamity with the enemy pouring in? Qishentian's face turned crimson with embarrassment and rage, as the commander of Qimen Pass. Do I require a worthless individual like you to instruct me on how to wage war? Regrettably, you indeed need my guidance, Li Tianhuang replied with a shrug. Report to Captain Qi, there are currently 70 operational cannons on the walls of Qimen Pass, sufficient for our defense, Fan Lin interjected as he stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Cannons? Qishentian paused in surprise, recalling that the cannons had long fallen into disrepair and were deemed unusable. Where did these 70 operational cannons come from? It is Tianhuang who has specially crafted them over the past few days, Fan Lin explained. Qishentian was taken aback once more. Could Li Tianhuang truly possess the skill to forge cannons? He hurried to a nearby cannon, conducting a brief inspection. Indeed, it was remarkably new, accompanied by ample ammunition. Witnessing this, Yao Wenlong's expression turned to one of shock. The intelligence he had provided to the Western K had not mentioned the cannons, as they were previously inoperative. How could a mere handful of ordinary cannons withstand the assault of the Western K's celestial forces? Qi Jintian's demeanor reflected his disdain. Li Tianhuang coldly scoffed. Qi Jintian, your fear of the Western K's military might is excessive. 70 cannons. How could they possibly fail to repel their assault? Very well, I shall entrust you with command today. Do you dare to accept? As Qi Jintian spoke, he produced a military seal. What is there to fear? Li Tianhuang stepped forward, unhesitatingly accepting the seal. With this insignia, he could command the entirety of the Qi family army. Qi Jintian moved aside, fixating his gaze upon Li Tianhuang, secretly mocking him. Since you wish for demise, I shall oblige. With merely 70 cannons, it is impossible to defend a fortress. I am eager to observe how you will wage this battle. Commander Qi, are you truly willing to let Li Tianhuang lead? Yao Wenlong's expression darkened. Let him command if he wishes, should we suffer defeat. The blame from the main city will fall upon him, not me. This time, as the Western K Celestial Kingdom advanced, Qi Jintian had initially intended to confront them directly while bringing Li Tianhuang along, intending to eliminate him amidst the chaos. Now that Li Tianhuang had willingly leapt into the fire, he would not intervene. In his view, 70 cannons were hardly a formidable number. Eventually, their ammunition would be exhausted. The soldiers of the Western K would inevitably advance, and when the Qimen Pass fell, Li Tianhuang would perish amidst the turmoil without his intervention. Having guarded the Qimen Pass for many years, he was well versed in the nature of such warfare. The soldiers of the Western K could not possibly seize the Qimen Pass. They would ultimately retreat, with him suffering only minor losses in manpower and resources. These losses paled in comparison to the grand title promised to him by the Crown Prince. As a general, he could command at least 100,000 troops. The mere 5,000 Qi family soldiers were expendable, and he held no affection for their demise. Yao Wenlong remained silent. His animosity towards Li Tianhuang was no less than that of Qi Jintian, and he too desired Li Tianhuang's downfall. On the other side, Li Tianhuang, holding the military seal, summoned all the military officials of the Qi family army. Among them, aside from those who regularly aligned with Qi Jintian, the other officials were steadfastly loyal and would obey Qi Jintian's orders but would not conspire with him in wrongdoing. Upon seeing the military seal in Li Tianhuang's hand, they naturally chose to follow his command. Convey my orders. All Qi family soldiers are to enter a state of readiness, close the city gates, and steadfastly defend the fortress. Dispatch all gunners to take control of the cannons. Once the enemy attacks, strike them fiercely. Understood? Li Tianhuang spoke sternly. The military officials responded in unison, acknowledging his command. Subsequently, he proceeded with meticulous assignments. While directing the gunners to operate the artillery was one aspect, another contingent was tasked with guarding the city gates. And yet another was responsible for the transportation of the wounded and the deceased. A greater number of troops were stationed atop the city walls, leveraging their elevated position to repel the assaults of the soldiers from the western tower, thereby preventing the enemy from scaling the walls using siege ladders. The archers were also instructed to prepare, capitalizing on their long-range capabilities. After delineating these responsibilities, the military officials dispersed to carry out Li Tianhuang's directives. Nonetheless, he remained apprehensive. His infamous reputation preceded him, as many regarded him with disdain due to his patricidal actions, fostering deep-seated animosity that could jeopardize his orders. Thus, he enlisted Fan Lin to instruct his loyal troops to supervise various positions along the city walls. Although these loyal soldiers might not heed his commands, they would unquestionably obey Fan Lin, promptly reporting any issues that arose. Li Tianhuang was not idle either. He roamed about, personally overseeing the situation. Not far away, Qi Jintian and Yao Wenlong, among others, were expressions of cold amusement, as if they were mere spectators at a performance. Qi Jintian commanded, ensure that your men vigilantly guard the city walls. Should there be any deliberate negligence, I shall not hesitate to enforce military law upon you. Li Tianhuang seemed to sense something amiss as he cast a distant glance toward Qi Jintian and his companions. Qi Jintian's expression shifted, feeling increasingly superfluous under Li Tianhuang's command, which left him with a sense of indignation. Who, after all, was the true commander of the Qimen Pass? Yet, Li Tianhuang's directive stemmed from his awareness of Qi Jintian's profound cultivation and significant potential. Among the ranks of the Western K soldiers, there were undoubtedly leaders of spiritual master caliber, and when the time came to engage, Qi Jintian would naturally have to step forward to confront them. With everything in readiness, the 3,000 soldiers of the Western K ultimately halted within 500 meters of the Qimen Pass. From within the throng, a magnificent steed emerged. The horse, resplendent in a deep crimson hue and adorned with horns, stood 3 meters tall, its coat sleek and radiant, exuding an air of grandeur and majesty. Upon its back sat a man clad in black armor, brandishing an imposing 8-foot spear, equally striking in his demeanor. A Xuanwu warrior? On the city walls, Li Tianhuang, discerning the aura emanating from the armored figure, surmised the adversary's strength. This black-armored man appeared to be the leader of the Western K troops. Should his prowess prove limited, Li Tianhuang felt confident in his ability to personally vanquish him. However, he did not dismiss the possibility that stronger leaders might lurk among the ranks. At that moment, the black-armored man spoke, addressing the city walls of the Qimen Pass. Qi Jintian, I am Zhang Yan, the commander of the Longchong Pass of the Western Quebec. Will you not promptly reveal yourself and speak? On the city walls, Qi Jintian initially intended to show himself, but was halted by Li Tianhuang's gesture. Instead, Li Tianhuang ascended the high platform, presenting himself before the 3,000 soldiers of the Western Quebec instantly. The soldiers bore expressions of confusion. Clad in the garb of an ordinary soldier from the Eastern Lin Celestial Kingdom, they mistook him for merely a common soldier. Zhang Yan, is it? You have crossed into the borders of my Eastern Lin Kingdom. Even if I were to annihilate you here, your Celestial Emperor of the Western K would have no grounds for complaint. Li Tianhuang spoke, his voice resonating with authority. Humph. Several commoners from my West K have recently vanished within your Eastern Lin territory. I suspect they have been abducted into the Qimen Pass. I have merely come to search for them. The man in black armor chuckled coldly and continued, moreover, what right does a mere soldier like you have to converse with me? Summon Qi Jintian at once. Do not let him cower inside like a turtle. Chapter 38. A rain of gunfire. Upon hearing himself insulted as a turtle, Qi Jintian's expression soured, and he was ready to step out and assert his identity. However, Li Tianhuang raised a hand to stop him. Qi Jintian, remain in your place until I issue a command. Li Tianhuang turned to him, his tone firm. Qi Jintian trembled with anger. Li Tianhuang, do not overstep your bounds. I have temporarily entrusted you with command, but I am still the highest officer of the Qimen Pass in name. What authority do you have to command me or impose military discipline upon me? Ye Wenlong, dissatisfied, interjected, you rogue. In this standoff between our two nations, how can you, dressed as a soldier, be taken seriously? You should step down and allow Commander Qi to take the lead. He scornfully added, consider your own circumstances, as a deposed prince. What capability do you have to bear such responsibility? Commander Qi should never have passed command to this traitor. It is a disgrace to our Eastern Lin Kingdom. A few sycophants behind Qi Jintian echoed his sentiments, mocking him with derision. Military orders are as immovable as mountains and cannot be trivialized. Since command has been entrusted to me, you must not defy military orders. Nevertheless, Li Tianhuang disregarded their remarks entirely, his expression remaining icy. Qi Jintian and Yao Wenlong furrowed their brows in discontent. Li Tianhuang turned to gaze toward the outskirts of the city, continuing in a detached tone, Zhang Yan. I am aware that in the Eastern realm, there is an abundance of talent. Even an ordinary soldier would suffice to deal with you. I now issue you a warning. If you retreat now, we can coexist peacefully. However, should you persist, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The invasion of our borders cannot be tolerated. Any citizen of the Eastern realm should defend their homeland. As for the claims of commoners from the Western Gate being captured at Qimen Pass, that is nothing but a baseless fabrication, a mere pretext to instigate war. Haha. It amuses me to no end that such a grand Qimen Pass is being challenged by a mere soldier. It seems Qi Jintian has been frightened by our might. Zhang Yan, clad in black armor, waved his 8-foot spear, laughing heartily. However, his expression suddenly turned cold as he pointed his spear at the city walls and shouted, soldiers of the Western Gate, heed my command. Qi Jintian of the Eastern Realm has abducted our citizens from the Western Gate. We shall now storm Qimen Pass and search for our brethren. Attack. With that commanding shout, the war horns of the Western Gate army blared, and the sound of drums resonated through the air. Zhang Yan's purpose for coming was to disrupt the Eastern Realm while seizing some resources. He was unwilling to engage in excessive dialogue with Li Tianhuang, and seeing that Qi Jintian had yet to make an appearance, he directly ordered the assault on the city. Charge. A full 3,000 soldiers from the Western Gate launched their offensive against Qimen Pass. Crack, 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 on the back of the siege beasts. Someone wielded a long whip, its barbed tips visibly striking the 3 charging unicorn beasts, causing the ground to tremble as they surged forward, leading the charge. Following closely was the siege team, rapidly approaching the city walls with their siege ladders. Meanwhile, a large contingent of archers had already taken position on the flanks of the army, drawing their bows. and a dense volley of arrows soon rained upon the walls of Chimen Pass. Defend. Li Tianhuang stood upon the elevated platform, his voice resonating with authority. Tianhuang, proceed. With a swift motion, Fan Lin cast a shield towards Li Tianhuang. As Li Tianhuang grasped the shield, a volley of arrows swiftly descended upon him. Unfazed, he promptly positioned the shield before himself, and the arrows struck it with precision. Concurrently, the soldiers atop the city walls, some brandishing their shields. Others huddled in corners, endeavored to evade this barrage of distant shots. The soldiers of the frontier camp, seasoned in combat, would naturally refrain from presenting themselves as targets. The initial wave of arrows concluded, only to be succeeded by a second and then a third. As long as the siege beasts and ladders had yet to reach the base of the walls, the archers would persist in their onslaught. At this moment, the enemy forces lay a mere 200 meters from the walls. The adversary had entered the range of the artillery, prompting a command to be issued for indiscriminate bombardment until the ammunition was depleted. Li Tianhuang cast a glance outside the city and promptly gave his orders. Nearby, Qi Shintian and others could not suppress their derisive laughter upon hearing this. Indiscriminate fire? It appeared he was flustered, lacking a specific target. Moreover, the notion of exhausting the artillery reserves was utterly absurd. It would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. If he were to relocate the entire arsenal from the main city, would he not deplete all munitions? With the enemy still 200 meters away, far from the effective range, was he merely jesting? How much damage could ordinary artillery inflict in such circumstances? The group exchanged hushed whispers, their mockery palpable. In their view, Li Tianhuang displayed a profound ignorance of military strategy and warfare. Qi Shintian, uninterested in offering counsel, harbored a wish that the enemy from the western gate would storm into Chimen Pass, thereby eliminating this oblivious and inept prince to fulfill his own desires. Boom, boom, boom. On the city walls, the artillery positions swiftly ignited, and one after another, shells were launched. The projectiles glowed crimson, resembling fiery orbs as they indiscriminately plunged into the ranks of the soldiers from the western gate, erupting in a shower of sparks and scattering debris in every direction. At the moment the cannon was fired, Qi Shintian, Yao Wenlong, and the others suddenly displayed expressions of astonishment. Their gazes instinctively shifted towards the nearest cannon. At the instant it discharged its projectile, the cannon shuddered violently, almost as if it were about to leap from its position, a sight that appeared exceedingly exaggerated. It was clear that such a spectacle could only arise from an immense force. Remarkably, despite the cannon's intense vibrations, the barrel remained completely intact. They soon realized that the artillery crafted by Li Tianhuang was likely not of ordinary design. Even the gunners who operated the cannon were left in utter shock, as though they had never encountered such formidable artillery before. The power of this cannon surely implied a range that far exceeded that of conventional ordnance. Qi Shintian and Yao Wenlong promptly approached the city wall to observe the scene outside, and their expressions shifted dramatically as they beheld the spectacle, their eyes filled with disbelief. Outside the city, an inferno had erupted. The contingent of soldiers from the Western Quay, led by Zhang Yin, had long since lost their formation, fleeing in panic to evade the bombardment. The ground was marred by numerous deep craters, each several meters wide, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of Western Quay soldiers. Their severed limbs scattered across the terrain, the air thick with the stench of blood as it flowed like a river. Such devastation could only be wrought by projectiles of tremendous power. Qi Shintian and the others felt a shiver run down their spines. With its far-reaching capability and formidable strength, this artillery was several times more powerful than the ordinary cannons of the past. How had Li Tianhuang, without blueprints, forged such extraordinary weaponry? The command issued by Li Tianhuang dictated a relentless bombardment, continuing until the last shell was expended. Consequently, following the initial cannon fire, the artillery stationed atop the city walls remained in constant action, with shells soaring forth in rapid succession. Dozens of projectiles rained down, causing the cannon mouths to glow faintly red from the excessive heat. Outside the fortress, shells descended like raindrops, creating deep craters in the ground. Debris flew in every direction, and dust clouds engulfed the area, shrouding the soldiers of the western rampart in a thick haze, where anguished cries echoed incessantly, evoking a sense of dread. In such a concentrated barrage, the soldiers of the western rampart were utterly devastated. Before the two armies had even formally engaged, they had already suffered innumerable casualties. The soldiers of the eastern Lin on the city walls were filled with exhilaration, having not experienced such a one-sided victory in a long while. The archers from the western rampart had long since crouched low, seeking refuge, with no opportunity to unleash their arrows. Those bearing siege ladders abandoned their equipment and scattered in a panic. The main infantry and cavalry had yet to reach the foot of the wall and were already disbanded, shedding their armor and suffering heavy losses. Zhang Yan, still mounted on his steed and wielding a long spear, shouted fervently in an attempt to regroup the troops. But his efforts were in vain, as the soldiers were solely focused on fleeing, paying him no heed. The entire force of the western rampart was thrown into disarray, save for 3 charging unicorn rhinoceroses, which continued their assault against the walls with relentless fervor. Their tough skin rendered them resilient to shrapnel, inflicting only superficial wounds. Yet the cacophony of explosions had sufficiently terrified them, causing them to charge blindly. One unicorn rhinoceros crashed headlong into a steel spike at the wall's edge. Its skull pierced instantly, collapsing to the ground with a mournful wail. Boom, boom. The wall trembled slightly as the other 2 unicorn rhinoceroses pressed against it, their sharp horns embedding into the stone. It was at this moment that the golden shield formation manifested upon the wall, drawing upon the forces of nature and resonating with a deep hum, encasing the fortress in an impenetrable armor. Qi Zhentian and his companions immediately turned their gaze downward. Contrary to their expectations, the wall had not been breached by the unicorn rhinoceroses. What could be the reason for this? When had the golden shield formation become so formidable? Qi Zhentian was left bewildered, grappling with confusion. Just over 2 months prior, when the soldiers of the western rampart had attacked, the golden shield formation had been exceedingly weak, allowing a single unicorn rhinoceros to create a massive breach in the wall. They had anticipated that 2 unicorn rhinoceroses working in tandem would surely compromise this section of the wall. Yet, astonishingly, the horns of the unicorn rhinoceroses had merely lodged into the crevices of the bricks, causing minimal damage. Reporting to the commander, the third prince has been diligently maintaining the formation these past few days. Were it not for him, the golden shield formation would not possess such formidable defensive capabilities. A formation master hurried to Qi Zhentian's side, revealing the cause of the disturbance. What? Li Tianhuang again? Qi Zhentian's face was awash with shock. First, he crafted a cannon of astonishing power, and now he maintained the formation, leaving Qi Zhentian struggling to comprehend whether Li Tianhuang was still the same worthless parasite he once knew. With the city walls impenetrable, Zhang Yan of the West Tower would naturally be unable to invade Qimen Pass. Qi Zhentian's scheme to use another's blade for his own ends would also be thwarted. As the siege beasts breached the city, I commanded, advance into Qimen Pass at full speed. Once inside, their cannons will be rendered useless. Outside the city walls, Zhang Yan sensed the unique horned rhinoceros beast colliding against the fortifications and quickly regrouped his troops. After considerable effort, he amassed over 1,000 men, and under his leadership, they charged through the smoke towards the city walls. However, halfway through their assault, everyone halted, staring at the walls in utter bewilderment. The walls had not crumbled as they had envisioned. Instead, one horned rhinoceros lay dead, while 2 others were ensnared against the walls, unable to move. Archers, prepare. On the walls, Li Tianhuang slowly raised his hand. All archers drew their bows, aiming at Zhang Yan and his men outside. This is an ambush. Retreat. Zhang Yan shouted in alarm. The cannon's might was immense, the walls unyielding, and the commander merely an ordinary soldier. Zhang Yan misinterpreted these anomalies as a trap. He swiftly led his assembled force of over 1,000 to retreat. However, it was too late. As Li Tianhuang's hand descended, a torrent of arrows rained down from the walls, engulfing the 1,000 men below. In the next moment, screams erupted. Some were pierced through the chest, others through the skull, and many were struck by multiple arrows, perishing on horseback. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the 1,000 were either dead or injured, and Zhang Yan retreated from the walls in disgrace. Yet Wenlong, how dare you deceive me? I will see you torn to shreds. Zhang Yan lamented bitterly. As the commander of Lanchong Pass, this contingent was his pride, and now it lay in ruins. He had intended to breach Qimen Pass and seize some resources, even bringing 3 horned rhinoceroses for the endeavor, only to face a crushing defeat. The architect of this calamity was Yao Wenlong, whose intelligence had failed to mention the presence of cannons and had falsely informed him that the walls were fragile, when in fact they stood as solid as iron. Relay my orders, retreat swiftly. Zhang Yan could only gather the remaining troops and retreat with all his might, yet the surrounding area remained shrouded in relentless gunfire, rendering his orders largely ineffective. After the passage of half an incense stick's worth of time, Zhang Yan and his men finally escaped the artillery-battered zone. Glancing back at his subordinates, he saw them covered in grime, utterly disheveled, their eyes still betraying lingering fear and trepidation. Of the 3,000 soldiers from the western gate, fewer than 800 battered and wounded remained, signifying a grievous loss. On the walls of Chimen Pass, Li Tianhuang issued a command, and immediately all gunners ceased their bombardment, allowing the cannons to finally rest, the heat of their muzzles quickly dissipating. At that moment, less than half of the ammunition in the crates had been expended. Mobilize 1,000 men. Follow me out of the city to pursue. Li Tianhuang issued orders to the military officials, who promptly complied, swiftly mustering over 1,000 troops, including more than 100 loyal soldiers from Fanlin. Observing this, Qi Jintian hastily stepped forward and said, Li Tianhuang, do you not grasp the principle of not pursuing a desperate enemy? Cease your prattle. Accompany me in the pursuit. The rest shall remain to secure the battlefield. Li Tianhuang gestured towards Qi Jintian, beckoning him to follow. Throughout this time, Qi Jintian had played no significant role, and Li Tianhuang intended to send him out for a brief excursion. As for that elusive Yin, capturing him alive today was imperative, for it was pivotal in identifying Yao Wenlong as a traitor. Upon hearing this, Qi Jintian felt a flicker of emotion within. Initially inclined to prevent Li Tianhuang from leaving the city, however, his resolve shifted, and he coldly retorted, very well, with me, a spirit master by your side, Prince San. You need not fear demise beyond the city walls. Li Tianhuang surprisingly intended to take him out of the city, presenting an opportune moment for action. While professing to protect Li Tianhuang, he secretly began to devise a plan to find an opportunity for a clandestine execution once they were beyond the city limits. He had unequivocally aligned himself with the crown prince. By eliminating Li Tianhuang, he would secure the title of Grand General. Li Tianhuang remained composed, fully aware of Qi Jintian's insincerity. However, with his current strength, he could effortlessly escape any danger he might encounter outside, harboring no fear of Qi Jintian's intentions. Suddenly, the city gates swung wide open, and a throng of riders surged forth. Li Tianhuang, accompanied by Qi Jintian, Fan Lin, and over 1,000 men, pursued the direction in which Zhang Yan had fled. Meanwhile, the remaining soldiers busied themselves with clearing the battlefield outside the city. After a brief respite, they soon reached a mountainous region. Here, verdant hills embraced the landscape, and a winding river, known as Luin, meandered through, marking the boundary between the Eastern Immortal Kingdom and the Western K Kingdom. Not far ahead lay the 800 wounded men led by Zhang Yan. Upon hearing the sound of galloping hooves behind him, Zhang Yan's face turned pale with fright, prompting him to crack the whip and hasten his escape. Chapter 40. Capturing the enemy leader for Zhang Yan. Crossing the Luyin River ahead and entering the territory of the Western K Kingdom was his only path to safety. Observing Zhang Yan's frantic retreat, Li Tianhuang instructed, Qi Jintian, Fan Duzong, take a portion of your men and flank him from the sides. Understood. Fan Lin signaled, and 200 or 300 cavalry followed him, maneuvering around the right side of the mountain. Qi Jintian cast a cold glance at Li Tianhuang. With Fan Lin's departure, no one remained to shield him. In this moment, he could easily resolve the matter at hand. Yet, after a brief consideration, he realized that with 700 or 800 men accompanying him, this was not the opportune moment. You need not accompany me. I can proceed alone. Qi Jintian surveyed the men behind him, finding himself unaccompanied, and rode off around the left side of the mountain. Li Tianhuang chose to remain indifferent, pondering the situation. Qi Jintian, being a spiritual master, would only find himself burdened by others. Yet, he was perplexed as to why the adversary had not seized the opportunity to strike while Fan Lin was absent. After a brief pause, he led the remaining individuals in pursuit of Zhang Yan. In recent years, the Western K Immortal Nation has frequently dispatched troops to harass the borders of the Eastern Lin Immortal Nation. The major cities and passes have endured in silence, only to find that their forbearance has been met with the adversary's relentless encroachment, as if they perceived Eastern Lin as an easy target. Li Tianhuang pursued Zhang Yan, aiming both to identify Yao Wenlong and to dampen his opponent's spirit. Shortly thereafter, Fan Lin took the initiative to intercept Zhang Yan and his entourage. Confronted by the 200 to 300 individuals led by Fan Lin, Zhang Yan, confident in his own force of over 800, initially considered a counterattack. However, Li Tianhuang soon caught up, resolving the predicament that Fan Lin faced. With no other options, Zhang Yan was compelled to abandon his subordinates and flee alone. Li Tianhuang furrowed his brow. The direction in which Zhang Yan fled was precisely towards Qi Jintian. According to his strategy, Qi Jintian should have intercepted Zhang Yan by now. Yet, even at this moment, Qi Jintian had not made an appearance. Both he and Fan Lin had pursued, and as a spiritual master, Qi Jintian ought to have been swifter. The absence of the opponent suggested something amiss. With Zhang Yin on the verge of escaping, Li Tianhuang had no choice but to pursue him himself. In a mountain hollow, Qi Jintian glanced at Fan Lin, who was besieging the soldiers of the Western Quay, and then turned his gaze towards the retreating Li Tianhuang, a cold smile flickering in his eyes. He had actually arrived long ago, but had refrained from revealing himself. Seeing Li Tianhuang take the initiative to chase after Zhang Yin only deepened his mockery. It seemed there was no need for him to act. After all, Zhang Yin was undoubtedly a formidable Xuanwu warrior. No matter how strong Li Tianhuang's physical prowess was, he would surely prove no match for Zhang Yin, Qi Jintian mused. Throughout this time, no one realized that Li Tianhuang had restored his cultivation. Many believed that his strength stemmed from having once reached the level of an immortal. With his physical power still intact, Qi Jintian shared this belief. Following the last martial arts tournament, he became even more convinced that Li Tianhuang's abilities were merely on par with a mid-stage great warrior. What folly for a mid-stage great warrior to pursue a Xuanwu warrior. Thus, Qi Jintian remained in the mountain hollow, patiently awaiting the news of Li Tianhuang's demise at the hands of Zhang Yin. Meanwhile, Fan Lin had eradicated the remaining soldiers of the Western Quay and wore a look of deep concern as he immediately led his team in the direction Li Tianhuang had vanished. Qi Jintian made no attempt to hinder him. Zhang Yan's intent to slay Li Tianhuang would transpire in an instant, and Fan Lin's pursuit was evidently too late. On the other side of the mountain, the flowing Yin River, which divided the eastern Lin from the western Quay, lay before him. This river spanned several meters in width, at times meandering with a furious current, murky as mud, and at other times calm and clear, revealing the riverbed below. Generally, one could cross this river by finding a tranquil spot to wade through. Zhang Yin arrived at this location in a state of disarray. Upon turning around, he was taken aback to find only one person in pursuit. Upon closer inspection, he recollected that this individual was the soldier who had commanded the battle atop the walls of Chimen Pass. A smirk crept across his face as Zhang Yin sneered. "Have you grown tired of living, boy? Do you dare to pursue me alone? What? Is one of me not enough for you?" Li Tianhuang tilted his head slightly. Zhang Yin scrutinized Li Tianhuang again. Typically, lower-tier soldiers possessed weak cultivation and a faint aura. He discerned that Li Tianhuang's presence was almost negligible, concluding that he was indeed just an ordinary soldier. "Ha ha ha, what a foolish little ant. Since you seek death, I shall grant your wish." Zhang Yin did not intend to cross the river directly. He planned to eliminate the arrogant soldier from the eastern Lin first, and then it would not be too late to cross. To him, killing Li Tianhuang was as effortless as crushing an ant. The qi within his dantian surged. With at least 19 layers of spiritual energy converging and emanating from his body, infusing the 8-foot-long spear he wielded. "Kid, allow me to introduce you to my Aurora Piercer." Zhang Yin unleashed his profound martial prowess, charging towards Li Tianhuang on horseback. As he approached, the spear shot forth like lightning. If all went as expected, Li Tianhuang's body would be pierced through by the spear. However, in the next moment, a pool of metallic liquid materialized from Li Tianhuang's palm, swiftly enveloping his entire form, while a heavy battle blade coalesced in his hand. Xianlong blade technique. The dantian quivered as an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy poured forth. Li Tianhuang unleashed his spiritual master technique, cleaving down towards his opponent's spear. Clang! A cacophony of violent metallic clashes erupted in the air. Zhang Yan's formidable Aurora Piercer was forcefully intercepted by Li Tianhuang. Such immense power. Zhang Yin was taken aback. His body jolted backward from the impact. The strength was one aspect, but Li Tianhuang's Xianlong blade technique was a spiritual master skill, whereas Zhang Yan's Aurora Piercer was merely a mundane technique. Thus, a significant disparity existed in their martial capabilities. Furthermore, Li Tianhuang had opened 39 dantians, equivalent to 4 normal dantians, resulting in a far denser and more formidable reservoir of spiritual energy within him, even though he was merely at the late stage of a great martial master. Defeating Zhang Yin would be a trivial matter. Zhang Yin, surrender. Li Tianhuang did not hesitate. With a powerful push of his foot, he leaped from his steed and executed the cloud leaping step, arriving before Zhang Yin in an instant. Zhang Yin was momentarily taken aback, raising his 8-foot spear to thrust forward. However, his Aurora strike was swiftly shattered by Li Tianhuang's mystical dragon blade technique. The violent impact sent the spear flying away. Bang! Li Tianhuang delivered a powerful kick to Zhang Yin's chest, causing him to spew blood and tumble from his horse. What kind of treasure is this? Zhang Yin gasped in shock, as Li Tianhuang pressed a blade against his throat, his eyes wide with astonishment at the sight of the weapon. Li Tianhuang removed his armor and said indifferently, "You are merely a minor Xuanwu servant. I am the third prince of Donglan, possessing treasures you have yet to behold. This is quite ordinary, is it not?" Li Tianhuang would certainly not divulge the secret of the Qi Soul number 8. The third prince of the Eastern Celestial Kingdom? Are you the infamous Li Tianhuang who killed his own father? Zhang Yin was once again taken aback. The tale of the parricide committed by the wayward prince of the Eastern Celestial Kingdom had long spread like wildfire, especially since the victim was none other than the most renowned 5 generations Celestial Emperor of the Eastern Celestial Kingdom. And the perpetrator was none other than the Crown Prince himself. As a neighboring nation, the Western K Celestial Kingdom could not possibly remain unaware of such a scandal. However, Zhang Yin was perplexed. Had not Li Tianhuang been stripped of his cultivation? How could he still possess such formidable strength? In the presence of his adversary, he found himself utterly incapable of resistance. "Tianhuang, I am relieved to see you unharmed." Shortly thereafter, Fan Lin arrived on the scene. Upon witnessing Li Tianhuang successfully subduing Zhang Yin, he was equally astonished. Not even a Xuanwu warrior could contend with him. Just how far could Li Tianhuang's limits extend? Fan Lin felt increasingly bewildered by Li Tianhuang's true capabilities. Chapter 41. The execution of Yao Long. I am fine. Restrain this individual. Li Tianhuang did not make any effort to conceal the battle blade in his hand. The armor and battle blade forged from the soul of weapon No. 8 are imperceptible in quality to the untrained eye. Indeed, Fan Lin dismounted, retrieved the restraints, and mercilessly pierced through Zhang Yan's peepa bone, binding him to the steed's rear. "Please, spare me." Zhang Yan, gripped by terror, pleaded repeatedly. At that moment, he deeply regretted his earlier decision. Had he known better than to engage with Li Tianhuang and simply cross the river, he would not have met such a fate. "Tianhuang, how did you manage to subdue this Zhang Yin, a warrior of the Xuanwu?" Fan Lin could not help but inquire on their journey home. Li Tianhuang smiled mysteriously, choosing not to respond. The matter of his cultivation was not yet to be disclosed. The first prince, Li Tianjia, had reached the pinnacle of the Law King, standing merely a step away from ascension. At present, Li Tianhuang was in a position of vulnerability. Any overt display could easily lead to his demise at the hands of Li Tianjia. Noticing Li Tianhuang's silence, Fan Lin wisely refrained from further inquiries. The two rode back, while Zhang Yang was tethered behind his horse, compelled to run with all his might. Given his formidable physical strength as a Xuanwu warrior, he was not in immediate danger of exhaustion. In this battle, Zhang Yang had been captured, and his 3,000 soldiers from the western quarters had suffered near total annihilation. Meanwhile, the losses on the side of Qimen Pass were limited to merely dozens, marking a resounding victory. Amidst the valley, Qi Jintian emerged on horseback. The time was ripe. He surmised that Li Tianhuang had likely perished at the hands of Zhang Yin, a stroke of fortune indeed. A sense of pride swelled within Qi Jintian. By eliminating Li Tianhuang through Zhang Yan's actions, he could evade suspicion, even from the imperial family of the celestial realm, who would not dare to direct their ire towards him. He would still be able to claim credit from the first prince, after hiding for so long. This moment was what he had awaited. As he urged his horse forward to behold Li Tianhuang's lifeless form, he suddenly spotted 2 figures approaching on horseback. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Li Tianhuang and Fan Lin. Qi Jintian's breath caught in his throat, and his expression turned grave. Li Tianhuang was, astonishingly, alive? A furrow formed on his brow, revealing his profound astonishment and confusion. At that moment, he felt as though he had swallowed a fly. As they converged, Qi Jintian then noticed Zhang Yan, who had been captured, trailing behind. "My apologies, third prince," Qi Jintian said with a slight bow, his demeanor unwavering. "I was suddenly compelled by an urgent matter. Let us return." Li Tianhuang appeared remarkably indifferent as he cast a fleeting glance at him and proceeded forward with determination. As a dignified spirit master, how could he succumb to the urgency of nature and thus delay significant matters? Qi Jintian's blatant falsehood was not worthy of meticulous scrutiny. However, from this moment onward, he harbored no trust whatsoever in Qi Jintian. Qi Jintian's countenance darkened slightly. The calm expression on Li Tianhuang's face served as his greatest mockery. Silently trailing behind, he glanced at Zhang Yin and then at Fan Lin. Although he initially intended to inquire about the circumstances surrounding Zhang Yan's capture, the words lingered on his lips, ultimately swallowed back. In his view, Li Tianhuang was merely a useless individual. It must have been Fan Lin's timely arrival that secured Zhang Yan's capture. Upon returning to Qimen Pass, The bodies of the soldiers from the western rampart had already been cleared away. The Qi family troops were busy filling the deep pits left by cannonballs, while the two trapped unicorn rhinoceroses, ensnared in the crevices of the city wall, were confined within cages. The city gates stood wide open, and Yao Wenlong, along with a host of military officials, had gathered to extend their welcome. Upon seeing Zhang Yan, Yao Wenlong's expression soured considerably. Before he could approach, he witnessed Li Tianwang suddenly leap into the air, springing towards him. Bang! Li Tianwang launched a kick, sending Yao Wenlong tumbling from his steed. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the motive behind Li Tianwang's actions. Seize this traitor who colludes with the enemy, Li Tianwang commanded. At his words, soldiers promptly advanced to apprehend Yao Wenlong, yet he easily broke free from their grasp. Li Tianwang, do not falsely accuse me. When have I ever colluded with the enemy? Yao Wenlong retorted hastily, though a sense of foreboding began to stir within him. Qi Shentian furrowed his brow, casting a furious glare at Li Tianwang. Yao Dui is the one I trust most. On what grounds do you label him a traitor? Being his subordinate. He felt compelled to defend him. Li Tianwang let out a cold smile, yanking the rope, pulling Zhang Yan towards him. Yao Wenlong, you despicable scoundrel. How dare you deceive me? At the sight of Yao Wenlong, Zhang Yan's face instantly contorted with fury. If it were not for the flawed intelligence provided by Yao Wenlong, his forces would not have suffered total annihilation. Yao Wenlong's complexion turned ashen, his heart racing wildly, and he pointed at Zhang Yan, exclaiming, Zhang, do not forget that you are now a prisoner. Should you utter another word of nonsense, I shall have your tongue severed to serve as a drink. Ha! Having become a captive, do you think I, Zhang Yan, fear death? Zhang Yan spat towards Yao Wenlong, thinking that had he not been restrained, he would have long since struck his opponent dead with a single blow. Zhang Yan, do enlighten us about your dealings with Yao Wenlong, Li Tianwang said indifferently. Zhang Yan, eager for vengeance against Yao Wenlong, immediately began. A few days ago, I dispatched someone to make contact with Yao Wenlong. He provided me with a map detailing all the installations within the Qimen Pass, yet he conspicuously omitted any mention of the artillery, leading me into a trap. This man is truly vile. I harbor a desire to devour his flesh and drink his blood. Li Tianwang cast a cold smile towards Yao Wenlong. Yao Dui, do you have anything left to say? Yao Wenlong was instantly taken aback, retreating 2 steps, his face pale as he stammered, I did not collude with the enemy. I merely gained Zhang Yan's trust temporarily, luring him here intentionally. Yes, that is the truth. Had it not been for my efforts in bringing him here, how could the Qijia army have achieved such a resounding victory and captured Zhang Yan alive? Yao Wenlong, had it not been for Tianhuang secretly forging artillery and solidifying our formations, I might have almost been swayed by your deceitful words, Fan Lin remarked. Disappointment etched across his face. He had not anticipated that Yao Wenlong would betray Dong Lin, shamelessly seeking to take credit for the victory. Li Tianwang secretly devised the artillery and maintained the golden shield array without informing anyone, not even Qi Shentian, let alone Yao Wenlong. Moreover, Yao Wenlong contacted Zhang Yan prior to the martial arts assembly, making the timeline incongruent. Enough of the pretense, Yao Wenlong. Over 2 months ago, were you not the one collaborating with me to launch a surprise attack on Qimen Pass? Zhang Yan scoffed, realizing he could no longer conceal the truth. Yao Wenlong suddenly knelt before Qi Shentian, wailing pitifully. Commander Qi, I have followed you loyally for these past few years. You must save me. I truly misjudged you. Yao Wenlong, Qi Shentian replied, his expression grim. Yao Wenlong had been promoted by him, and though he desired to assist, the evidence was irrefutable, rendering any attempt futile. Bring him forth, bind him at the Pai Pa bone, and hang him at the city gate as a warning to others, Qi Shentian commanded. Upon witnessing this, Yao Wenlong's face darkened with rage. He sprang to his feet, drawing the sword at his waist, declaring, if it comes to it, I will fight to the death. Let us see who dares. As a mid-level martial artist, no soldier could rival him. With a flurry of movement, the other martial officers dismounted and charged at Yao Wenlong. He struggled to defend himself. Within mere moments, he was struck by a multitude of fists and palms, sent reeling backward, blood spurting from his mouth. It was then that someone approached and shackled him. Third Prince, are you satisfied with the execution? Qi Shentian inquired, turning his gaze toward Li Tianwang. Chapter 42. Conspiracies from all sides. Li Tianwang remained silent, casually tossing the military seal to Qi Shentian before riding into the city. Hanging the traitor Yao Wenlong at the city gate, irrespective of whether it was right or wrong, served to instill fear within the ranks and deter any further treachery. This was far more effective than simply executing him. Grasping the military seal, Qi Jintian felt a simmering rage within him. The successful defense of Chimen Pass and the exposure of the traitor undoubtedly marked a significant achievement for Li Tianhuang. However, Qi Jintian's scheme to eliminate him had not come to fruition. The memory of Li Tianhuang nearly causing his son's demise during a martial arts exhibition, followed by the imposition of military law upon his son without his knowledge, ignited Qi Jintian's fury. At present, the morale of the troops soared, and Li Tianhuang had garnered a modicum of prestige within the army. Any attempt to reproach him had sadly lost its opportune moment. Yao Long hung half alive upon the city walls, a conspicuous sight. Soldiers whispered among themselves about how Li Tianhuang had secretly forged artillery, maintained formations, and bolstered the defenses of Chimen Pass, while simultaneously unearthing the traitor Yao Long. His actions were impeccably executed. In the hearts of the people, Li Tianhuang was undoubtedly a man of great talent. Yet, such a gifted individual was also a disloyal and unfilial parasite, causing many to oscillate between hatred and admiration for him. Later, the grand hall of the commanding residence was filled with people. Qi Jintian summoned his trusted confidants, as well as the commanders Liao Yuhai of the Xinsa troops, Lu Quan of the Baiyu troops, and Xiao Chang of the Qijin troops, all in secret. Among the various commanders of Chimen Pass, almost all were present except for the loyal Fan Lin. Qi Jintian's gaze swept across everyone in the hall. These were individuals who had accumulated considerable grievances against Li Tianhuang. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, thus, gathering them together, Qi Jintian intended to lay everything bare and consolidate their collective strength against Li Tianhuang. He ordered tea to be served to everyone, dismissed the irrelevant attendees, and then spoke with a somber tone. Gentlemen, the purpose of today's gathering is to hear your thoughts on the third prince. Please feel free to express your opinions. The assembly exchanged glances, none daring to speak immediately, each observing the others. Clearly, mutual trust was still lacking. Too many words could lead to peril, and the one who spoke first might become the scapegoat. Noticing the silence, Qi Jintian decided to take the initiative, clearing his throat before stating, although Li Tianhuang has achieved merit in this battle, he is ultimately a man of great malice and treachery. The illustrious 5 dynasties' immortal emperor fell at the hands of this wretch, and I harbor not a shred of goodwill towards such a person. You all witnessed at the Ascending Tower how he nearly caused my son Qi Feng's death, and later severely injured him during morning practice. This reveals his ruthless nature. Allowing such a psychologically shadowed individual to lead my Chimen Pass will inevitably lead to calamity. Qi Jintian decisively articulated the numerous misdeeds of Li Tianhuang, clearly expressing his profound discontent towards him. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged knowing glances, as there was no longer any need for concealment once the commander had spoken the truth. She was indeed correct. Li Tianhuang had long been forsaken by the royal family, rendered a mere wastrel, yet he still held himself in high regard, commanding and manipulating them at will. Who did he think he was? Before the martial arts competition, he had already assaulted my son, Yao He, and during the ascent of the Sky Tower, he nearly caused my son's demise. Because of him, my son has been consumed by melancholy, plagued by inner demons. Unless Li Tianhuang is eradicated, my son's torment shall persist. Liao Yuhai stepped forward, his face aflame with indignation, voicing his own grievances against Li Tianhuang. Previously, when Li Tianhuang had concocted the life-extending dan for him, Ao had not expressed gratitude. Instead, he had cast aside that debt, now solely focused on avenging his son, embodying the notion of repaying kindness with enmity. My son, Lu Guangyuan, also nearly met his end. Such a scoundrel ought to have been expelled from the Chimen Pass long ago. Lu Quan, usually reserved, also found the courage to speak out. He had always been cautious, reluctant to take the lead, yet he had held dissatisfaction towards Li Tianhuang from the outset. Now, witnessing the collective condemnation of Li Tianhuang, he felt compelled to join the chorus. On the other side, Xiao Chang, the commander of the strange formations, had a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Acting on the behest of the crown prince, he had long plotted to assassinate Li Tianhuang, and now he too spoke up. My son, Zhao Xingru, has treated him with utmost respect, yet Li Tianhuang cast him down from the Sky Tower. This is intolerable. As a father, I have long sought to avenge my son. Qi Jintian surveyed the assembly once more, pleased to see that they no longer shied away from the truth. United in purpose, their endeavor to confront Li Tianhuang would become significantly easier. After a brief pause, he continued, to speak candidly, the Crown Prince has sent me secret missives on 2 occasions, imploring me to eliminate Li Tianhuang, promising to elevate me to the position of Grand General thereafter. If you assist me when I ascend to the Grand Generalcy, your rewards shall be bountiful. How do you all feel about this proposition? The assembly was taken aback. They had not anticipated that the Crown Prince had pinned letters to Qi Jintian. Zhao Chang suddenly understood, being close to the Crown Prince. He had been unaware of this alliance. Liao Yuhai and Lu Quan were stirred with excitement. Should Qi Jintian become the Grand General, they too would partake in the spoils. However, this remained a secret. Should you choose not to follow me, you shall not leave this estate today, Qi Jintian added, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. As a spiritual master, he could easily dispatch anyone who dared to divulge their plans. We are willing to follow Commander Qi, Liao Yuhai declared, raising his hand first. Lu Quan hesitated momentarily, but then also raised his hand, stating, Commander Qi is indeed a dragon among men. I too wish to follow. Qi Jintian turned his gaze to Zhao Chang, who promptly raised his hand as well, affirming, I too am willing. For Zhao Chang, it mattered little whether he chose to follow or not. Once Li Tianhuang met his demise, he would return to the imperial city. The others, too, raised their hands in agreement, expressing their willingness to follow Qi Jintian, as they had irrevocably severed their paths of retreat. To refuse would be to court death. Excellent. We are all bound together by the same thread. Do you possess a strategy to eliminate Li Tianhuang? Qi Jintian remarked, taking a sip of tea, his satisfaction evident. Liao Yuhai promptly replied, Li Tianhuang is nothing more than a worthless fool. There is no need for subtlety, simply strike him down directly. That is unwise, Qi Jintian countered. The camp is teeming with onlookers, and I suspect there are those covertly protecting Li Tianhuang. Should we fail to eliminate him and the news reaches the imperial city, it could provoke discontent among certain members of the royal family, leading to our untimely demise. Lu Quan responded, maintaining his cautious demeanor. What Commander Lu said is entirely correct. We must devise a meticulously detailed plan. Zhao Chang added, revealing his past attempts to assassinate Li Tianhuang, all of which had ended in failure, leading him to suspect that someone was indeed safeguarding Li Tianhuang. Listening to the discussion amongst them, Qi Jintian contemplated before suggesting, Gentlemen, I have a notion. We might employ a strategy of using another's blade to achieve our aims. The group fell silent, their eyes turning to Qi Jintian in curiosity. He beckoned them closer, whispering his scheme. Meanwhile, Li Tianhuang remained oblivious to Qi Jintian's clandestine plotting against him, having been in the company of Fan Lin. The crisis at Qimen Pass had seemingly passed. Zhang Yan was captured, and the Western K Fairy Kingdom had suffered the loss of 3,000 soldiers. Although this loss was not particularly grievous, it had intensified the friction at the borders between the two nations. The Western K Fairy Kingdom, having suffered an unexpected setback, would undoubtedly seek retribution. Li Tianhuang was discussing with Fan Lin the necessity of devising a strategy to request additional supplies from the main city, in order to fortify the defenses of Qimen Pass. Chapter 43, The Envoy from the Western Tower. The resources at Qimen Pass are limited, and the artillery crafted by Li Tianhuang this time consists solely of rudimentary cannons. Within the collection of blueprints housed in Artifact Soul No. 8. These can only be regarded as substandard experimental models, suitable at best for dealing with minor leaders like Zhang Yan. Should a general or similar figure arrive in the future, Qimen Pass would be unable to withstand the assault. With the availability of blueprints and resources, those rudimentary cannons could be upgraded to second-generation artillery. The second-generation cannons boast greater precision, extended range, enhanced firepower, a broader impact area, and increased portability. This represents an external threat, alongside internal dangers. Li Tianhuang sensed that his conflicts with Qi Jintian, Liao Yuhai, Lu Quan, Zhao Chang, and others had escalated to an irreconcilable level. They constantly sought his demise. Despite his formidable strength rendering these threats less daunting, he was not in a position of power. These individuals feigned cordiality while harboring ulterior motives, making it exceedingly difficult for him to fortify the Qimen Pass. The most effective course of action would be to expel Qi Jintian, thereby allowing him to seize complete control of the city. For the next 3 days, Li Tianhuang diligently instructed the Crimson Heart soldiers in their morning exercises, and after the practice, he imparted some sword techniques to Fan Luoying. In the afternoons, he would visit the Qijin, Bei, and Chuanzi barracks. Liao Yuhai, Lu Quan, and Zhao Chang treated him with a cold indifference. Their offspring, including Qi Jintian's son Qi Feng, kept their distance and surprisingly refrained from instigating any trouble. This behavior aroused Li Tianhuang's suspicions. These individuals harbored deep-seated animosity towards him. It was implausible that they would not seek retribution. Though outwardly calm, Li Tianhuang perceived that they seemed to be biding their time. On the afternoon of the third day, scouts from Qimen Pass brought news. The Western K immortal nation had dispatched a new commander to oversee Longchong Pass, a figure of the spiritual master level commanding an army of 8,000, whose overall military strength surpassed that of the previous Zhang Yin. Furthermore, this new commander vowed to avenge Zhang Yin and would send an envoy the following day. That evening, Li Tianhuang retrieved 6 first-grade golden yuan pills that had been sunbaked for 3 consecutive days. The exposure had fully activated their medicinal properties, rendering them ready for consumption. He added body-tempering powder to a bathing tub, disrobed, and immersed himself in the water, feeding some spirit stones to the qi insects to infuse them with spiritual energy that would permeate his pores. He then swallowed a first-grade golden yuan pill and began his cultivation using the 9 heaven star technique. The sun-baked golden yuan pill tasted akin to roasted beans. Yet with each chew, its potent medicinal essence surged through his limbs and bones. Li Tianhuang has now become a formidable warrior in the later stages of his training. He can confidently expand the 9 heaven star technique, thereby enhancing its ability to harness the power of the stars. His cultivation speed has significantly increased. Previously, he could only draw upon 1/10,000,000th of the Zhang star's power, but now he can elevate this to 7/10,000,000ths. Should he reach the rank of a Xuanwu warrior, he could further amplify the Zhang star's power to 1/1,000,000th. In the deep of night, with the moon hanging high, the earth was bathed in silvery light. However, a sudden tempest arose within the Red Heart barracks, a cacophony of howling winds and swirling dust obscuring the moonlight. It was not until dawn that the storm gradually subsided, restoring tranquility. Inside the tent, Li Tianhuang sat cross-legged in a bathtub, his body covered in grime, the water having turned a pitch-black hue. This night of body tempering had significantly enhanced his physique. He had progressed from the early stage of a Xuanwu warrior to a level comparable to the later stage. With the opening of the 50th Dan cavity, he possessed the equivalent of 5 normal dantians, granting him a strength at least 5 times that of a practitioner of the same realm. Furthermore, the spiritual energy within him had accumulated 2 additional layers, reaching a total of 18 layers. 18 layers signified the pinnacle of a great warrior, and the rapid accumulation of 2 layers in a single night was largely due to consuming a first-grade golden yuan pill, equivalent to the expenditure of over 180 low-grade spirit stones and 5 body-cleansing pills. The formidable potency of such elixirs is likely something even the generals of the main city have seldom encountered. Only 1 first-grade golden yuan pill can be consumed in a night. Any more would be a waste. Li Tianhuang pondered that if he were to ingest all the golden yuan pills in his possession, he would swiftly ascend to the level of the Xuanwu. After a brief cleansing ritual, he emerged from his tent, ready to commence a new day of morning practice. Curiously, on this particular day, the 2 lieutenants of the Qi family army and over a dozen instructors were conspicuously absent. In the training area, only Fan Lin, Fan Luoying, and more than 100 loyal soldiers were present. The absence of the Qi family army raised a question in Fan Lin's mind. Did they no longer wish to learn the Shadow Fist? After waiting for quite some time without any sign of them, he began to feel perplexed. Li Tianhuang wore an expression of indifference and spoke directly. If they choose not to come, so be it. We shall practice on our own. He had no intention of coddling those individuals, yet doubts stirred within him. Their absence was undoubtedly linked to Qi Jintian. He pondered what schemes Qi Jintian might be concocting this time. The swift Shadow Fist was a technique suitable for advanced mortals, and both Fan Lin and her father, along with a select few of the Crimson Heart soldiers, had already mastered the first form. However, the majority of the practitioners possessed rather average comprehension, making it challenging for them to grasp the essence of the initial stance. This was precisely why Li Tianhuang imparted only 1 form per month. An abundance of knowledge might overwhelm their capacity to assimilate it. The lack of attendance from the Qi family army, however, lightened Li Tianhuang's spirits. During morning exercises, he occasionally offered guidance to the novice Crimson Heart soldiers, subtly inspiring them in their subconscious. By the way, Tianhuang, Fan Lin suddenly interjected after their morning practice. I received word from the main city this morning that a new batch of supplies has set out and is expected to arrive at Qimen Pass by noon tomorrow. Li Tianhuang nodded slightly, displaying little concern. The shipment of supplies was under the control of Qi Jintian. Any attempt to utilize it would require prior approval. After the Crimson Heart soldiers dispersed, Fan Luoying, as per usual, tossed 2 pieces of spirit jade to Li Tianhuang. Li Tianhuang, undeterred by the time, devoted yet another hour to instructing her in the art of the falling cherry sword technique. Fan Luoying's innate talent for swordsmanship was indeed commendable within just a few days. She had completely mastered the first form of the technique. The falling cherry sword technique comprises only 7 forms, yet as one progresses, the intricacies of the swordplay become increasingly profound. At the current pace, to fully comprehend all the forms would require no less than 6 months. And he harbored no concerns about her mastering it entirely. In the afternoon, the newly appointed commander of the enemy nation at Longchong Pass sent forth an emissary, who, upon revealing his identity, was promptly escorted to the commander's residence. Qi Jintian received him with warmth, ordering a lavish feast to be served. After all, this was merely a border skirmish, not a full-blown war between the two nations. As a minor commander, Qi Jintian sought to de-escalate tensions and avoid unnecessary conflict. Commander Qi, your actions are utterly excessive. We merely sought to appropriate some resources, yet you laid an elaborate ambush, resulting in the slaughter of 3,000 soldiers from the western Kxian kingdom. The emissary appeared unimpressed by Qi Jintian's hospitality and immediately confronted him regarding past grievances. Let us converse amicably and refrain from anger, Qi Jintian replied, his expression tinged with embarrassment. The emissary's demeanor was assertive, leaving him no room for dignity. There is nothing to discuss. I am aware that Zhang Yin has been imprisoned in your dungeon. I have come today to retrieve him, the emissary stated boldly, demanding the release of the captive. Furthermore, I wish to meet your third prince, a parasital wretch devoid of any prowess. I am curious how he managed to manufacture such an abundance of artillery in such a short span. Retrieving Zhang Yin was one aspect of his mission, yet his primary objective was to glimpse the pivotal figure of Li Tianhuang, the creation of artillery and the maintenance of the formation, executed with such efficiency that it annihilated Zhang Yan's 3,000 Western K soldiers without the loss of a single man, suggested either extraordinary talent or mere facade. Very well. I shall summon the third prince at once, Qi Jintian responded, displaying an air of timidity that belied his position as the commander of the Qimen Pass. Under the persistent demands of the emissary, he reluctantly sent someone to fetch Li Tianhuang. Chapter 44. If I slay you, what of it? Li Tianhuang arrived at the commander's residence, disregarding everyone around him, and took his seat at the head of the table with an air of authority. Qi Jintian observed this with discontent, as Li Tianhuang had assumed a dominant role more than once, which left him exceedingly displeased. However, this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. With a stern expression, he said, Third Prince, this young Master Su has been dispatched from Longchong Pass. Should you not extend your greetings promptly? Li Tianhuang furrowed his brows slightly, his disdain for Qi Jintian utterly unmasked. Externally feeble, yet internally resolute, he was, after all, a prince. How could Qi Jintian expect him to extend greetings to an envoy from a rival nation? This cowardice in the face of adversity was entirely unbecoming of a soldier. When did the Eastern Lin begin to fear such a minor envoy from the Western K? Li Tianhuang cast a scornful glance at Qi Jintian before shifting his attention to the envoy seated before him. The envoy, a young man in his 30s, possessed a shifty demeanor, yet feigned sophistication with a folding fan in hand. Despite his modest cultivation, presumably at the mid-level of a martial artist, he confronted Qi Jintian, a spiritual master, with an air of arrogant superiority. He then turned his gaze towards Li Tianhuang, disdainfully remarking, So you are the wretched son who murdered his own father? Li Tianhuang remained silent, offering no response. Young Master Su smiled gently and continued, To dare to strike down one's own kin, to be ruthless and unrestrained by societal morals. I must admit, I find that rather admirable. Li Tianhuang spoke indifferently, with so many admirers. Who do you think you are? Li Tianhuang, a figure close to the new commander of Longchong Pass. How could you speak so recklessly? Qi Jintian's expression grew increasingly grim. Li Tianhuang remained disdainful, casting a glance at Qi Jintian and remarked, To elevate others' ambitions while undermining one's own authority, Qi Jintian, are you truly one of my Eastern Legion's warriors? Or merely a lackey of the Western Palace? I deem it imperative to scrutinize your ancestry for 3 generations. Qi Jintian was seething with rage, his body trembling with fury. Observing this, young Master Su unexpectedly burst into laughter. The third prince displays such character. I find myself increasingly admiring you. However, the fact that you personally took the life of your own father reveals that you are not without your own flaws. Whether I am good or not is beyond your judgment, Qi Jintian retorted. Li Tianhuang was disinclined to discuss his personal affairs with a stranger. No. I harbor no intention of belittling the third prince. On the contrary, I feel a profound sense of injustice for you. You were destined to be the crown prince of Donglen, the future sovereign of the 6 generations of immortal emperors, yet your elder brother usurped this honor, leaving you abandoned by the royal family. Do you not harbor resentment towards them? After a brief pause, young Master Su continued, the third prince, with his talents unrecognized, would do well to join my Western K immortal kingdom, where you can truly realize your aspirations. Surely, this would be preferable to enduring the indignities of remaining in this insignificant Chimen Pass. His words carried a distinct undertone of invitation. Li Tianhuang could not help but let out a cold laugh. As a prince of the Eastern Lin immortal kingdom, how could he stoop to become a mere lackey for the Western Pavilion? He disdainfully remarked, you wish to win me over? Look in the mirror and consider if you are worthy. Upon hearing this, young Master Su's expression darkened. Li Tianhuang seemed to bristle with sharp thorns. Anyone who dared to approach would be pricked. A surge of anger welled up within him, and he pointed at Li Tianhuang, cursing, a parasital beast. Discarded trash of the royal lineage. My attempt to court you is a favor. In my eyes, you are nothing. Young Master Su sneered inwardly. Viewing Li Tianhuang as a mere waste without cultivation, his royal status being the only thing of value. Just as he finished speaking, he observed Li Tianhuang rise and approach him with measured steps. Oh, you claim I am trash, and you think I would not dispute that? Young Master Su's face was one of amusement, his eyes brimming with mockery. However, Qi Jintian's expression suddenly shifted, and he hurriedly warned young Master Su, Young Master Su, be cautious. Cautious of what? A useless waste? Young Master Su's sentence trailed off as Li Tianhuang darted forward. His figure flickering before he stood right before him in the blink of an eye. A swift and powerful hand crashed down upon young Master Su's face with the force of thunder, akin to a boulder striking him. Caught off guard, young Master Su was sent reeling through the air, blood spewing forth. Even my presence here to converse with you is a courtesy. You are nothing. Li Tianhuang radiated a formidable aura, gazing coldly at the fallen young Master Su. Young Master Su coughed a few times, expelling several bloodied teeth from his mouth. His cheek swelled instantly, disbelief etched across his face as he stared at Li Tianhuang's dandian, which revealed no signs of spiritual energy fluctuation. He could not fathom how someone without any cultivation could possess such strength, even he had not been able to evade it. Qi Jintian, observe the dog you have raised. How dare it defy authority? If you do not provide me with an explanation today, prepare for retribution from my family as leader. Young Master Su glared fiercely at Qi Jintian. Qi Jintian looked utterly innocent. He had already warned the young master, and if the latter chose to ignore it, what could he do? You seek an explanation, do you? Li Tianhuang stepped forward, placing his foot upon young Master Su's chest. He then unleashed a flurry of punches, raining down upon the young master's forehead like a torrential downpour. The great hall was filled with the sound of anguished cries as the envoy from the Western Pavilion endured a brutal beating at the hands of Li Tianhuang. You Western Pavilion people do not stay in your own territory, but dare to wreak havoc in the lands of the Eastern Lin. You still seek an explanation? This is your explanation. Li Tianhuang showed no mercy, his fists quickly becoming stained with blood. After dispatching troops to harass the Chimen Pass and suffering losses, they still had the audacity to come and demand an explanation. It was as if all of this were the fault of the Eastern Lin immortal kingdom, as though the Chimen Pass had no right to resist. What kind of twisted logic was this? Young Master Su was beaten beyond recognition. His face a grotesque mask of blood, his form nearly unrecognizable, convulsing on the ground. He was already overwhelmed with terror, astonished that Li Tianhuang, despite lacking cultivation, possessed such formidable strength. In times of war between nations, envoys were not harmed. How dare you strike me? Young Master Su, racked with agony, could scarcely rise to his feet. You have indeed reminded me. Today I shall behead you, and what of it? Li Tianhuang tilted his head slightly, drawing forth the dagger from young Master Su's waist. With a swift thrust, the blade plunged directly into young Master Su's chest, not merely an idle threat, but a deadly act. An eerie silence enveloped the grand hall. Even Qi Jintian was taken aback, unable to fathom that Li Tianhuang would truly take a life. Especially before him, young Master Su's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Li Tianhuang, his expression a mixture of regret and defiance. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would never have provoked such a fate. Witnessing the envoy's demise, Qi Jintian seethed with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Tianhuang. Look at the calamity you have wrought. The Western Ks have every justification to exploit this incident and mobilize forces against us in the East. Do you not realize the disaster you have unleashed? Li Tianhuang let out a cold laugh, declaring that should they dare to approach, he would ensure their return was impossible. Qi Jintian's breath caught in his throat, momentarily rendered speechless. You are exceedingly arrogant and profoundly ignorant. What was previously a mere trivial conflict will escalate into war, and you believe you can face it alone. Qi Jintian scoffed, clearly overestimating his own capabilities. Li Tianhuang wore a mocking expression, exclaiming, "It is truly disheartening to see you, a soldier, blame our own nation when the enemy invades our eastern territory. Instead of confronting the threat, you seek to appease them. Your treachery for personal gain is utterly nauseating." With that, he strode purposefully out of the residence. Qi Jintian felt a rush of heat to his cheeks. He gazed upon the lifeless body on the ground, his countenance darkening with alarm. The envoy sent by the new commander of Longchang Pass had perished, and the impending crisis at Chimen Pass loomed ominously. If he failed to maintain his post, he might even lose his life. No, I must devise a strategy to address this matter swiftly. Qi Jintian's expression was as grim as a stormy sea. Inwardly, he cursed, "Li Tianhuang, you have brought me to the brink of disaster. Since you show no mercy, do not expect my loyalty in return." Chapter 45, The Destiny Stone. Upon exiting the commander's office, Li Tianhuang appeared unfazed. First visiting the armament workshop before returning to the Qixing barracks. He was acutely aware that Qi Jintian was on the verge of losing his composure and would soon resort to desperate measures. This evening, he must achieve a breakthrough and ascend to the rank of Xuanwu Master. He retrieved several small flags crafted in the workshop, each no larger than a thumb, representing the foundational elements of an array that required inscribing with runes to harness the forces of nature. A metallic sphere materialized in his palm, swiftly transforming into a delicate carving knife. Seated before his tent, Li Tianhuang began etching the array runes. He first established the geographical coordinates, then, in accordance with the principles of nature, determined a suitable array for that location, subsequently inscribing the corresponding runes to create components harmonious with the cosmos. Several hours later, he halted his work. The small flags were now inscribed with runes and had become array flags. After circling his tent, he discreetly positioned the flags in concealed corners. With a gentle influx of natural energy, the array was activated. This was the Wuzhu array. Should anyone approach, it would activate instantaneously, serving as a warning mechanism. With this small array, he could maintain vigilance, perceiving all around him. Any intruder would be detected without delay. Tonight's breakthrough in cultivation was crucial. He must ensure absolute security. Having slain the envoy from the Western Pavilion, Qi Jintian might seek to distance himself from the incident and could potentially strike against Li Tianhuang, possibly even turning him over to the new commander of Longchang Pass. Filling a tub with water, he added the remaining body-tempering powder. Once dissolved, Li Tianhuang immersed himself in the tub, swallowing a first-grade golden yuan pill, and commenced his cultivation using the 9 Heaven Star technique. The journey from a novice martial artist to a grandmaster, and ultimately to a Xuanwu master, was not merely a matter of physical strength. The distinctions between realms were profound. Each accumulation of 9 layers of spiritual energy constituted a complete cycle, and while one could amass 27 layers from a novice to a Xuanwu master, it effectively formed 3 cycles, with each cycle representing a chasm of difference in power. Li Tianhuang has now opened 50 Dan apertures, equivalent to 5 normal Danshans. The spiritual energy required for him to transcend into a Xuanwu master is 5 times that of an ordinary cultivator. Continuing to allow the Qi insect to transport spiritual energy into his meridians, and with the support of a first-grade golden yuan pill, he need not worry about a deficiency of spiritual energy. From the afternoon, he has been cultivating until darkness enveloped the camp, which was beset by fierce winds. As midnight approached, with vibrations coursing through his body, Li Tianhuang's cultivation finally ascended to the level of Xuanwu master. In that moment, his entire demeanor underwent a profound transformation. The spiritual energy within him accumulated to 19 layers, successfully opening the 55th Dan aperture, consuming a total of 120 low-grade spirit stones, 1 first-grade golden yuan pill, and all of his body-refining medicinal powder. The investment of these resources yielded a significant enhancement in his strength. Although he remains at the early stage of Xuanwu master, the resilience of his physical form has already reached the later stages, even nearing the pinnacle of Xuanwu master. The night is tranquil, undisturbed by any intrusions. Li Tianhuang stepped out of the tent, his palm coalescing around the battle blade, as he commenced the practice of the Xian longsword technique under the moonlit sky. This technique is a skill of the spirit master. Previously, he had only dared to cultivate the first 3 forms. However, now that he had become a Xuanwu warrior, He was able to practice the fourth and fifth forms without concern for the internal strain on his body. Nonetheless, the most formidable move of this sword technique could only be truly executed once he attained the status of a spirit master. At dawn, as the first light broke, Li Tianhuang organized the Red Heart soldiers for their morning training. Midway through the session, a soldier from the Qi army rushed in, visibly agitated. "Your Highness, it is dire news. The supplies transported from the main city have been intercepted en route. Commander Qi requests your immediate assistance," the soldier reported while bowing. "Intercepted? Could it be that the soldiers from the western gate have encircled us from behind?" Li Tianhuang's eyes reflected a hint of perplexity. The soldier shook his head and replied, "I am not privy to the specifics, but Commander Qi is currently awaiting you at the city gate." Fan Lin cautioned, "Tianhuang, you must exercise great care. Even I sense that matters may be far more complicated than they appear. Many significant affairs within the walls are typically managed solely by Qi Jintian. It is unexpected that today he would seek out Li Tianhuang, involving him in this matter. It is not a sign of respect for Li Tianhuang, but rather a veiled conspiracy." Li Tianhuang pondered for a moment and then advised Fan Lin, "Commander Fan, you must exercise caution as well. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, promptly send someone to find me." "There is no need," Fan Lin replied, producing a fragment of a bloodstone and handing it to Li Tianhuang. "This is a life talisman. If any trouble arises, simply shatter it." Li Tianhuang accepted the life talisman stone and nodded gently. The life talisman stone is an indispensable treasure for long-distance communication among cultivators. It is originally a type of naturally occurring special stone, upon which cultivators inscribe a mark within. The stone is then split in half, regardless of the distance. When one party shatters their half, the other half will shatter in unison. The Red Heart soldiers continued their morning training while Li Tianhuang departed alone. As she watched him recede into the distance, Fan Luoying's gaze remained calm as she turned to her father, Fan Lin, and inquired, "Father, Li Tianhuang has offended Commander Qi and all the district leaders these past few days. Has his character always been this haughty?" Fan Lin sighed and replied, "I am not certain, but I sense that he is different from before." "Different?" Fan Luoying's cheeks flushed as she expressed her confusion. She did not truly understand Li Tianhuang. She merely believed that he had fallen from being the revered prince to a despised outcast, perhaps due to a shift in his temperament. Meanwhile, Li Tianhuang donned his armor and mounted a warhorse, unarmed, as he made his way directly to the city gate. The true intentions of Qi Jintian remain uncertain, and he could only proceed step by step. Fortunately, he was now a Xuanwu warrior. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how intricate the schemes, they would pose little threat. Upon arriving at the city gate, he found a sea of people gathered, as Qi Jintian rallied nearly 2,000 men, preparing to set forth. As Li Tianhuang navigated through the throng, he approached Qi Jintian, only to find Liao Yuhai, Zhao Chang, and Lu Quan by his side. All three commanding officers, responsible for logistics, were set to accompany Qi Jintian to the front lines, with the sole exception of Fan Lin, heightening Li Tianhuang's wariness. These individuals were now united in purpose. The third prince, the newly appointed leader at Longchong Pass, has begun his retribution, all attributed to you. What are your sentiments on this matter? Qi Jintian's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Li Tianhuang. Your incompetence has only served to complicate our affairs, burdening us with further troubles. Should any misfortune befall that shipment of supplies, you shall bear the consequences alone. Zhao Chang, Liao Yuhai, and Lu Quan exchanged knowing smirks as they regarded Li Tianhuang. Li Tianhuang wore an expression of indifference, slightly shrugging as he remarked, "It seems that spending an extended period at the border does not harden one's character. I wonder which traitor has leaked the information regarding the supply transport. Before any military action, provisions must be secured, and the logistics of such transport are typically shrouded in secrecy. The fact that the new commander of Longchong Pass is aware of the precise routes and timings of the supplies indicates that someone must have tipped him off." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present subtly shifted, suggesting that they were privy to certain knowledge. In this world, there exists no shortage of individuals who forsake loyalty for personal gain. Do you truly believe that eliminating a single Yao Wenlong will restore peace to the realm? Qi Jintian displayed a look of disdain and waved his hand, stating, "Time is of the essence. Open the city gates and swiftly retrieve the supplies. Without them, everyone at Qimen Pass will face starvation in the coming months." Chapter 46. A grand scheme opened the city gates. A soldier shouted immediately. The gates creaked open. allowing a disciplined contingent of 2,000 troops to march forth. Ximen Pass boasted a garrison of 5,000 soldiers, with Qi leading 2,000 away. 3,000 remained under the temporary command of the strategist Huang, unperturbed by the prospect of enemy interference. Throughout the journey, Qi walked alongside Liao Yuhai and others, while Li Tianhuang chose to stride alone on the opposite side. The distance between them was already a testament to their discord. The atmosphere felt unsettling, though outwardly calm. It concealed brewing turmoil. Initially, Li Tianhuang speculated that these individuals had taken him away with the intent to conspire against him, ultimately to eliminate him and subsequently attribute his demise to a foreign adversary. However, he soon deemed his thoughts overly simplistic. To orchestrate his death, one individual, Qi would suffice, for he was a spirit master and required no grandiose efforts. After approximately 20 miles of travel, a supply convoy indeed came into view ahead. These were soldiers from the eastern Linxian kingdom arriving from the main city. The convoy comprised merely around 100 personnel, currently encircled by a contingent of soldiers from the western Xian kingdom who dared not act recklessly. Upon closer inspection, the number of western K soldiers was also limited, amounting to only 200 or 300 cavalrymen. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Tianhuang immediately sensed the abnormality. Was it not rather absurd for merely 200 or 300 cavalry to dare to encircle the rear of Ximen Pass and plunder supplies? Relay my orders. Hasten to provide assistance and prevent them from carrying off the provisions, Qi promptly commanded. Charge. With that, a battalion of 2,000 surged forward in unison. Yet, Li Tianhuang remained rooted in place. Li Tianhuang, do you not comprehend my command? I instructed you to rush forward and render aid. Qi exclaimed in anger upon noticing Li Tianhuang's unresponsiveness. Li Tianhuang let out a cold smile and remarked, Qi, your acting is exceedingly poor. I truly cannot bring myself to expose you. Meanwhile, as the Qi family army surged forward, the soldiers of the Western K, who had encircled the supply convoy, hastily fled on horseback, in a state of utter disarray, completely neglecting the substantial resources before them. On the surface, this seemed plausible, yet it was riddled with inconsistencies. A contingent of 200 to 300 individuals was ill-suited for transporting a large cache of supplies, the sole reason being that their intent was not to seize the resources, but merely to put on a facade. It was highly probable that at this very moment, another battalion of the Western K army was looming at Ximen Pass. Indeed, as the Qi family army charged ahead, those 200 to 300 soldiers from the Western K had vanished without a trace. Qi cast a sidelong glance at Li Tianhuang and, with a tone laced with sarcasm, said, Third Prince, do refrain from making baseless accusations. Why would I need to put on a performance for such a significant matter? Humph, only you know whether it is an act, Li Tianhuang retorted coldly. Just then, the half-piece of the life talisman that Li Tianhuang had been clutching suddenly shattered spontaneously. Li Tianhuang was suddenly taken aback as the talisman stone shattered, indicating that an unforeseen event had occurred on Fan Lin's side. Indeed, this was a stratagem to draw the tiger from its mountain lair at this very moment. The main forces from the Western Gate had likely commenced their assault on the Ximen Pass. Qi, if you are innocent, then you are nothing short of a fool, utterly oblivious to the fact that you have been lured away. If, however, you have conspired with the enemy to ensnare me, then you are the epitome of folly, choosing a path of no return instead of a clear one. Li Tianhuang raised his hand and cast the talisman stone into the air. Subsequently, he turned his steed around and made his way back to the Ximen Pass. Shall we pursue him, Commander Qi? Liao Yuhai, Zhao Chong, and Lu Quan returned as well. Qi let out a chilling smile, bidding them to let him go. This was not the opportune moment to deal with him. The others followed suit, smirking, though they were also astonished by Li Tianhuang's remarkable intelligence in discerning their intentions. However, it was too late. Li Tianhuang had already fallen into the trap they had set, and the outcome was virtually predetermined. Even as urgent reports arrived from Ximen Pass, Qi continued to accompany the supply convoy, moving forward at a deliberate pace, as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, Li Tianhuang hastened to the Ximen Pass, which stood unharmed, showing no signs of having been attacked. With the soldiers on the walls standing resolutely at their posts, Li Tianhuang found himself increasingly perplexed. Could this truly be a ruse to draw the tiger away from its mountain? It was not until he approached that he discerned the city gate was not entirely closed, but rather ajar, as if someone had stealthily departed. Raising his gaze, Li Tianhuang's expression abruptly shifted. Yaowen Long, who had been suspended on the city wall for 2 days and nights, was now nowhere to be seen. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Tianhuang swiftly urged his horse forward and charged through the partially open gate, only to be met by several military officials and dozens of soldiers rushing towards him. Li Tianhuang furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why is the city gate ajar? What has become of that traitor, Yao Wenlong?" One of the military officials, in a state of panic, replied, "We are equally in the dark. We have only just learned of Yao Wenlong's disappearance, which is why we hurried here." "You had better not be lying," Li Tianhuang warned. Realizing he could glean no further information, he decided to seek out the strategist, Huang. However, after a thorough search, he could not locate Huang. Consequently, he hastened to the Red Heart barracks. Within the barracks, several lifeless bodies of Red Heart soldiers lay scattered, alongside a number of the wounded. "Your Highness, you must come and see. Commander Fan is inexplicably unable to move," one of the Red Heart soldiers called out. Li Tianhuang swiftly arrived at the military tent. Inside, Fan Lin lay on the ground, convulsing, with blood at the corners of his mouth. Surrounding him were several loyal soldiers, their faces etched with confusion. "What happened?" Li Tianhuang inquired. One of the loyal soldiers responded, "Your Highness. Several masked intruders breached our ranks and took the lives of a few of our brothers. We are uncertain what sort of spell they have cast upon Commander Fan, for he is rendered immobile and cannot even utter a word." Li Tianhuang approached to examine the situation. At that moment, Fan Lin appeared as if stricken by a stroke, his expression exceedingly grim. A brief assessment revealed the cause: the lethal 5-element needles. Li Tianhuang extracted 4 3-inch silver needles from the soles of Fan Lin's feet and palms, and then removed one more from his throat. In total, 5 silver needles were withdrawn, and as they were extracted, Fan Lin expelled a mouthful of black blood, finally regaining his composure. The 5-element needles were not an exceptionally sophisticated technique, yet they posed a grave threat to martial artists. Had Li Tianhuang arrived even a moment later, Fan Lin would undoubtedly have met his demise. "Tianhuang, I implore you, save my daughter. They have taken Luing." Fan Lin, now recovered, expressed his foremost concern for his daughter. Li Tianhuang inquired urgently, "Who are they, Yao Wenlong? Where has Fan Luing been taken?" There were over a dozen of them, all masked, rendering me unable to identify them. However, they were all at the level of formidable warriors. Among them, one individual I could confirm was the strategist Huang, for only he is capable of wielding the lethal 5-elements needle. Fan Lin grasped Li Tianhuang's wrist, her face a portrait of desperation. The absence of Yao Wenlong indicated that Luoying must have been abducted to a hostile nation. "Tianhuang, with my loyal soldiers, you must rescue my daughter." The mention of strategist Huang caused Li Tianhuang's eyes to narrow slightly. He finally comprehended why Qi Jintian had entrusted command to Huang before his departure, and upon his return, could not locate him, suggesting a connection to Yao Wenlong's disappearance. At this moment, he fully realized that Qi Jintian was orchestrating a grand scheme. The abduction of Fan Luoying was a ploy to draw him in. "Rest assured, Commander Fan, I shall return your daughter safely," Li Tianhuang declared, rising to his feet, his gaze sweeping over the loyal soldiers. He continued, "All loyal soldiers, assemble and follow me." Chapter 47. Is it not tragic enough? Indeed. Nearly all the loyal soldiers replied in unison, "Your Highness, as long as you can rescue Miss Fan, we pledge that we shall never speak ill of you in private again. Miss Fan is the daughter of Commander Fan. We cannot afford any mishap. If your Highness can bring her back, we shall all willingly submit to your command." Several loyal soldiers even opened their hearts willingly. Li Tianhuang cast a sweeping glance over them, his silence imbued with a sense of affirmation. Upon his arrival at Chimen Pass, his reputation was utterly tarnished. Whispers circulated that he was a parasital wretch, ungrateful and treacherous, a villain brazen enough to face public censure. Yet now, as understanding deepened, the collective sentiment towards him began to shift, albeit slightly. Fan Lin, struck by the fatal 5-elements needle, suffered damage to his heart's pulse, rendering him incapable of a swift recovery. After assisting him to his feet, only a couple of individuals remained to tend to him, while the rest followed Li Tianhuang out of the military tent, preparing for battle. These loyal soldiers had initially rallied behind Fan Lin, bonded by a profound camaraderie. When danger befell Fan Luoying, they were resolute in their willingness to rise in her defense, even at the cost of their own blood and lives. Li Tianhuang ventured into the dungeon, and as he had surmised, the captive Zhang Yin had indeed been rescued. Simultaneously, He discovered that Qi Jintian and the offspring of various commanders, Qi Feng, Liao He, Zhao Xingru, Lu Guangyan, among others, had also vanished without a trace. It is highly probable that those who surreptitiously infiltrated the Red Heart barracks and, alongside the strategist Huang Xian, launched an assault on Fan Lin were indeed these individuals. Accompanied by over 100 Red Heart soldiers, Li Tianhuang entered the Qi family's military encampment and subtly gestured. Immediately, a nearby Red Heart soldier proclaimed, "The captive Zhang Yin and the traitor Ye Wenlong have fled. The daughter of Commander Fan has been abducted." We beseeched the Qi family forces to accompany the third prince into battle, with merely 100 or so Red Heart soldiers. They were woefully insufficient to mount a challenge against the western quarters. Li Tianhuang was aware that it was a trap designed specifically for him. Therefore, he needed the main force of the Qi family's elite troops. However, the fervent soldier called out repeatedly, yet the 3,000 elite warriors of the Qi family remained motionless, almost none willing to follow Li Tianhuang into battle. Li Tianhuang's expression momentarily tightened, lacking the military insignia of Qi Jintian. He found that the Qi family soldiers were utterly unresponsive to his commands. "Let us depart." Li Tianhuang turned his horse around. Without the Qi family troops, he could only lead a little over 100 loyal soldiers forward. "Hold on," a voice suddenly called out from the distance. Li Tianhuang paused, lifting his gaze to see several military officials accompanied by a contingent of the Qi family army approaching. "We are willing to heed the orders of the third prince." They spoke in unison as they drew near. "Thank you," Li Tianhuang replied, clasping his fists in gratitude to each of them. Although these military officials were subordinates of Qi Jintian, they were not his trusted confidants. Given the urgency of the situation, they were unwilling to stand idly by and witness a tragedy unfold. Ultimately, Li Tianhuang, leading a total of over 1,000 men, exited the city gates, making their way towards the direction of the enemy's Longchong Pass. Half an hour later, the contingent arrived at the foot of a mountain. Observing the surrounding terrain, Li Tianhuang addressed the nearby military officials. "There will likely be an ambush within the mountains. You should remain here. As long as the soldiers from the western tower do not appear, do not venture out." "Understood." They all responded in unison. The probability of encountering an ambush was high if they proceeded into the mountain, so staying on the periphery would allow for retreat and defense. Having given his instructions, Li Tianhuang mounted his horse and entered the vast mountains alone. Deep within the mountains, atop a small hill, a towering tree had been stripped of its branches, leaving only its main trunk standing tall. In the distance, Li Tianhuang spotted Fan Luoying, suspended from the tree trunk. Bound tightly, her pale face resembled that of a ghost, and dried blood stained the corner of her mouth. She was in a semi-conscious state. It appeared that this was indeed the site of the ambush. Li Tianhuang did not hesitate, making his way directly toward the hill where Fan Luoying was held captive. He had come to rescue her and had anticipated the possibility of an ambush, yet he resolutely pressed on. As he drew within approximately 200 to 300 meters, Fan Luoying stirred awake. Upon realizing that Li Tianhuang was swiftly approaching, a glimmer of joy ignited in her heart, dispelling the confusion in her eyes with glimmers of hope. "Hey, I'm here," Fan Luoying called out, but midway through, she realized she could barely make a sound, her throat parched as if engulfed by flames. She coughed a few times, moistening her throat with saliva, and then attempted to speak again. This time, her voice emerged. An instinct told her that Li Tianhuang could surely hear her. However, when she looked down, she found him unresponsive. Should I shout louder, more pitifully? Doubt clouded Fan Luoying's face. Li Tianhuang ascended the small hill, mere meters away from the trunk of the tree. Fan Luoying felt it was close enough and called out once more, "Li Tianhuang, look up. I am here, please save me." This time, her voice resonated even louder than before. She thought to herself, "Surely he must have heard me this time." Below, Li Tianhuang steadily approached the summit. Although he had heard Fan Luoying's calls 3 times, he was unable to gather his thoughts to respond. As he neared the trunk, only a dozen meters away, Li Tianhuang suddenly halted. His advancing foot slowly retreated, and he cautiously stepped back. Why has he turned back? Was my plea not desperate enough? Observing this, Fan Luoying was rendered speechless. Li Tianhuang stepped back several paces and approached another tree, then delivered a powerful kick to its trunk. With a resounding thud, the tree shuddered violently, as if a mechanism had been triggered. Before them, the mountain path revealed a series of deep pits, each filled with chilling spikes. Fan Luoying was immediately startled, realizing at that moment why Li Tianhuang had not responded to her. He had discovered the trap. Li Tianhuang subsequently triggered several traps in quick succession, yet he still did not hasten to rescue Fan Luoying. Instead, he retreated directly to the midway point of the mountain, meticulously exploring his surroundings. The most perilous aspect here was not the traps themselves, but rather the formations intricately laid out all around. Li Tianhuang's perception was remarkably acute. Upon his arrival, he had already discerned the existence of the formation. The reason he chose to disable the traps first was that the activation of these traps would cause fluctuations in the formation, thereby making it easier to identify its nature. It turned out to be the Celestial Remnant Formation. Through exploration, Li Tianhuang came to this realization. The Celestial Remnant Formation is merely a small-scale entrapment array. Once a cultivator steps within, they experience a profound sense of fatigue and a significant reduction in strength. In such a state, should an enemy appear, their fate is inevitably sealed. Knowing the nature of the formation greatly simplifies the process of dismantling it. Li Tianhuang wandered about, unearthing the concealed banners hidden in the shadows. Having completed this task, he ascended to the summit, untied the ropes, and gently lowered Fan Luoying. "Why are you the only one here? Where's my father?" Fan Luoying inquired. "Your father has been injured. I was sent to rescue you," Li Tianhuang replied. Upon hearing this, Fan Luoying's delicate face turned pale, her beautiful eyes revealing a deep concern as she gazed at Li Tianhuang, her expression exceedingly complex. "I sincerely thank you for your help this time," she said softly. Li Tianhuang remained silent as he hoisted Fan Luoying onto his shoulder and sprinted down the mountain. "Could you not untie the ropes binding me and allow me to run myself?" Fan Luoying exclaimed in surprise. Li Tianhuang merely set her down from the tree. Yet the cords that bound her tightly remained intact, rendering her utterly immobile. "You were too slow. Allow me to carry you," he replied. Li Tianhuang executed the cloud-soaring step, reaching the mountainside in mere breaths. Just as they departed from the summit, a deluge of arrows descended from the distant horizon, cascading upon the mountain like a torrential rain, enveloping the peak in an instant. Fan Luoying felt a surge of fear. Had they delayed even a moment longer, they would have become mere targets. Yet, amidst her trepidation, a flicker of admiration blossomed within her for Li Tianhuang's astute perceptiveness. It was undeniably remarkable. Chapter 48. The most fundamental trust upon arriving at the mountainside. A fresh barrage of arrows soon followed. Witnessing this, Fan Luoying instinctively shut her eyes in terror. However, when she opened them again, she found herself cradled in Li Tianhuang's arms, having already reached the foot of the mountain as the second wave of arrows fell harmlessly to the ground. Such swiftness! Fan Luoying was filled with disbelief. Li Tianhuang's speed felt almost surreal. "May I be set down now?" she inquired, her cheeks flushed. Li Tianhuang's expression remained impassive, his pace unyielding. After a prolonged silence, he finally uttered, "It is not permissible." A third volley of arrows descended, overwhelming the area at the foot of the mountain. Only Li Tianhuang's swift agility allowed him to narrowly evade the onslaught. He had no time to untie Fan Luoying. Although she felt a surge of gratitude, she was acutely aware of her current predicament, which she deemed rather unbecoming. Bound hand and foot, her discomfort was palpable, and her bosom, pronounced and prominent, quivered with each of Li Tianhuang's steps, igniting a flush upon her cheeks. Especially after being thrown across the horse's back, she found herself awkwardly perched, her posterior exposed as they journeyed onward. At times, she suspected that Li Tianhuang was deliberately tormenting her. Yet throughout the ordeal, he merely gripped her shoulders, whether intentionally or not, refraining from touching any sensitive areas. When she turned to glance at him, his countenance remained stoic, his gaze fixed ahead, seemingly indifferent to her presence. Just as they were about to depart the mountainous region, the warhorse halted abruptly, rearing up with a piercing whinny, and Fan Luoying tumbled into Li Tianhuang's embrace. Startled, her face flushed crimson to the roots of her hair. It was her first experience of such intimate contact with a man, a moment that would undoubtedly be etched in her memory forever. However, as the warhorse's hooves returned to the ground, she found herself back atop the saddle. As she looked around, she noticed flags fluttering in the mountain hollows, and a throng of soldiers from the western Qian kingdom emerging. Finally comprehending the reason for the horse's sudden stop, Li Tianhuang's gaze sharpened as he directed his attention towards a particular direction. There appeared a formidable figure clad in gray armor, exuding an aura of lethal intent. "The third prince of the eastern Xian kingdom, we finally meet," the gray-armored man remarked with a chilling smile, his eyes fixed on Li Tianhuang. Li Tianhuang deduced that the individual before him was most likely the newly appointed commander of Longchang Pass, who had replaced Zhang Yan. He had previously received intelligence indicating that this individual was named Lu Tsangjiang, a skilled spiritual master. Is it just you here? What about the traders from my Chimen Pass? Li Tianhuang inquired coldly. Qi Jintian had colluded with this person, deliberately setting a trap to ensnare him. And it was reasonable to assume that the strategist Huang Xian and others, including Qi Feng, were also present. Ha ha ha, did you ever imagine this day would come, Li Tianhuang? A booming laughter echoed from another mountain peak, as Qi Feng emerged first, wearing a sinister grin. Li Tianhuang turned his head to glance, and Qi Feng appeared, followed closely by the strategist Huang Xian, Zhao Xingru, Lu Guangyuan, and Liao He, each of them wearing expressions of triumph. You conspire with the enemy state merely to deal with me? A fierce murderous intent ignited in Li Tianhuang's eyes. It was utterly unforgivable to collude with foreign adversaries for the purpose of confronting him. Qi Feng replied with a smug smile, and what of it? As long as you are dead, Fan Luoying will belong to me. My father and I shall continue to defend Chimen Pass, as we always have. Who would suspect our collusion with Commander Lu of the Western Tower? There is no wall that does not let the wind through, he continued. Moreover, you may not necessarily succeed in killing me. Li Tianhuang sneered coldly. In his view, his adversaries were naively underestimating the situation. Liao He pointed a finger at Li Tianhuang. His demeanor no longer subdued but rather brazen. Li Tianhuang, you are far too arrogant. It is only you and Fan Luoying here. I wonder how you intend to send word out. Indeed, Commander Lu of Longchong Pass is a spirit master. Do you truly believe you can escape his grasp? Zhao Xingru exclaimed sharply. Lu Guangyuan added with a scornful laugh, Li Tianhuang, you wretched parricide, I have long wished to end your life. Were it not for my father's intervention, you would not have lived to see this day. The third prince, surrender willingly. Today, you have no avenue of escape. Huang Xian chimed in. As they spoke, two more figures emerged beside them, Zhang Yin and Yao Wenlong. While Zhang Yin appeared relatively unscathed, Yao Wenlong was battered and weak. Yet his gaze towards Li Tianhuang was filled with malice. You little beast, you left me hanging on the city wall for 2 days. Today, I shall witness your demise. 3,000 soldiers from the Western Tower surrounded Li Tianhuang and Fan Luoying completely. Qi Feng and his associates, emboldened by the presence of the newly appointed commander with spirit master prowess, laughed derisively, venting the resentment they had accumulated over time. Fan Luoying's expression darkened significantly. She had not anticipated that these individuals would resort to such unscrupulous methods to confront Li Tianhuang. What shall we do? She asked, looking at Li Tianhuang, unwilling to meet her end here. Li Tianhuang smiled faintly, his demeanor as tranquil as a gentle breeze, and remarked, it's nothing of consequence, merely a minor affair. With my presence, you shall not perish. Fan Luoying's expression transformed, revealing an odd look as she sensed that Li Tianhuang was boasting. After all, Lu Tsangjiang was a formidable spiritual master, and Qi Jintian had intended to employ him to eliminate Li Tianhuang. Given Li Tianhuang's prowess, how could he possibly contend with a spiritual master? Captain Lu, as per the terms of our agreement, you may proceed. Qi Feng directed his gaze towards Lu Tsangjiang. Lu Tsangjiang raised his hand and gave a subtle wave. Instantly, over 3,000 soldiers from the Western Quay emerged from the valley, brandishing swords and raising spears, converging upon Li Tianhuang with the intent to extinguish him amidst a flurry of blades. Though the individual strength of such a battalion was not particularly formidable, the sheer volume of their assault rendered it a daunting force that even a spiritual master would find challenging to withstand. It is over. Fan Luoying closed her eyes, her face marred by despair. Everyone, heed the command. Repel the enemy and rescue the third prince. At that moment, from the periphery of the mountains, another contingent appeared, those initial 1,000 men led by Li Tianhuang. Earlier, when entering the mountains, Li Tianhuang had stationed them at the outskirts, instructing them to remain hidden until the Western Quay soldiers revealed themselves, a precaution against ambush. Now that the enemy had all shown themselves, it was indeed time for them to make their entrance. Upon hearing the commotion, Fan Luoying opened her beautiful eyes, her eyelids fluttering with astonishment. The people you brought? She gazed at Li Tianhuang, filled with wonder. Li Tianhuang nodded slightly and said, I have already told you not to worry. Could you not extend me even the most basic trust? At this, Fan Luoying was rendered speechless. The moment the soldiers from Donglin appeared, nearly everyone was taken aback. Particularly, Qi Feng and Yao Wenlong changed their expressions. They had initially believed that Li Tianhuang had come alone, unaware that he had concealed companions who only revealed themselves at this moment. Young Master Qi, how did your army arrive? Why don't you order them to withdraw? Lu Songjiang's expression darkened as he furrowed his brows, casting a glance at Qi Feng and the others. After all, one faction belonged to the Donglin Celestial Nation and the other to the Western Quarter's Celestial Nation. Both parties had temporarily reached a consensus to confront Li Tianhuang together. However, the unexpected emergence of Donglin soldiers prompted Lu Songjiang to suspect that Qi Jintian harbored ulterior motives, perhaps seeking not to eliminate Li Tianhuang but rather to eradicate Lu Songjiang's forces. It was worth noting that his previous envoy had perished at Qimen Pass. Rest assured, Commander Lu, those are all soldiers from my Qi family army. At my command, they will retreat without hesitation, allowing you to deal with Li Tianhuang at ease. Qi Feng declared, patting his chest. With that, he mounted a war horse and positioned himself directly in front of the more than 1,000 soldiers. Chapter 49. Utterly enraged, what are you all doing here? Return at once. Do you not see that we are engaged in amicable negotiations with the commander of Longchang Pass? Qi Feng exclaimed imperiously as he approached. His confidence stemmed entirely from his father, Qi Jintian. The leading military officers raised their hands, signaling the Qi family army to halt. One of the officers spoke, Young Master Qi, cease your deceit. I witnessed you mingling among the enemy forces, plotting against the third prince. You claim it is a friendly negotiation. Do you intend to defy military orders? Qi Feng frowned. Young Master Qi, you speak with your eyes wide shut. Besides, you are merely the son of Commander Qi. You possess no authority to command us. We are here solely at the behest of the third prince. Is that so? Qi Feng suddenly drew his sword from his waist, dashing towards the officer in a flash. With a swift motion, the blade gleamed, and the officer's head flew off, his bloodied body tumbling from the horse. The others were taken aback, their expressions shifting drastically. They had not anticipated Qi Feng would turn against his own. Qi Feng raised his bloodied sword, his face contorted with rage, and declared once more, I say again, return at once, or face the consequences without mercy. From a distance, Li Tianhuang watched the scene unfold and shook his head, recognizing Qi Feng's folly. He had grossly underestimated the resolve of the Donglin soldiers. Attempting to suppress them with brute force would surely yield counterproductive results. Qi Feng, you dare to kill your own? Indeed. The remaining military officers were not deterred by Qi Feng's display of force. Rather, they were filled with indignation. Everyone brandished their swords, casting furious glances at Qi Feng. His expression shifted slightly, followed by a deep sigh, as if he had made a monumental decision. With a menacing tone, he declared, Very well, since you remain obstinate. I shall have no choice but to summon Commander Lu to eradicate you all here. The dead will never speak. And thus no one will uncover our collusion with the enemy. You traitor Qi Feng, your end will not be a favorable one. Tensions surged among the crowd. Qi Feng had openly admitted to his treachery, leaving little room for further discussion. Over 1,000 soldiers from Donglin readied themselves for battle, and at that moment, both sides were poised for conflict. The soldiers of Shichue received their orders to annihilate the Donglin troops without mercy, leaving none alive. In the distance, Lu Songjun grasped the gravity of the situation. Seeing that Qi Feng was unable to manage, he swiftly issued a command. Donglin has but a little over 1,000 men, while Shichue boasts 3,000. It is evidently a lopsided battle. With Lu Songjiang's command, all Shichue's soldiers redirected their weapons. Kill! A fierce shout echoed, as more than 3,000 soldiers from Shichue charged towards the Donglin forces. Brothers, the time to defend our honor has arrived. Better to perish on the battlefield than to become traitorous scoundrels. Charge! The military officials of the Qi family raised their weapons, leading the charge forward. The battle cries erupted, and this area was instantaneously transformed into a war zone. Faced with an enemy force 3 times their number, the Donglin soldiers became bloodthirsty. Each one possessed a proud spirit, with not a single soul harboring fear or retreating in the face of danger. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and take action. If anyone escapes and reveals our alliance with Shichue, none of us will survive. Qi Feng turned his gaze to Yin Wolong, Ao He, Zhao Xingru, Lu Guangyuan, and others. The group exchanged glances, and one by one drew their swords, charging into the ranks of the Qi family's army. Qi Feng, today I shall slay you all. Witnessing Qi Feng and his cohorts wreak havoc among his own, Li Tianhuang furrowed his brow, an overwhelming rage surging within him. These individuals were aiding Shichue in the slaughter of their own kin, igniting Li Tianhuang's first true fury. Fan Luoying, initially filled with dread, felt her eyes blaze with anger at this scene, and she shouted hoarsely at Li Tianhuang. Li Tianhuang, will you not quickly untie my ropes? Li Tianhuang, Without uttering a word, summoned weapon soul number 8 into the palm of his hand, instantly materializing a formidable battle blade. With a swift motion, he sliced through the air, severing the ropes, binding Fan Luoying into several segments. "Be careful," he instructed, tossing her a sword before resolutely advancing toward the battlefield. Fan Luoying retrieved the weapon from the ground, her internal energy erupting as she unleashed the falling cherry blossom sword technique, imparted to her by Huang, swiftly dispatching several West K soldiers charging toward her. When she initially sought to join the military, her father had warned her of the camp's brutal nature, where slaughter was a commonplace occurrence. Despite this, her resolve remained unshaken, and she insisted on accompanying him. Although she was a woman, she felt trepidation in the face of the current chaos, yet she steeled herself, prepared to sacrifice her life for her nation. The sight of Qi Feng and others mercilessly slaughtering their own filled her heart with nothing but indignation. The carnage was horrendous, bodies collapsing as blood flowed like a river in the valley. Dozens of West K soldiers brandished their spears and charged at Huang. He advanced with a swift stride, his battle blade sweeping through the air, eliciting horrified screams from the soldiers as their bodies were cleaved apart, blood gushing forth. He then accelerated, wielding his blade with fury as he charged at Qi Feng and his cohorts. At that moment, however, Lu Songjiang, wielding a long knife, suddenly appeared before him. "Kid, don't run around. Your opponent is me," he declared with a cold smile, an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy swirling around him. As a spirit master, his power surged forth, radiating like blade light, exuding a presence capable of overpowering everyone present. He stood as the sole spirit master and the only formidable force in the vicinity. Huang also halted, releasing a swirling vortex of energy, and calmly remarked, "Do you comprehend the consequences of obstructing me?" Lu Songjiang laughed dismissively, responding with an evasive remark, "I have heard tales of your past ascension to the realm of immortals, only to have your cultivation obliterated. Yet, relying solely on your physical prowess, you have triumphed over martial artists. I am eager to witness your skills." With that, he advanced a step, unleashing a technique of the spiritual master, directly pressuring Huang. To the onlookers, the fate of an unremarkable and powerless individual confronting a formidable spiritual master seemed predetermined. However, Huang displayed no trepidation. He activated the 55 energy orifices within his body, silently channeling spiritual energy into his battle blade, and with the cultivation of a profound martial artist, executed the Xianlong blade technique. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, he and Lu Songjiang were engaged in fierce combat. Within 3 exchanges, Lu Songjiang's expression shifted. Huang's swordsmanship and physical strength proved remarkably on par with that of the spiritual master. This left Lu Songjiang questioning whether Huang was genuinely a waste or merely feigning it. Upon keenly sensing his opponent's dantian, he found no trace of spiritual energy fluctuations. Nearby, several soldiers were equally astonished. Against the backdrop of Lu Songjiang's overwhelming spiritual power, this seemingly powerless individual was managing to hold his ground. Rendering the outcome utterly unbelievable, such a tale would be met with disbelief if recounted. On another front, Qi Feng, you base scoundrel, you would even turn against your own kind. I shall take your life. Fan Luoying charged before Qi Feng and his companions, her eyes ablaze with fury, as she thrust her sword towards Qi Feng's throat. Qi Feng turned in surprise, quickly deflecting the strike. "Humph, you wretched woman. After just a few days, your swordsmanship has seen slight improvement. Yet, with such meager skills, you dare to threaten me? Such delusions." Qi Feng sneered, executing the flowing light sword technique and launching an attack aimed at Fan Luoying's lower body. "Despicable," Fan Luoying retorted, hastily countering the assault. Bang, bang, bang. Utilizing the falling cherry blossom sword technique imparted by Huang, she forced Qi Feng into a series of retreats. "Impossible. What sword technique is this?" Qi Feng exclaimed in shock. Just days prior, Fan Luoying had been no match for him, yet now she dominated him through sheer swordplay. However, he soon recognized that her technique bore a resemblance to the swordplay Huang had demonstrated during the martial arts exhibition, with several moves proving to be his kryptonite, rendering him defenseless. "Die. Perhaps in the underworld, you will come to understand." Fan Luoying spat, her heart consumed by fury as she relentlessly pressed her attack against Qi Feng. Yet at that moment, her thrust was repelled. Looking up, she saw several figures encircling them. "Young Master Qi, this woman is insufferable. Allow us to restrain her." "You may do as you wish." Yao Wenlong, Liao He, Zhao Xingru, and Lu Guangyuan approached with lewd smiles adorning their faces. The sword strike moments ago had been deflected by Yao Wenlong. Chapter 50. Those who stand in my way shall meet their doom upon seeing the group converge. Qi Feng was filled with immense pride. My friends, those destined for greatness do not concern themselves with trifles. Your assistance today will surely lead us all to prosperity in the future. Let us express our gratitude to young Master Qi, Yu Wenlong sneered. Fan Luoying stepped back a couple of paces, a flicker of fear evident in her beautiful eyes. Gripping her sword tightly, she warned, "You wretched scoundrels will not escape unscathed." "Attack!" Qi Feng responded, utterly unfazed. Yao Wenlong was the first to advance with his blade, followed closely by Liao He, Zhao Xingru, and Lu Guangyuan, each eager to join the fray. "Be careful not to harm the young lady. I wish to savor every inch of her skin," Qi Feng leered, his intentions clear as he moved in for the assault. With her delicate brows furrowed, Fan Luoying had no choice but to confront them. Though her skills were formidable for a mid-level martial artist, she found herself outnumbered by 5 or 6 attackers. Despite her exceptional swordsmanship, she struggled against the overwhelming odds and was soon forced to yield. Clang! Thud! In an instant, her sword was sent flying from her grasp. The men, devoid of any sense of shame, pressed forward relentlessly, their blades slicing through the air around her. Fan Luoying's armor was swiftly shredded, exposing her fair skin. With a brutal kick to her abdomen, Qi Feng sent her sprawling to the ground. Yao Wenlong and the others swiftly seized her by the arms, dragging her to the base of a nearby tree. "Young Master Qi, what are you waiting for? Hurry up." Yao Wenlong laughed heartily. "Let me go." Fan Luoying cried out in terror. Her fear was not of death, but of the humiliation at the hands of these brutes, a fate worse than death itself. "There's no rush," Qi Feng replied with a smug grin, turning to taunt Li Tianhuang from a distance. "Did you see that, worthless one? Today, I shall defile this wretched woman right here. I wonder if you will have the chance to save her? Once I have savored my pleasure, I will allow Yao Wenlong and the others their turn, and finally reward the soldiers under Commander Lu. Tell me, how does that make you feel?" His primal instincts awakened. He brazenly provoked, emboldened by the protection of the spirit master Lu Zongjiang. Qi Feng had long harbored resentment for Li Tianhuang, who had thwarted his plans previously, and now he savored the opportunity for revenge. The others, having suffered at Li Tianhuang's hands before, were expressions of derision. "Of course, I can offer you one last chance. Surrender all the martial arts and techniques at your disposal, and I shall grant this wretched woman a swift end, sparing her the agony of being humiliated by the masses." Qi Feng then spoke again. Not far away, Li Tianhuang, who was fiercely engaged in battle with Lu Zongjiang, already bore a gaze as frigid as ice. With an air of indifference, he declared, "Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige you." The third prince. "It would be wise to prioritize your own safety. Prepare for my blade." Lu Zongjiang let out a cold laugh, stepping forward to stand in front of Li Tianhuang, thwarting his advance to provide assistance. A look of fury surfaced on Li Tianhuang's face as all 55 of his Dan apertures trembled in unison. The accumulated energy, layered in 19 tiers, erupted forth and surged into the core of weapon spirit number 8. The formidable might of the combat blade, forged within the essence of the weapon spirit, radiated a faint luminescence. As he wielded the blade, a low hum resonated from the friction between its edge and the air. Simultaneously, the fifth form of the Xianlong blade technique was unleashed. The immense tearing force exerted by the spirit master caused Li Tianhuang's entire body to emit a series of cracking sounds, nearly reaching its utmost limit. "I have warned you. Those who dare to obstruct me shall face dire consequences." Li Tianhuang let out a furious roar, unleashing a strike imbued with immense power, akin to a descending mountain. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zongjiang was abruptly taken aback, unable to fathom how a person devoid of cultivation could suddenly exude such formidable might. Confronted with Li Tianhuang's blade, he felt a flicker of trepidation and hastily raised his own sword in defense. Clang! A burst of flames erupted as the two blades clashed, emitting a piercing sound. Simultaneously, a tremendous force coursed along the length of the blade, transmitting through to Lu Zongjiang, whose complexion shifted dramatically. His arm trembled violently, and he staggered backward. With great difficulty, he managed to halt his retreat, yet the tumult within his body surged, and he expelled a mouthful of blood. How could this be? Lu Zongjiang, a spirit master with the prowess to sweep away legions, found himself outmatched by what he perceived to be a mere novice. Raising his sword, his eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, a considerable gash marred the edge of his blade, a high-quality 2-star spirit energy sword, renowned for its resilience, now irreparably damaged. In stark contrast, Li Tianhuang's weapon remained pristine. Li Tianhuang did not cease his movements. As Lu Zhangjiang stood in shock, his body creaked as he advanced once more. With a thunderous roar, all his energy coalesced, delivering a more terrifying strike than before. How have you suddenly grown so formidable? Without a dantian, from whence does your strength derive? Lu Zhangjiang's face turned ashen as he was compelled to defend himself again. As a spirit master, he believed it impossible for someone relying solely on physical prowess to surpass him. The only plausible explanation was that Li Tianhuang had resumed his cultivation, utilizing a special secret technique to conceal his aura. However, a spirit master's energy transforms into power, and the absence of any spiritual fluctuations on Li Tianhuang indicated that he was at least not a spirit master. In that moment, Lu Zhangjiang pondered deeply. Suddenly, the blade descended with a swift flash, and Lu Zhangjiang was utterly horrified. This time, his sword could not withstand Li Tianhuang's strike and was cleaved asunder. His body was also bisected by the blade's brilliance. I am a spirit master. How could I possibly perish so easily? A stream of blood trickled down from his crown. And in his final moments, Lu Zhangjiang could hardly believe that he would meet such an inexplicable demise. Blood flowed like water as his corpse fell into two halves. Oh no, Commander Lu is dead. What? Commander Lu is dead? Quickly retreat. In the blink of an eye, Qi Feng had provoked Li Tianhuang, and in mere 10 breaths, Lu Zhangjiang was slain. The loss of their pillar of strength sent the soldiers of the western fortress into a frenzy, scattering in all directions, their morale utterly shattered. Moreover, they were on the territory of the Eastern Immortal Kingdom, leaving them with little inclination to continue fighting, their formations in complete disarray. You dared to hinder me. Li Tianhuang glanced at the fallen body, his face still etched with fury. He raised his head and gazed serenely towards the trees in the distance. There stood Qi Feng, Yao Wenlong, Liao He, Zhao Xingru, and Lu Guangyuan, all transfixed in shock, their bodies frozen in place. As Fan Luoying broke free from their constraints and turned to look at Li Tianhuang, her expression mirrored their disbelief. What have I just witnessed? Li Tianhuang has slain the spirit master Lu Zhangjiang? Qi Feng's eyes widened, terror and incredulity dawning upon him. Only moments ago, he had been emboldened by the presence of a spirit master, attempting to tarnish Fan Luoying's reputation and provocatively challenging Li Tianhuang. Yet in the blink of an eye, Li Tianhuang had executed Lu Zhangjiang with brutal simplicity. Is it true? Li Tianhuang has indeed killed a spirit master. Yao Wenlong and the others turned pale, as if they had witnessed something truly horrific. A sense of foreboding washed over them. With the spirit master gone, who could withstand Li Tianhuang now? Chapter 51. The transformation of Fan Luoying. The triumph they had felt was swiftly replaced by shock. With the spirit master fallen, no one remained to stand against Li Tianhuang. Run. Almost instinctively, several individuals turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. In their minds, Li Tianhuang had transformed into a formidable demon, magnifying their fears and trepidations to an unimaginable degree. They had conspired with enemy nations, ruthlessly slaughtering their own compatriots, and brazenly provoked Li Tianhuang, their hatred irreconcilable. To remain was to embrace certain death. Spare us, third prince. It was all orchestrated by Qi Feng. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Guangyuan, the last to flee, was swiftly overtaken by Li Tianhuang. Li Tianhuang tilted his head slightly, revealing a trace of a cold smile, as the knife in his hand fell with a resounding thud. With a whoosh, Lu Guangyuan's head soared high, while his body collapsed to the ground immediately. Li Tianhuang executed the cloud soaring step, his speed reaching an unparalleled zenith as he swept past Lu Guangyuan's lifeless form. The soldiers of the western tower, who were near him, swiftly became his slain souls. In the span of 3 breaths, he had pursued Qi Feng to his very back. Qi Feng was seized by an overwhelming terror as he beheld the blade in Li Tianhuang's hand descending from above. In a desperate act, he seized Zhao Xingru beside him, using his body as a shield against the impending strike. No, please don't kill me. Zhao Xingru cried out in abject fear. In the next moment, he was cleaved in two by the blade's brilliance. Run? Where do you think you can flee to? Li Tianhuang's smile was laced with derision. To him, these individuals had brazenly tested his limits and should be prepared to face their demise. Qi Feng, in a state of utter panic, discarded Zhao Xingru's corpse and reached out, pulling the fleeing Liao He back towards him. You beast, what are you doing? Liao He shouted in horror. Qi Feng let out a chilling laugh. We share our fortunes and we share our misfortunes. I promise to elevate you all to great heights in the future, but now you must accompany me into death. Mustn't you? With Liao He now in tow, Qi Feng took a bold step forward, leaping into the air and landing atop a warhorse. "Go," he commanded, driving his sword into the horse's back. The warhorse, feeling the sting, neighed in anguish, its hind legs kicking up a cloud of dust as it galloped swiftly into the distance. Li Tianhuang did not hasten to pursue, but instead turned his attention to Liao He. "Liao He, you must understand the consequences of your own actions." With a physique robust as that of a black bear, he appeared tall and formidable, yet, upon hearing these words, he was instantly overcome with fear, tears streaming down his face. "Third Prince, I acknowledge my mistakes. I implore you, for the sake of my father, spare me this once." As he fled, he pleaded, his expression one of utter despair. At this juncture, he found himself unable to resolve the enmity between himself and Li Tianhuang. In times past, even if he had derided Li Tianhuang as a parricidal wretch, lower than a beast, Li Tianhuang would have perceived it as mere admiration for the 5 dynasties' immortal emperor, born of respect turned to resentment, and thus would not have deemed it worth his wrath. However, now, having conspired with enemy nations and slaughtered his fellow countrymen, such vile deeds had rendered him beyond redemption. "What is your father to me? I merely forged the transformation pill for him to extend his life a few more days. We share little in the way of camaraderie." Li Tianhuang let out a cold laugh, noting that Liao He was resorting to desperate measures, even invoking his father. A few more days to live? Liao He seemed to have stumbled upon a grave secret. His father had clearly informed him that the Huang pill could completely cure the residual flames of the Dan fire. So why, in Li Tianhuang's hands, had it transformed into merely a few extra days of life? With a derisive chuckle, Liao He's intellect faltered at this juncture, but in the next moment, a chilling sensation enveloped his back, and excruciating pain robbed him of consciousness. He collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. As he gazed in the direction where Qi Feng had fled, a smirk crept across Li Tianhuang's lips. "Did you think that escaping back to Qimen Pass would free you from my grasp?" His gaze shifted, landing upon a magnificent warhorse, the steed once ridden by Lu Songjiang, and he strode directly towards it. The chaos of battle continued unabated, with swathes of soldiers from the Western K charging at Li Tianhuang. To him, they were no more than eggs attempting to strike a stone. With each swing of his blade, dozens would fall in an instant. By the time he reached the warhorse, 200 to 300 had perished beneath his sword. On another front, Yaowenlong demonstrated his cunning, having already betrayed the Eastern Linskin Kingdom. He had no intention of returning to Qimen Pass and instead made a beeline for the borders of the Western K Kingdom. Yet, he had not fled far before someone caught up with him. "Traitor, prepare to die." Fan Luoying appeared directly behind him, thrusting her sword without hesitation. Previously, he had attempted to take liberties with Fan Luoying, and now, having betrayed his nation, there was no chance she would show him mercy. That sword strike was swift and precise. Li Tianhuang had once used the same maneuver to mar his face, and now he found himself unable to defend against it. Pierced through to the core. In his final moments, Yaowenlong was engulfed in overwhelming regret. Had he known it would come to this? Why had he acted so foolishly in the first place? Li Tianhuang rode up to Fan Luoying, and with a composed demeanor, remarked, "I am going to slay Qi Feng. I leave this place in your capable hands." "Wait," Fan Luoying urgently called out to him. "What is it? Are you unable to manage this situation?" Li Tianhuang turned to her, a look of skepticism in his eyes. "Not at all." Fan Luoying gently shook her head and inquired, "I merely wish to ask whether you were the one who killed the 5th-generation Immortal Emperor." The 5th-generation Immortal Emperor was the most illustrious sovereign in the history of Donglin Immortal Kingdom, beloved by countless subjects. The one who brought about his demise must undoubtedly be a figure of great malevolence, detested by the populace. Based on our observations of Li Tianhuang over the past period, Fan Luoying discerned that, aside from a hint of arrogance, he did not resemble such a villainous character. Moreover, when Qi Feng and his companions ruthlessly slaughtered their fellow countrymen, she noted the genuine fury etched upon Li Tianhuang's face. Could a ruler who cherished his people like his own children commit such an act of parricide? Even if this were not a definitive criterion, it at least indicated that he was not a person of profound wickedness. This question holds great significance for me. Can you answer me truthfully? Fan Luoying pressed once more. For a long time, she had harbored biases against Li Tianhuang, unable to comprehend why he, despite being loathed by the world, received unwavering trust from her father, Fan Lin, who believed that he had not committed patricide. At this moment, she too yearned to uncover the truth behind the death of the 5th-generation Immortal Emperor, whether it truly lay at Li Tianhuang's hands. Li Tianhuang gazed at Fan Luoying, remaining silent for a moment. No amount of explanation could suffice. Only compelling evidence could truly vindicate him. In truth, he had long ceased to care about such matters. Many had posed this question to him, yet he had always instinctively chosen silence. The perceptions of the world held little significance for him. After a brief pause, he gently shook his head at Fan Luoying and turned his horse around. As he departed, he casually captured the prisoner, Zhang Yin. Fan Luoying's expression stiffened slightly. Upon receiving her answer, she exhaled in relief. Very well, from this day forth, I choose to believe in you. You had better not be deceiving me, she thought. Thus, her perception of Li Tianhuang finally began to shift. Li Tianhuang rode swiftly towards Qimen Pass, while on the battlefield, the tides of war had already turned. The spiritual master Lu Zhangjiang had been slain, causing chaos among the soldiers of the Western Rampart, where 3,000 found themselves outmatched by just over 1,000. One contributing factor was that over 100 Red Heart soldiers and 1,000 elite warriors from the Qi family had trained in the Shadow Fist technique, which Li Tianhuang had previously enlightened them about. This martial art was not merely confined to punches but could also be applied to swordsmanship, spear techniques, halberd skills, and more. Ultimately, the Grand Ascension Fist remained a formidable art, and during combat, regardless of the weapon, be it sword, spear, or halberd, the essence of the Shadow Fist could be discerned. This significantly elevated the overall strength of the Eastern soldiers compared to their Western counterparts. Under the leadership of Fan Luoying, they achieved a resounding victory, with the combined losses of the Qi family and Red Heart soldiers amounting to less than 300. While the 3,000 soldiers of the Western Rampart had only a scattered 400 to 500 escape. On the battlefield, exterminating nearly 3,000 enemies at the cost of just over 300 of one's own was indeed a grand triumph. As for the strategist Huang, he had long perished amid the chaos. While clearing the battlefield, Fan Luoying discovered a joint letter and 2 contracts bearing the handprints of several individuals from Lu Zhangjiang. Chapter 52. Witnessing the spectacle as the soldiers of the eastern region clashed with those of the western rampart, Li Tianhuang pursued Qi Feng directly to Qimen Pass. Meanwhile, Qi Zhentian and others hurriedly transported supplies back along the route to Qimen Pass. Simultaneously, in the distant sky, a colossal sword raced through the clouds, its chilling radiance resembling tumultuous waves in the sea, perpetually rolling and curling, cleaving the heavens asunder. This was a flying sword, entirely purple, emanating a terrifying aura. Upon this sword stood a beautiful woman, hands clasped behind her back. Clad in a form-fitting white dress, her flowing hair danced behind her, her skin as smooth as jade, and her crimson lips slightly parted. Her exquisite visage bore phoenix-like eyes that sparkled like stars, gazing resolutely ahead. She emanated an ethereal presence, having come from the Supreme Commander's mansion of the northern border, with Qimen Pass as her destination. In this celestial realm, not everyone could soar upon a sword. If one were to glimpse this woman, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment. At Qimen Pass, just as Qi Feng arrived at the foot of the city walls, Li Tianhuang was hot on his heels. "Open the gate," Qi Feng shouted, his face etched with panic, cold sweat nearly soaking his entire body. The soldiers guarding the city were unaware of the situation. Upon seeing Qi Feng return, they rushed down to open the gates. Once inside the city, Qi Feng hastily instructed the soldiers to close the gates, but Li Tianhuang was closing in rapidly. The soldiers, perplexed, did not immediately shut the gates until Li Tianhuang rode in as well. With no alternative, Qi Feng could only hasten towards the commander's mansion. As Li Tianhuang entered, his pace gradually slowed, leisurely trailing behind Qi Feng. To him, Qi Feng's entry into the Qimen Pass resembled a turtle trapped in a jar, utterly unable to escape. After consuming a healing elixir, Fan Lin had already recovered significantly, regaining full mobility. Upon witnessing Qi Feng and Li Tianhuang enter the city one after the other, yet noticing the absence of Fan Luoying and the group of loyal soldiers, a sense of unease filled his heart. He promptly rushed over to inquire, "Tianhuang, what has transpired?" Li Tianhuang offered a faint smile, reassuring, "Do not worry, your daughter is unharmed. They shall return shortly." Fan Lin exhaled a sigh of relief, then pointed towards the distant figure of Qi Feng, inquiring, "What is happening?" "Pay no heed. Simply enjoy the unfolding drama," Li Tianhuang replied cryptically. Ahead, Qi Feng dashed into the Qi family military camp, adjacent to the commander's residence. "Father, save me," he called out, his voice echoing in desperation. Their plot to use treachery had failed. Li Tianhuang was still alive, and now the only one who could rescue him was Qi Zhentian. Yet, no matter how loudly he cried for help, Qi Zhentian did not appear. The military officers of the Qi family emerged, perplexed. Young Master Qi. Commander Qi has gone to retrieve supplies and has yet to return, someone informed him. What? Qi Feng's countenance turned ashen. Qi Jintian's prior scheme had been to lure Li Tianhuang away under the pretense of fetching supplies, while Qi Feng and Huang Xian abducted Fan Lin's daughter, thus drawing Li Tianhuang into their carefully laid trap. Yet, to their surprise, Li Tianhuang had seen through the ruse and dismantled the heavenly array they had set. From that moment, their plan had unraveled. Meanwhile, Qi Jintian and his cohort were oblivious, believing Li Tianhuang to be dead, resulting in their delayed return. Qi Jintian's absence signified that Qi Feng was now without support. Fear gripped Qi Feng. Turning around to see Li Tianhuang leisurely pursuing him sent a chill down his spine, a cold shiver coursing from head to toe. Quickly, surround and slay this man. Qi Feng shouted in panic. The military officers were baffled, questioning. But he is the third prince. From this moment forth, he is not. He has betrayed our Eastern Lin and defected to the Western throne. He seeks my life. Stop him at once. Qi Feng cried out, his voice strained and nearly incoherent. Stop him. Upon hearing of Li Tianhuang's treachery, the officers, without verifying the claim, drew their blades to protect Qi Feng. The Qi family soldiers closed in, their spears aimed at Li Tianhuang. Fan Lin hastened from a distance, brandishing his sword beside Li Tianhuang, proclaiming, the third prince could never betray his country, should anyone advance. I will slay them. In that moment, only Fan Lin remained unconvinced by Qi Feng's words. Tension thickened in the air, swords drawn, yet Li Tianhuang remained calm, a smile gracing his face. If it becomes known that you slaughtered your own men to silence them, what do you suppose will be your fate? Li Tianhuang tilted his head, gazing intently at Qi Feng. Qi Feng's expression darkened. Should word spread, he would be the one to fall beneath the chaotic blades. Do not heed his provocations. I am the son of Qi Jintian. How could I harm my own? At that moment, Qi Feng's speech faltered. The surrounding officers and soldiers exchanged uncertain glances, their eyes filled with skepticism as they looked back and forth between Qi Feng and Li Tianhuang. Still ignorant of the true events that had transpired, the more composed Li Tianhuang appeared, the more anxious Qi Feng became. I wonder how long you can maintain this facade. Once Fan Luoying returns with her team, the truth will inevitably be revealed. Li Tianhuang merely shrugged slightly. Qi Feng's heart sank into chaos, and in a moment of carelessness, he tumbled from his horse. It was at this juncture that Li Tianhuang seized the opportunity, propelling himself into the air and, in an instant, reappeared before him. Aghast, Qi Feng's face was awash with terror as he attempted to rise, only to find Li Tianhuang's foot pressing firmly against his chest. Please, do not kill me. Qi Feng was consumed by despair. He had witnessed Li Tianhuang slay Lu Tsangjiang with his own eyes, and now, standing before him, he was acutely aware of his utter helplessness. Li Tianhuang, however, wore an expression devoid of emotion as he slowly raised his battle blade. Halt! At that moment, a furious shout suddenly echoed from a distance. Upon hearing the voice, everyone turned their heads in unison. Qi Jintian, Liao Yuhai, Zhao Chong, and Lu Quan, having just returned with supplies, spotted Li Tianhuang from afar, prompting Qi Jintian to hastily ride forward. The moment Liao Yuhai and the others laid eyes on Li Tianhuang, their faces were filled with astonishment. How is Li Tianhuang still alive? A sense of foreboding arose in the hearts of several individuals. Father, please save me. Qi Feng exclaimed with excitement upon seeing his father arrive, as if he had grasped a lifeline. Although Qi Jintian hesitated, he turned his gaze towards Li Tianhuang and bellowed. Third Prince, should you dare to harm my son today, I shall ensure you meet your end alongside him. Li Tianhuang revealed a faint smirk and spoke indifferently. Qi Jintian, I witnessed your son colluding with the enemy nation and ruthlessly slaughtering the Qi family army. I wonder if this was orchestrated by you? A chill ran down Qi Jintian's spine upon hearing Li Tianhuang's words, for it indicated that he had ventured to the location where Lu Tsangjiang lay in ambush. As a spiritual master, Lu Tsangjiang should have easily dispatched Li Tianhuang. How then had he returned alive to Chimen Pass? Moreover, given the circumstances, it seemed that the matter had likely come to light. As for Li Tianhuang's assertion that Qi Feng had wantonly massacred the Qi family army, this was entirely beyond Qi Jintian's expectations. However, observing the expression on his opponent's face, he discerned no hint of deceit, which filled him with foreboding. Fenger, you have been too reckless, Qi Jintian lamented silently. Had he been present at the time, he would have undoubtedly prevented Qi Feng from taking such drastic actions. To slaughter one's own subordinates was a grave misstep, a self-destructive course that could lead to dire consequences. In the face of Li Tianhuang's retort, Qi Jintian refrained from responding immediately, opting instead to maintain his composure. He had surmised the general progression of events, and should he concede at this juncture, his authority within the Qi family army would be utterly annihilated, rendering him not only a mere figurehead, but also a target of scorn. He could not afford to admit guilt. He must save his son. After a brief contemplation, Qi Jintian gritted his teeth and exclaimed furiously, "This is utter nonsense. As the commander of Qimen Pass, I would never allow my own son to engage in such actions." "Oh, if it was not under your directive, then it must have been his own initiative," Li Tianhuang sneered. Chapter 53, The Prince's Imperial Edict. Everything was meticulously plotted by Qi Jintian, and Li Tianhuang could not be bothered to expose him. The battle blade remained poised in the air, leaving Qi Feng trembling in fear. Li Tianhuang, unhurried and composed, continued, "I personally witnessed Qi Feng slaughter his own men. Liao He, Zhao Xingru, Lu Guangyuan, and Huang Xian were all colluding with the Western Tower. Now that those individuals have been dealt with, it is only fitting that Qi Feng also faces the same fate." As he spoke, the battle blade in his hand was poised to descend. "Stop!" Qi Jintian shouted, his voice filled with urgency. At that moment, Liao Yuhai, Zhao Chong, and Lu Quan stormed over, seething with rage. "Li Tianhuang, what did you just say? My son Liao He is dead? What about my son Lu Guangyuan? Did you also kill my son Zhao Xingru?" The three glared fiercely at Li Tianhuang, their chests rising and falling with intense anger. Having just returned and only seen Qi Feng, they were bewildered by the absence of their sons. Upon hearing Li Tianhuang's words, they suddenly realized the grim truth, that their sons were likely deceased. Unable to accept this reality, their fury surged, and the aura of the Xuanwu surged forth, ready to strike Li Tianhuang down on the spot. "What do you intend to do?" Fan Lin stepped forward, his voice booming, his own aura radiating power. As the sole supporter of Li Tianhuang, he remained unafraid in the face of the three. Observing the rage of Liao Yuhai and the others, Li Tianhuang retorted, "Gentlemen, your sons have all committed treason. Do they not deserve death? Or do you imply they acted under your orders?" "Ah, Li Tianhuang, it was indeed you who killed my son. I will make you pay for this." Liao Yuhai could no longer contain his emotions, his aura surging like a tempest, the fury within him threatening to erupt. Lu Quan and Zhao Chang also wore grim expressions, their hearts brimming with hatred for Li Tianhuang, yearning to strike immediately. "Li Tianhuang, you claim our sons are traitors, yet you present no evidence. I shall deem you a murderer without proof." Qi Jintian quickly interjected, pulling Liao Yuhai and the others back. His son was still alive, and he alone maintained his composure. With thousands of soldiers watching, any display of discord would imply an admission of treason, leading only to certain death. The only recourse was to let the deceased bear the blame while refusing to acknowledge their guilt. Once he had pulled the others back, Qi Jintian continued, "Li Tianhuang, first release my son. If he truly bears any suspicion of treason, I will take his life myself." "Father, I did not betray you. Save me," Qi Feng cried, his face a mask of despair, tears and snot streaming down. Li Tianhuang pressed his foot firmly against Qi Feng's chest, his expression impassive, as the blade in his hand gleamed ominously before his opponent's eyes, emanating a chilling aura. Qi Jintian also fixated on the weapon. A heavy stone of dread lodged in his heart. "No," Qi Jintian shouted once more. Li Tianhuang fell into a moment of contemplation. "Commander Qi, it has been conclusively established that your son has betrayed the nation. Should you desire evidence, Fan Luoying will provide it. As for your son, whether he dies now or later, death is inevitable. It would be better to end it swiftly." Qi Jintian let out a hoarse roar, helplessly witnessing Li Tianhuang release the hilt of his sword. Thud! The battle blade plunged into the ground, piercing through Qi Feng's neck. Instantly, blood gushed forth, and Qi Feng's head rolled away, his eyes wide open even in death, filled with regret and resentment. Perhaps it was only in his final moments that the memories of his past deeds resurfaced, leaving him to lament his choices. Killing Qi Feng before everyone present elicited gasps of shock. After all, this was Commander Qi's son, and Li Tianhuang had brazenly taken his life in front of him. "Li Tianhuang, you deserve to die." Qi Jintian held to the heavens, his voice laden with anguish. There is no greater sorrow than a white-haired person sending off a black-haired one. In this moment, he was consumed by fury, trembling with rage, the pain of losing his son tearing at his insides, and he spat forth a mouthful of blood. With military authority here, all must obey orders. This parricidal traitor has colluded with the enemy nation, employing deceit to harm our own brethren. I command the entire city to hunt him down. If the royal family seeks retribution, I, Qi Jintian, will bear the burden alone, never implicating anyone else." Qi Jintian raised his military emblem high, glaring at Li Tianhuang, speaking each word with deliberate intensity. How astute he was. With his son dead, there was no evidence to prove Li Tianhuang had instigated the act. Moreover, Li Tianhuang's reputation within the military was tarnished, already branded a parasite, with everyone calling for his head. As the commander of Qimen Pass, possessing military authority, all soldiers were bound to obey his commands. This moment was the perfect opportunity for him to retaliate and avenge his son. As a leader, he expertly wielded psychological tactics. Consequently, many soldiers, unaware of the true circumstances, would undoubtedly rally to eliminate Li Tianhuang. Soldiers are bound to obey military orders, and his command immediately resonated with the majority. Drawing them together, swords drawn, encircling Li Tianhuang. "Brothers, do not be deceived by Qi Jintian's words. It is he who colludes with the enemy nation, not the third prince." Fan Lin urgently interjected, his face etched with concern. Some soldiers fell into hesitation, uncertain whose orders to follow. After all, it was just recently that Li Tianhuang had led them to an unprecedented victory. How could such a talented individual, a prince of the Eastern Immortal Kingdom, possibly conspire with the enemy? Li Tianhuang's expression also hardened, surprised by Qi Jintian's cunning nature. However, he felt no apprehension with his own strength. Neither the opponent nor Liao Yuhai and others posed a threat to him. Grasping the battle blade from the ground, Li Tianhuang was enveloped by a surge of energy, instantly repelling numerous soldiers approaching him. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed, announcing the arrival of the Crown Prince's decree. Above Qimen Pass, a celestial vessel gracefully descended from the sky. Upon hearing the voice, everyone felt a tightening in their hearts and looked up in anticipation. The vessel, entirely ebony and crafted from dark wood, resembled an ordinary boat, yet possessed the ability to fly. It now hovered slowly above Qimen Pass, and a man clad in black armor emerged from the cabin, standing tall on the deck. His expression was inscrutable, and his gaze profound as he raised his hand, unfurling a golden decree with a gentle motion. In response, all soldiers within the fortress, including Qi Jintian and others, knelt on one knee. Fan Lin's complexion changed dramatically, and he too was compelled to kneel, yet Li Tianhuang remained steadfast, still holding his blade, his eyes resolutely fixed on the golden decree in the black-armored man's grasp. Though he did not recognize the man, he surmised he was associated with Li Tianjia, possessing at least the cultivation of a law king. Following the death of the fifth-generation celestial emperor, the previous 4 emperors returned to govern temporarily. Recently, the crown prince Li Tianjia had ousted Li Tianhuang, ascending as the new prince of Donglin Celestial Kingdom, thereby gaining the authority to issue the crown prince's decree. Li Tianhuang never anticipated that, at this moment, Li Tianjia would convey the imperial edict to Qimen Pass. It was evident that this decree was unequivocally aimed at him. The third prince, Li Tianhuang, is summoned to hear the imperial command. At this moment, the man clad in black armor, standing on the deck of the celestial vessel, cast his gaze downward towards the upright figure of Li Tianhuang. Observing that Li Tianhuang remained unmoved and did not kneel, a flicker of discontent emerged in his profound eyes. Chapter 54. Exclusion from the royal family. Li Tianhuang, the imperial decree has arrived. Do you dare to remain standing? The words did not originate from the man in black armor, but rather from Qi Jintian. With a countenance filled with fury, Qi Jintian was prepared to kneel. Yet Li Tianhuang's refusal to do so was a blatant provocation against the new crown prince, an act of treason against the sovereign. Despite this, Li Tianhuang displayed no inclination to bow. His elder brother had caused the demise of their father and framed him for the crime. Now, he brazenly sought to strip Li Tianhuang of his status and ascend as the new crown prince. By what right should he kneel? The black-clad man fixed his gaze upon Li Tianhuang, concealing his emotions. However, an invisible pressure emanated from him, intentionally enveloping Li Tianhuang. This was the oppressive force of A.F.A. Huang, which bore down on ordinary individuals like an insurmountable mountain, potentially leading to fatal consequences. Yet, to Li Tianhuang, it felt merely like a gentle breeze, leaving him entirely unscathed. The pressure exerted by the powerful was merely a form of spiritual assault. And this Li Tianhuang was not the same as the previous one. He was the revered sword sovereign of the 9 heavens, reborn yet stripped of his physical form and cultivation. Nevertheless, his soul's power remained unparalleled. To him, the standing before him was no more than an insignificant insect. Why would he fear? Their gazes locked for but a moment, and the black-clad man felt a sudden chill in his heart. How could this be? The third prince is no longer an immortal. Why do I still feel apprehensive? A sense of astonishment washed over him as he stood before Li Tianhuang, feeling as though he were being scrutinized by an ancient demon god, causing him to tremble. After a few fleeting moments of evasive glances, he hastily withdrew his oppressive presence. Third prince, since you choose to stand and hear the decree, so be it. With a hint of resignation in his eyes, he cleared his throat and solemnly recited the imperial edict. By order of Crown Prince Tianjia, the ungrateful son, Li Tianhuang, who has committed patricide and acted with utter depravity, betraying both kin and country, I hereby decree that Li Tianhuang be completely disassociated from the Li royal family, effective immediately. Upon finishing, the black-clad man waved his hand, casting the golden imperial edict into the air towards Li Tianhuang. Li Tianhuang extended his hand to receive the imperial edict, glancing at it to confirm it was indeed in his elder brother's handwriting. The decree of his disassociation from the royal family brought a cold smile to his face. This was likely Li Tianjia's initial step to eliminate him, stripping him of his royal status and reducing him to an ordinary person, thus removing any concerns regarding his identity as a prince, making it considerably easier to take his life. Previously, Lu Quan had refrained from acting against him for this very reason. While Liao Yuhai and Zhao Chang dared to move against him, they did so only in secrecy, avoiding any open confrontation. Qi Jintian, having meticulously orchestrated this conspiracy to eliminate him by the hands of an enemy nation, also feared repercussions from the royal family and thus refrained from taking direct action himself. Now that Li Tianhuang had been disassociated from the royal family, it effectively alleviated all their apprehensions. At this moment, as the edict was delivered, Qi Jintian and his confidants, including Liao Yuhai, Lu Quan, and Zhao Chang, could not help but smirk quietly, their gazes filled with unrestrained murderous intent directed at Li Tianhuang. Above the city of Guan, the celestial vessel immediately altered its course. "My lord, please wait." Qi Jintian rose and hurriedly called out to the black-armored man who was about to depart. "What is it?" The black-armored man replied coldly. Qi Jintian quickly pointed to Li Tianhuang, bowing respectfully as he said, "My lord, since this ungrateful wretch has been disassociated from the royal family, why not take action and crush him directly? It would fulfill the wishes of the people. Li Tianhuang is universally condemned, and thus, to execute him under this pretext seems entirely justifiable." However, the man clad in black interjected, stating, "The crown prince has merely stripped him of his title. He has not decreed his death." Qi Jintian's expression tightened as he hastily retorted, "But this scoundrel has recently allied with our enemies and has slain both my son and the sons of various commanders. Such a traitor should not be allowed to live." The black-clad man responded coldly, "That is a matter for you to handle as the commander. It does not pertain to me." Despite Li Tianhuang's disavowal by the royal family, he would not play the role of the scapegoat, nor would he serve as a pawn for Qi Jintian. As the celestial vessel activated, emitting a resonant hum, it soared towards the heavens in an instant. Qi Jintian appeared somewhat awkward but straightened himself, grinning maliciously at Li Tianhuang. "You have been disavowed by the royal family. I wonder who will come to your aid today." He commanded his troops, "Surround and eliminate this man with all your might." With a fierce shout, he drew his sword from his waist. "Let us see who dares." Fan Lin brandished a long-handled crescent blade before him, exuding an aura of defiance in the face of death. At that moment, however, Li Tianhuang gently placed his hand on Fan Lin's shoulder and said with a calm smile, "Commander Fan, step back. Allow me to handle this." Fan Lin was taken aback, casting a doubtful glance at Li Tianhuang. Li Tianhuang raised his battle knife, his gaze sweeping across the surrounding soldiers, and continued, "Although I have been stripped of my title, I am by no means a traitor. If you place your trust in me, do not hinder my path. I shall slay only the true betrayers." With that, he turned his attention to Qi Jintian and others. "Ha ha ha, you think you can stand against me, a mere waste?" Qi Jintian could not help but sneer. Liao Yuhai, unable to contain his fury any longer, drew his sword and lunged at Li Tianhuang. "You wretched beast, you have slain my son. I shall ensure that you pay in blood for your crimes." Liao Yuhai was even more robust than his son, and with the eruption of his Xuanwu martial prowess, the strike he unleashed was awe-inspiring, as heavy as a mountain. "Liao Yuhai, I have crafted the transformation elixir for you, granting you a few more days of life. Yet you show no gratitude. If that is the case, then prepare to meet your demise." Li Tianhuang scoffed disdainfully, and within him, 55 dantians resonated simultaneously as he retaliated with a swift strike. Bang! As the two forces collided, Liao Youhai's blade was forcefully wrenched from his grasp. Thud. Almost immediately, Li Tianhuang thrust his weapon forward, piercing directly through Liao Youhai's heart. Crimson blood gushed forth. Liao Youhai was taken aback, his expression contorting into a grotesque mask of disbelief. How could a dignified Xuanwu warrior fail to withstand even a single move from Li Tianhuang? What did you just say? The Huang Dan would only grant me a few more days of life? In this moment of impending death, Liao Youhai finally comprehended that the Huang Dan he had received from Li Tianhuang could not truly heal him. Was it even worthwhile to ponder this now? Li Tianhuang swiftly drew his blade, and blood arced gracefully through the air. Liao Youhai was sent flying, his heart pierced, and in that suspended moment, life abandoned him. His lifeless body crashing heavily to the ground. Beast, perish. In the next instant, Qi Jintian, sword in hand, advanced upon Li Tianhuang with menacing intent. Liao Youhai was merely a Xuanwu warrior, while he was a spirit master. Dispatching Li Tianhuang would be a mere trifle for him. Is that all you've got? Li Tianhuang unleashed the fifth form of the Xinlong blade technique, his entire being resonating with a series of cracking sounds, exuding the divine might reminiscent of when he vanquished Lu Songjiang. With a thunderous strike, he aimed at Qi Jintian. Lu Songjiang was a mid-tier spirit master, and he had succumbed to Li Tianhuang's blade. How could Qi Jintian, a mere novice spirit master, hope to contend with him? Bang, bang, bang. After 3 consecutive strikes, Qi Jintian was astonished. All his lethal moves had been effortlessly countered by Li Tianhuang. Ah, I am a spirit master. I shall grind your bones to dust and bury you alongside my son. In a fit of rage, Qi Jintian howled, his sword striking like a viper, aiming directly for Li Tianhuang's vital points. Li Tianhuang let out a light chuckle, his body shifting slightly to evade the strike of his opponent's sword. Simultaneously, his blade swept through the air in a horizontal arc. With a swift flash, the blade severed Qi Jintian's throat, causing a torrent of blood to gush forth. I forgot to mention, the previous one, Lu Songjiang, met a fate far more tragic than yours. Li Tianhuang cast a final glance at Qi Jintian and spoke with a measured tone. Chapter 55, The Arrival of Bu Qingqian. Blood gushed from Qi Jintian's neck as his eyes widened, revealing profound terror at the prospect of death. It dawned on him that Lu Songjiang had long since perished at the hands of Li Tianhuang. Yet he could not fathom why this discarded scion of the imperial family possessed such formidable strength. Regret consumed him, intertwined with aspirations for the position of general and an overwhelming sense of injustice. Qi Jintian fell to his knees, lifeless on the spot. In the distance, Zhao Chong and Lu Quan were utterly astounded. With Qi Jintian's demise, how could they, mere Xuanwu soldiers, hope to contend with Li Tianhuang? A palpable sense of impending death enveloped them, causing them to forget their vengeance for their fallen comrade as they turned to flee. Do not escape. At that moment, Fan Lin had already positioned himself before them. Overwhelmed with shock, they disregarded one another and attempted to bypass Fan Lin in their flight. Fan Lin, resolute in his allegiance to Li Tianhuang, knowing the gravity of the situation, unleashed his Xuanwu prowess. The crescent blade in his hand surged with energy as he aimed a decisive strike at Lu Quan. Lu Quan, face-stricken with horror, foolishly raised his arm in a futile attempt to block the descending blade. With a swift motion, the crescent blade severed his arm and subsequently cleaved through his skull, ending his life instantaneously. Meanwhile, the bald Zhao Chang, witnessing this gruesome fate, screamed in terror, frantically bolting from the crowd. In a desperate bid to buy time, he seized a nearby soldier and hurled him towards Li Tianhuang. Li Tianhuang's movements were as fluid as flowing water, effortlessly dispatching the soldiers. Then, he executed the cloud leaping step, propelling himself into the air with a powerful push from his feet. Thud. Zhao Chong had yet to react when his body suddenly stiffened. Upon looking down, he found the battle blade had pierced through his back and emerged from his chest. Li Tianhuang coldly remarked behind him, "Do not presume I am unaware. You are merely a menial servant, a bearer of chamber pots, at Li Tianji's side. He has stationed you at Qimen Pass, repeatedly sending assassins to eliminate me. Has he not?" Upon hearing these words, Zhao Chang's face turned pale with horror, and as Li Tianhuang drew his blade, he succumbed to his hatred and met his demise. In a mere moment, Qi Jintian, the commander at Qimen Pass, along with various other leaders, perished within the camp. The scene fell into an eerie silence. As thousands of soldiers stood around, their expressions frozen in shock, as if turned to stone. Li Tianhuang turned around, casting a detached glance at a few individuals. "Third Prince, we acknowledge our mistakes. We implore you for a chance, spare our lives." Under Li Tianhuang's penetrating gaze, Several military officials hastily discarded their weapons and knelt upon the ground. In a fortress, the highest commander is the general, followed by the deputy general, and further down to various military officials. Among the Qi family army, there were at least 20 to 30 military officers, and those currently kneeling were close confidants of Qi Jintian during his lifetime. They had resolved many of Qi Jintian's unsavory affairs behind the scenes, always by his side. You have acted as accomplices, colluding with enemy nations. Such treachery is unforgivable. Only this cold, indifferent statement responded to their pleas. These individuals had assisted Qi Jintian in numerous misdeeds, and their involvement in his conspiracy with the enemy, Lu Zhangjiang, was undeniable. How could Li Tianhuang possibly show them mercy? If blame were to be assigned, it would lie solely with their ill-fated choice of allies. Li Tianhuang acted decisively, without exception, executing each of the assailants with precision. The ground was littered with bodies, their lifeblood staining the earth, darkening rapidly under the glaring sun. Fan Lin observed Li Tianhuang with a complex expression, his heart a mixture of astonishment and melancholy. He marveled at how Li Tianhuang, now a formidable presence, was a far cry from the feeble state he had been in when first brought to Qimen Pass. Yet, he felt a pang of sorrow at the demise of General Qi Jintian, uncertain of how the main city would respond to Li Tianhuang's actions. The surrounding thousands of Qi family soldiers gazed at him in trepidation. One soldier, trembling with fear, stepped forward and inquired, "Third Prince, is it true that Qi Jintian colluded with the enemy?" "Indeed," Li Tianhuang replied. "If you harbor doubts, await the return of the contingent I previously dispatched, and you shall be enlightened." Many soldiers remained bewildered by the events, yet Li Tianhuang responded to the ordinary soldier with remarkable patience and a gentle tone. He had previously rescued Fan Luoying, taking with him 1,000 Qi soldiers along with over 100 loyal troops. The soldier nodded, then knelt on one knee, declaring, "With Qi Jintian deceased and the 5,000 troops at Qimen Pass without a commander, we beseech you, Third Prince, to assume leadership." "Yes, Tianhuang, you should temporarily take over for Qi Jintian," Fan Lin urged immediately. "Please, Third Prince, lead us," echoed the crowd, their voices resonating throughout Qimen Pass. As soldiers knelt in unison, imploring Li Tianhuang to guide them, Li Tianhuang's expression shifted slightly. Recently, at Longchang Pass across the border, 2 commanders had been slain, one of whom, Lu Zhangjiang, was a master of spiritual arts. The western Shichue celestial kingdom would undoubtedly seek retribution. Currently, Qimen Pass was leaderless and truly required his efforts to stabilize the morale of the troops. You, who have committed the heinous act of patricide and now indulge in the indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent, what face do you have to assume the mantle of the deceased commander? Just as Li Tianhuang was about to respond, a chilling female voice suddenly resonated from the heavens, piercing through layers of atmosphere. The voice boomed, instantly enveloping the entire expanse above Qimen Pass. Though her presence was unseen, the penetrating quality of her voice indicated that she was at least a figure of great power. Li Tianhuang was momentarily taken aback. Yet soon a look of confusion crossed his face. The voice seemed strikingly familiar, as if he had heard it before. At that moment, everyone lifted their gazes, and there, amidst the clouds stretching across the vast sky, a violet flying sword cleaved through the heavens, descending gracefully, akin to the celestial vessel of the black-armored man from before. Hovering above the crowd, the sword's radiance startled many, eliciting expressions of terror. Upon the sword stood a woman clad in white, and as the crowd beheld her, their eyes were instantly illuminated. The woman possessed an elegant stature and breathtaking beauty, reminiscent of an ethereal being from April, captivating all who laid eyes upon her. They found themselves unable to divert their gaze, as if they had plunged into an abyss, succumbing to her allure in an instant. Her star-like eyes, deep and luminous, surveyed those below, emanating an extraordinary aura. This woman in white was simply enchanting, resembling a celestial figure out of a painting, surrounded by an aura of divine dust. However, at that moment, a hint of anger was discernible between her elegantly arched brows, her piercing gaze fixed upon Li Tianhuang, exuding a formidable and overwhelming presence. This aura stirred the surrounding winds, whipping her gown, embroidered with golden phoenixes, as if it were a battle standard. With a gaze that was both stern and indifferent, she sighed and addressed Li Tianhuang. "What has become of this world, that a parricidal scoundrel like you thrives here, where right and wrong are inverted? Where's the sense of justice?" Her immediate reproach conveyed an unsettling impression of hostility. Li Tianhuang regarded the woman with a calm gaze, slightly shrugging as he spoke. Miss Bu, perhaps you have mistaken the situation. Many harbor thoughts of taking my life, yet I am undeniably enduring a rather miserable existence. Amidst the gathering, others were ensnared by the woman's beauty, a mixture of awe and trepidation rendering them speechless. Only Li Tianhuang remained unmoved, displaying remarkable composure. By delving into the memories of his predecessor, he recognized the woman before him as Bu Qiqian, the foremost female warrior of the Eastern Lin Immortal Kingdom. A childhood companion known for her tempestuous nature and her formidable ability to uproot willows, who had often reduced him to tears in their youth. Chapter 56. The truth revealed. Bu Qiqian's beauty was unparalleled throughout the Eastern Lin Immortal Kingdom, beyond dispute. Even Fan Linin's daughter, Fan Luoying, paled in comparison. In Li Tianhuang's recollections, Bu Qiqian was not only fiercely assertive but also possessed a profound sense of justice. Any instance of injustice would incite her intervention, leading her to frequently attract controversy among her elders due to her reckless nature. Later, she willingly followed her father into the military, where she fought valiantly on the battlefield, earning commendable achievements. Her renown gradually blossomed following her enlistment. In the past, when Li Tianhuang was bestowed the title of Crown Prince, she too received accolades from the 5 generations of immortal emperors, earning the prestigious title of the Eastern Lin Immortal Kingdom's foremost female warrior. Thus, her name echoed throughout the Zong Star, widely known yet seldom seen. The soldiers of Chimen Pass, of course, had never encountered her and were oblivious to her true identity. Enough of this triviality. Confess honestly why you are here to wreak havoc. Should you continue to jest, I shall extract your eyes, Bu Qiqian declared, her chest rising and falling slightly, her tone resolute, devoid of any sentiment for past ties. Li Tianhuang felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. When had their relationship become so strained? In his memories, during his childhood, he often endured beatings from the other party, yet for the most part, he was treated with the affection one would reserve for a younger brother. They had shared countless adventures, played in the mud, felt the breeze together, and engaged in make-believe games, embodying an inseparable bond. She had once vowed to marry him when they grew up. However, time had transformed everything. Ever since he was falsely accused of patricide and exiled to this place, the nature of their relationship had fundamentally changed. In her eyes, he had become a villain beyond redemption. Noticing Li Tianhuang's indifference, Bu Qiqian's cold gaze momentarily narrowed as she discreetly scrutinized him from head to toe. A fleeting hint of sorrow flickered across her delicate features, only to be swiftly supplanted by an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Li Tianhuang, have you ever heard the tale of the horse and the bird? After a prolonged silence, Bu Qiqian suddenly inquired once more. Li Tianhuang tilted his head, aware of the unspoken words lingering in the air, yet chose to remain silent. Bu Qiqian revealed a faint, mocking smile as she softly uttered, "In the realm of painted halls, where swine and hounds dwell, is it not a reflection of the inverted world birthed from the likes of you in the Eastern Celestial Kingdom? Once, under the sagacious rule of the 5 generations of celestial emperors, the kingdom flourished in peace and prosperity. However, after Li Tianhuang's heinous act of slaying the 5th celestial emperor, a scandal spread like wildfire, shrouding the kingdom in chaos and corruption." Bu Qiqian's allegorical remarks were clearly a scornful jab at Li Tianhuang. Through her words, she sought to awaken the remnants of his conscience, for in her eyes, he ought not to have succumbed to such a fate. Their once cherished bond should not have deteriorated into estrangement. Li Tianhuang wore an expression of helplessness. If Bu Qiqian were to comprehend the truth, she would surely not regard him in such a manner. If I were to assert that those who perished were merely traitors colluding with enemy states, and that my actions were merely to purge the nation of treachery, would you believe me? Li Tianhuang arched an eyebrow. He understood the nature of his companion. If he did not find a way to clarify the situation, even if he were to escape death, he would be left battered and bruised. Humph, you, a parricidal rebel. Why should I place my trust in you? Bu Qiqian retorted disdainfully. At that moment, Fan Lin stepped forward, his voice trembling as he spoke. Miss Tianhuang speaks no falsehood. I can attest to it. You can attest? What grounds do you have to do so? Bu Qiqian shot a glance at Fan Lin, then surveyed the thousands of soldiers surrounding them, mockingly stating, with no evidence, do you not realize that your support for him amounts to aiding a tyrant? Fan Lin lowered his gaze, and the soldiers exchanged bewildered looks. Lacking concrete evidence of Qi Jintian's collusion with enemy forces, many remained oblivious to the truth and were indeed unable to provide proof. Just then, the city gates swung open, and Fan Luoying entered with a contingent. From a distance, she rode in on horseback, her voice gentle as she called out, "I can provide testimony. Xin, the commander of Qimen Pass, along with his trusted associates, are suspected of colluding with the enemy." Upon seeing Fan Luoying, both Li Tianhuang and Fan Lin's eyes flickered. Bu Qingqian, too, turned her gaze towards Fan Luoying, her expression momentarily hesitant. "Who is she?" Bu Qingqian inquired of Li Tianhuang, her tone laced with skepticism. It seemed incredulous that so short a time had passed since their last encounter, yet a woman of such beauty emerged to support him so resolutely. Even Li Tianhuang sensed a hint of jealousy. "Do you truly need to question this?" he replied, feigning innocence. Bu Qingqian glared at him fiercely before directing her attention back to Fan Luoying. The two locked eyes, one radiating an imposing aura like searing flames, the other appearing somewhat timid, akin to a crystal-clear spring. "What evidence do you possess? Present it for my inspection," Bu Qingqian demanded after a brief pause. It was evident that this was the first time Fan Luoying had encountered Bu Qingqian, and she was visibly intimidated by the latter's presence. Nevertheless, she firmly grasped the saddle and retrieved 3 paper tubes from a pouch at her side. "This is a joint letter from Commander Xin and the 3 generals, addressed to the enemy Lu Songjiang." The letter explicitly states that Xin solicited Lu Songjiang to lay an ambush, intending to use enemy hands to eliminate the 3rd prince. However, the 3rd prince saw through their scheme, first slaying Lu Songjiang before turning against Xin. Fan Luoying raised one of the paper tubes high and briefly recounted the events. Bu Qingqian extended her delicate jade-like hand and, with a mere gesture, summoned the paper tube from Fan Luoying's grasp, directing it straight into her palm. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Indeed, the sorcerer was no ordinary individual, capable of manipulating objects from afar. After perusing the contents of the letter, Bu Qingqian's brows furrowed slightly, and with a flick of her finger, the paper tube disintegrated into ashes. At this, Fan Luoying's countenance darkened considerably. With swift precision, Bu Qingqian disregarded Fan Luoying entirely, reaching out once more as the other 2 paper tubes soared into her grasp. Fan Luoying, caught off guard, could only acquiesce to their retrieval. What can a single letter prove? One cannot ascertain its authenticity, Bu Qingqian remarked coldly. Fan Luoying promptly retorted, "You may doubt its veracity. But the other 2 documents are secret agreements. One, penned by Xin himself, pledging to supply resources to Longchang Pass every 3 months upon the demise of the 3rd prince. The other, written by Lu Songjiang of the enemy nation, promises that after the assassination of the 3rd prince, there shall be no disturbances at Qimen Pass for 3 years. Both agreements bear their respective seals. If you remain skeptical, you may compare them with the fingerprints of the corpses scattered around." Fan Luoying's declaration left the assembly in shock once more. Even Li Tianhuang furrowed his brow in concern. The notion that Xin would pledge resources to the enemy nation was an utter disgrace for the Eastern Celestial Kingdom. When had the esteemed Eastern Celestial Kingdom ever suffered such humiliation? After a brief pause, Fan Luoying continued, "I have just returned from the battlefield, where these soldiers successfully repelled the forces of the enemy from the West Quebec. They can attest to the truth. Should you wish, you may inquire of them." Bu Qingqian examined both agreements once more. With another flick of her finger, they too were reduced to ashes. Her expression remained impassive as she pointed to a military officer accompanying Fan Luoying, commanding, "You, recount the detailed events to me." The officer trembled, promptly kneeling, and recounted everything he had witnessed, including how Qi Feng had mingled among the soldiers of West K and the violent acts committed against him. Upon hearing his account, the crowd gradually grasped the full scope of the situation. It became clear that this was a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy devised by none other than Xin himself. Li Tianhuang was first taken to retrieve supplies, then he returned early to lead troops to rescue Fan Luoying, and subsequently unleashed a massacre at Qimen Pass, slaying all those involved. Throughout these events, Li Tianhuang committed no wrongdoing. Chapter 57, The Heart's Knot as the truth emerged. It became clear that Li Tianhuang's execution of Xin and others was not only justified but commendable. In that moment, all the soldiers harbored deep admiration for him. Thus, it seems that the commander of Qimen Pass indeed bears the guilt of colluding with the enemy. Bu Qingqian stood high above, her gaze fixed on Li Tianhuang, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of complexity. Initially believing he was indiscriminately slaughtering innocents, she soon realized he was merely ridding the world of evil. In her mind, he was starkly different from the villain who had brutally killed his own father. She recalled that before being conferred as the crown prince, Li Tianhuang had always exuded righteousness. Now, He seemed to embody aspects of his former self once more. What is genuine and what is false? Even Bu Qingqian felt a tinge of confusion, struggling to discern reality from illusion. Yet, her resolute heart steadied her, prompting her to question, why would they conspire with the enemy in their quest to kill you? Li Tianhuang committed the heinous act of murdering his own father, inciting the wrath of both gods and men. Many harbor a desire to see him brought to justice. However, these individuals largely hold the 5-dynasty celestial emperor in high regard and possess an ardent love for their nation. They would never conspire with foreign foes for such treachery. If they sought vengeance, it would be with honor and transparency to demonstrate their profound disdain for the traitor. Yet Qi Zhentian is evidently not of this ilk. What then drives him to seek the demise of Li Tianhuang? They are under the influence of another, Li Tianhuang replied without hesitation. Bu Qingqian's gaze sharpened. By whom are they influenced? I prefer not to disclose, but you should be able to deduce. Li Tianhuang did not specify who it was, but with Bu Qingqian's astuteness, she could certainly deduce that it must be the crown prince Li Tianjia. After all, during the previous contention for the throne, Li Tianjia and Li Tianhuang had engaged in the fiercest of rivalries. Now that Li Tianjia has ascended as the new crown prince, his desire to eliminate Li Tianhuang is hardly surprising. Bu Qingqian's eyes reflected skepticism. She discerned an unusual undertone in Li Tianhuang's words and couldn't help but ponder. Could there truly be something amiss regarding the death of the 5th-generation celestial emperor? She had questioned countless times whether it was indeed Li Tianhuang who had committed the regicide. From what she understood of Li Tianhuang, he was incapable of such an act. For ultimately, it was he who became the crown prince, a natural progression toward ascending as the 6th-generation celestial emperor. And there was no urgency for him to act hastily. Thus, the suspicion shifted toward the crown prince Li Tianjia. However, in matters such as these, one must rely on evidence. Currently, all doubts pointed toward Li Tianhuang, and it was implausible to accept his innocence without proof. The most prudent course of action would be to uncover evidence demonstrating that Li Tianhuang did not slay his father. With a swift motion, Bu Qingqian reached out, attempting to grasp Li Tianhuang from a distance. Li Tianhuang suddenly felt an invisible force act upon him, lifting him effortlessly into the air. The power of the Law King was unparalleled. Even Li Tianhuang could not escape the binding hold of Bu Qingqian. Upon witnessing this, Fan Lin and Fan Luoying's expressions shifted dramatically, fearing that Bu Qingqian intended to eliminate Li Tianhuang. Fan Luoying, her face pale with anxiety, implored, "What do you plan to do to him? Aren't the pieces of evidence I provided sufficient?" Ignoring their anxious demeanor, Bu Qingqian drew Li Tianhuang closer. In a swift motion, she soared to a secluded corner atop the city wall. After retracting her violet flying sword, she nonchalantly cast Li Tianhuang upon the ground. Standing at the wall's edge, her profound phoenix eyes gazed into the distance, her silhouette picturesque against the backdrop of the setting sun, which painted the western sky a brilliant crimson. After a prolonged silence, she spoke softly. Li Tianhuang, tell me truthfully, did you not slay the 5th-generation immortal emperor? No, Li Tianhuang replied succinctly, reclining on the ground with an air of indolence. I do not believe you. The first prince witnessed your patricide firsthand. If it were not you, why would he falsely accuse you? If there were no irrefutable evidence, how could the royal family strip you of your title and cast you down to this place, expelling you from the royal lineage? The edict from the crown prince announcing your disinheritance was issued only today, yet there are proclamations made known to the world, of which Bu Qingqian was well aware. If you choose not to believe me, there is little I can do, Li Tianhuang retorted, adopting a demeanor of indifference. He rose to stand alongside Bu Qingqian, both gazing at the twilight sky. Once upon a time, they had stood together in silence, quietly watching the sunset fade into night, cherishing their mutual understanding. Now, they found themselves in a different situation, under a different twilight, with unspoken tensions lingering between them. I truly wish to avenge the deceased 5th-generation immortal emperor by taking your life, but not now. I shall first uncover the truth behind this matter, and only then will I claim your life, Bu Qingqian stated with an air of detachment. Li Tianhuang wore a languid smile and replied, do take care. Bu Qingqian turned her gaze, her exquisite beauty directed at him, filled with skepticism. As the last rays of the setting sun faded into oblivion, she turned away and declared, in my capacity as the Grand Commander of the Northern Border, I hereby officially appoint you as the new leader of Qimen Pass. I trust you will safeguard it diligently. Any negligence on your part will not go unpunished. The title of Grand Commander of the Northern Border startled Li Tianhuang. for he had not anticipated that Bu Qingqian held such a prestigious position. This signified that the entire northern border of the Celestial Kingdom would now fall under her jurisdiction. The Eastern Celestial Kingdom is flanked by 4 major borders: the northern border, the eastern Yuan border, the southern Zhe border, and the western Man border. Each border is overseen by a Grand Commander, the highest authority responsible for maintaining peace and stability within the central regions of the kingdom. Beneath the Grand Commander are the commanders of the major cities and various generals. Bu Qingqian's father was a prominent official in the court, a close comrade of Li Tianhuang's father, the 5th Celestial Emperor. It was only natural for Bu Qingqian, already recognized as the foremost female warrior of the Eastern Celestial Kingdom, to ascend to the rank of Grand Commander. You possess the capability to slay spirit masters. If I am not mistaken, you must have devised a method to restore your cultivation. Qimen Pass is merely a stepping stone. It would be prudent for you to aspire to enter the Northern Cloud Martial Hall. Only by acquiring greater resources can you refine your skills effectively, Bu Qingqian advised, her tone reminiscent of a mentor. The Northern Cloud Martial Hall serves as the military training ground of the Celestial Kingdom, gathering all the talented individuals within the army. However, entry into the hall requires not only exceptional aptitude but also the endorsement of a city commander. These matters can be discussed later. Regarding your earlier suggestion of appointing me as the leader of Qimen Pass, after careful consideration, I believe it would be more fitting for Fan Lin to take on that role, Li Tianhuang pondered. Having arrived at Qimen Pass, Fan Lin had shown him considerable kindness and thus deserved promotion. As for the allure of high office and riches, Li Tianhuang found himself disinterested. Bu Qingqian shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "If you lack desire, I shall not impose it upon you." With a flick of her wrist, a purple flying sword emerged from her storage ring. She gracefully leaped onto it and, in the blink of an eye, arrived before Fan Lin and the assembled military officials. Casting a quick glance at them, she fixed her gaze on Fan Lin and stated indifferently, "Fan Lin, I intended for Li Tianhuang to lead Qimen Pass. However, since he is bound for the Cloud Martial Hall, you shall assume the position of commander of Qimen Pass from this day forth. The Qi family army and the Crimson Heart soldiers will be reorganized into the Crimson Heart Army, under your command to defend Qimen Pass." Her voice was calm, yet her cultivation radiated throughout every corner of Qimen Pass. "Miss, may I inquire your name?" Fan Lin asked, perplexed, recognizing that her ability to promote him indicated an extraordinary background. Bu Qingqian turned slightly and replied, "I am Bu Qingqian, Grand Commander of the Northern Border." Grand Commander of the Northern Border? Fan Lin was taken aback, but soon his expression shifted to one of astonishment as he hurriedly knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "I was unaware of your esteemed identity, and I beg for your forgiveness. I suddenly recalled that Bu Qingqian is none other than the foremost female war goddess of the Eastern Immortal Kingdom. My word. The goddess of war has graced us with her presence, and I was utterly oblivious." All the soldiers, their eyes widened in astonishment, knelt in panic alongside Fan Lin, their expressions brimming with admiration and reverence. The female war goddess not only possesses unparalleled beauty, but has also achieved remarkable feats that inspire awe and all. Chapter 58. The entire volume of Swift Shadow Fist. No one could have anticipated that Bu Qingqian, hailed as the premier female war goddess of the Immortal Kingdom, would arrive at this humble Qimen Pass, presumably drawn here for Li Tianhuang. Countless individuals knelt in a state of fervent devotion. The war goddess symbolizes the pride of every soldier. Fan Luoying, initially resentful of Bu Qingqian's assertive and uncompromising demeanor, found her gaze ignited with fervor upon learning of her identity, hastily joining in the act of reverence. In contrast to the admiration of others, Bu Qingqian epitomized the idol that Fan Luoying aspired to emulate. She had once vowed to become a figure like the war goddess in the future. "Please rise. I am not fond of such formalities," Bu Qingqian stated, her tone indifferent. Then, with a flicker of her thoughts, a purple flying sword circled above Qimen Pass, soaring into the heavens amidst the soldiers' worship. As she departed, she cast a final glance at Li Tianhuang, her expression revealing a complexity of emotions. Regarding the matter of Li Tianhuang's patricide, she had harbored doubts from the very beginning. Thus, not long after the 4th-generation Immortal Emperor emerged, she proactively sought to serve as the supreme commander of the northern borders, with the intention of safeguarding Li Tianhuang while covertly investigating to clear his name. "Tianhuang, I believe that the 5th-generation Immortal Emperor is not the one you killed. I will uncover the truth and restore your innocence." As Bu Qingqian departed, a trace of melancholy and sorrow flickered across her countenance. Having grown up alongside Li Tianhuang, she was acutely aware of his character. In their childhood, her assertive nature often led her to express her discontent openly, invariably stepping in to defend Li Tianhuang. To others, she appeared akin to an elder sister, even though she was a year younger than him. Nearly 2 days after Bu Qingquan's departure, the Commander-S office of Xianyuwang City dispatched an official document, formally appointing Fan Lin as the leader of Qimen Pass. Xianyuwang City, one of the 9 principal cities in the northern border, was governed by a commander who was directly appointed by Bu Qingquan. Consequently, the structure of Qimen Pass was solidified, with Fan Lin as its commander, while Li Tianhuang, prior to his journey to Yunwu Hall, could serve as a temporary military advisor. The combined forces of nearly 5,000 Qi family troops and over 100 Qixin soldiers were collectively referred to as the Qixin Army. As for the Xuanzi soldiers, Bei soldiers, and Qixin soldiers, they remained unchanged. These military divisions were the designated auxiliary troops of the Eastern Linxian Kingdom, while other military camps in different regions included various types of soldiers, such as beast tamers, craftsmen, and celestial observers. The Qixin soldiers, who were responsible for martial arts and techniques, had long been a subject of contention. Subsequently, the 5th Celestial Emperor decreed that the presence of Qixin soldiers would depend on specific circumstances, allowing for their retention or dismissal. Thus, in many military camps, the establishment of Qixin soldiers was abolished. Previously, Qi Jintian had aimed to disband the Qixin soldiers at Qimen Pass, but Li Tianhuang had managed to preserve them by showcasing the Great Ascension Fist technique. Simultaneously, scouts relayed news that the enemy nation, Longchang Pass, had appointed a 3rd commander following Zhang Yin and Lu Songjiang, named Dong Hu, reputed to be a formidable individual. Though there had yet to be any word regarding his intent to avenge the deaths of Zhang Yin and Lu Songjiang, on Li Tianhuang's side, having personally slain the spirit master and eradicated the traitor within the confines of the Qimen Pass, no one dared to conspire against him any longer. Nor was he subjected to exclusion. However, the threat still loomed, far away in the purple-gold immortal city. The Crown Prince Li Tianzhou would undoubtedly not let the matter rest. As long as Li Tianhuang draws breath, his position as Crown Prince shall remain precarious. Fan Lin has relocated to the commander's residence. Prior to this, Li Tianhuang scoured every nook and cranny of the estate. Yet he was unable to locate the 2 confidential letters that Li Tianzhou had previously delivered into the hands of Qi Jintian. He suspects that Qi Jintian may have already destroyed the missives. Although Li Tianhuang served as a temporary military strategist, Fan Lin had arranged for him a secluded courtyard within the residence. This courtyard was immaculate, offering solitude free from disturbances, serving as both a dwelling and a place for cultivation. No longer did he have to endure the hardships of sleeping under the open sky or setting up tents within the camp. Li Tianhuang found great pleasure in this small abode. It was not until the 3rd day of his stay that he settled down to begin his cultivation. Previously, he had spent time organizing the personal belongings of Qi Jintian and Liao Yuhai, confiscating a substantial amount of spiritual stones, elixirs, and other treasures that had been illicitly acquired. After discussions with Fan Lin, a portion of these assets was appropriated for public use, another portion was distributed as rewards, and the final remaining fraction was allocated for Li Tianhuang's personal use. Thus, he was momentarily relieved of concerns regarding cultivation resources. He also procured a new batch of body refining powder, intending to continue his medicinal baths until he thoroughly expunged the residual effects of the fallen immortal's elixirs within him. After a night of cultivation, Li Tianhuang awoke softly at dawn. By this time, the spiritual energy within him had accumulated to 20 layers, enhancing his physical strength. Although he remained at the initial stage of the Xuanwu realm, the distinction between the 20th and 19th layers was markedly apparent. The 61st Dan aperture had successfully been opened, equivalent to 6 standard dantians. Throughout the night, he had consumed some of the body refining powder, expending 130 spiritual stones and 6 first-grade golden yuan elixirs, of which only 4 remained. Stepping out of his room, he began his morning exercises in the courtyard, starting with boxing techniques, followed by agility drills, and then swordsmanship. As his cultivation advanced, his physical form increasingly resonated with his spirit, enabling him to execute the Xianlong sword techniques with greater finesse. Nevertheless, he could still only perform the first 6 forms, as they were techniques of the spirit master. Upon concluding his morning training and freshening up, he made his way to the main battle camp, known as the Qixin military camp, which had been renamed from the former Qi family camp. At this time, The camp was alive with the sounds of commanding voices, exuding a formidable atmosphere, as nearly 5,000 Qixin soldiers practiced the swift shadow fist. The scene was immensely impressive. With Commander Fan Lin, several military officials, and numerous instructors present to oversee the training, including Fan Luoying. As Li Tianhuang approached, Fan Lin immediately ceased his actions and, with a smile, remarked, "Tianhuang, you have arrived." Li Tianhuang nodded, exuding an air of geniality. Although he was a subordinate of Fan Lin had always regarded him as the third prince. He retrieved 2 small notebooks from his bosom and handed them to Fan Lin, saying, "Commander Fan, here are the complete techniques of the swift shadow fist, along with my personal insights gained during my practice of it. I now entrust them to your care." Fan Lin was momentarily taken aback. How could he possibly accept the entirety of such a profound martial art? Li Tianhuang smiled and remarked, "The reason I previously imparted only 1 technique per month was merely to restrain Qixintian. Now that Qixintian is no more, there is no longer any need for reservation." Fan Lin suddenly understood. It became clear that Li Tianhuang intended to fully open the teachings of the swift shadow fist. This news undoubtedly brought great joy to all the soldiers of the Qimen Pass. The swift shadow fist consists of 9 techniques. Soldiers of the lesser martial artist rank may practice the first 3 techniques, while those who have attained the rank of greater martial officer may learn the middle 3. Should anyone reach the rank of profound martial artist, they may request the final 3 techniques, thereby providing further motivation for the soldiers. Li Tianhuang advised, "Certainly. The latter 3 forms of the swift shadow fist encapsulate the essence of the entire martial art. When imparting this knowledge, it is imperative to carefully evaluate the identity of the recipient." Fan Lin immediately nodded, indicating his comprehension. This signified that while the first 6 forms of the swift shadow fist are accessible to all practitioners, the latter 3 are reserved for individuals of commendable character and social standing. Only those deemed trustworthy may delve into their practice, excluding outsiders. Given the complexities of military life, the risk of spies infiltrating and acquiring the martial arts is ever present. This manuscript is a dissection and elucidation based on the swift shadow fist, incorporating techniques from swordsmanship, spear technique, and other forms, which will greatly enlighten the soldiers. You may cultivate a few trusted aides who can diligently study this and subsequently provide guidance to the Red Heart Army, Li Tianhuang continued. Fan Lin nodded once more, understanding that this manuscript was of paramount importance for the soldiers. Some may be rather slow-witted, having learned the swift shadow fist. They might forget their techniques when faced with the chaos of battle. This manuscript would facilitate a deeper understanding, allowing for adaptability in unpredictable situations. Chapter 59. The 7 major passes in addition to the martial arts. The Xiansi barracks, Baiyi barracks, and Qizhen barracks all require new commanders, necessitating transfers from other military encampments. This task fell solely to Fan Lin, as Li Tianhuang was disinclined to intervene. However, Li Tianhuang did emphasize that it is best to promote from among those who are trustworthy. Subsequently, Li Tianhuang provided Fan Lin with a list of supplies to request from the main city. To fortify the Qimen Pass, substantial resources are crucial. Upon scanning the list, Fan Lin hesitated, stating, "Tianhuang, Qimen Pass is quite small. The main city might impose restrictions, and the supplies allocated to us will inevitably be limited. It is likely that only a fraction of what you've listed will be approved." Li Tianhuang frowned, nearly overlooking this detail. To prevent the hoarding and misuse of resources, the main city conducts stringent reviews and is reluctant to grant approvals. First, attempt to place the request. If that proves futile, seek to negotiate with the other 6 passes for resource exchanges, he advised, considering the other 6 fortifications. The main city in this region is Xinyuan City, which oversees 7 passes: Qimen Pass, Haishan Pass, Linfu Pass, Yingming Pass, Chongling Pass, Xiangzhe Pass, and Sanluo Pass. These 7 passes are interconnected along a line constructed alongside the flowing Yin River, in perennial opposition to the Western Cassian Kingdom. Fan Lin nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall write to the commanders of the other passes to negotiate." As the morning drills concluded, Fan Luoying, clad in a loose martial robe, approached Li Tianhuang, presenting him with 10 pieces of spiritual jade. With a smile, she requested, "Teach me the falling Sakura sword technique." Her demeanor towards him had evidently improved significantly. Without inquiring about the sudden increase from 2 to 10 pieces of jade, Li Tianhuang accepted the offering and continued to impart the falling Sakura sword technique. Fan Luoying demonstrated remarkable aptitude. Within just a few days, she had thoroughly grasped the first 2 forms. Li Tianhuang was no longer reluctant, directly demonstrating the third and fourth forms of the falling cherry sword technique for her. In a month's time, there would be a recruitment assessment at the Cloud Martial Hall in the main city. Before that, both he and Fan Luoying needed to diligently enhance their strength to ensure they passed the evaluation. Afterwards, Li Tianhuang made his way to the Schwanza barracks. Upon meeting the third prince, he was greeted with great respect as the Schwanza soldiers approached him to pay their respects. Li Tianhuang was somewhat astonished. These Schwanza soldiers had previously been closely aligned with Liao Yuhai, exhibiting a remarkable internal unity. However, since Liao Yuhai was exposed for colluding with enemy nations, the attitude of these soldiers had undergone a significant transformation, showing considerably less hostility and prejudice towards Li Tianhuang. Naturally, Li Tianhuang did not take their sentiments to heart. He convened all the alchemists present and held a brief meeting, announcing that he would come daily to impart lessons to them for half an hour, aiming to enhance their alchemical skills. The higher their proficiency, the better quality elixirs they could produce. Nonetheless, this was a temporary measure. Li Tianhuang's future plans certainly included recruiting even more exceptional alchemists. Similarly, he promised the weaponsmiths from the Bei camp and the formation masters from the Qijin camp that he would provide instruction to elevate their crafting and formation skills. At present, he was able to command most of the resources within Qimen Pass. Thus, he presented a new design for artillery in the Bei camp, an upgraded version of the previous 70 cannons, classified as second-generation artillery. The collection left by the master artificer included even more formidable third- and fourth-generation artillery. However, due to limited resources, those advanced models could not yet be constructed. With superior artillery, the power of the shells would naturally be enhanced, and the design included pertinent details. Moreover, the most vulnerable aspect of Qimen Pass remained its aerial defense. Li Tianhuang instructed the 8th Weapon Spirit to retrieve a design for anti-air crossbows. Should they manage to fabricate some of these crossbows, Qimen Pass would be nearly impregnable, alleviating any fears of harassment from the Western Cassian Kingdom. Lastly, Li Tianhuang directed the Bei soldiers to create a batch of new formation components. Armed with these components, he returned to his courtyard. The single set of golden shield formation on the city walls was insufficient. He resolved to establish a second set, the thorn shield formation. With the thorn shield formation in place, should anyone attempt to assault the fortress, the formation would trigger a recoil effect, inflicting varying degrees of damage on siege beasts and siege engines. The process of invoking the powers of heaven and earth through formations is a wondrous endeavor, harnessing natural forces, stellar energies, primal might, and chaotic powers. After 2 days of diligent work, Li Tianhuang meticulously arranged the components inscribed with formation runes along the walls of Qimen Pass. Upon activation, the Thorn Shield formation manifested a layer of barbed shadows across the surface of the walls. The Golden Shield formation and the Thorn Shield formation complemented each other, significantly enhancing the defensive capabilities of Qimen Pass, rendering it nearly equivalent to that of the main city. A day later, under Li Tianhuang's supervision, the Bei soldiers, utilizing available resources, successfully crafted 10 second-generation cannons, each possessing double the power of the first generation, strategically placed atop the city gate walls. Additionally, 10 anti-air towers were erected at each corner of the walls, with each tower equipped with a formidable anti-air crossbow. This crossbow was 10 times the size of an ordinary sniper crossbow, and the bolts consumed were as thick as an arm, boasting great power and long range. Capable of slaying a Xuanwu warrior with ease once inscribed with spiritual energy. However, the primary purpose of the anti-air crossbow was to defend against airborne siege beasts. On this day, it was still the time for morning exercises. You've been quite busy these past few days, Tianhuang, apart from during morning practice. I can't seem to find you at any other time, Fan Lin teased with a smile. Li Tianhuang, feigning mystery, remarked, the city walls have recently acquired some treasures. You might wish to take a look when you have the time. Very well, after my morning exercises, I shall pay a visit, I replied. Fan Lin's expression bore a hint of surprise, and he continued, by the way, I previously wrote to the other 6 fortresses, hoping to arrange for them to lend us some supplies. Only Zhongling Pass and Xiangzi Pass were willing to engage in a trade with us. The leaders of the other 4 fortresses, upon learning that it was my envoy, immediately issued a decree for their dismissal. I understood. Li Tianhuang's expression tightened slightly. Although the 7 strongholds were ostensibly allies, their attitudes revealed their level of goodwill towards both him and Fan Lin. Clearly, the leaders of those 4 fortresses harbored deep-seated prejudices against him and were disdainful of offering assistance. In that case, please compose another letter to the 6 fortresses, inquiring if they have any surplus alchemists, blacksmiths, or array masters available for transfer. It would be ideal if we could also recruit some beast tamers, as Chimen Pass should begin assembling a unit of beast troops. Li Tianhuang continued, asserting that in order for the Chimen Pass to thrive and prosper, there was a pressing shortage of resources and personnel. I turned back to take action. Fan Lin nodded in agreement. Furthermore, I urged the dispatch of additional scouts to gather intelligence regarding the movements of Dong Hu at Longchong Pass, particularly to ascertain whether there were any activities involving the transport of supplies. Given their persistent incursions into our eastern borders, it would be only fitting for us to seize some of their resources as a lesson. In this world, whether as individuals or as a collective, one must not exhibit excessive timidity, like Qi Jintian, who is perpetually bullied. We shall not initiate conflict unless provoked. If they dare to confront us, we shall repay them in kind, doubly so. Li Tianhuang is certainly not Qi Jintian. Chapter 60. The Harassment of Dong Hu. On that day, Fan Lin penned yet another letter to the 6 fortifications. By the following day, both Zhongling Pass and Xiangzi Pass dispatched several individuals to transport a batch of supplies to Chimen Pass. The remaining 4 fortifications neither requisitioned materials nor sent personnel. The arrivals from Zhongling Pass and Xiangzi Pass were all alchemists, weaponsmiths, and formation masters, whom Fan Lin received with great enthusiasm, subsequently assigning them to various camps where they were highly compliant. As for the supplies delivered, they comprised the most crucial materials for the construction of second-generation cannons and anti-air crossbows. Li Tianhuang thus crafted 5 second-generation artillery pieces and 3 anti-air towers. Several days later, the enemy commander Dong Hu of Longchong Pass finally took action. He dispatched a number of beast tamers, driving over 100 monstrous beasts to Chimen Pass. These creatures, colossal in size and hailing from the southern mountains, appeared ferocious and bloodthirsty, aiming to create havoc at Chimen Pass. In the face of an ordinary city, such an assault by over 100 beasts would undoubtedly be overwhelming. However, Chimen Pass was anything but ordinary, thanks to scouts who relayed information in advance. The entire Chimen Pass had already entered a state of alert before the beast arrived. Fan Lin personally took command, positioning all soldiers and ensuring that every artilleryman had adjusted the cannons accordingly. Li Tianhuang, serving as a temporary military strategist, ensured logistical support and devised strategies. Thus he was not required to command personally. When the army of demonic beasts arrived, he stealthily navigated through the side gate of the fortress, circumventing to the enemy's rear. Behind 100 or so demonic beasts, there were nearly a dozen individuals dispatched by Dong Hu, each masked not out of fear of recognition, but due to the noxious powder they continuously scattered. This powder effectively repelled the demonic beasts while inducing a state of frenzy among them. Consequently, upon arrival, all the beasts surged towards Chimen Pass, launching their assault without warning. Simultaneously, on the city walls, Fan Lin promptly ordered the cannons to fire. While the demonic beasts had yet to reach the foot of the walls, artillery and arrows served as the most effective means of attack. In an instant, the cannons roared to life, causing chaos within the ranks of the demonic beasts, resulting in a significant number being obliterated by cannon fire. Most of these creatures were of the first tier, with only a few second-tier beasts interspersed among them. The hides of the second-tier beasts might withstand the initial artillery, yet they could not endure the second generation of cannon fire. In less than a moment, the casualties among the demonic beasts exceeded half. However, Dong Hu's intention was not to assault Chimen Pass, but merely to create a disturbance, to vex Fan Lin. Such occurrences were commonplace along the borders of the two nations. Satisfied with their objective, those driving the beast horde retreated without hesitation. The cannon fire ceased, and the archers launched another volley, leaving only a dozen of the 100 demonic beasts alive. Fan Lin promptly dispatched individuals to hunt them down, as their flesh was exquisite, their hides suitable for armor, and certain materials from their bodies could be used in medicine. As for Li Tianhuang, he executed the cloud leaping step, pursuing the retreating figures. After chasing for less than 2 miles, he leaped from a rock, positioning himself directly in front of them. A good dog does not block the way. Move aside quickly, or I shall not hold back, he declared. Though the leader did not recognize Li Tianhuang, he surmised he was likely from Chimen Pass and brandished his long knife, threateningly. Li Tianhuang remained composed, his weapon spirit number 8 materializing into a battle blade. With a faint smile, he inquired, "Let me see how you intend to be impolite." "Kill him," commanded the leader, eager to depart and unwilling to engage in unnecessary chatter. The individuals behind him swiftly drew their long knives and charged towards Li Tianhuang. Li Tianhuang was resolute, charging directly towards the group of individuals before him, his battle blade descending with a thunderous slash. In an instant, the first few assailants found their heads severed, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. They were merely minor martial artists, far beneath Li Tianhuang's capability. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, the leader was instantly struck by panic and attempted to flee. However, Li Tianhuang swiftly advanced, unleashing the Xianlong blade technique. Even though his opponent was a formidable warrior, he was nonetheless pierced through the heart, falling dead in a state of shock. With 7 or 8 slain, only one remained, a minor martial artist, who, in sheer terror, began to retreat repeatedly. Li Tianhuang harbored no intention of taking his life. With a casual wave, he tossed a letter aside and spoke indifferently, "Return and inform Dong Hu to exercise caution. Should he dare to trespass our borders again and persist in his entanglements with my Qimen Pass, let Zhang Yin and Lu Songjiang serve as a cautionary tale." Having uttered these words, Li Tianhuang turned and departed. The young martial artist, pale with fear, understood that Li Tianhuang spared him solely to convey the message. Without a backward glance, he seized the letter and vanished into the mountains. Given the current defenses of Qimen Pass, it could easily withstand minor disturbances, provided that war did not break out. Upon his return, the soldiers of the Qixin army stationed atop the city walls were vociferously celebrating. For over 100 corpses of demonic beasts had been dispatched from the western gate, sufficient to treat the 5,000 soldiers to a grand feast. Fan Lin was generally benevolent towards his subordinates, which gradually won him their loyalty. He had anticipated that this incident would prompt Dong Hu to temper his conduct. However, to his astonishment, mere days later, Dong Hu devised new tactics to harass them once more. This time, instead of sending forth demonic beasts, he dispatched over 20 avian war beasts. Typically, after domestication, demonic beasts transform into war beasts, nurtured by beast tamers and deployed during conflicts. The 20-odd avian war beasts, known as serpent-winged beasts, possessed serpentine heads and avian bodies, their wings stretching several meters. Thus, under normal circumstances, they could carry a rider on their backs and occasionally transport supplies. In this instance, as well, each serpent-winged beast bore a rider, and behind them, they were tethered to enormous baskets filled with explosives. Once ignited, these explosives would detonate when dropped from great heights. Fan Lin promptly dispatched personnel to the anti-aircraft towers, understanding that should the serpent-winged beasts reach their zenith before they could retaliate, it would be too late. The falling bombs would undoubtedly inflict casualties. Therefore, he initiated the counterattack before the beasts breached their airspace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, arrows as thick as arms were loosed. The avian war beasts, agile in their movements, necessitated precision from the anti-aircraft crossbows. Consequently, in the first barrage, only 2 or 3 serpent-winged beasts were struck, plummeting to the ground alongside their riders, accompanied by anguished cries. Swiftly, the second volley commenced, and this time, their aim proved considerably better, resulting in another 7 or 8 serpent-winged beasts being hit. Nevertheless, during the third round of fire, the remaining serpent-winged beasts successfully soared above Qimen Pass. The riders atop the beast ignited the fuses and hurled the explosives down upon the city, leading to numerous soldiers and structures being caught in the blasts, with flames erupting in several locations. When Li Tianhuang ascended the city wall, a flicker of anger graced his visage. Just the day prior, he had penned a letter warning Dong Hu, yet the latter chose to disregard his counsel, returning the very next day to harass him, clearly dismissing his words as mere whispers in the wind. After a span of half an hour, of the 20 or so serpent-winged beasts, only 2 managed to escape. The rest met their demise by arrow. Within the confines of Qimen Pass, casualties numbered in the dozens, and some supplies were also rendered unusable. Dong Hu likely did not anticipate that Qimen Pass had fortified itself with anti-air towers. The 20 serpent-winged beasts he dispatched were, after all, second-tier demons, and the cost of deploying them was already substantial. The loss of so many in a single encounter constituted a significant setback for him. Chapter 61. Combat puppets standing atop the city wall, observing the swirling black smoke and the desolation within, Fan Lin wore a mask of fury. As the commander of Qimen Pass, he could only lament his losses. This Dong Hu, with his penchant for indirect harassment, exhibited a certain patience that belied his intentions. However, did he truly believe that Fan Lin was an easy target? What he failed to realize was that Dong Hu's method of harassment starkly contrasted with that of the previous 2. Yin and Lu Songjiang relished direct confrontations with Qimen Pass, unafraid of incurring significant casualties. In contrast, Dong Hu preferred to instigate minor frictions. Though these skirmishes were trivial for both sides, each instance required considerable mobilization, rendering it quite irksome. Li Tianhuang was greatly incensed, having previously warned the opposing party, yet they persisted in their provocations. If this continued, a large-scale conflict was inevitable. Days passed, and dozens of wounded soldiers from the Red Heart Army returned to Chimen Pass, supporting one another. What had transpired? Upon learning of the situation, Li Tianhuang and Fan Lin hurried to inquire. A soldier, missing an arm, wept bitterly. Our hunting party was ambushed by soldiers from the western rampart. They stole our supplies and took lives. This Dong Hu has gone too far. Fan Lin clenched his fists in anger. The supplies approved by the main city were insufficient, prompting Fan Lin to resolve to become self-sufficient. He dispatched several teams to mine, hunt, and gather medicinal herbs, only to find themselves harassed as well. Li Tianhuang remained silent as he turned and departed from the infirmary. The following day, Fan Lin sought him out, his face alight with excitement. Tianhuang. A scout has just reported that Dong Hu is transporting a shipment of supplies to Longchong Pass. I have decided to retaliate and seize these supplies. Teaching Dong Hu a lesson. Will you accompany me? I shall not join you. You may pursue the supplies while I venture alone to Longchong Pass to confront Dong Hu. Li Tianhuang replied after a brief moment of contemplation, gently shaking his head. By yourself? Fan Lin was taken aback. Do not worry about me. I will divert Dong Hu's attention, allowing you to act with greater ease. Very well, Fan Lin nodded in agreement. He understood that the scout's information may not be entirely reliable. The supplies Dong Hu was purportedly transporting could very well be a ruse designed to lure Fan Lin into a trap. Thus, utmost caution was imperative. After Fan Lin departed, Li Tianhuang extended his hand, revealing a metallic sphere that soon transformed into a metallic girl. Hello, Master, the spirit of the artifact, designated as number 8. Exclaimed with a charmingly naive expression. Li Tianhuang gazed intently at the little lowly, unable to suppress a peculiar expression. The soul of the artifact number 8 was simply adorable. It was undoubtedly crafted by the artifact sovereign according to his personal preferences. In the 9 heavens, the artifact sovereign typically maintained a serious demeanor. Yet it was unexpected to discover his penchant for youthful charm. Please do not stare so intently, she said, although she was the unparalleled beauty of the 9 heavens. She could still feel bashful. Suddenly being scrutinized in such a manner, the metallic lowly immediately adopted a shy expression. Quite human-like, though rather diminutive in stature. Li Tianhuang was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he inquired, Do you also possess the combat-type puppets of the Mechanist? Indeed, Master. Since the inception of the first generation, there have been several hundred puppets, all of which are in my possession, replied the metallic girl. Then let us utilize them. Li Tianhuang expressed with evident delight. However, the metallic girl continued, the puppets of the Mechanist require the essence of blood for their refinement, and during operation, they consume a significant amount of spiritual energy. With your current cultivation, Master, you may control at most 3 third-generation puppets. Why not refine them with spiritual consciousness? Li Tianhuang asked in astonishment. If they were refined with spiritual consciousness, given your formidable spirit, leading an entire puppet army to the purple gold immortal city and capturing the crown princely Tianzi would be quite effortless, she explained. Mechanical puppets can only be refined with blood essence. Biological puppets can be controlled through spiritual consciousness, the metallic girl elucidated. From the moment mechanical puppets are forged, they are devoid of soul or spirit. The internal formations require spiritual energy for activation, while the core necessitates the infusion of the controller's blood essence. This is akin to those divine weapons, powerful divine armaments, prior to the emergence of their spiritual entities, are refined with blood. Only simple. Ordinary objects can be imprinted and refined through spiritual consciousness. The so-called biological puppets are those transformed into puppets through secret methods. For instance, corpse soldiers and zombies are all biological puppets, inherently possessing spirit and soul, and can generally be controlled through spiritual consciousness. Li Tianhuang felt a sense of helplessness within, and then inquired, what is the strength of the third-generation puppets? The metallic girl replied, their power is equivalent to the combined strength of 10 of you. 10 of me? Li Tianhuang's eyes brightened at this revelation. Although he currently possessed only the strength of a novice in the Xuanwu stage, his ultimate capabilities could rival those of a late-stage spirit master. If the strength of 10 were combined, he could indeed reach the level of a Xianling master. One third-generation puppet would be akin to a Xianling master, And if he were to lead an entire army of third-generation puppets, would he not wipe out the entire garrison of Longchong Pass without a trace? Just as Li Tianhuang was lost in this enticing fantasy, soul artifact no. It doused his enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. A single third-generation puppet consumes approximately 300 low-grade spirit stones within an hour. And I have a total of 10 here. Do you wish to acquire all of them, master? The metallic girl asked innocently. Hold on. What about the strength of the second-generation puppets, and what is their spirit stone consumption? Li Tianhuang hurriedly raised his hand to halt the proceedings. Although the third-generation puppet possessed formidable strength, its consumption of spirit stones was alarmingly excessive. Despite having saved a modest sum, he could not withstand such a drain. The second-generation puppet, while somewhat weaker, was comparable to its master's current prowess, expending approximately 100 low-grade spirit stones per hour. The metallic maiden spoke with utmost seriousness, seemingly devoid of any understanding regarding financial constraints. Li Tianhuang furrowed his brow once more. Consuming 100 low-grade spirit stones per hour, and with 10 second-generation puppets requiring 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, one must admit that this was indeed a considerable expense. As for their capabilities, they were roughly on par with his own, akin to that of a minor spirit master, which was barely adequate. Very well then. I shall take out the 10 second-generation puppets and conduct my research, Li Tianhuang declared through gritted teeth. The metallic girl nodded in agreement and promptly unfastened her satchel, vigorously shaking it upside down. Clang! A pitch-black metallic puppet, standing as tall as an ordinary human, tumbled out from the seemingly empty satchel, leaving Li Tianhuang momentarily astonished with his mouth agape. That small satchel, appearing void of contents, harbored an array of astonishing items. Soon, the second puppet also fell out. Li Tianhuang promptly stepped forward, assisting the puppets to their feet, and soon 10 of them stood tall, filling the entire room. These puppets, clad in formidable armor and bearing swords at their waists, exuded an imposing presence, though their interiors, apart from the core structure, were hollow. Nevertheless, they were constructed from a special metal, rendering them remarkably resilient. Master, the core of the second-generation puppets is located in the back of the head. You need only to drip your essence into it to refine them, the metallic maiden advised. After conducting thorough research, Li Tianhuang approached one of the puppets from behind, opening its cranial casing to reveal the core, which was essentially a control crystal surrounded by a miniature magical array. He pricked his finger, letting 10 drops of blood fall. And upon absorbing the essence within, the 10 puppets immediately turned towards Li Tianhuang and bowed in deference. Intriguing. Within Li Tianhuang's consciousness, 10 new strands of awareness emerged. Under his mental command, the puppets rose in unison. Reluctantly, he produced 1,000 spirit stones to replenish their energy. Observing the 10 puppets, who surrounded a table like ordinary humans, consuming the spirit stones as if they were delicacies, Li Tianhuang felt an odd sensation. Nevertheless, in light of his forthcoming endeavors, he resolutely sacrificed the 1,000 spirit stones. Chapter 62. Infiltrating the enemy camp. Once all the puppets had sufficiently replenished their energy, Li Tianhuang immediately commanded them to enter a dormant state. This state represented the lowest consumption mode, significantly reducing energy expenditure. What could originally sustain them for merely an hour could now last at least a full day. Soul of the instrument number 8, please store them away, Li Tianhuang instructed. Yes, master, replied the metallic girl, thankfully obedient, as she complied with Li Tianhuang's command and retracted all the second-generation puppets, transforming them into a metallic sphere that nestled within his palm. In the afternoon, Fan Lin stealthily led 2,000 Red Heart troops towards Dong, whose supply convoy. Fan Luoying temporarily took over her father's responsibilities, overseeing the grand strategy at Chimen Pass. Li Tianhuang subsequently departed from Chimen Pass, riding alone towards Longchong Pass across the flowing Yen River. After a considerable time, he entered the borders of the Western K Fairy Kingdom. In the distance, he spotted the team, led by Fan Lin, stealthily advancing along the banks of the flowing Yen River. According to the intelligence, Donghu's supply convoy was expected to approach the river. Fan Lin merely needed to set an ambush beside the flowing Yen River to easily capture Donghu's supplies. After a brief contemplation, Li Tianhuang resolved to personally investigate. In the previous 2 disturbances, Donghu had demonstrated remarkable shrewdness, and he feared that this time as supply transport might merely be a trap set by Donghu for Fan Lin. With a flick of his whip, he hastened his horse and soon reached Fan Lin's side. Tianhuang, I thought you wouldn't come, Fan Lin exclaimed, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Li Tianhuang. Li Tianhuang spoke with a serious demeanor. I perceive no issues on your end. I shall proceed to Longchang Pass thereafter. That is acceptable. Fan Lin nodded in agreement. After stealthily advancing for half an hour with the troops, they beheld the distant mountains crisscrossing, with a path extending forth, leading directly to Longchang Pass. Let us lay an ambush just ahead, Li Tianhuang indicated towards the mountain range. Fan Lin acknowledged with a reply and subsequently signaled to the contingent of the Red Heart Army behind him to divide into two flanks. Instantly, 2,000 soldiers split apart, infiltrating the mountains flanking the path. With all preparations completed, every individual concealed themselves, lying in wait within the mountains. Approximately an hour later, a troop indeed emerged from the mountain range ahead. The contingent was modest in size, comprising only a few hundred personnel, escorting several beast-drawn carts, pulled by azure-skinned bovine creatures, laden with abundant supplies. Li Tianhuang squinted his eyes, observing intently. Indeed, it was a supply convoy. Moreover, judging by the circumstances, the goods on the beast-drawn carts were not merely a guise, but genuine cargo. With this realization, Li Tianhuang felt reassured. After such a lengthy wait, the absence of any ambush indicated that this supply convoy was ripe for the taking. As the convoy neared the ambush location, Li Tianhuang promptly addressed Fan Lin, saying, Commander Fan, I entrust this to you. I shall proceed to Longchang Pass to meet Dong Hu. Be cautious. Fan Lin replied with a note of caution. Li Tianhuang nodded, turning to lead his horse on a journey back and forth. Shortly after his departure, the echo of a charge resonated through the mountains. Upon glancing back, he beheld Fan Lin already engaging the supply convoy. Perhaps Dong Hu could never have imagined that one day his precious resources would be plundered by the Qimen Pass. Fan Lin, having seized the convoy, would undoubtedly take the transport personnel as well, to prevent any word from reaching Longchang Pass and causing trouble for Li Tianhuang. Li Tianhuang, however, remained unfazed. He instructed the 8-number instrument soul to present the combat-type puppet, not merely for display. Longchang Pass and Qimen Pass, positioned on the eastern and western banks of the Luyan River respectively, serve as the boundary line between the two nations. These two fortresses stand in distant opposition, perpetually locked in a state of confrontation and friction. After a considerable time, Li Tianhuang arrived at a city within the western K Celestial Kingdom. This city, comparable in scale to Qimen Pass, was none other than Longchang Pass. Who approaches? State your name. As he rode within approximately 500 meters, the soldiers stationed atop the city walls of Longchang Pass immediately heightened their vigilance, swiftly drawing their bows and aiming their arrows at Li Tianhuang. One of the military officials called out loudly. Li Tianhuang maintained a serene expression as he continued forward. Upon reaching the 300-meter mark, he finally spoke. The strategist of Qimen Pass wishes to meet the commander of Longchang Pass. The strategist of Qimen Pass? Could it be that discarded prince, stripped of his title by the Eastern Lin royal family? Laughter, tinged with mockery, instantly echoed from atop the city walls. Li Tianhuang remained impassive, continuing forward. Suddenly, a flurry of arrows shot forth, embedding themselves into the ground just steps away. The steed beneath Li Tianhuang was startled, abruptly halting its stride. Simultaneously, the boisterous taunts of a military officer echoed from atop the city walls. Begone! Our commander is not someone you can meet at your whim. If you do not depart, beware of the blades that show no mercy. Upon hearing this, Li Tianhuang's brow furrowed slightly. Had he known, he would have refrained from revealing his identity. He promptly replied, Less idle chatter, go announce my presence. Should this matter be delayed, do not blame me if you lose your head. The military officer atop the western tower erupted into laughter, his face a mask of derision. You, a mere wastrel. What significant affairs could you possibly bring? To be frank, our commander Dong has already decreed that no visitors shall be received at Qimen Pass. Depart at once. I have no desire to be responsible for the demise of a royal prince from an enemy nation. That would be too great an advantage for me. Li Tianhuang's gaze flickered. This Dong Hu had audaciously refused an audience. This indicated that Dong Hu sought no reconciliation and might persistently harass Qimen Pass. It was also possible that the loss of the snake-winged beast had influenced his decision, for they at Longchang Pass lacked such formidable anti-air weaponry. With a leap, Li Tianhuang dismounted from his steed, giving the horse a firm slap on its rear, prompting it to gallop into the distance. Turning to face Longchang Pass, he proclaimed, Since Dong Hu is unwilling to meet, I shall have no choice but to force my way through. At the utterance of force my way, The entire Longchong Pass instantly fell into a state of heightened alert. With a mere wastrel like you daring to breach our defenses, rest assured. Should you take one more step, our cannon shall reduce you to mere rubble, boasted the military officer atop the wall with a sense of triumph. Li Tianhuang tilted his head slightly, wearing an expression of indifference. In the next moment, he stepped forward resolutely, completely disregarding the warnings. Fire! Commanded the furious military officer atop the city wall. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, dozens of cannonballs plummeted from the ramparts, all aimed at Li Tianhuang's position. Li Tianhuang slightly lifted the corners of his mouth, and the soul of the weapon, number 8, materialized in the palm of his hand, instantly transforming into a metallic liquid that swiftly enveloped his entire body, solidifying into a layer of gleaming armor. Then, with a sudden movement, he executed the cloud-stepping technique to evade the barrage of artillery shells. A thunderous roar erupted as shells detonated around Li Tianhuang, sending plumes of dust soaring into the air. These ordinary shells possessed a power akin to that of firecrackers, far inferior to the initial artillery he had equipped for the Qimen Pass. Of course, for a martial artist, even ordinary shells could inflict recoil damage. Li Tianhuang executed the cloud step with remarkable agility, effortlessly evading the projectiles. Coupled with the armor forged from the spirit soul number 8, he was able to withstand the shockwaves of the cannon fire. Thus, as a series of actions unfolded, none of the shells inflicted any harm upon him. Ha ha! This lad is truly foolish, daring to catch cannonballs with his bare hands. He must be the first in history to do so. The soldiers of the western rampart at Longchong Pass erupted in laughter. In their eyes, after such a bombardment, Li Tianhuang would have been reduced to mere pulp. However, as the laughter echoed, a sudden change washed over one of the faces, and astonishment gripped those who gazed down from the walls. Li Tianhuang, clad in armor, resembled a shadow as he surged forth from the clouds of dust, reaching the foot of the city wall in the blink of an eye. Chapter 63, Decisive and Ruthless. This lad is remarkably fortunate. How is it that he remains unscathed? How has he changed his attire, and from whence did this armor originate? All the soldiers of the western rampart stood in astonishment. It was one thing to evade cannon fire, but just moments ago, Li Tianhuang was clearly wearing only a long robe, and now he donned a suit of armor that exuded an even more formidable presence than that of a typical general. Yet, despite its impressive appearance, ordinary armor cannot withstand the bombardment of cannonballs. How then did Li Tianhuang escape their wrath? Shoot him dead, barked the military officer, regaining his composure and issuing a sharp command. Instantly, a multitude of arrows rained down upon Li Tianhuang, dense and overwhelming. As Li Tianhuang arrived at the foot of the city wall, he glanced up and found countless arrows descending upon him. In an instant, he summoned the spirit of his weapon, forming a shield. Thud, thud, thud. The arrows struck the shield, only to be deflected away. Not even the sharpest arrowhead could leave a mark upon it. With the first volley of arrows failing, a sharp claw suddenly shot forth from the armor on Li Tianhuang's back, soaring up to the battlements and embedding itself firmly among the bricks. Subsequently, the claw retracted, and with his shield held aloft, he ascended directly to the top of the city wall. Indeed, Longchong Pass was exceedingly vulnerable. Both the power of its artillery and the defensive array of the walls paled in comparison to Qimen Pass. A solitary unicorn rhinoceros could likely obliterate the entire fortress. Yet, during the era of Qi Jintian, they had never dared to disturb their adversaries, often finding themselves at the mercy of their foes. Furthermore, Longchong Pass lacked any additional defensive mechanisms, allowing Li Tianhuang to scale the walls with nothing but a steel claw. Ah, he has made it up. Quickly, kill him. The military officer's expression changed dramatically, and he immediately commanded the surrounding soldiers to attack Li Tianhuang. Clang! In his grasp, Li Tianhuang transformed his shield into a formidable battle blade, advancing with a single stride before the military official. The official, caught off guard by Li Tianhuang's imposing presence, was momentarily paralyzed by fear. In a swift motion, before he could react, his head was severed with a single stroke. Earlier, he had not only failed to sound the alarm, but had also mocked Li Tianhuang, ordering cannons and arrows to strike him, sealing his fate on the death list. The command to kill was given. Countless soldiers from the western ramparts surged onto the walls, intent on encircling and annihilating Li Tianhuang. However, their weapons, upon striking him, were effortlessly deflected by his armor. Having attained the prowess of a Xuanwu warrior, capable of withstanding 1,000 troops, he was far from being easily overwhelmed. Moreover, Li Tianhuang's armor was extraordinary, forged from the unique metal of artifact Soul Number 8, rendering its defensive capabilities nearly invincible. Li Tianhuang wielded his blade in a sweeping motion, executing the Xinlong blade technique. The blade radiated brilliance, resembling a silver dragon swirling in all directions. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, dozens of soldiers from the Western K were cleaved asunder, their anguished cries echoing as they met their demise. At that moment, more soldiers from the Western K surged forward. Soul of the Weapon Number 8, summon the puppet, Li Tianhuang commanded, his thoughts directed towards the Soul of the Weapon Number 8. No problem, master, echoed the voice of the Soul of the Weapon Number 8 in his mind. Li Tianhuang elegantly waved his hand, and 10 ebony puppets materialized from thin air. As soon as they appeared, they brandished their battle blades and charged at the surrounding foes. Each puppet matched his own formidable prowess. And faced with these mere martial apprentices from the Western K, each puppet was more than capable of holding its own. This allowed Li Tianhuang to advance with ease. His demeanor relaxed. The Western K military officials and soldiers were left in a state of astonishment. What began as a solitary figure had swiftly transformed into a formidable contingent of 10 allies, nearly all possessing power comparable to their commander. Quick, alert Commander Dong! A voice cried out in terror. In mere moments, over 100 had perished, and if they failed to notify their superior, the death toll would only rise. They regarded Li Tianhuang's armor as exceedingly peculiar, and speculated that the sudden emergence of the 10 puppets might be due to some storage device he possessed. Yet, they could not discern whether those 10 figures were puppets or living beings. Cease at once. A commanding voice rang out shortly thereafter. Li Tianhuang had completely entered Longchang Pass, traversing the stone steps of the city wall. Upon hearing the reprimand, everyone came to a halt, and Li Tianhuang commanded 10 puppets to cease their slaughter. Directing his gaze towards an approaching figure, the individual, clad in a gray robe and adorned with a silk cap, emanated an air of scholarly demeanor. As he reached Li Tianhuang, the man wore an expression of anger, pointing at him and declaring, "What a useless wretch, daring to be so audacious at my Longchang Pass. It seems you have a death wish. Are you Donghu?" Li Tianhuang regarded the man with a frigid expression. "I am the strategist by Commander Dong's side." Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of blade light swept across his throat, and his head was severed, his body standing rigidly in place as blood gushed forth. Li Tianhuang spoke coldly. "Since you are not Donghu, how dare you shout before me?" The surrounding soldiers of the West Gate were immediately taken aback, as their elevated strategist was so effortlessly slain by Li Tianhuang. This worthless prince from the Eastern Immortal Kingdom acted with such decisiveness and ruthlessness. "Quickly summon Donghu. If he does not come to see me, I shall slay my way to him." Li Tianhuang continued to stride forward, and the 10 puppets around him resumed their massacre. Bodies falling one after another, blood flowing like a river. In the face of the enemy, one must not show mercy. Suddenly, a towering figure appeared, wielding a battle knife. He leaped several meters into the air and swung his blade down upon Li Tianhuang. His entire being radiated formidable energy, and as he descended, he seemed as colossal as a mountain. Bang! Despite this, Li Tianhuang merely raised his battle knife slightly, easily deflecting the blow. The opponent was indeed powerful. Likely an early-stage Xuanwu warrior, yet before Li Tianhuang, his strength was still insufficient. "Are you Donghu?" Li Tianhuang inquired, gazing at the imposing man. The man, with a fierce countenance, pointed his knife at Li Tianhuang and declared, "You are the worthless prince of the enemy nation today. I shall capture you alive and claim my reward from Commander Dong." With that, he swung his knife again. "Is that all you've got?" Li Tianhuang scoffed, having discerned from the man's words that he was not Donghu. With a swift and decisive motion, a sharp sound echoed as the towering man's face turned to shock. As he charged towards Li Tianhuang, the latter's blade swiftly cut across his throat. At that moment, a single thought raced through the man's mind, such speed and swordsmanship. In the next instant, his head rolled away from his body, his eyes still wide open in death. Li Tianhuang's gaze sharpened as he noticed the token at the man's waist. It turned out he was merely a deputy commander. A collective gasp echoed around. Astonished by Li Tianhuang's ferocity in swiftly dispatching both a strategist and a deputy, the crowd recoiled in fear, their eyes filled with trepidation. Some, mustering their courage, attempted to launch a surprise attack on Li Tianhuang, only to be severed in half by a nearby puppet. As he pressed onward, he found that Donghu had yet to meet him. However, Li Tianhuang soon stumbled upon an enclosed area surrounded by bamboo rafts, revealing a squalid and damp expanse inhabited by over 100 ragged individuals. Slaves? A frown creased Li Tianhuang's brow. To his surprise, even this modest Longchong Pass harbored slaves. Confined to such a dismal existence, each one emaciated, as if perpetually deprived of sustenance. Their eyes, once bright, now reflected nothing but a vacant bewilderment. Chapter 64. A life for a life. The border stronghold was primarily populated by soldiers, with scarcely any common folk, which allowed certain leaders to clandestinely harbor slaves for their own indulgence. In that moment, the slaves, with their lifeless stares, remained indifferent even as Li Tianhuang approached. Surrounded by the grotesque remains of the Western K soldiers strewn across the ground, they seemed utterly numb to the chaos around them. Their faces were caked in dirt, their bodies ravaged by hunger. Witnessing this scene, a wave of sorrow surged within Li Tianhuang, swiftly followed by an inexplicable rage. In his previous life, he too had emerged from the depths of poverty, his parents having scrimped and saved to ensure he had meals, only to perish from starvation. He had become all too familiar with the cycles of life and death, understanding that only through strength could one attain the desired existence. Thus, from that moment on, he devoted himself to rigorous training, ultimately transcending mortality and ascending to the heavens, becoming a renowned sword master. The plight before him resonated deeply, evoking memories of his past. Where do you come from? How did you become slaves? Li Tianhuang inquired. Yet, the captives merely gazed at him vacantly, not a single soul responding, as if such questions held no significance for them any longer. Li Tianhuang furrowed his brow once more, feeling an intense sense of empathy towards the scene before him. In his previous life, during the darkest hours spent in the slums, he too had succumbed to a numbness, losing all hope for existence. Without uttering another word, a cold glimmer flashed in his eyes as he exerted his will to manipulate the puppets beside him, wielding his blade to strike at his surroundings. In an instant, a multitude of soldiers from the western quarters fell lifeless to the ground. Not far away, several figures rushed forth, surrounding Li Tianhuang completely upon their arrival. These individuals exuded formidable auras, possessing the prowess of great martial artists, even some being profound martial masters. Judging by their attire, they were either commanders or other high-ranking military officials. Young man, do you dare to venture alone into my Longchong Pass? Do you truly believe this is a mere marketplace? One of them remarked, casting a glance over the sea of corpses, his brow furrowed with anger. Why do you keep slaves? Li Tianhuang's expression turned cold once more as he softly inquired. A parasital wretch, how utterly laughable, pretending to be righteous, another sneered maliciously. Li Tianhuang cast a glance over several individuals and inquired, which of you is Dong Hu? You little wretch, it seems you have a death wish. Dong Commander is not someone you can simply meet at your whim. Before the speaker could finish, Li Tianhuang swung his blade, decapitating him in an instant. Such needless prattle, Li Tianhuang remarked indifferently. The others, witnessing this scene, were internally astonished. They had heard tales of Li Tianhuang bravely infiltrating the city, first slaying several martial officials, then their strategist, and subsequently a captain, all depicted as extraordinary feats. Now, upon seeing him, they realized that not only was Li Tianhuang immensely powerful, but he was also a ruthless individual. Let us attack together, one of them shouted, and the surrounding individuals immediately began to channel their energies, either raising their blades or drawing their swords, unleashing their powers in unison against Li Tianhuang. Li Tianhuang revealed a faint sneer. Among these individuals, only 2 were Xuanwu warriors, while the others were mere great martial masters. Even if they united to besiege him, he would effortlessly counter their efforts. Utilizing the Zongyun step in conjunction with the Xinlong blade technique, he moved as if traversing an uninhabited realm. In an instant, the 2 sides clashed, with glimmers of blades and shadows of swords, sparks flying like stars, while waves of invisible energy rippled outward in all directions. Puff, puff, puff. Within the span of merely 5 exchanges, the heads of several opponents soared into the air, blood gushing forth in a spray that reached several feet high. Before Li Tianhuang, none stood a chance. Even the 2 Xuanwu warriors could not withstand his onslaught for more than 2 strikes. Surrounding them, the soldiers of the western fortress gaped in astonishment, their faces drained of color, trembling in fear. Before Li Tianhuang, he appeared as a deity of death, invincible in his endeavors. At this juncture, no one dared to advance any further. Li Tianhuang's gaze was indifferent, and before him stood a general, albeit one who was visibly terrified. The general had discarded his weapon and was retreating incessantly, ultimately collapsing onto the ground, repeatedly pleading, "Please, do not kill me." Just moments ago, he had exuded arrogance and displayed no mercy in his actions, but upon realizing he could not overpower Li Tianhuang, he immediately cowered. Tell me from whence these slaves have come, and I shall spare your life, Li Tianhuang said, a hint of mockery in his tone. I shall divulge everything. The general trembled and promptly responded. These are the common folk from the Eastern Immortal Kingdom. Initially, Zhang Yin abducted them to use as leverage against your Chimen Pass. However, before the plan could be executed, Zhang Yin met his demise. Then what? Li Tianhuang's face darkened with fury. He had not anticipated that these slaves were indeed citizens of the Eastern Immortal Kingdom. Subsequently, Lu Songjiang assumed command and intended to execute them. Yet, within days of his appointment, he too perished. Thus, these individuals fell into the hands of General Dong. To be frank, there were originally over 200 of them. General Dong utilized them for his own amusement, casting them into the beast pit to fight against ferocious creatures, and eventually, they became mere fodder for the beasts. Now, only these few remain. The general laid bare the entire account. Li Tianhuang furrowed his brow slightly. While it could be said that Yin and Lu Songjiang were despicable for targeting the citizens of Donglinxian Kingdom, Dong who was even more contemptible for deriving amusement from such actions. Furthermore, there was another matter. The commander continued, Speak. Li Tianhuang spoke coldly. In truth, Commander Dong is not the highest official of Chimen Pass. At Longchang Pass, there exists another general named Yulan, who assumed office alongside Commander Dong. However, shortly after his arrival, General Yu retreated into seclusion to focus on his cultivation, entrusting all affairs to Commander Dong. General? A flicker of interest crossed Li Tianhuang's eyes. This was an unexpected revelation. He had not anticipated that following the deaths of Commanders Zhang Yin and Lu Songjiang, the Western K Immortal Kingdom would dispatch another general to oversee the region. One could only wonder about the prowess of this newly appointed general. Do you have any further inquiries? I shall answer them all, the commander said, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. Li Tianhuang said, Not for the time being. With that, he prepared to take his leave. The commander stood up and turned to depart, for Li Tianhuang had previously promised to spare his life. However, just as he turned, a battle blade pierced through his body. He twisted his head, his expression one of utter disbelief. Li Tianhuang raised his foot and sent him soaring through the air. Step aside, he bellowed. Around him, the soldiers of the Western Palace recoiled in terror. With those reluctant to yield met with a fatal strike from Li Tianhuang's puppet. It turned out to be the third prince of the Eastern Realm, who had failed to extend a proper welcome and was seeking atonement. As he dismissed the crowd, Li Tianhuang intended to seek out Dong, who personally. However, after taking a couple of steps, he noticed a short, stout middle-aged man approaching with a beaming smile. Though he appeared portly, the man moved with surprising agility, clearly possessing formidable skills. Are you Dong Hu? Li Tianhuang inquired, his gaze fixed upon him. He had already learned about the man through his scouts. Yet this was their first encounter. It is indeed I. You have killed so many in my domain, and you must have wished to meet me. Now that I am here, what is it that you wish to convey? Dong Hu replied, but he quickly sensed the shifting dynamics. Realizing that his trusted aides had all perished. I have 3 words for you, Li Tianhuang declared, advancing with his battle blade. Oh, what are those 3 words? Dong Hu hesitated slightly. Li Tianhuang's footsteps quickened, and he uttered 3 words. I'll take your life. Chapter 65, Furious Slaughter of Dong Hu. Those 3 words were casually spoken from Li Tianhuang's lips. He had initially come to Longchang Pass merely to issue a warning to Dong Hu. But upon witnessing the enslavement of others, his mind was consumed by a singular thought, to kill him. Kill me? Dong Hu was taken aback, hastily halting his steps. He focused intently on the Dantian region of Li Tianhuang, and then let out a scornful laugh. I have heard that your cultivation has been rendered useless, leaving you with only your physical strength. It appears to be true. You, a mere waste, dare to threaten my life? Such delusions. As he spoke, an explosive force emanated from his body, and his spiritual energy surged, allowing him to unleash a powerful palm strike from a distance. Boom! A formidable fist imprint emerged, slicing through the air with a resounding crack, hurtling directly toward Li Tianhuang. Flame palm. The palm strike executed by Dong, who was not only heavy with force, but also infused with immense spiritual power, clearly a technique of a spiritual master, far surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary mortal. Li Tianhuang scoffed disdainfully as the 61 Dan apertures within him resonated in unison, executing the profound dragon blade technique. Although this technique, akin to a spiritual master's skill, lacked the enhancement of spiritual power, it was capable of unleashing over 70 or 80% of its might. The blade's radiance surged forth like a silver dragon, roaring as it cleaved through the air. With a thunderous crash, it collided with the opponent's palm print, instantly shattering it. Your palm technique is nothing remarkable, Li Tianhuang remarked. Though he staggered back a couple of steps from the impact, Dong Hu retreated several paces, the encounter revealing that, despite both employing spiritual master techniques, the fire palm was inferior to the dragon blade technique. Dong Hu halted, his expression one of astonishment. How could this be? You, a mere waste. Do you think Zhang Yin and Lu Congjiang met their demise by mere chance? A mocking grin spread across Li Tianhuang's face as he pressed onward, relentless in his advance. Dong Hu, still oblivious, remained unaware that Zhang Yin and Lu Congjiang had perished at Li Tianhuang's hands on that chaotic battlefield. The soldiers of the Western K who witnessed Li Tianhuang slay the two had all but perished themselves. What are you all standing around for? Charge at him en masse and cut him down. Dong Hu's voice quivered with urgency as he barked orders while donning the clawed steel gauntlets at his waist. The Longchang Pass boasted nearly 8,000 troops. Even an ordinary minor spiritual master could not withstand the assault of 1,000 soldiers. Yet, at his command, the numerous soldiers of the Western K surrounding them trembled in fear, deterred by the 10 formidable puppets guarding Li Tianhuang, too frightened to march to their doom. You useless lot, what good are you to me? Dong Hu seethed in anger, launching an attack towards one of the puppets. The puppet, seemingly imbued with awareness, abruptly turned, wielding its blade with a flourish, and executed the dragon blade technique as well. Though devoid of consciousness, its prowess was formidable, cleaving directly toward Dong Hu. Boom, boom, boom. In the ensuing clash, neither side gained the upper hand. The puppet, under Li Tianhuang's mental command, deftly maneuvered to evade and retaliate, seamlessly employing the dragon blade technique. What is this, a puppet? Dong Hu finally discerned that the 10 towering figures beside Li Tianhuang emitted no spiritual energy, yet their strength was terrifying. Nevertheless, he had never encountered such lifelike and agile puppets. They moved as if they were living beings. Li Tianhuang remained silent. In his eyes, Dong Hu had long been reduced to mere fodder. He executed the cloud-soaring step, his figure flickering as he charged towards Dong Hu, accompanied by 10 puppets. Third Prince, let us discuss this calmly, Dong Hu stammered, retreating in panic. There is nothing to discuss. Since you delight in playing with slaves, I shall hasten your reincarnation, so that in your next life, you might aspire to be a lowly servant, Li Tianhuang retorted with a cold smirk, his battle blade descending in a swift arc as he engaged Dong Hu. Though Dong Hu donned steel gauntlets, they proved ineffective against Li Tianhuang. Coupled with the relentless assault of the puppets, he found himself without a moment's respite to evade. With a sickening sound, 2 arcs of blood traced through the air as Dong Hu's arms were severed from his body. I am the commander of Longchang Pass. The deaths of Zhang Yin and Lu Congjiang have already ignited the fury of the Western city. If you kill me today, war between the Western and Eastern realms is inevitable. Dong Hu threatened, his face contorted in agony. Li Tianhuang approached him step by step, speaking with indifference. What of war? Do you think I, Donglin, fear your Shichua? In an instant, a flash of blade light severed Dong Hu's head, sending it soaring. The soldiers of Shichua around them were instantly struck with horror. In less than a month, the 3rd commander of Longchang Pass had met his demise. Dong Hu had it coming, having harbored the general and persistently harassed Chimen Pass while keeping slaves. Had he appeared sooner and not been discovered by Li Tianhuang, those slaves might have spared him from death. Where is General Yulan? Li Tianhuang's gaze shifted to a nearby martial officer of Shichua. Since Dong Hu was not the highest authority at Longchang Pass, it was time to seek this Yulan. The officer trembled, pointing towards the direction of the commander's residence. General Yulan is currently in a secluded chamber within the estate, engaged in meditation. He does not permit anyone to disturb him. Li Tianhuang let out a light snort, displaying indifference as he strode directly towards the commander's mansion. Observing this, numerous soldiers from the Western Gate began to murmur among themselves. This fellow is doomed. He has slain so many of our comrades and still dares to seek out General Yulan. General Yulan is a master spiritualist, and to disturb him so recklessly could very well result in his demise at a mere flick of the wrist. The soldiers harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Li Tianhuang, their faces betraying expressions of schadenfreude. To them, it seemed that Li Tianhuang was devoid of common sense, audaciously attempting to intrude upon General Yulan, an act tantamount to courting death. For Li Tianhuang, having already dispatched numerous officers from Longchang Pass, it was likely that Fan Lin had already absconded with the supplies. At this juncture, he could easily withdraw unscathed, yet his objectives remained unfulfilled. He must meet with Yulan. Upon entering the commander's mansion, he was met with the watchful eyes of many soldiers from the western gate. Yet none dared to approach him. Li Tianhuang extended his consciousness, traversing the corridor and turning several corners, eventually arriving at the secluded courtyard where Yulan was in seclusion. Ever since Yulan arrived at Longchang Pass, he had remained within, seldom stepping outside, entrusting all matters to Dong Hu, while he devoted himself to profound cultivation. This indicated that he had reached a critical juncture in his practice, on the brink of a breakthrough. Hum. As Li Tianhuang approached, a faint hum resonated through the surrounding atmosphere. This was a formation, and Yulan was undoubtedly at a pivotal moment in his cultivation. The arrangement of the formation was intended to prevent disturbances. With a mere thought, Li Tianhuang began to scan the area, effortlessly extracting a small formation flag from a hidden corner. Given his understanding of formations, dismantling such a simple triggering formation was a trivial task. Accompanied by the hum, the entire formation collapsed with a resounding crash, and the forces of nature dissipated. Who dares to interrupt my cultivation? In the next moment, a furious shout erupted from within the courtyard. With a loud crash, the door of a room disintegrated into dust, and an elderly man clad in a martial robe, his hair ashen, stormed out, brimming with wrath. Li Tianhuang slowly pushed open the door and entered with an air of indifference. The old man turned his gaze towards Li Tianhuang, unable to suppress the anger etched on his face, and exclaimed, "Who are you? With such audacity?" "I am Li Tianhuang. You may have heard of me," came Li Tianhuang's succinct reply. From the moment he stepped into the courtyard, he had been quietly observing the elder known as Yulan. It appeared that he was indeed at a pivotal moment in his breakthrough, as the spiritual energy surrounding him was exceedingly dense. Judging by the strength of his aura, his cultivation level was likely that of a mid-stage minor spiritual master. Within the military camp, sheer strength did not always guarantee the wielding of power. Although Yulan was merely a mid-stage minor spiritual master, his lifelong experience in the military allowed him to ascend to the rank of general with relative ease. Chapter 66, An Agreement. Li Tianhuang? Yulan's expression shifted slightly, as a figure instantly sprang to mind. Was he not the deposed prince of the Eastern Immortal Kingdom? Moreover, during this period, the Qimen Pass and Longchang Pass had been embroiled in incessant conflicts, with Li Tianhuang's involvement evident. As Qi Jintian and several commanders had all perished by his hand, the intelligence had already been disseminated. How could Yulan possibly remain unaware? With a face clouded by fury and perplexity, Yulan inquired, "What brings you to my Longchang Pass? Have you come with an army to invade?" He had been in seclusion, and even if Longchang Pass faltered, he would not have been alerted. Li Tianhuang gazed at the somewhat flustered Yulan and, with a gentle smile, reassured her, "Do not be alarmed. It is only I who have come to speak with you." Yulan retorted sharply, "How can you disturb others' cultivation? This is akin to severing their roots." But what of Dong Hu? Instantly, she realized that since Li Tianhuang had come alone, he must be an envoy representing Qimen Pass. Yet, to meet with him, it was only proper for Dong Hu to extend the invitation. How could Li Tianhuang have barged in unaccompanied? At this moment, Yulan was utterly oblivious to the events transpiring outside. "General, you exaggerate. I merely dismantled the formation and did not launch a surprise attack." Li Tianhuang continued to chuckle lightly. "Had I truly intended to harm you, I would have ambushed you from the start, rather than merely disabling the triggering formation. A practitioner, once ambushed, faces dire consequences. The lightest fate is to lose their opportunity, becoming stagnant, while the gravest leads to madness and the destruction of their foundation." From a distance, a military officer bowed and reported, "General, Commander Dong has been slain." "What? Slain?" Yulan was taken aback, suddenly comprehending that Li Tianhuang was not merely visiting as an envoy. "You have audaciously eliminated 3 commanders of Longchang Pass. You, a worthless prince from the east. What gives you the audacity?" She cast a menacing glance at Li Tianhuang, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. Were it not for the successive deaths of the commanders, she would not have been dispatched to this place. Yet, she could never have anticipated that, even while stationed here, the adversary would dare to intrude alone and slay another commander, disrupting her cultivation in the process. "I have come solely to inform you to refrain from disturbing Qimen Pass unnecessarily, and furthermore, I intend to take away those Eastern citizens you have enslaved," Li Tianhuang stated. The abduction of Eastern citizens by Longchang Pass was sufficient to ignite war between the two nations. Utter nonsense. You seek death. Yulan's aura intensified as she advanced, brandishing a short blade aimed directly at Li Tianhuang. Swish. The blade merely sliced through the air, and Li Tianhuang evaded unscathed, effortlessly sidestepping her attack. Then there is no room for negotiation, Li Tianhuang declared, raising his battle blade and decisively launching a counterattack. Although Yulan was a general, she was merely a mid-level spirit master, aged and weakened, indicating her limited aptitude. After such an extended retreat, she had yet to achieve any breakthroughs. There was no room for discussion. The moment had turned to combat, and Li Tianhuang was acutely aware that unless he overpowered her with strength, Yulan would find it difficult to engage in a calm conversation. In an instant, the narrow courtyard was filled with the swift movements of the two figures. Swish, swish. Their weapons clashed, sending sparks flying, and several small trees in the courtyard were severed in half. Some rooms even suffered the destruction of half their walls. Outside, a multitude of soldiers from the western citadel stood in stunned silence, witnessing the terrifying power unleashed in the battle between spirit masters. Li Tianhuang's cultivation level is merely that of an early-stage Xuanwu master, with spiritual energy accumulated to 20 layers. However, relying on the strength of his physical body and the techniques of a spiritual master, coupled with the continuous infusion of spiritual energy from 61 Dan apertures, his peak combat power is formidable enough to rival that of a late-stage minor spiritual master. Thus, in his presence, Yulan poses no threat whatsoever. In a brief span, the two engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging hundreds of blows. Yulan, drenched in sweat, gazed at Li Tianhuang with astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief, "It is impossible. How can a mere waste be this powerful, exhibiting no signs of exhaustion?" Li Tianhuang secretly scoffed. It was not that he lacked consumption, but rather that his 61 Dan apertures were equivalent to the dantians of 6 ordinary individuals. The spiritual energy stored within was thus commensurate with that of 6 people, and its richness could not be depleted in a short span of time. Why would he have any cause for concern? Suddenly, a spray of blood erupted. Yulan's face turned pale, and in horror, he staggered backward, his right arm severed by Li Tianhuang's blade, blood staining a significant portion of his garments. Astonished, Yulan finally comprehended that Li Tianhuang's audacity to venture alone was rooted in absolute confidence. He was not courting death. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the western tower outside the courtyard stood with wide eyes, their faces etched with disbelief. Their general was, astonishingly, no match for Li Tianhuang. Li Tianhuang sheathed his battle blade, and then turned his gaze towards Yulan. "Shall we converse now?" he inquired. "How would you like to proceed with this discussion?" Yulan, having lost her arm, trembled in agony, her countenance reflecting her profound distress. Li Tianhuang pondered for a moment before stating, "From this moment forth, the Chimen Pass and the Longchong Pass shall refrain from mutual aggression. I offer you the chance to preserve your life, and will no longer hold previous grievances against you." Such terms are already exceedingly magnanimous, considering that Longchong Pass has consistently harassed Chimen Pass in the past. My decision to overlook these transgressions is a significant concession to you, Yulan. Should you refuse, it would be a display of utter insensitivity. You may inquire further. Chimen Pass does not cower. On the contrary, our current defensive capabilities far surpass those of Longchong Pass. Li Tianhuang reiterated. Yulan, with a serious expression, fell into deep contemplation. His present predicament was dire. He had no option but to acquiesce or face certain death. "Very well, I accept your terms. Henceforth, Longchong Pass shall cease all harassment of Chimen Pass." Yulan ultimately agreed. He had originally been a general with aspirations of departing from Longchong Pass, but with his arm severed, his future cultivation would undoubtedly be impeded. To achieve further breakthroughs, he would likely have to wait an extensive period. Until then, it seemed he would be unable to leave Longchong Pass. Li Tianhuang revealed a faint smile, expressing his hope that you would honor your words. "Should there be any breach, I shall be able to intrude once more. Having gained entry this time, it is inconceivable that I would not succeed in doing so again." To put it plainly, Longchong Pass is merely a modest fortress, incapable of competing with the vast metropolises boasting populations in the millions. By the way, the supplies you are to receive today have already been seized by me. Li Tianhuang turned and, after a moment's pause, spoke again before stepping out of the courtyard. Yulan's eyes widened in astonishment. This lesson had been profoundly impactful. Though her heart was ablaze with fury, she managed to suppress it. Li Tianhuang ultimately rescued the common folk from Donglin and led them safely past Longchong Pass, commanding a contingent of soldiers from the western gate to escort them with utmost care, an order they dared not disobey. As for Yulan, Li Tianhuang refrained from executing him, contemplating the future ramifications. Just as with Zhang Yan, Lu Songjiang, and Dong Hu, even should they perish. The royal family of the Western Gate would merely dispatch a new commander, who would inevitably provoke disturbances at Ximen Pass. The cycle would persist indefinitely. The vast territories of both nations are not lacking in personnel, and there will always be substitutes. The friction at the borders will never cease. It is far better to remain locked in a stalemate with a familiar adversary than to contend with an unfamiliar one. On the journey, Li Tianhuang met with the reinforcements dispatched by Fan Lin. Unsettled, Fan Lin had sent a small detachment of several hundred soldiers to guard the area outside Longchang Pass after the supplies were seized. The rescued citizens were promptly taken over by the Red Heart Army, who would arrange their resettlement upon their return. The Third Prince and other commanders from various fortresses had sent representatives and were currently in discussions with Commander Fan within the residence. Just upon entering Ximen Pass, a military officer approached, his expression tinged with urgency. "Is there a matter?" Li Tianhuang inquired, his gaze sharpening. This time, he had not sent a missive to Lufeng Pass requesting manpower and supplies. The arrival of these individuals unbidden certainly indicated other concerns. Chapter 67. Inconsistency within a grand hall. Several individuals sat leisurely sipping tea, their demeanor exuding an air of arrogance. In the central position, Fan Lin occupied a high-backed chair, continuously stroking his long beard. His gaze contemplative. Fan Luoying stood quietly behind him. "Commander Fan, I have heard tales of your past as a deserter, were it not for the Third Prince's promotion. You might have faced execution long ago," remarked a middle-aged man, setting down his teacup with indifference. Fan Lin directed his attention toward him. The man, robust and somewhat portly, was Kong Zhu, the current commander of Haishan Pass. Present alongside him were Tao Zongxi, the commander of Linfu Pass, Bai Hua, the son of the commander of Sanluo Pass, and a strategist named Ma Su from the Eagle Cry Pass commander's side. Of the 7 major fortresses, representatives from 4 had come. It was clear to Fan Lin that they had ulterior motives for their visit. Detecting the underlying mockery in Kong Zhu's words, he merely smiled and replied, "Commander Kong has misunderstood. During that battle, I merely became separated from the main force and later learned they had fallen into an ambush, leaving me as the sole survivor." Fan Lin spoke the truth. He had never been a deserter. Otherwise, Li Tianhuang would not have come to his aid years prior. "Ha ha ha. Commander Fan need not be anxious. I have no intention of dredging up past grievances. Our purpose in visiting today is solely to obtain the schematics for the artillery and anti-air crossbows from you. As fellow soldiers defending the frontier, I trust you would not be stingy in sharing this knowledge with us." Kong Zhu's smile was a mere facade, concealing a glimmer of avarice in his gaze. The Ximen Pass had frequently clashed with the enemy stronghold of Longchang, and Li Tianhuang had ingeniously developed powerful artillery and the rare air defense crossbows of the fortress. News of these advancements had long since spread across the 7 major passes. Even reaching the capital, such innovations inevitably stirred envy among certain individuals, including Kong Zhu and his associates. Nearby, Tao Zongxi, the commander of Lingfu Pass, a robust man, chimed in, "Indeed, Commander Fan, while the capital possesses artillery, air defense crossbows, and even the crafting methods for celestial vessels, our humble fortress has not been granted approval. This time, we must rely on you, Commander Fan, to share your insights with us. Commander Fan," he continued, "I come on my father's behalf, and it would be remiss of you to send us away empty-handed. I implore you to generously bestow your knowledge upon us." On the other side, Bai Hua, son of the commander of Sanluo Pass, and Ma Su, a strategist from Yingming Pass, echoed similar sentiments. Their intentions were straightforward: to acquire the methods for crafting artillery and air defense crossbows from Ximen Pass without offering anything in return, thus enhancing the defenses of their own fortresses and alleviating concerns about conflicts with enemy nations. Fan Lin appeared somewhat troubled, caught in a dilemma. Kong Zhu, jostling his ample belly, remarked, "If Commander Fan harbors any reservations, please voice them. We can exchange resources and manpower in return." Behind Fan Lin, the quietly observant Fan Luoying furrowed her brow, unable to bear the scene any longer. When Ximen Pass had sought their resources and manpower, these individuals had been as miserly as a penny-pinching miser. Now they sought to barter for their treasures, indeed a clever strategy. "Apologies, everyone, but my father cannot make that decision," Fan Luoying finally stated, her gaze resolute. "Cannot make that decision?" Kong Zhu's expression darkened, turning to Fan Lin. "You are the highest authority at Ximen Pass. Is there truly something beyond your control?" "Commander, this attitude seems rather uncooperative," Tao Zongxi added. There is no need to strain our relations so. Several of them expressed their displeasure, believing Fan Lin was unwilling to share the crafting methods. As the commander, he should have authority over everything pertaining to the fortress. There should be no such thing as being unable to make a decision. However, with a slight sigh, Fan Lin replied, "To be candid, it is not that I am unwilling. Obtaining the methods for artillery and air defense crossbows requires the consent of the third prince. The very same third prince who personally slew the fifth-generation immortal emperor, Li Huang? Humph. Waste. Disowned by the royal family. What is there to fear from him?" Kong Zhu and Tao Zongxi exclaimed in unison, their faces marred by dissatisfaction. It was indeed humiliating to see a worthless prince being treated with such deference by Fan Lin. Ma Su, taken aback, remarked, "I have heard he is formidable. Even after being stripped of his cultivation, he can still slay spirit masters. What of it? A rebellious offspring is still a rebellious offspring. Even if he possesses royal blood, he remains of inferior stock. How could he be entrusted with the secrets of creation?" Bai Hua is a striking young man, perhaps too youthful, which renders him somewhat indiscreet in his speech. Upon hearing such remarks, Fan Lin and Fan Luoying were immediately incensed. Li Huang is a person well understood by them, and they cannot endure such humiliation. I truly have no recourse. Perhaps it is best to wait until the third prince arrives before we proceed. Fan Lin's expression darkened as he turned his head away. Kong Zhu, narrowing his eyes, remarked with a faint smile, "Commander Fan, our paths in the service are still long. How can we allow such a person to impede us? I advise you to sever ties with him as soon as possible, for it would be beneficial to you." Fan Lin remained silent, fully aware that Kong Zhu intended for him to abandon Li Huang, thereby facilitating the acquisition of artillery and the methods for crafting anti-air crossbows from him. At that moment, who dares to speak ill of others behind their backs? Just then, Li Huang entered the hall, having overheard the discussions from afar. Kong Zhu and Tao Zongxi were momentarily taken aback, immediately turning their gazes toward Li Huang. Upon seeing him, Fan Lin's face lit up with joy. He had been deeply concerned since Li Huang had ventured alone to breach the Longchang Pass, and now, witnessing his safe return, he finally felt at ease. Similarly, Fan Luoying could not help but relax her brow, revealing a hint of a smile. Li Huang nodded slightly, aware that Fan Lin might still be oblivious to the fact that he had slain Dong Hu at Longchang Pass and rendered General Yulan one of his arms useless. As long as Yulan remained compliant, the atmosphere at Qimen Pass would be relatively tranquil in the future. His gaze swept around before settling on the four unfamiliar faces, and a faint cold smile appeared on Li Huang's lips as he inquired, "What brings you here?" "Ah, it is the third prince. We have specifically come to pay you a visit." Kong Zhu suddenly donned a cheerful demeanor, a broad smile illuminating her face. This abrupt transformation not only took Li Huang by surprise, but also left Fan Lin and his daughter, as well as Tao Zongxi and Ma Su, utterly astonished. Kong Zhu's swift change in attitude was perplexing. Only moments ago, she had scorned Li Huang and insulted him behind his back, yet upon encountering him in person, she adopted a demeanor of utmost respect. "Paying me a visit?" Li Huang offered no leniency, retorting with a cold laugh, "When I first arrived at Qimen Pass, I did not see you coming to pay your respects. Is it not rather late to seek refuge now?" Not late at all." Kong Zhu replied with a beaming smile as she rose to her feet. "Get lost." Li Huang suddenly barked a reprimand, his face stern as he fixed his gaze upon Kong Zhu, continuing, "You truly are a despicable creature, presenting one facade in public and another in private." Instantly, Kong Zhu felt a flush of embarrassment wash over her, rendered speechless by the scolding. "What do you mean by what? Do not presume that I am unaware. I have heard all your disparaging remarks just now." Li Huang's icy gaze swept across Tao Zongxi, Ma Su, Bai Hua, and others, his expression chillingly formidable. Chapter 68, A Decisive Refusal. Li Huang couldn't help but chuckle coldly within. Just a moment ago, he had been sowing discord before Fan Lin, and in the blink of an eye, his demeanor had completely transformed. Kong Zhu truly knew how to perform. As the esteemed commander of Haishangwan, "Do you dare to insult me as a mere pest?" Kong Zhu's face flushed with indignation, and she decided to drop the pretense altogether. Li Huang scoffed. "What does it matter if I am insulted? Whoever dares to criticize me shall receive my scorn in return. Li Huang, we merely speak the truth. Your patricide has led to your disownment by the royal family. What right do you have to flaunt your power here?" Tao Zongxi retorted, his eyes wide with indignation. Bai Hua also admonished, "Leave at once, and spare us the embarrassment of your presence." Li Huang fell into a brief silence. casting a sidelong glance at Baihua. His expression one of incredulity. He then spoke coolly. "This is Chimen Pass. It is you who should take your leave." Baihua, caught off guard, felt a surge of frustration. Kong Zhu's demeanor darkened, her aura shifting ominously. "You have been disavowed by the royal family. Do you dare to challenge me now?" she threatened. "Willing to fight? I welcome the challenge." Li Tianhuang emanated a palpable energy, and the atmosphere within the grand hall became charged with tension. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is my domain, Chimen Pass. Should you persist in your unreasonable behavior and show disrespect to Tianhuang, I would not hesitate to expel you all," Fan Lin proclaimed. Rising with an impassive countenance, clearly taking a stand, Kong Zhu, Tao Zongxi, and Baihua all paused, their faces reflecting their discontent. "Let us quell our tempers. There is no need for unnecessary conflict. We must prioritize the matter at hand," Ma Su interjected, swiftly attempting to mediate. He reminded them that Fan Lin had previously stated that obtaining the methods for crafting artillery and anti-air crossbows required Li Tianhuang's consent. If both parties continued to squabble, how could they hope to achieve their goals? Kong Zhu and Tao Zongxi exchanged glances, both turning their heads away in silent agreement. Ma Su then turned his attention back to Fan Lin, speaking amicably. "Leader Fan, let us not be obstinate. If we each concede a little, we could offer some resources in exchange for the crafting methods of the artillery and anti-air crossbows. What say you?" Kong Zhu, initially sullen, now brightened slightly, forcing a smile as she addressed Fan Lin. "We are all on the same side. Sharing valuable resources would only serve to better protect our borders." However, Fan Lin glanced at Li Tianhuang and reiterated, "I maintain my stance. You must secure Tianhuang's approval." Kong Zhu's expression turned to one of confusion. Why must the methods for those two constructions be solely attributed to Li Tianhuang? Li Tianhuang casually found a seat, crossed his legs, and languidly remarked, "I must apologize. But the methods for crafting artillery and anti-air crossbows are indeed personal to me. If you desire them, you must come to me with earnestness." In the next moment, the grand hall fell into a profound silence, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Kong Zhu's face twitched with suppressed emotion, his expression becoming increasingly vivid. Tao Zongxi, equally awkward, felt as though his feet might bore through the floor. Baihua and Ma Su exchanged glances, their eyes widening in astonishment. Earlier, Fan Lin had spoken in such a manner, and they had assumed he was intentionally dismissing them. Only now did they grasp the reality that the crafting blueprints might indeed rest in Li Tianhuang's possession, which he was reluctant to relinquish, leaving Fan Lin powerless. What Li Tianhuang asserted could not be false. Having once been a prince, it was entirely reasonable for him to possess such skills. In Guan City, acquiring precious resources from the main city could only be accomplished through formal approval. The formidable artillery and anti-air crossbows of Chimen Pass were likely sourced solely from Li Tianhuang. At this moment, the expressions of the gathered individuals towards Li Tianhuang began to shift. Kong Zhu, facing Li Tianhuang, forced a smile and said, "Third Prince, our request for the crafting methods is not for selfish gain. We hope you can consider the greater good and share the blueprints." Tao Zongxi added, "Indeed, Third Prince. With the continuous friction at the border between our two nations, the absence of effective protection will only lead to more loss of life. Third Prince, I apologize for my earlier indiscretion." Baihua rose respectfully, bowing to Li Tianhuang, shedding his previously arrogant demeanor. Ma Su slightly cupped his fists towards Li Tianhuang, stating, "Kong Commander speaks truly. Our intentions are not selfish. We are all concerned for the greater good." The four men altered their attitudes, turning to face Li Tianhuang with expressions of entreaty. "Ah, now you consider the greater good, after you sought to expel me not long ago?" Li Tianhuang scoffed, a smirk of derision gracing his features. Ma Su interjected, "It is merely a misunderstanding. We had no such intention." "There is no misunderstanding. I shall not part with the methods. You may as well return," Li Tianhuang retorted. Li Tianhuang waved his hand dismissively, signaling them to cease their pretentious displays. Their insincerity was repugnant to him. Did they truly believe him to be a naive child, easily deceived? The individuals before him spoke of grand strategies, yet their underlying motives were predominantly selfish. The frontier stronghold was one of the most precarious regions, if all were as impregnable as Chimen Pass. The officers and commanders within would find themselves indulging in frivolity, utterly devoid of purpose. While sharing designs for artillery and anti-aircraft crossbows might prove advantageous in the short term, it would not ensure lasting stability. The celestial kingdom of the West would inevitably discover a means to breach their defenses. After all, the higher the virtue, the greater the malevolence. If you desire to fortify your own citadel, you may well petition the main city to address these concerns. They will certainly weigh the pros and cons. If necessary, sending envoys to learn is not out of the question. Why then, must you come here, groveling for assistance? Furthermore, I previously reached out, seeking to borrow personnel and resources from you, only to be met with outright refusal. Now you arrive empty-handed at Chimen Pass, demanding favors. Who do you think you are? Li Tianhuang distinctly remembered that Fan Lin's previous letters had vanished into the void, receiving no response. Only a portion of personnel and supplies had been dispatched from Xiangzi Pass and Chongling Pass, yet neither had the courage to approach him. Kong Zhu's facial muscles twitched. Unable to maintain her composure, her chest heaving with indignation. Li Tianhuang, do you truly refuse to divulge the method of forging? The expressions of the others darkened, as if shrouded in shadows. I refuse, Li Tianhuang replied resolutely. Kong Zhu pointed an accusatory finger at him, her face flushed with anger. In that case, we shall not disturb you further. Tao Zongxi, feeling the weight of embarrassment, could no longer endure the atmosphere and rose to exit the grand hall. Li Tianhuang, you will come to regret this. Baihua displayed a menacing glare towards Li Tianhuang before following Tao Zongxi out. A soft sigh escaped Ma Su as he too rose to depart. This predicament stemmed from their own mismanagement, having offended Li Tianhuang. How could they expect to gain any advantage? The grand hall was left with only Kong Zhu, who, despite her unwillingness to accept the situation, clenched her teeth and made her way outside. Commander Fan, as a token of gratitude for the earlier assistance from Xiangzi Pass and Chongling Pass, please send 20 cannons and 5 anti-air crossbows, Li Tianhuang instructed Fan Lin. Upon hearing this, Kong Zhu, who had just reached the entrance of the grand hall, nearly stumbled over the threshold. While Xiangzi Pass and Chongling Pass had not sent anyone, Li Tianhuang was able to bestow cannons and anti-air crossbows, yet they, who had come personally, received not even a kind word. Li Tianhuang is such a person. He reciprocates kindness with kindness, embodying the principle of mutual respect. Conversely, for individuals like Kong Zhu and others, he is under no obligation to extend his generosity. Very well, I shall attend to this matter immediately, Fan Lin responded, rising to take his leave. Within the grand hall, only Li Tianhuang and Fan Luoying remained. The 4 who had come were forced to retreat in disgrace due to Li Tianhuang's resolute rejection. Such audacity is truly intolerable. How could such individuals exist? A look of disdain marred Fan Luoying's delicate features as she expressed her dissatisfaction with the behavior displayed by those recent visitors. With a pure heart, she felt compelled to advocate for Li Tianhuang. They verbally insult you, trample upon your dignity, yet still seek to profit from you. What a farce this world presents. Given Li Tianhuang's temperament, it is miraculous that he refrained from resorting to violence. However, having just returned from Lanchong Pass, where many had already fallen by his hand, he preferred to avoid further conflict, lest Kong Zhu and Tao Zongxi experience the sting of his fists. Yet, after this encounter, the 4 cities beyond Xiangzi Pass and Chongling Pass would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards Li Tianhuang, potentially plotting revenge in the future. There was no need to stoop to their level. It was better to discuss the requirements for the Yunwu Hall assessment. Li Tianhuang, unfazed, inquired of Fan Luoying. Are you prepared? Fan Luoying furrowed her graceful brows and replied. The standards for accepting students into Yunwu Hall stipulate that candidates must be under 18 years of age and possess the strength of a Xuanwu warrior. I am 17 this year, but my cultivation level is merely that of a great martial artist. I still have some way to go. Oh, Li Tianhuang responded nonchalantly. Indeed, the criteria for admission to Yunwu Hall are quite stringent. After all, it is a military academy of the Immortal Kingdom, far more rigorous than those of the various sects of the martial world. Graduates from Yunwu Hall are destined to become the pillars of the Immortal Kingdom, either generals or chancellors. Thus, mediocrity will not be tolerated. During this period, Fan Luoying had been diligently honing her skills, aspiring to reach the level of a Xuanwu warrior before the assessment at Yunwu Hall. The requirement for the assessment is not merely to achieve the cultivation level of a Xuanwu warrior, but to possess the capability of one. If you can defeat a Xuanwu warrior while still at the great martial artist stage, would you not fulfill the criteria? Li Tianhuang asserted. As he himself is a Xuanwu warrior and has just turned 18, he meets the requirements perfectly. I am not certain. It seems improbable to fight beyond 1S level. Fan Luoying replied, her voice hesitant and lacking conviction. Li Tianhuang smiled faintly, unperturbed by the impending assessment at the Cloud Martial Hall, which was still half a month away. He advised that she diligently practice the Shadow Flicker Fist and the falling cherry sword technique. Engaging in battles beyond one's current level should pose no issue. The lack of profound cultivation was inconsequential, for as long as one mastered the superior martial arts, they could remain invincible. However, Fan Luoying's delicate face paled slightly. As she believed Li Tianhuang was jesting, not everyone could contend against opponents of a higher tier. Only Li Tianhuang, with the memories of his past life and the support of profound techniques, found such escalated battles as effortless as eating and drinking. For others, unless they were extraordinary talents, such aspirations were utterly unattainable. After a moment's contemplation, Li Tianhuang seemed to recognize this disparity. He picked up a pen and paper from the nearby table, beginning to sketch. Moments later, he presented a diagram to Fan Luoying. It was an illustration of the meridian circulation. If she trained according to this diagram and utilized the marrow-cleansing pills and body-refining powders, within 7 days, her physical strength would significantly improve. At that point, with mastery of both the Shadow Flicker Fist and the Falling Cherry Sword technique, engaging in battles beyond her current level should pose no challenge, he assured her. While ordinary martial arts also featured meridian circulation diagrams, Li Tianhuang's rendition was notably more ingenious, capable of enhancing the speed of bone refinement. During the time spent teaching Fan Luoying the Falling Cherry Sword technique, Li Tianhuang discerned that her aptitude was exceptional, possibly indicative of a unique constitution. However, lacking a suitable technique to hone her foundation, he refrained from sharing the 9 Heaven Star technique, opting instead to provide this meridian circulation diagram. Fan Luoying scrutinized the diagram, and upon discovering its many clever nuances, her beautiful eyes sparkled with enlightenment. It was as if she had received a revelation, her thoughts suddenly becoming clear. Truly, he was the prince of the celestial kingdom, possessing wisdom surpassing that of ordinary individuals. She attributed this to his royal lineage, yet in reality, the exquisite cultivation techniques preserved within the royal treasury of the Eastern Celestial Kingdom were but a fraction of the 9 Heaven Star techniques' worth. For Fan Luoying, her entrance into the Cloud Martial Hall was aimed at broadening her career prospects and bringing glory to her family. Her father was merely a minor commander of the Chimen Pass, and she aspired to become a general in her own right. Li Tianhuang entered the Yunwu Palace solely in pursuit of abundant cultivation resources. Accused of patricide and stripped of his royal title, his only recourse, until he could exonerate himself, was to enhance his strength and preserve his life. After all, in the face of absolute power, all malevolent forces are rendered powerless. In the ensuing days, Fan Luoying devoted herself entirely to her cultivation. Indeed, as Li Tianhuang had asserted, she followed the meridian operation diagram for her training. With the aid of marrow-cleansing pills and body-tempering powders, her physical strength underwent a remarkable transformation in less than 5 days. Subsequently, she practiced diligently at night and honed her skills in the Swift Shadow Fist and the Falling Cherry Sword technique during the day, experiencing a rapid and bountiful enhancement in her capabilities. As for Li Tianhuang, his primary focus remained on cultivation, particularly on opening up his dantian, the lower one's cultivation level. The quicker one could achieve this, conversely, a higher level would only slow the process. Throughout this half-month, the Chimen Pass remained exceptionally tranquil. Ever since Li Tianhuang had single-handedly stormed the Longchang Pass, instilling fear in General Lan, the Longchang Pass had become as passive as a pickled radish. Ceasing all disturbances towards the Chimen Pass, General Lan, having lost an arm and stagnated in his cultivation, found his stay at the Longchang Pass indefinitely prolonged. Coupled with a deep-seated fear of Li Tianhuang, he dared not provoke the Chimen Pass lightly. Among their allies, the Xiangzi Pass and the Chongling Pass maintained close communication with Fan Lin after receiving 20 artillery pieces and 5 anti-air crossbows from the Chimen Pass, fostering a harmonious relationship characterized by frequent exchanges of resources to compensate for deficiencies. Meanwhile, the Haishan Pass, Yingming Pass, Linfu Pass, and Sinluo Pass could only look on enviously, embroiled as they were in ongoing conflicts with other outposts of the Shichue Immortal Kingdom. In the final days, Fan Luoying fulfilled expectations and, leveraging her formidable martial prowess, achieved a stalemate in sparring with her father, Fan Lin, a Xuanwu martial artist. This parity with a Xuanwu martial artist evidenced her acquisition of equivalent strength. Central to her success was the meridian operation diagram provided by Li Tianhuang, which not only propelled her to the pinnacle of martial prowess but also endowed her physical form with capabilities that surpassed her peers. Additionally, her mastery of the Swift Shadow Fist and the Falling Cherry Sword technique further solidified her formidable strength, making it nearly impossible for her prowess not to ascend. After a period of diligent cultivation, Li Tianhuang attained the mid-level of the Xuanwu realm, with his spiritual energy now layered to 22 levels. Although his progress was modest, he had successfully opened 11 Dan apertures, bringing his total to 108 cultivation points, of which 72 had been transformed into Dan apertures, equivalent to 7 standard dantians, resulting in a denser essence of spiritual energy. Even in ordinary meditation, he could feel a rich vitality circulating through his mouth and nose. He had 2 remaining golden yuan Dan, sufficient for a single session of cultivation. However, he remained unhurried, confident that once he entered the Yunwu Hall, he could utilize resources to refine superior elixirs. On this day, Li Tianhuang organized his personal belongings, preparing to set off for Xinyuwang City with Fan Luoying. His current possessions amounted to only a few thousand spiritual stones and several hundred low-grade spirit stones, enough to fill several large boxes. Fortunately, the Chi Soul No. 8 could assist him in storing everything, alleviating concerns about carrying his belongings. Nevertheless, Fan Lin still equipped both him and Fan Luoying with a personal storage pouch. The narrative mentions the novel can be downloaded via the open-source Starstring downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain the novel file through alternative downloads and the vendor did not provide the software source code or an open-source address, please seek a refund and report the vendor. Author email, xingyuoutlook.com. Author QQ 201-759-3710. Official QQ Group 149050832. Official TG Group https Me FQ Tool Chapter 70 Rising Doubts. Immortals wielding the Qian Kuan transfer technique can create spatial treasures, each varying in size and value. Storage pouches represent the most basic form, while the storage ring previously held by Bu Qingqian exemplifies a higher-grade spatial treasure. Regardless of the type, all spatial treasures require spirit stones for purchase, and ordinary martial artists cannot acquire them, with only spirit masters possessing any economic capability. The 2 storage pouches in Fan Lin's possession were discovered while inventorying Qi Tian's personal items, making them relatively precious within the confines of this small Chiman Pass. As Li Tianhuang and Fan Luoying prepared to journey to Xinyuwang City, a distant destination, carrying many items became impractical, prompting Fan Lin to provide these pouches. Accepting the storage pouches graciously, Li Tianhuang prepared his belongings, and the 2 mounted their sturdy steeds, setting forth towards the main city. With the Chiman Pass now securely defended, Fan Lin was more than capable of managing it alone. The Zongxing Star is home to only 2 major nations, with one to the east, the Stin Nation, and the other to the west, the Xuan Nation. The remaining territories are lawless, populated either by fierce creatures or various sects of the martial world. This configuration has persisted for millennia, maintaining a semblance of stability, if not peace. As long as no extraterrestrial forces intervene, the Zongxing Star will continue to exist in its current state. As dusk descended, the 2 had been riding for a day without respite, having bypassed numerous inns and small towns. Now, as night approached and a vast primordial forest loomed ahead, they decided to halt, leading their horses into the dense woods. Traveling at night posed challenges, so they opted to rest until dawn before resuming their journey. Fan Luoying inquired of Li Tianhuang. Indeed, the second-tier bloodhorn horses were rather feeble. Unable to endure a continuous journey, it was time they were allowed to rest. Li Tianhuang nodded in agreement, recognizing that if they pressed on, the horses might not withstand the strain, and there was also the danger of encountering bandits. Although enduring for another 2 hours would bring them to the main city, the gates would be closed at night, leaving them no choice but to wait until dawn. The 2 tethered their horses to the tree trunks, one went to gather grass while the other fetched water. They exchanged no words, yet their unspoken understanding reflected a remarkable synergy, akin to that of a devoted couple. Li Tianhuang, however, did not dwell too much on his thoughts. His decision to accompany Fan Luoying was solely influenced by Fan Lin. When they set off during the day, Fan Lin sought his assistance, requesting that he look after his daughter. Acknowledging the bond they shared, Li Tianhuang felt it was inappropriate to refuse and promised to ensure her safety. Fan Lin's wife had passed away during childbirth, leaving him to raise Fan Luoying alone. Naturally, he wished for her well-being. As for Fan Luoying, this was her first venture away from her father's protection, instilling a sense of trepidation within her. She instinctively regarded Li Tianhuang as her sole support, yet the suspicion surrounding him regarding patricide rendered her unable to fully trust him, resulting in an internal conflict of hesitation and complexity. As darkness enveloped the sky, a bright moon ascended. In the distant mountains, the occasional low growl of demonic beasts echoed, sending a chilling shiver down the spine. Li Tianhuang ignited a campfire and began to roast the prey he had casually caught. Across from him, Fan Luoying sat quietly, her gaze occasionally piercing through the flames to observe Li Tianhuang, her expression a tapestry of complexity. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Could he possibly harbor ulterior motives against me in this moment? However, she quickly shook her head, chiding herself. Oh, Fan Luoying, how could you entertain such notions? Have you forgotten that he once saved your life? Does he resemble a villain with a parricidal intent? In mere moments, her mind danced with countless thoughts. It was only when the rich aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air that she jolted back to reality, her gaze fixing upon a piece of golden, glistening meat that had been placed before her. Don't be polite, Li Tianhuang remarked with an odd expression. Fan Luoying raised an eyebrow slightly, accepted the meat, and dismissed all lingering doubts, sinking her teeth into a generous bite and savoring it slowly. Instantly, her palate was awakened, and the weariness of the day evaporated. This is delicious. What spices did you use? Fan Luoying's beautiful eyes sparkled, completely forgetting her earlier wariness. I could explain, but you wouldn't understand. Just eat, Li Tianhuang replied, biting into a substantial piece himself, seemingly unfazed by Fan Luoying's bewildered expression. Having once been a respected culinary connoisseur, he found roasted meat rather unremarkable. Just as they were leisurely indulging in the delectable feast, Li Tianhuang's demeanor suddenly shifted. He sprang to his feet. What's wrong? Fan Luoying asked, momentarily taken aback. Hide, Li Tianhuang uttered tersely, discarding the meat from his hand and extinguishing the fire with a few swift kicks. Fan Luoying remained bewildered, the surrounding light abruptly dimming to an impenetrable darkness. She felt a firm grip take hold of her hand, pulling her into the nearby thicket. In the next moment, a heavy breath approached from afar, drawing closer. Li Tianhuang tilted his head and beheld a woman hastily approaching, her demeanor frantic and her eyes glinting with a chilling light beneath the night sky. Suddenly, the sound of thundering hooves echoed behind her. A majestic steed surged forward, positioning itself directly in front of the woman, while several others swiftly encircled her. What do you want? The woman, unable to discern their faces, spoke with evident trepidation. Haha, what do we want? Out here in the desolate wilderness, under the cover of darkness, you, a solitary woman, are simply inviting our attention. From atop the horses, a cacophony of lewd laughter erupted from several men, their mirth exceedingly lascivious. The woman's countenance darkened, and she quickly retorted, I advise you not to provoke me. I am the daughter of the prefect of Tianfeng City, and should you offend me, my father will not let you escape unscathed. Who would believe such a tale? The daughter of a prefect, wandering alone in this desolate place? A young man's face was etched with skepticism, hidden in the shadows. Li Tianhuang's expression shifted upon hearing that voice, which struck him as strangely familiar. He cautiously peered out, his pupils narrowing as he employed a basic ocular technique, enabling him to discern non-reflective objects in the dark. This technique was taxing on the mind, yet a brief moment could be managed without significant strain. In the dimness, Li Tianhuang made out the faces of all present. The men on horseback appeared youthful, and one in particular, he recognized instantly as Baihua, the son of the commander of Sanluo Pass. The others were unfamiliar, though their disheveled appearances suggested they had endured a long journey. The woman, at the center of this ominous circle, clutched a package close to her, her demeanor somewhat enchanting yet marred by palpable anxiety. Why not entertain us tonight, my dear? Come morning, we shall escort you into the city, Baihua suggested leisurely, his gaze rife with depravity. Why complicate matters? Once we're satisfied, we can simply eliminate her. If we take her into the city, it could tarnish our reputation, and we cannot afford that as we aim to enter the Yunwu Hall. Anlin is correct. Such deeds must leave no trace, for regret will come too late. The others chimed in, dismounting their steeds and advancing toward the woman with deliberate slowness. Baihua also descended from his horse, a smirk on his face as he said, Gentlemen, fret not. I merely wish to coax this young lady into cooperation. I would never allow her to see the dawn. With that, he joined the others. Under the moonlight, for silhouettes loomed ominously, revealing their true forms as they advanced menacingly toward the solitary woman. You vile beasts, if you dare to come closer, I shall take you down with me. The woman, retreating in haste, instinctively drew a short dagger from her waist, holding it across her chest, exuding an aura of determination to face death. Baihua sneered. With your meager strength, do you truly believe you can perish alongside us? I advise you to save your efforts, submit to us, and serve us well, and perhaps we shall grant you a chance at survival. The audacity of this young lady to resist was intriguing. I do relish such defiance. Let us rend her garments and suspend her from a tree. I wonder how she shall resist then. The 4 men, their eyes filled with lewd intent, rolled up their sleeves, their gazes fixated on the woman like famished wolves preparing to pounce upon her, intent on committing unspeakable acts. Bai Hua. In the thicket, Li Tianhuang narrowed his eyes. Among these men is Bai Hua? I overheard someone call out in lawn. Could it be Kong Zhu's son, Kong Anlin? Fan Luoying appeared somewhat skeptical and added, if Kong Anlin is with Bai Hua, then the other 2 must undoubtedly be the Gu brothers. The Gu family? Li Tianhuang turned to Fan Luoying. She nodded slightly and whispered, Kong Anlin is the son of the commander of Haishan Pass. Bai Hua is the son of the commander of Saluo Pass. And the Gu brothers, one is Gu Zhan and the other Gu Bin, are the sons of the commander of Yingming Pass. According to my father, their fathers frequently interacted, which influenced their close ties since childhood. They are likely here to participate in the Yunwu Temple assessment. Ah no. Just then, the woman surrounded by the 4 men let out a piercing scream, accompanied by the sound of her garments being torn. Kong Anlin and Bai Hua had already laid hands on her. Anger flickered across Fan Luoying's face as she turned to Li Tianhuang, exclaiming, this is dire. The woman is in danger. We must act to save her. No need, Li Tianhuang replied calmly, rejecting her plea despite her evident distress. Fan Luoying was taken aback, her expression a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. She had not anticipated that Li Tianhuang would choose to stand idly by in such a situation, mistaking his calmness for cowardice. Her expression hardened, her delicate features cloaked in frost. If you will not go, then I shall, she declared, rising to make her way outside. Li Tianhuang wished to intervene, yet he was a step too late. Fan Luoying emerged from the thicket, pointing at the wrongdoers and shouting, halt. You ruffians dare to commit such acts under the broad daylight. Upon hearing her words, Kong Anlin and Bai Hua were taken aback, ceasing their actions and turning to face Fan Luoying. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be the daughter of Fan Lin. Bai Hua remarked with a hint of mockery in his eyes. The others felt a wave of relief. Kong Anlin, and realization, said, so it's Fan Luoying, the daughter of the commander of Chimen Pass. This is our first encounter, and I must say, she is quite comely. We weren't seeking you, yet you have delivered yourself right into our grasp. Is this not akin to a lamb walking into a tiger's den? What a stroke of luck tonight. A delightful 2-for-1 deal. Gu Bin couldn't help but snicker. Humph. When we sought the crafting methods from Chimen Pass, your father heartlessly refused us. Now, you dare to meddle in our affairs? We shall settle both old and new scores. Bai was snorted derisively, saying, brothers, this wench is a rare find. I've long desired to have her, and tonight, she must not escape. This woman is mine to claim first. None of you shall contest me. Kong Anlin's eyes glimmered with lascivious intent. With that, the group discarded the daughter of the county governor of Tianfeng City, turning their focus to Fan Luoying. A pack of beasts, you seek your demise. Fan Luoying's delicate brows furrowed as she suddenly drew her sword from her waist. Yet, she quickly realized that she might not be a match for the 4 before her, a hint of panic crossing her face. With just you alone. Who lives and who dies is still uncertain. The group of Kong Anlin had also unsheathed their weapons, their auras spilling forth. Ahem, my apologies. But I am here as well. At that moment, Li Tianhuang stepped forward helplessly, clearing his throat with an air of nonchalance. Li Tianhuang? Bai Hua exclaimed. Taken aback upon seeing him, Kong Anlin and the others frowned, clearly surprised by Li Tianhuang's unexpected presence. Behind them, the anxious woman revealed a look of astonishment, realizing that, aside from Fan Luoying, there was yet another individual present. Li Tianhuang crossed his arms over his chest, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the woman in the distance. He then addressed the group before him, warning them to depart swiftly, lest they find themselves in peril and regret their decision not to heed his counsel. Li Tianhuang, you parricidal wretch, a discarded waste already disowned by the royal family, how dare you interfere? You must be weary of living, sneered Kong Anlin, his disdain palpable. We 4 stand united. You cannot possibly contend with us. I advise you to mind your own business, added Bai Hua. They believed Li Tianhuang was merely issuing a threat. But to them, he was nothing more than a useless individual. Despite his formidable physical prowess capable of vanquishing a spirit master, they were confident in their own strength. And together, they could easily defeat him. I have warned you, if you choose to remain, I cannot be held responsible, Li Tianhuang shrugged nonchalantly. What a charade. Who do you think you're frightening? Kong Anlin's face twisted in disgust as he summoned his cultivation, a profound surge of spiritual energy emanating from within him. enveloping the surroundings with an overwhelming aura. A spirit master? Fan Luoying's face turned pale, clearly taken aback. It was astonishing to discover that Kong Zhu's son, Kong Anlin, possessed such extraordinary talent as a spirit master. Li Tianhuang's expression shifted slightly. It was evident that Kong Anlin was not to be underestimated. The few individuals who dared to bully virtuous young women in this place, showing no fear of him, clearly relied on their association with one another. Ha ha ha. Did you not expect this? Our brother Anlin is a spirit master. I ask you, who among you here can rival him? Gu Zhan and Gu Bin, the two brothers, laughed boisterously, with Gu Bin pointing at Li Tianhuang and taunting, "Wretch, kneel and apologize at once. I wish to witness what it feels like to beg for mercy from a prince." Still not kneeling? Baihua added with a smug grin. Li Tianhuang furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a surge of anger from such humiliation. Kong Anlin, do you think you are the only spirit master here? We have 2 spirit masters present, Li Tianhuang remarked calmly. Upon hearing this, the others were momentarily taken aback and turned to glance around. They suspected that there might be another powerful figure concealed nearby. Kong Anlin extended his consciousness, scanning every blade of grass and tree around them, yet despite his efforts, they could not detect any hidden presence. With no one else in the shadows and Li Tianhuang being a mere powerless individual, it became evident that he was merely attempting to intimidate them. It appeared that Kong Anlin was the only spirit master present. Fan Luoying also felt perplexed. She was most aware of whether there were other spirit masters concealed nearby. Just then, a sudden and jarring sound pierced the air. Everyone was startled and immediately turned to look. Behind them, a dagger had already pierced Gu Bin's chest, wielded by the seemingly frail woman whom they had previously bullied. At this moment, the delicate woman exuded a sinister charm as her slender hand glided down Gu Bin's shoulder to his chest. The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. This was no longer a delicate hand. The alabaster fingers suddenly thickened at the joints, and sharp claws emerged at the fingertips, resembling the talons of a malevolent creature. With a swift motion, the hand plunged deep into Gu Bin's chest. "Ah, brother, save me!" Gu Bin cried out in terror, unable to move, desperately calling for Gu Zhan. But soon, his voice fell silent as his skin and flesh withered at a visible pace, transforming into a mere skeleton in the blink of an eye. Chapter 72. Blood Demon Spirit Refining Technique. The scene unfolded too abruptly for anyone to react. The woman standing behind Gu Bin radiated an aura of malevolence, as waves of energy emanated from her palm, exhibiting a formidable power of absorption that rapidly drained the life force from Gu Bin's body. His eyes bulged in horror, trembling uncontrollably as the claws embedded in his chest locked onto his heart's pulse. In mere moments, the woman had siphoned away all of Gu Bin's essence, leaving him a lifeless husk on the ground. "Ah, what a delightful feeling of fullness," the woman said, a wicked grin spreading across her alluring face as she licked the blood from her hand and gazed at the others. "You are truly despicable, always seeking something new and neglecting my presence entirely." Kong Anlin and Baihua both gasped in shock, their eyes fixated on the woman. The unexpected turn of events left them momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. "Brother." Gu Zhan looked at the fallen Gu Bin. His eyes filled with horror and anguish. The bond between the two brothers was strong, and they had journeyed together to Xianyuwang City for the Yunwu Hall recruitment examination. Little did he expect that his brother would meet such a tragic fate at this moment, leaving him at a loss for how to explain it to their family. "You seek death." Gazing upon the woman, Gu Zhan's face was etched with murderous intent. He drew his sword from his waist, and an explosive surge of energy enveloped him. In a series of swift movements, he advanced under the moonlight, the chill gleaming ominously from his blade as he swung it towards her. "Am I seeking death? Shouldn't it be you who is courting demise?" The woman uttered with a cold laugh. In the next instant, an aura of malevolence emanated from her, visibly blooming in dark crimson beneath the moon's glow. A formidable spiritual force radiated around her, exuding the authority of a powerful being. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed through the air as the woman extended her hand, astonishingly catching Gu Zhan's descending blade from afar. Fan Luoying, witnessing this, gasped in disbelief. When had the woman become so formidable? Especially that hand. What method had she employed to forge it so impenetrable that it could catch a blade unarmed? In this desolate wilderness, I harbor no grievances against you, yet you seek to perpetrate vile acts upon me. Pray tell, who truly deserves death? The woman asserted, her arm tightening as she seized Gu Zhan's weapon, lifting him effortlessly by the throat. Fear overtook Gu Zhan's features, no matter how hard he struggled. He could not escape her grip. Crack! A sharp sound rang out as she crushed his neck, her nails sinking deeply into his flesh. His vital energy drained rapidly from the wound, merging into the palm of the woman. In mere moments, Gu Zhan's face twisted in a blend of despair and regret as his body withered, transforming into a mere skeleton. Swish, swish. Two figures darted forward. Mounting their steeds, it was Kong Anlin and Bai Hua. Sensing the dire turn of events, they lashed their whips against their horses' flanks, urging them to flee into the distance. At that moment, they chose not to rescue Gu Zhan but to escape. Kong Anlin, a spiritual master, could perceive that the woman radiated an aura several times more potent than his own. He realized he stood no chance against her, especially in light of the dark sorcery she wielded, which sent shivers down his spine. Their decision to flee proved exceedingly wise. The woman did not pursue them. Instead, she called out with a chilling smile, "I shall remember you too. We will meet again soon." Upon hearing this, Bai Hua, racing through the moonlit night, nearly tumbled from his horse. The woman was terrifying, her malevolence palpable. He had no desire to encounter her a second time. A spiritual master? At this moment, Fan Luoying's complexion turned pale as she stared aghast at the woman. It dawned on her that the second spiritual master present was the very evil woman before her. She now understood why Li Tianhuang had prevented her from leaving. He had seen through the woman's disguise long before. Reflecting on it now, Li Tianhuang's caution was indeed well placed. While she had mistakenly perceived him as timid and unwilling to intervene. At this juncture, the woman turned, her piercing gaze fixated upon Fan Luoying. Truly a case of incompetence. Do you realize you have thwarted my plans? The woman's eyes were filled with deep resentment. Had it not been for Fan Luoying intervening just moments ago, she believed she would have succeeded, and Kong Anlin and Bai Hua would not have managed to escape. However, her gaze soon softened as she sweetly remarked, "In light of your willingness to stand up for me, I shall not hold it against you." Despite this, under her scrutinizing gaze, Fan Luoying felt a chill run down her spine. Instinctively, she retreated behind Li Tianhuang, gripping his arm tightly, and asked in astonishment, "What manner of demon are you?" "I have already stated that I am the daughter of the county magistrate of Tianfeng City." The woman now exuded a charm that starkly contrasted with her previous demeanor as a virtuous lady. The blood demon refinement technique. This should be an exclusive cultivation method of the blood refinement sect. I cannot ascertain whether you are indeed the daughter of the county magistrate of Tianfeng City, but I know for certain that you are a disciple of the blood refinement sect. At that moment, Li Tianhuang suddenly regained his composure and revealed the woman's identity. The blood refinement sect is a well-known faction within the Eastern Celestial Kingdom, and the blood demon refinement technique is a legacy cultivation method of the sect, notorious for its malevolent nature and widely criticized by all. For many years, various forces have sought to topple the blood refinement sect under the banner of righteousness. However, due to its stringent regulations, the sect has only grown stronger, establishing itself as a formidable power. This knowledge was gleaned from the memories of Li Tianhuang's predecessor, allowing him to instantly recognize the technique the woman had previously employed. "I never expected, esteemed prince of the Celestial Kingdom, that you possess such insight," the woman said, glancing at Li Tianhuang, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. She did not deny it, instead nodding in agreement. "Indeed, I am a disciple of the blood refinement sect, but I have not lied. I am also the daughter of the county magistrate of Tianfeng City. Do not tell me that disciples from sects are prohibited from participating in the Yunwu Palace examinations. The Eastern Celestial Kingdom has no such regulation, and in fact, it encourages the integration of sects into the military," Li Tianhuang replied calmly. "That is reassuring. Could you truly be the exiled prince spoken of in tales?" The woman's expression brightened considerably as she moved closer to Li Tianhuang, scrutinizing him with keen interest. Li Tianhuang, unperturbed, gazed at her with a detached expression and remarked, "As a disciple of the blood refinement sect, are you not aware that your recent actions could bring unnecessary trouble to your sect? The existence of the blood refinement sect is already mired in controversy, and many factions would relish the opportunity to seize upon any misstep. In this place, only you can discern my affiliation with the blood refinement sect. As long as you remain silent, who would ever know?" The woman, seemingly unfazed, turned aside to lead a steed and continued, "Moreover, those few individuals wronged me first. Retribution is only just. It is only fitting that I took their lives. Is it not?" Upon hearing her words, Fan Luoying, who had previously harbored some resentment towards the woman's actions, felt a sense of relief. The realm of the immortal kingdom differs from the world of martial arts. It adheres to strict laws, and taking a life is indeed a crime. while the martial world upholds the principle of karma. I am Shang Shui, an inner disciple of the blood refinement sect. I hope to meet you at the assessment in the Cloud Martial Hall tomorrow. The woman mounted her warhorse and, before departing, disclosed her identity to Li Tianhuang. Chapter 73. The City of Celestial Feathers. So she is a disciple of the blood refinement sect. As Shang Shui rode away, Fan Luoying remained shaken, her face pale. Had the woman not revealed her identity, she might have believed her to be some malevolent entity. And the chilling brutality with which she had dispatched her foes sent a shiver down her spine. Li Tianhuang cast a fleeting glance at Fan Luoying, maintaining an air of calm throughout. Although Shang Shui possessed remarkable talent and formidable strength, engaging her in combat left Li Tianhuang with scant hope of victory. However, he had devised a means to counter her blood demon refinement technique, as long as he safeguarded his internal energy from being siphoned away. Shang Shui posed no threat to him. She had already taken the lives of the Gu brothers, Gu Zhan and Gu Bin. Should we expose her? Fan Luoying hesitated. If tonight's events were to be revealed, regardless of Shang Shui's prodigious gifts, she would undoubtedly be barred from entering the Cloud Martial Hall. The regulations of the Cloud Martial Hall, established by the military of the Celestial Kingdom, were exceedingly stringent. Any infringement would not be tolerated. The Gu brothers had brought their demise upon themselves. Do you believe we should expose her? Li Tianhuang sat down on the ground, rekindling the fire, and cast the question back at Fan Luoying unchanged. Indeed, Shang Shui had committed murder, but the brothers were deserving of their fate. Had they not succumbed to their carnal desires, they would not have met such an end. For Li Tianhuang, as long as he remained within his own boundaries and was not provoked, he preferred to remain uninvolved. Noticing Fan Luoying's troubled expression, torn in indecision, he chuckled softly and said, "Even if you wished to, you could not expose her. After this encounter, even if we were to see her again tomorrow, it would be she who recognized us, while we may not necessarily recognize her." Why? Fan Luoying's expression shifted to one of curiosity, before her eyes brightened with realization. Are you suggesting that the person we just saw in school was not her true appearance? Li Tianhuang nodded gently. Fan Luoying, typically stubborn, had surprisingly shown a moment of wisdom. He had long discerned through his previous ocular technique that Shang Shui bore traces of disguise on her face, presumably as a precautionary measure. If Kong Anlin and Bai Hua were to encounter Shang Shui in the city of Xianyu tomorrow, they would undoubtedly expose her. However, once she removed her false visage, they would fail to recognize her, rendering them incapable of revealing her true identity. With this thought, Fan Luoying's brow relaxed, and he decided to cast aside past matters entirely. The Gu brothers were the sons of the commander of Eagle Cry Pass, and they too had set out to participate in the Yunwu Palace assessment, yet they met their demise along the way. The commander of Eagle Cry Pass would undoubtedly endure the heartache of losing his sons. Casting a glance at the desiccated bones wrapped in leather nearby, Fan Luoying expressed his distaste, suggesting, would it not be better to find a different place to rest? It is unsettling for anyone to linger beside corpses. Li Tianhuang, however, remained unfazed. He could scarcely recall the countless mountains of corpses and rivers of blood he had traversed. Sleeping amidst the dead had become a most ordinary affair. Thus, Fan Luoying endured an excruciating night. As dawn broke, the two gathered their belongings and resumed their journey. Several hours later, around noon, a vast and magnificent city emerged ahead. This ancient metropolis, imbued with a sense of history, bore the scars of countless wars that had ravaged it. The Xianyu royal city was one of the few grand cities in the surrounding regions, belonging to the northern borders of the territory and standing as one of the 9 principal cities of the northern realm. It housed nearly 10 million soldiers and civilians, with over 3 million being soldiers and the rest comprising 6 to 7 million common folk. The city thrived with commerce and agriculture, where people reveled in nightly festivities, nearly basking in prosperity. Approaching this city, one could finally sense a hint of human warmth in stark contrast to the cold, unyielding walls of Chimen Pass and the inevitable turmoil of war. The two seemed to belong to entirely different worlds. Of course, this was merely a reflection of life within the royal city. Surrounding the capital were numerous towns and villages, among which the Tianfeng city mentioned by Shang Shui was but one of many. In these regions, the population numbered in the hundreds of millions, with various factions vying for dominance, a veritable mix of dragons and snakes. Li Tianhuang and Fan Luoying each led a horse as they made their way into the city. Fan Luoying had never set foot in such a bustling metropolis before. Upon entering, she was immediately captivated by the ceaseless flow of the crowd and the lively streets. It was her first encounter with such vibrant grandeur. However, in terms of opulence, The Xinyu royal city paled in comparison to the imperial capital of Zijinstanqing. A notice had been posted at the city gate, proclaiming that those participating in the Yunwu Hall assessment should proceed to the Lord's Mansion for registration, where complimentary accommodations and meals would be provided. As someone read aloud the contents of the notice, both Li Tianhuang and Fan Luoying listened intently. The commander of Xinyu Royal City had certainly demonstrated remarkable foresight. With a joyful expression, Fan Luoying turned to Li Tianhuang and said, "Let us go. It is time to check in at the Lord's Mansion." Li Tianhuang nodded slightly, refraining from pointing out Fan Luoying's error. The commander's office provides complimentary accommodation and meals for those participating in the Yunwu Palace assessment, not due to the exceptional wisdom of the city's commander, but rather as a long-standing regulation that has remained unchanged within the military barracks for decades. According to the memories of his previous self, the commander of Xinyu City is named Su Zhongli, a sovereign of the law. Within the 9 principal cities along the northern borders, each is overseen by a law sovereign, while the overarching authority commanding these 9 leaders is none other than the esteemed first goddess of war, Bu Qinqian, who serves as the supreme commander of border defense. As they strolled leisurely, taking in the sights, they soon arrived at the location of the governor's pavilion. In truth, the pavilion is situated adjacent to the commander's office. A relatively secluded tower comprising 5 levels, each housing numerous separated rooms available for the candidates of the Yunwu Palace assessment. At the entrance of the pavilion, several armored soldiers were diligently recording the information of all individuals arriving. "Name?" inquired one soldier. "Zhang Xiaowu." "Age?" 18. 18? The soldier, glancing up at the young man before him, scrutinized the stubble on his face and remarked, "You appear to be at least 28. You do not meet the age requirement. You are not permitted to register. Be gone." With that, he ordered the rather mature-looking young man to be expelled. Li Tianhuang and another individual patiently queued, and at last, it was their turn to register. Name, age, and which family member holds an official position. The soldier's gaze shifted to Fan Luoying, his eyes slightly brightening. Captivated by her beauty, "I am Fan Luoying, 17 years old, the daughter of Fan Lin, the commander of Qimen Pass," she replied candidly. The registration required only 3 pieces of information: name, age, and whether a family member held an official position. The military camp of the Celestial Kingdom, specifically the Yunwu Hall, is not accessible to all. Ordinary citizens must have at least one direct relative who has completed 3 years of military service to gain entry. Conversely, any offspring or direct relatives of officials within the camp can participate in the assessments directly. For instance, although Shang Shui was a disciple of the blood refinement sect, she was eligible to take the assessment because her father served as the governor of Tianfeng City. After registering Fan Luoying, the officer turned his attention to Li Tianhuang. Noticing the absence of any spiritual energy fluctuation from his dantian, he furrowed his brow in impatience and asked, "Name, age, and which family member holds an official position?" Li Tianhuang pondered for a moment and said, "I am Li Tianhuang, 18 years old, the 3rd prince of the Immortal Kingdom." Upon hearing this, the officer was taken aback, nearly stumbling backward in astonishment. The others present, who were engaged in registration, could not help but turn their gazes toward this scene, their eyes widening in disbelief. Li Tianhuang, the 3rd prince of the Immortal Kingdom, is a figure whose identity is well known throughout the entire Donglin Immortal Kingdom. His name is so renowned that even the children refrain from crying at night, for fear of invoking the tales associated with Li Tianhuang. Chapter 74, Collective Mockery. Li Tianhuang, infamous for his patricide, was widely recognized as a villain of unparalleled wickedness in the Eastern Immortal Kingdom. His notoriety was such that no one was oblivious to his name. At this moment, upon hearing it, nearly all eyes converged upon Li Tianhuang. Was he truly the one who had slain the 5th-generation Immortal Emperor? Such a depraved act. To murder one's own father. What face did he have to show himself in public? A being of his ilk had no right to enter the Cloud Martial Hall. He ought to remain in the desolate place of the Qimen Pass, reflecting upon his misdeeds and solitude for the remainder of his days. In an instant, a cacophony of scornful jeers engulfed him. The reverence held for the 5th-generation Immortal Emperor was matched only by the loathing directed at Li Tianhuang. Standing beside him, Fan Luoying felt an overwhelming sense of shame, unable to lift her gaze. While enduring the scorn of a few might have been bearable, being collectively vilified by the masses could shatter the spirit of anyone. The officer responsible for registration also rose, his expression a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. He had not anticipated that the individual arriving today was none other than the third prince, Li Tianhuang. Rumor had it that Li Tianhuang had been stripped of his powers by the royal family and relegated to the Chimen Pass. Yet here he stood in the immortal Feather Royal City, seeking to participate in the Cloud Martial Hall assessment, with his dantian rendered useless and devoid of any cultivation. It was no wonder he had earlier scrutinized others' stanchions, perceiving not a trace of spiritual energy. Is there a problem? Li Tianhuang inquired, directing his gaze toward the officer. As a prince of the immortal kingdom, he possessed every right to partake in the Cloud Martial Hall assessment solely by virtue of his lineage. The surrounding derision had long since been filtered from his awareness. He could hardly be bothered to engage with such folly. The masses were foolish. Hastily drawing conclusions without evidence, debating with the ignorant was the height of folly. Nevertheless, the officer found himself ensnared in hesitation. Li Tianhuang's identity was indeed sufficient to participate in the assessment of the Cloud Martial Hall. However, devoid of a dantian, he was unable to cultivate, rendering him a worthless individual. How could such a person gain entry into the esteemed Cloud Martial Hall? This institution nurtures only the most elite talents within the immortal kingdom, and it cannot afford to harbor idlers. In my opinion, a parasital wretch has no right to partake in the assessment of the Cloud Martial Hall. I suggest he be expelled forthwith. At that moment, an exceedingly haughty and delicate voice emerged from the crowd. The masses parted to clear a path, revealing two men and a woman approaching. The young woman, in the bloom of her youth, donned a floral pink dress that accentuated her beauty, yet her expression bore an air of imperiousness. Her alabaster chin held high, as if she regarded no one with any respect. Beside her stood none other than Kong Anlin and Bai Hua. Li Tianhuang also glanced at the group. The woman was unfamiliar to him, but he recognized Kong Anlin from last night's brief encounter under the night sky. Now, upon closer inspection, he found that the other party was remarkably handsome and elegant. Dressed in a crisp white robe and wielding a folding fan, embodying the demeanor of a refined gentleman. Such a figure, when juxtaposed with the extravagant and debauched persona from the previous evening, seemed to belong to an entirely different realm. Tao Suyao, do refrain from making unfounded remarks. Fan Luoying furrowed her delicate brows, and as she observed these individuals mingling together, a sense of distaste naturally arose within her. Li Tianhuang's gaze flickered as Fan Luoying uttered the name of the woman, and he instantly recalled it. Tao Suyao, the daughter of the commanding officer Tao Zongxi of Linfu Pass. One was Kong Anlin, son of Kong Zhu, another was Tao Suyao, and the third was Bai Hu, son of the commander of Sunluo Pass, Bai Yifang. The three were inseparable, lacking only the presence of brothers Gu Zhan and Gu Bin. The adage that like attracts like proved true yet again. Am I mistaken? A wretch who has slain his own father, invoking the wrath of both gods and men, should never be allowed entry into the Yunwu Hall, especially when he is a mere useless being. Tao Suyao remarked with a cold sneer, her face adorned with mockery. Kong Anlin, fanning himself with a folding fan, disdainfully fixed his gaze on Li Tianhuang, stating, Sister Xiao is absolutely right. This man ought to be expelled from the city, with a sign at the gates proclaiming that he and dogs are forbidden entry, to truly satisfy the populace. Ha ha ha, Brother Anlin speaks wisely. What use is there for a worthless creature who cannot cultivate to enter the Yunwu Hall? Bai Hu echoed with a derisive laugh, openly ridiculing Li Tianhuang. The crowd surrounding them joined in a hushed laughter, believing that Li Tianhuang had no business being there and was merely courting humiliation. However, Li Tianhuang remained unfazed, tilting his head slightly as he retorted, if there were someone lecherous enough to commit acts of abduction in the wilderness, would they not be deemed worse than pigs and dogs and equally deserving of expulsion with a warning against their entry? This was a tit for tat. He had witnessed the actions of Kong Anlin and Bai Hu the previous night. What nonsense are you spouting? Kong Anlin and Bai Hu's expressions faltered at his words. Realizing that if Li Tianhuang were to expose them, their chances of participating in the Yunwu Hall assessment would vanish. Yet the events of the previous night were intricate. Gu Zhan and Gu Bin had perished at the hands of disciples from the blood refinement sect. A secret that could not be divulged as it was detrimental to all involved. As long as they gritted their teeth and refused to admit it, they would be safe. Lecherous, are you speaking of yourself? Tao Suyao laughed, oblivious to the truth. At that moment, had one accused Li Tianhuang of being lecherous, it is likely that the majority would believe it. However, if one were to suggest that Kong Anlin and Bai Hu were lecherous, no one would take it seriously. The truth is known best to those it concerns. Fan Luoying glared at Kong Anlin and Bai Hu before turning her gaze to Tao Suyao, advising, You should open your eyes and not trust just anyone, especially them. It was clear she was specifically referring to Kong Anlin, and by who. That one. Tao Suyao covered her mouth, suppressing a laugh, then turned her gaze to Kong Anlin, her expression betraying a hint of infatuation. Young Master Anlin is truly a paragon of virtue, upright and debonair, possessing both talent and beauty, a rare gem in this world. Are you suggesting I should not associate with him out of jealousy? Unaware of the events from the previous night, she harbored a considerable admiration for Kong Anlin, even willing to pursue him. Thus, she could not grasp the meaning behind Fan Luoying's words. And before criticizing me, have you looked in the mirror? Are you not also consorting with a wretch who has committed patricide? Shouldn't you be the one to open your eyes wider? Tao Suyu gazed at Fan Luoying, her face adorned with derision. Upon hearing such words, Fan Luoying's breath hitched, rendering her momentarily speechless. However, at that moment, Li Tianhuang's gaze turned icy. The other party's incessant insults were indeed intolerable. Should you dare to utter another slur, I would not hesitate to shatter your mouth. Li Tianhuang warned as he turned his attention to Tao Suyao. What is the matter? Struck a nerve, have I? A flicker of triumph appeared in Tao Suyao's beautiful eyes. I merely speak the truth. Your actions are indeed more beastly than human. Am I not entitled to express that? Go ahead and say it, Li Tianhuang retorted, suddenly stepping forward and delivering a swift strike. Slap. Without warning, Li Tianhuang's palm connected with Tao Suyao's face, sending her sprawling. Li Tianhuang, do you dare to commit violence before the lord of the manor? Kong Amlin's brow furrowed in dismay, with blood spilling from her lips and her cheeks swelling. Tao Suyao cried out in outrage, pointing at Li Tianhuang. What a brute you are. A man of stature resorting to violence against a mere woman. And where was your consideration for being a lady when you spoke so harshly? Li Tianhuang chuckled coldly, finding this woman exceedingly hypocritical. She permitted herself to provoke others without reason, yet disallowed them to retaliate against her? Chapter 75. Personal Vengeance. Li Tianhuang found himself utterly intolerant of such women. Whether he could participate in the assessment was a matter determined by regulations. Several individuals charged at him, viciously hurling insults, labeling him a beast. Who else could they strike if not him? A vivid crimson handprint marred his face, and Tao Suyao trembled with rage. Li Tianhuang, you have long been disowned by the royal family. By what right do you flaunt your power here? Bai Hua pointed at him, seething with anger. Sister Suyao, are you all right? Kong Amlin stepped forward, assisting Tao Suyao to her feet, feigning concern. Young Master Amlin. Tao Suyao gazed at Kong Amlin, her expression imbued with affection. Li Tianhuang harbored a cold sneer in his heart. The individuals before him were truly hypocritical to the core. At that moment, the officer in charge of registration had entered the inner hall and summoned a man dressed in luxurious attire, who appeared somewhat portly. Upon seeing the injured Tao Suyao, he immediately inquired, Suyao, what has transpired? Uncle, you must stand up for me, Tao Suyao pleaded, covering her face, her eyes filled with grievance. What exactly happened? The man furrowed his brow. Kong Amlin promptly pointed at Li Tianhuang and declared, is it not this worthless prince? We merely spoke a few words to him. And in his shame and anger, he struck Sister Suyao. The man turned his gaze toward Li Tianhuang, fury igniting in his eyes. So you are Li Tianhuang. Resorting to violence when at fault, you truly disregard the law. As Tao Suyao's uncle, he naturally sided with her. If he could even consider harming his own father. What did he understand of justice? Tao Suyu scoffed. Fan Luoying, unable to bear the sight, immediately interjected, we were merely registering. They instigated trouble first. Humph. A lawless individual like you is not worth my time. Leave, the man coldly retorted, disregarding Fan Luoying's defense and issuing an expulsion order to Li Tianhuang. Upon witnessing this, Kong Amlin and Tao Suyao exchanged glances, their faces alight with schadenfreude. This was precisely the outcome they desired, preventing Li Tianhuang from entering the Master's pavilion. However, Li Tianhuang regarded the man without the slightest intention of departing. Instead, he indifferently stated, I will not leave. Register me. I wish to participate in the Yunwu Hall assessment. Do not overstep your bounds. This is Lord Pang, the steward of the Master's pavilion. You have struck his niece, and he has yet to seek retribution, yet you still wish to register for the assessment? Kong Amlin rebuked fiercely. Li Tianhuang fixed his gaze upon the man and inquired, what is it, Master Pang? Do you seek to settle a personal vendetta? The official let out a cold laugh, replying, even if it were not for personal grievances, I still would not permit your registration, for you lack a dantian, and thus do not meet the qualifications for assessment. Beside them, Fan Luoying displayed a look of concern. If Li Tianhuang were unable to participate in the assessment, then his hopes of entering the Cloud Martial Hall would be utterly dashed. As far as I am aware, the recruitment regulations of the Cloud Martial Hall do not stipulate that one must possess a Dantian to partake in the evaluation, do they? Li Tianhuang clasped his hands across his chest, his expression imbued with inquiry. He was acutely aware of the regulations of the Cloud Martial Hall, which stipulated only 2 recruitment criteria: age and whether one had any family members in official positions. The final admission to the hall hinged solely on the outcome of the assessment. Li Tianhuang, I ask for nothing more than this. If you kneel before me and, in front of everyone, loudly proclaim 3 times that you are sorry, I shall intercede on your behalf with my uncle and facilitate your registration into the hall. Tao Suyao raised her fair chin, her face brimming with satisfaction. In essence, it was merely an act of personal vendetta. Since Li Tianhuang had struck her, he could forget about an easy registration. Tao Suyao's uncle revealed a slight smirk, his gaze coldly fixed on Li Tianhuang as he spoke. I have always been just and stern. It is not for you to question my authority. Furthermore, I determine the proceedings here, and your dissent is futile. You have but 2 choices: either kneel and apologize to my niece or depart from Xinyuan City. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Li Tianhuang furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that a formidable figure would emerge to obstruct him midway. The Tao and Pang families were intertwined through marriage. Tao Zongxi had wed the sister of the latter, and now, in the face of his niece's grievance, her uncle had chosen to side with his kin. Proclaiming justice while indulging in personal vendettas was a blatant hypocrisy. There is no room for negotiation. You are left with these 2 choices, the Pang gentleman taunted. And what if I insist on entering this hall today? Li Tianhuang's brow deepened further. He was undeterred by the prospect of escalating the situation. If it came to it, he was prepared to face the consequences, for he had no fear of death. The world was vast, and there would always be a place for him. If you attempt to force your way in, I shall break your legs. After all, you are merely a discarded waste, disowned by the royal family, the Pang gentleman declared. Gesturing with his hand, a dozen burly men armed with clubs surged forward, encircling Li Tianhuang. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that all these men were seasoned warriors. What shall we do? Fan Luoying was utterly flustered, realizing that the situation had escalated beyond redemption. Li Tianhuang gestured for her to step back, indicating that since these individuals were unwilling to relent, he would take the opportunity to teach them a lesson before departing. You refuse to heed the respectful invitation and instead choose punishment. A mere waste of space. I wonder how much chaos you can truly stir. Attack him, break his legs. Suddenly, the imposing figure of Pang let out a fierce shout, pointing directly at Li Tianhuang. The surrounding 10 or so individuals immediately revealed their menacing intent, raising their clubs and charging towards Li Tianhuang. Li Tianhuang immediately summoned the spiritual energy from the Dantian within him, causing it to overflow and coalesce into layers of formidable energy around his body. This energy, while powerful, did not equate to cultivation. Its sheer density did not signify his mastery. As a dozen opponents charged toward him, Li Tianhuang unleashed the Shadow Fist technique. Instantly, ethereal traces of his fists manifested in the surrounding void, moving with astonishing speed and immense force. Boom, boom, boom. Resounding echoes reverberated, quickly followed by a chorus of anguished cries from the mouths of his assailants. In the blink of an eye, all of them were sent reeling, blood spewing from their lips. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers, among them Kong Anlin, Bai Hua, the imposing figure of Lord Pang, and Tao Suyao, were all taken aback. The fact that a dozen seasoned warriors could not withstand a single strike from Li Tianhuang was astonishing. Had it not been for the absence of any fluctuations in his Dantian, one might have mistaken him for a master. You dare to assault the officials? Today, even if you sprout wings, you shall not escape the confines of Xinyuan City. Lord Pang bellowed, releasing a discernible, pale blue aura that radiated from him, a true manifestation of spiritual power, unmistakably indicative of a peak junior spiritual master. Li Tianhuang, undaunted, silently channeled the 9 Heaven Star technique, while a metallic sphere materialized in the palm of his hand. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to take a bold stand. His opponent was a peak-level spirit master, and with his own prowess, he was indeed capable of engaging in a confrontation. Just as the two were poised to clash, a contingent of armored soldiers abruptly surged into the crowd, parting the assembly to clear a path. Concurrently, a middle-aged man clad in bronze armor strode forth. "Cease this at once." The man bellowed, his voice resonant and commanding, instilling a sense of awe throughout the gathering. General Zhu, your arrival is most fortuitous. This individual does not meet the recruitment criteria of the Cloud Martial Hall. Not only has he assaulted my niece, but he also attempted to force his way into the Lord's Guild, assaulting over a dozen of my subordinates. You must intervene on my behalf. Upon seeing the newcomer, the imposing figure of Lord Pang instantly donned a welcoming smile. Li Tianhuang turned his head, and his gaze brightened unexpectedly. The middle-aged man who had suddenly arrived was none other than General Zhu Xingyang, who had appeared at the Martial Arts Conference in Chimen Pass. Chapter 76. You have been dismissed. Greetings, General. The sudden arrival of Zhu Xingyang took everyone by surprise, prompting all present to bow in reverence. Particularly, Pang Shizhong and his companions wore broad smiles, lowering their heads significantly. Zhu Xingyang glanced at Pang Shizhong, his strides unwavering, as he made his way directly to Li Tianhuang. General Zhu, Li Tianhuang addressed him with a slight clasp of his fists. Pang Shizhong turned back, his brow furrowing immediately as he admonished sternly, Li Tianhuang. Why do you not bow before General Zhu? Do not forget that you are but a commoner now. General Zhu. This man is lawless and shows no respect for his elders. He should be subjected to military law as a warning to others. Kong Anlin interjected promptly. General Zhu. This individual has committed heinous acts here and should be expelled from Xinyuwang City, Tao Suyao added, deliberately presenting her bruised cheek as if to draw Zhu Xingyang's attention. However, Zhu Xingyang did not divert his gaze. Instead, he focused intently on Li Tianhuang. Ah, so it is the third prince. Will you also participate in the Yunwu Hall assessment? Zhu Xingyang unexpectedly clasped his fists towards Li Tianhuang. Everyone was taken aback, as Zhu Xingyang did not issue the reprimands they had anticipated. Li Tianhuang nodded helplessly, affirming that he had merely faced their unwarranted obstruction. Zhu Xingyang furrowed his brow and turned his gaze towards Pang Shizhong. Observing this, Pang Shizhong hastily interjected, General Zhu, this individual, relying on his former status as a prince, has been flaunting his authority. My niece, unable to tolerate his arrogance, spoke a few words against him, and he, in a fit of rage, struck her. How can someone with a history of patricide be allowed to enter the Yunwu Hall? It is utterly absurd. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xingyang's face darkened with indignation as he retorted. I have been watching everything unfold amidst the crowd. It is evident that you are using your influence to suppress him and deliberately prevent his registration. Pang Shizhong's expression shifted, and he quickly countered, but this person is incapable of normal cultivation. The Yunwu Hall cannot accept someone like him. Zhu Xingyang continued. Whether he can establish himself in the Yunwu Hall is his own affair, but denying him registration is your wrongdoing. Furthermore, the Yunwu Hall has not stipulated that one must possess a dantian to participate in the assessment. Your repeated obstruction is an affront to my intelligence. At his words, the onlookers displayed expressions of astonishment, taken aback by General Zhu's unexpected support for Li Tianhuang. Kong Anlin, Tao Suyao, and Bai Hua all exchanged glances. Bewildered by the unfolding events, Pang Shizhong's complexion darkened, and he promptly nodded in submission, stating, Yes, I will have him registered immediately. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Your bias renders you unfit to oversee these affairs. Zhu Xingyang glared at Pang Shizhong, radiating an aura of righteousness that enveloped the surroundings. Pang Shizhong was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the turn of events, and inquired, General, what does this mean? Zhu Xingyang coldly declared, As of today, you are dismissed from your position. What? Pang Shizhong's face paled in shock. The surrounding crowd exchanged astonished glances. Not expecting Zhu Xingyang to take such decisive action over what seemed a trivial matter, revealing his intolerance for injustice and underscoring his regard for Li Tianhuang. Even Li Tianhuang was slightly taken aback. While he anticipated Zhu Xingyang's support, he had not expected Pang Shizhong to be dismissed. Knowing that reinstating a dismissed official is no simple matter. General Zhu, have you made a mistake? He struck me, and yet you choose to ignore it, Tao Suyao said. Her face etched with resentment. Zhu Xingyang cast a suspicious glance at her, asking, Do you truly believe you bear no responsibility? You should reflect on why Li Tianhuang reacted as he did. I witnessed your unabashed provocation of him. Who can you blame for the consequences? It was clear that throughout the ordeal, Li Tianhuang had done no wrong. Any person of honor would not endure such humiliation. General, I am grateful for your assistance. Li Tianhuang expressed with a hint of appreciation, bowing once more. Li Tianhuang was perplexed. This was not the first time Zhu Xingyang had come to his aid, intervening in moments of injustice with unwavering resolve. While such actions were commonplace, the fact that he bore the infamy of patricide and had been disowned by the imperial family reduced to the status of a commoner, made Zhu Xingyang's assistance all the more puzzling. Zhu Xingyang remained silent, simply gazing at Li Tianhuang with a gentle expression, silently encouraging him. Persevere, young one. Ultimately, Pang Shizhong departed from the Lord's Guild in a huff, filled with resentment. Kong Anlin, Tao Suyao, and Bai Hua, feeling disheartened, cast glances at Li Tianhuang that were steeped in profound hatred. Li Tianhuang ultimately found himself included on the assessment roster. 2 days hence, the formal evaluation would commence. He and Fan Luoying were each allocated a room within the mansion of the Lord, designated for rest. The Lord's mansion was vast, capable of accommodating over 1,000 individuals. As Li Tianhuang traversed the premises, he found no trace of the previous disciple from the blood-refining sect, the enigmatic Shang Shui, as if she had evaporated from the mortal realm, leading him to ponder whether her very name was a fabrication. Nonetheless, Li Tianhuang was convinced that she too resided within the governor's pavilion and had likely discerned his presence from the shadows. Within the pavilion, complimentary accommodations and meals were provided. At mealtimes, servants would knock on the door, presenting an abundant feast. Thus, over the past 2 days, Li Tianhuang had devoted himself to profound cultivation, making significant strides in his abilities. Fan Luoying, filled with curiosity about the Xinyu royal city, wandered the streets like a rustic traveler exploring a grand garden, spending her days leisurely to unwind her spirit. On the 3rd day, under the orders of Commander Su Zhongli of the royal city, a platform for the Yunwu Hall assessment was constructed in a square of the military camp, marking the commencement of the initial trials. A total of over 1,200 participants were registered for the assessment, among whom nearly 300 were the offspring or relatives of officials from various surrounding regions, benefiting from their lineage. The remaining 900 were the next generation of soldiers, representing the genuine common folk. Any soldier who had served for 3 years was entitled to have their progeny participate in the Yunwu Hall assessment, and the number of soldiers greatly surpassed that of the officials. Moreover, the ranks included disciples from the martial world, driven by a sense of national pride and ambition, who were also permitted to join the Yunwu Hall. The process of training within the hall served both as cultivation and oversight. Any student who achieved notable success and bore no significant blemish could graduate, receiving an official title and a position within various institutions. On this particular day, all members of the governor's pavilion were duly notified and, under the guidance of several officers, exited the pavilion in an orderly fashion, making their way to the royal military camp. The Yunwu Hall was divided into external and internal chambers. Successful candidates in the initial trial could gain entry into the external chamber. Those with superior qualifications could continue to the final trial and, upon passing, earn the commendation of the royal city's commander, along with a recommendation letter to enter the internal chamber for further cultivation. The internal chamber was regarded as the domain of the exceptional, with many vying desperately for admission, yet the initial trial was already stringent. And the final trial was even more formidable, with only 1 out of every 100 candidates succeeding, and the internal chamber had a mere 10 slots available every 3 years. Chapter 77. The assessment begins. The external chamber of the Yunwu Hall, located within the Xinyu royal city, was categorized into 8 ranks: Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, Gong, and Xin, arranged from highest to lowest. New entrants began at the Xin level, progressing step by step until they reached the Jia level for graduation. The internal chamber, however, was situated in a distant and mystical paradise, similarly divided into 4 tiers: Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang, where students commenced at the Huang level, striving diligently to ascend until they graduated at the Tian level. For Li Tianhuang, his aspiration was to attain entry into the internal chamber. Viewing Xinyu royal city merely as a stepping stone, after the assessment, he intended to depart. Upon entering the military camp, he was surrounded by a throng of people. A multitude of soldiers from various divisions stood side by side, their cheers resounding through the air. In certain areas, massive platforms were erected, where numerous armored generals sat, their expressions largely indifferent. On the city wall, a pavilion housed a solitary figure whose presence seemed to defy the surrounding void, exuding an aura of regal authority. If his conjecture was accurate, this individual was none other than Commander Su Zhongli of the royal city. Li Tianhuang and his companions were assigned to a designated area, furnished with countless small stools for their respite. Fan Luoying followed closely behind Li Tianhuang, and the two took their seats together. In this unfamiliar place, devoid of kinship or familiarity, her sole reliance was upon Li Tianhuang, In the distance, at a diagonal, Kong Anlin, Tao Suyao, and Bai Ho were seated together, occasionally casting furtive glances toward Li Tianhuang, their expressions laden with ill intent. This location appeared to correspond with the area designated for the first round of assessments. Fan Luoying extended her delicate hand, pointing toward the center of the plaza. Li Tianhuang also lifted his gaze, and in the center of the plaza, he beheld a colossal stone towering to a height of 3 men. The stone was irregularly oval in shape, indistinguishable from any ordinary rock. However, this particular stone shimmered with a crystalline clarity, its interior a swirling blend of black, blue, and brown, seemingly in a slow, graceful motion. It appeared as though the surface of the stone was flawlessly transparent, while within it flowed 3 enigmatic substances, resembling a liquid state. This was the celestial demonic stone, capable of reflecting the past and present. It seemed that this first round of assessment was designed to evaluate everyone's innate potential. Li Tianhuang recognized the stone at a glance and understood its significance. Even so, he was inwardly astonished, realizing that such a sizable celestial demonic stone existed in this place. While the stone had limited practical applications, it served to assess the root-bone quality of individuals. Typically, various sects and family factions within the martial world would possess such a stone to gauge the cultivation potential of their juniors. So, it is indeed the celestial demonic stone, Fan Luoying remarked, her expression one of enlightenment. She then turned to Li Tianhuang and inquired, I have heard that the preliminary examination consists of 3 rounds. What do the second and third rounds entail? The reason for her inquiry was that she assumed Li Tianhuang must know, given his former status as the crown prince. Li Tianhuang, compelled by circumstance, delved into the memories of his former self, and then spoke. The first trial involves the touch of the celestial and demonic stone to assess one's aptitude. The second trial is the Dragon Bridge, which tests endurance, while the third trial entails navigating the chaotic battlefield, which serves as a measure of strength. This is precisely why I previously insisted that you elevate your capabilities to at least that of a Xuanwu warrior. To traverse the chaotic battlefield unscathed, one must possess, at the very least, the prowess of a Xuanwu warrior. The 3 preliminary assessments are structured thusly. Upon successful completion, one may enter the outer hall for cultivation. Could you elaborate on the celestial and demonic stone, the Dragon Bridge, and the chaotic battlefield? Fan Luoying displayed an eager thirst for knowledge. Li Tianhuang, feeling helpless, had no choice but to provide a detailed explanation to the woman. Meanwhile, all attendees in the vicinity, including numerous citizens, observed from a distance. Silence. With a commanding shout, the military camp in the royal city fell into an immediate hush. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged from the pavilion atop the city wall. Su Zhongli's expression was stern, his cheeks chiseled as if sculpted by knife and axe. Clad in dark golden armor, he exuded an overwhelming aura, his gaze directed downward with an air of dominance over the world. Salute to the commander. A resounding voice echoed throughout the gathering, as many soldiers raised their heads to shout in profound admiration for their leader. Su Zhongli slightly raised his hand, signaling the troops to remain at ease. Then spoke in a deep voice, Gentlemen, this assessment at the Cloud Martial Hall will be presided over by myself. With eloquence, Su Zhongli elaborated extensively, akin to the highest authority of the city delivering an address. Following his speech, he formally announced the commencement of the assessment. Subsequently, a general stepped onto the stage and explained the content of the first round of evaluations to the participants. The Immortal Demon Stone, a natural artifact, is capable of testing your potential. By merely touching it, the powers within the stone can condense the ethereal divine tree. The taller the tree, the greater the potential. Those who manifest the divine tree shall pass the assessment. As the general conveyed this, many prospective candidates below began to murmur amongst themselves. The implication was clear. Only those who could summon the ethereal divine tree would succeed, while those unable to do so would face elimination. Pausing momentarily, the general continued, Next, I will announce your names. You will each come forth in turn to undergo the test. With that, he flipped his hand, as if conjuring an object from thin air, revealing a thick tome. In truth, he had retrieved it from his storage pouch. Opening the book, the general proclaimed the first name, Zhang Sanwell. As his voice resonated, a young man stood up from the crowd and swiftly made his way to the central plaza. Sui Shan, just as Zhang Sanwell reached the Immortal Demon Stone, the general promptly called out the next name. At this pace, a participant would ascend the stage approximately every 9 breaths. Without hesitation, Zhang Sanwo placed his palm upon the immortal demon stone. The surface of the stone shimmered with black, gray, and blue hues, suddenly accelerating in flow, coalescing above the stone as if forming a seed. However, that was the extent of it. The seed did not sprout, and the ethereal divine tree did not emerge. Zhang Sanwo, potential slightly lacking, assessment failed. The general promptly announced the outcome. Zhang Sanwo's countenance instantly fell. He turned away and left the square in dejection. Being eliminated in the first round meant he lacked the qualification to participate in the second. Following him, Sui Shan ascended the stage, met with a similar fate. And soon after, a succession of individuals took their turn, all failing to bring forth the seed, mercilessly eliminated. This stark reality made many prospective candidates acutely aware that any attempt to exploit this round for personal gain was likely futile. After all, regardless of the stratagem employed, be it bribing the commander Su Zhongli, if the celestial demonic stone did not coalesce into the ethereal divine tree, all efforts would be in vain. One after another, dozens were dismissed, leaving many in a state of unease. The elimination rate in this round was alarmingly high, and until this moment, not a single individual had succeeded. This clearly illustrated that the majority were of mediocre caliber, with only a select few capable of dazzling the audience. Just then, the 49th contestant took the stage. She was a young maiden, tall and graceful, with striking features, clad in a simple robe that billowed in the wind. Capturing the attention of many with her remarkable presence, Li Tianhuang merely glanced at the young maiden, and his expression immediately became solemn. What was the name that the general just called her? Li Tianhuang turned to Fan Luoying. Fan Luoying replied, I believe she is called Ning Shuer. Ning Shuer? Li Tianhuang's eyes narrowed slightly, as the actions of the maiden began to converge with those of someone he recalled, leading him to think of Shang Shui. Chapter 78, The Celestial Demon Stone in the Ethereal Divine Tree. Shang Shui, Ning Shuer. Li Tianhuang let out a disdainful smile. Upon hearing this, Fan Luoying's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at Li Tianhuang. Could it be? Indeed, this girl was likely the same person as the previous Shang Shui. Li Tianhuang spoke in a calm tone. His observational skills were extraordinarily keen. Every subtle expression, action, and utterance of Ning Shuer did not escape his notice. That night, she had mentioned that they would meet again. At this moment, Kong Amlin and Bai Ho were still mingling and laughing in the crowd, clearly unaware that disaster was looming over them. Ning Shuer, with her fair skin and striking beauty, stood out prominently in the gathering. She walked briskly to the celestial demon stone, and without hesitation, she placed one of her hands against its surface. With a rush, the three colors of material within the celestial demon stone began to swirl and, in the blink of an eye, coalesced into an ethereal seed. Almost instantly, the seed burst open, and a green sprout emerged, growing at a visible pace, with roots rapidly filling the entire celestial demon stone. A towering divine tree was soon formed above the stone. The ethereal divine tree? Many in the military camp widened their eyes in astonishment. At last, one person had managed to materialize the ethereal divine tree. The tree appeared in a vibrant green hue, swaying gently in the breeze, resembling a genuine tree. But soon after reaching a certain height, it paused for merely 2 breaths before shattering into countless specks of starry light that fell back into the celestial demon stone. The ethereal divine tree was inherently ephemeral, merely an illusion projected by the celestial demon stone to assess one's aptitude. Indeed, you have materialized a 9-zhang tall ethereal divine tree, which is considered an exceptional aptitude. You have passed this round of assessment. The general gazed at Ning Shuer, a rare warm smile gracing his lips. Thank you, General. Ning Shuer responded with a gentle smile, offering a slight bow before turning to return to her original position. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon Ning Shuer. 9-zhang, she had actually condensed the ethereal divine tree to such an impressive height. What extraordinary aptitude this represented. A 9-zhang ethereal divine tree was nearly the limit in past aptitude tests. Most students with average to below average capabilities could only manage to materialize trees of 4 or 5 zhang in height. Whispers filled the air as many gazed at Ning Shuer with admiration. A practitioner of such remarkable talent stands a significant chance of entering the inner sanctum, making her worthy of substantial investment. Upon the city wall, the commander Su Zhongli sat in a pavilion, his eyes closed in meditation. Yet, he instinctively opened them to glance at Ning Shuer before returning to his contemplative state. Li Tianhuang gazed indifferently at Ning Shuer, his mind deep in contemplation. If Ning Shuer were indeed the renowned Shang Shui, then her assertion of being merely an inner disciple of the blood refinement sect might well be a falsehood. Given her evident prowess, one could not help but consider her a top-tier genius of the sect. It would be more believable if she claimed to be a core disciple or a direct apprentice. What, then, was her purpose for joining the Cloud Martial Hall? A sense of uncertainty lingered in Li Tianhuang's heart. It was likely that she had assumed a false identity to enter the Cloud Martial Hall for a specific reason. Yet as long as she refrained from any outrageous behavior, he had little inclination to interfere. Subsequently, numerous preparatory students ascended the stage. Notably, some began to showcase their remarkable talents, channeling the mystical energies from the immortal demon stone, thereby manifesting the ethereal divine tree. The heights of these trees varied, the shortest reaching 10 feet, while the tallest soared to around 60 to 70 feet. However, the majority of the ethereal divine trees stood at a modest height of 40 to 50 feet. The crowd remained largely apathetic. With over 1,200 preparatory students having undergone half of the assessments, yet no one had matched the brilliance of Ning Shuai. Just as the audience was enveloped in hesitation, a youth named Dongfang Zhuo finally achieved a striking result. His ethereal divine tree had grown to an impressive height of 90 feet, inciting a wave of cheers throughout the arena. Dongfang Zhuo was swiftly etched into the memories of many, becoming the sole contender standing alongside the previously remarkable Ning Shuai. An hour passed, and as the general called out 3 names, Kong Anlin, Tao Suyao, and Bai Hua rose in succession to approach the center of the plaza. Kong Anlin was the first to touch the immortal demon stone, and instantly, a towering tree erupted from its surface. The tree flourished, extending its branches in all directions, its trunk ascending inch by inch. Many held their breath in awe as Kong Anlin's ethereal divine tree swiftly reached a height of 60 feet. At this rate, barring any unforeseen circumstances, surpassing 70 and 80 feet to reach 90 feet seemed entirely feasible. Kong Anlin, brimming with confidence, had always excelled in his cultivation efforts. Having become a spirit master at a remarkably young age, in that moment he had undoubtedly surpassed the majority present. However, as the growth of the ethereal divine tree came to a halt, many gazes dimmed in disappointment. Kong Anlin's tree had not reached 90 feet, merely managing to attain a height of 80 feet. Such a pity, it was lamented quietly, that he could only reach 80 feet. Despite this, the majority still regarded Kong Anlin with envious eyes. What if he did not achieve 90 feet? To condense the ethereal divine tree to 80 feet was still a testament to his extraordinary talent, indeed a rarity among thousands. Ha ha ha, indeed, my talent is unmatched by anyone, Kong Anlin proclaimed with a triumphant smile. Kong Anlin gazed upward at the celestial demon stone, erupting into exuberant laughter, entirely oblivious to humility, and even somewhat carried away by pride, as if he had forgotten the presence of the exceedingly talented Dongfang Zhuo and Ning Shuai. In the resting area, Li Tianhuang cast a casual glance at Ning Shuai, who was intently fixated on Kong Anlin, a faint, icy smile gracing her lips. While an ordinary person might not discern anything amiss, Li Tianhuang could perceive a subtle glint of murderous intent in her eyes. This validated Shang Shuai's prior assertion that she would encounter Kong Anlin again, implying that she would not let the latter escape unscathed. Kong Anlin was soon announced as having passed the assessment, followed closely by Tao Suyao. Tao Suyao exuded confidence, her demeanor as haughty as that of a peacock. Yet her actions appeared rather pretentious. Perhaps disdaining the imprints left by her predecessors, she produced a handkerchief to meticulously wipe a section of the celestial demon stone. After ensuring its cleanliness, she pressed her palm against it. This scene left many astonished. Was such meticulousness truly necessary? Nevertheless, her ethereal divine tree sprouted from the celestial demon stone, rapidly ascending to a height of 6 zhang. Yet, that was the extent of its growth. Beyond 6 zhang, the ethereal divine tree dissipated, leaving many in a state of bemusement, as they had anticipated her possessing extraordinary potential. To think it culminated at merely 6 zhang. Upon witnessing this outcome, Tao Suyao's face flushed crimson. She had fancied herself exceptional, only to be harshly confronted by reality, and the scornful gazes around her pierced her cheeks like needles. Unsatisfied, she even attempted to touch the celestial demon stone once more. That's enough. The general beside her frowned, promptly admonishing her. Tao Suyao paused momentarily, her outstretched hand retracting in an instant as she was compelled to turn back. Chapter 79. Awakening of a Unique Physique? The assessment of the immortal demon stone is remarkably precise, regardless of how many times Tao Suyao touches it. The height of the ethereal divine tree it manifests remains unchanged. Though it measures merely 6 zhang, her performance in this round of evaluation is commendable, placing her in the upper echelons. This level of aptitude far surpasses that of the majority. Yet, she feels a twinge of dissatisfaction, yearning to stand shoulder to shoulder with Kong Amlin, fearing that her perceived inferiority might lead him to regard her with disdain. Following Tao Suyao, it was Bai Hua's turn. As he placed his hand upon the surface of the immortal demon stone, an ethereal divine tree sprouted above, ultimately halting at a height of 4 zhang. Upon witnessing his own performance, Bai Hua was immediately overcome with excitement. His expectations were modest, merely hoping to pass the assessment. After several hours, over 1,000 individuals had approached the immortal demon stone, yet only slightly more than 500 succeeded in passing, while the remainder faced elimination. At long last, it was time for Li Tianhuang and Fan Luoying. They had registered later, thus finding themselves at the end of the line. When the general called out Fan Luoying's name, she rose, her expression tinged with anxiety, and promptly made her way to the center of the square. Soon after, the general announced Li Tianhuang. He too stood, following closely behind Fan Luoying. However, upon hearing his name, a palpable stillness enveloped the crowd. In an instant, all eyes turned towards him, revealing expressions of shock. The arrival of the third prince to participate in the Yunwu Hall assessment was news that had eluded most until this moment, prompting a myriad of peculiar reactions. The name of the Prince Tianhuang had once resonated throughout Donglin, yet he had committed the heinous act of patricide, resulting in his exile to the northern stronghold. Now, this individual dared to appear in Xinyu Wangqing to partake in the Yunwu Hall's evaluation. Instantaneously, a chorus of disdain and vitriol erupted, with all gazes fixed upon Li Tianhuang, brimming with loathing, as they wished to rush forth and exact their vengeance upon him. Kong Anlin and Tao Suyao, sensing the palpable animosity, cast mocking glances at Li Tianhuang, a parasital wretch, brazenly presenting himself for the Yunwu Hall assessment. By what merit could he presume to belong here? Taking advantage of the commotion, Tao Suyao joined in the mockery. Kong Anlin, wearing a cold smile, shouted from a distance, "A waste without a dantian. Let us see how you can unleash the power of the Xianma stone. I wager it will respond not at all. Ha ha ha." With scornful remarks and vitriolic insults, the crowd cast disparaging glances at Li Tianhuang, showing him little kindness. The death of the 5th-generation immortal emperor was inextricably linked to him, and allowing such a person to participate in the Yunwu Palace assessment was indeed absurd. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, it felt as though 1,000 invisible daggers were piercing his being. Even with his formidable spirit, Li Tianhuang felt a twinge of discomfort. However, he chose not to dwell on the matter. Their hatred towards him was not without reason. Their disdain was a testament to their deep affection for their sovereign father. Yet, among them were also petty individuals who bore no genuine reverence for the 5th-generation immortal emperor. They merely wielded his name to exert pressure on others, relishing in the humiliation of those beneath them to satiate their own vanity. Fan Luoying approached the Xianma stone, her attention caught by the harsh words being flung about, her gaze sharpening. Turning to glance at Li Tianhuang, her expression was filled with complexity. However, upon seeing his demeanor, she was taken aback. His countenance was calmer than anyone else's, devoid of any turmoil, with eyes that shone with clarity and purity, as if untouched by external disturbances, regardless of the external chaos. His focus remained entirely on Fan Luoying. Having previously observed her remarkable comprehension while teaching her sword techniques, he was convinced that, barring any unforeseen incidents, Fan Luoying was destined to unveil extraordinary potential through the Xianma stone. Without further thought, she faced the stone once more, gently placing her palm upon its surface. Almost instantaneously, the 3 colors of substance within the Xianma stone began to surge rapidly, as a void divine tree visibly sprouted. 3 zhang, 4 zhang, 5 zhang. The void divine tree showed no signs of halting, continuing its vigorous growth. The attention of many gradually shifted from Li Tianhuang towards Fan Luoying. 6 zhang, 7 zhang, 8 zhang. As it reached this height, numerous onlookers widened their eyes, slowly realizing that yet another 9 zhang prodigy was about to emerge. The cacophony of insults directed at Li Tianhuang ceased, eclipsed by the astonishment surrounding Fan Luoying. As expected, she did not disappoint. The void divine tree coalesced to a staggering height of 9 zhang. A wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. After all, 9 zhang prodigies were exceedingly rare. Among over 1,200 individuals, only a handful could claim such a distinction, a rarity more precious than gems. In the rear resting area, Tao Suyao, already deeply envious of Fan Luoying's beauty, felt her dissatisfaction intensify upon witnessing such an extraordinary display of talent, her jealousy flaring even more. At that moment, even Kong Anlin could not suppress his wide-eyed astonishment. With beauty and unparalleled aptitude, it was difficult for him to remain indifferent. Observing Kong Anlin's reaction only heightened Tao Suyao's agitation, prompting her to exclaim in frustration, "Humph, what's so impressive? This vixen only knows how to seduce others." At that moment, as Fan Luoying's palm made contact with the celestial demon stone, she suddenly furrowed her brow, as if a terrifying force surged through her mind, causing her intense pain and nearly rendering her unconscious. Nearby, the general, sensing the gravity of the situation, instinctively moved to assist her. "Stop. Do not touch her." Li Tianhuang interjected abruptly, halting the general's approach. "What is happening?" the general inquired, bewildered and hesitant to act. Among the 1,000 or more individuals present, no one had ever exhibited an unusual reaction upon touching the celestial demon stone. Fan Luoying was the first, leaving many perplexed. She possesses a unique constitution. Awakening due to the celestial demon stone, Li Tianhuang remarked, his gaze fixed on Fan Luoying. The general was taken aback. "What? A unique constitution?" The celestial demon stone not only assesses potential but also has the ability to awaken latent talents within certain prodigies. A phenomenon so rare that it may not manifest even once among millions, hence many had never witnessed it. At this moment, Fan Luoying rested one hand on the celestial demon stone while the other caressed her forehead, her beautiful eyes tightly shut, revealing her immense suffering. She yearned to separate her hand from the stone, yet it seemed to possess an overpowering pull, rendering her incapable of breaking free. Simultaneously, in her mind, an expansive snowfield materialized, pure and endless, blanketing the earth. This was an illusion conjured by the celestial demon stone. Nevertheless, a bone-chilling cold enveloped her, causing her to shiver uncontrollably, her teeth chattering as if she were truly ensnared in the frigid landscape. Unable to endure the chill, she suddenly leapt into the air, soaring above the snowfield. Strangely, at that moment, a pair of wings sprouted from her back, and she transformed into a magnificent bird. Her feathers dense and shimmering in a delicate azure hue, soaring like lightning through the sky. The cold dissipated, yet beneath her, the land transformed into a scene of endless ice and swirling snow. It dawned on her that this piercing cold originated from within herself. Chapter 80. The ancient ice phoenix in this enchanting realm, which was once bathed in sunlight and filled with the melodies of birds and fragrant blossoms. Her presence instantaneously cloaked it in ice and snow. Realizing this, Fan Luoying swiftly discerned a drop of icy blood emerging from her heart. Within this drop was a peculiar energy that radiated throughout her body, shielding her from the cold and invigorating her spirit, as if she had been bestowed with boundless strength. As she contemplated this, her consciousness began to blur, drifting between reality and illusion. In the outside world, Li Tianhuang gazed intently at Fan Luoying, equally astonished. He had always known of her extraordinary potential, yet he had not anticipated that she would possess a unique constitution. Given the circumstances, could it be the ancient ice phoenix constitution? Li Tianhuang immediately discerned the energy fluctuations coursing through Fan Luoying's body. It is said that an ancient branch of the Phoenix clan resides in frigid lands, possessing an innate cold attribute that causes temperatures to plummet and blankets the earth in ice and snow wherever they tread. The drop of blood that had just emerged from Fan Luoying's being was indeed the essence of the ice phoenix. With this ice phoenix blood, Fan Luoying's future achievements in the realm of cultivation would be extraordinary. Not long after Li Tianhuang made this conjecture, the celestial and demonic powers within the celestial demonic stone began to overflow, coalescing around Fan Luoying to form a magnificent phantom of a phoenix. This ethereal bird, resplendent in deep azure, spread its wings and let out a piercing cry, gazing down upon the myriad beings below. This spectacle left all within the military camp utterly dumbfounded. Eyes widened in disbelief. The onlookers were rendered speechless by the astonishing sight. Even the general standing beside the celestial demonic stone was overwhelmed. His status as a grand spiritual master rendered moot by his inability to articulate his astonishment. In the resting area, Tao Suyo gaped, her mind a blank slate. Just moments ago, she had been consumed by envy towards Fan Luoying, yet now she found herself unable to harbor such feelings. The chasm between her and Fan Luoying was not merely vast, it was a stark contrast akin to that of heaven and earth. Within the pavilion atop the city walls, Commander Su Zhongli, originally in meditation with eyes closed to pass the time, suddenly opened his eyes wide when the Phoenix Phantom appeared around Fan Luoying. In shock, he hastened to the edge of the wall for a closer look. this was no trivial matter. He urgently commanded a subordinate to report to the Supreme Commander at the border, informing him of a prodigy with the Ice Phoenix Constitution emerging from Xinyu City. Su Zhongli, somewhat agitated, issued his orders without hesitation. Go. The subordinate bowed and promptly turned to convey the message to Bu Qiqian. Indeed. An Ice Phoenix Constitution, this seemed to rival the extraordinary constitution of the Supreme Commander from years past, Su Zhongli mused. A talent of such caliber emerging from his city could not be concealed. He felt compelled to report it immediately. In contrast, Bu Qiqian had awakened an ancient Fire Phoenix Constitution, entirely opposite to Fan Luoying's. At that time, Bu Qiqian had been directly admitted to a special hall within the Yunwu Palace, the Women's Hall. If all proceeded as expected, Fan Luoying might similarly be granted direct entry to cultivate within the Women's Hall. Moments later, after a prolonged sojourn between illusion and reality, Fan Luoying finally recognized herself and returned to the present. The discomfort that had plagued her mind dissipated, and the phoenix phantom surrounding her, along with the ethereal divine tree above, faded into nothingness. All returned to tranquility, even the ice phoenix blood within her, which subsided, the chill retracting into her being. What had transpired? As Fan Luoying regained her composure, she gazed around in bewilderment, somewhat at a loss. Ah, you have awakened a special constitution. Truly the most extraordinary talent in this assessment, remarked the general beside her, his face beaming with delight. A special constitution? Fan Luoying was taken aback, her mind drifting back to the striking images from the illusion she had just experienced. You are Fan Luoying, correct? Came the voice of Su Zhongli from atop the city wall. Fan Luoying turned her head and promptly bowed, replying, Yes, Commander, I am indeed she. My father is Fan Lin, the commander of Qimen Pass. Upon hearing this, many were rendered even more astonished. The daughter of a mere commander from Qimen Pass possessed such extraordinary talent. Once Fan Luoying entered the inner sanctum of the Yunwu Palace, her father, Fan Lin, would undoubtedly ascend as well, elevating his status significantly. Even the general would have to greet him with respect, with a smile gracing his features. Su Zhongli called out to Fan Luoying from a distance. You have done remarkably well. I have already informed the Supreme Commander of the border. If all goes as planned, you will be directly admitted to the Women's Palace, thus you need not participate in the subsequent assessments. Direct admission? A glimmer of astonishment sparkled in Fan Luoying's beautiful eyes, nearly causing her to leap with joy. She had always held the first female war god, Bu Qiqian, in the highest regard, aspiring to follow in her footsteps. Little did she expect her dream to materialize so swiftly. Turning around, Fan Luoying beamed at Li Tianhuang, unable to contain her elation. Li Tianhuang felt a sense of joy for Fan Luoying, yet she cautioned, the phoenix blood within you is the cornerstone of your cultivation. You must not squander it. What? Fan Luoying's expression shifted dramatically. She felt as though her innermost secrets had been laid bare, stripped of all privacy. That drop of ice phoenix blood was a secret known only to her and Li Tianhuang. Ultimately, Fan Luoying returned to the resting area, and soon it was Li Tianhuang's turn. Many onlookers remained fixated on Fan Luoying, inadvertently overlooking Li Tianhuang. Li Tianhuang, devoid of any dantian, is undeniably a waste, and thus, it is inconceivable for him to activate the Celestial Demon Stone. The crowd harbored no expectations for him. Li Tianhuang, without a dantian. Should the Celestial Demon Stone fail to respond, you will be eliminated in this round. The general cast a stern gaze upon Li Tianhuang, his demeanor starkly contrasting with his earlier attitude. I understand, Li Tianhuang replied indifferently, then extended his hand to touch the surface of the Celestial Demon Stone. The sensation was chilling. Li Tianhuang was familiar with the Celestial Demon Stone and had previously employed such extraordinary stones to assess his own aptitude. However, in his past life, his aptitude had been rather mediocre. The only reason he ascended to become the Blade Sovereign of the Nine Heavens was through relentless cultivation, stepping over countless bones along the way. He pondered whether the dantians within him could substitute for a dantian, allowing the Celestial Demon Stone to perceive his presence. Li Tianhuang pondered deeply. His expectations for himself were rather modest, as he lacked a dantian. It was only through a secret technique that he managed to open up his cultivation acupoints into elixir acupoints, allowing him to continue his practice. Yet he feared that the immortal demon stone might not resonate with him. However, upon his palm making contact with the stone, a surge of immortal demon energy abruptly invaded his body. He felt a stirring within him. Li Tianhuang's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at the immortal demon stone. At that moment, the three-colored substance within the stone began to swirl in response to him, contrary to the expectations of others who believed the stone would remain inert. Since the immortal demon stone had reacted, it was certain that his aptitude would be tested. As Li Tianhuang waited with bated breath, a transcendent tree began to slowly materialize above the stone. This ethereal tree grew at an exceedingly sluggish pace, swiftly capturing the attention of many onlookers. Its slow development was unprecedented. Prior to this, the ethereal trees of others had coalesced with remarkable speed. Consequently, many speculated that if Li Tianhuang could manage to form a tree even a zhang tall, it would be nothing short of a miracle. Chapter 81. Withered Voidwood. Celestial Spirit Fruit. Recently, Fan Luoying had awakened a unique constitution, leaving the crowd in awe. Now, witnessing Li Tianhuang's absurdly slow-growing ethereal tree, derision filled the faces of many. While others required mere moments to materialize their towering trees, Li Tianhuang had taken half a day merely to grow a few roots, with the trunk yet to form. He was slower than a turtle, an ant moving its home would be more efficient. A miracle, indeed, a talentless waste thought to seek recognition. Yet the immortal demon stone responded with the emergence of an ethereal tree, albeit one that grew at a glacial pace. In my view, if it reaches a height of 1 zhang, it would be commendable. Kong Anlin fanned himself with a folding fan, openly mocking him. He was both surprised and disdainful. Surprised that the immortal demon stone had responded to Li Tianhuang, and disdainful of the tree's lethargic growth. He himself had manifested an ethereal tree 8 zhang tall. And the contrast was stark. A parasital beast deserves to have his dantian crippled, by who coldly remarked, attributing all of this to Li Tianhuang's lack of a dantian. Tao Xiao wore a gloomy expression and said, "He caused my uncle to lose his position. Once the assessment concludes, I will seek an opportunity to teach him a lesson." Previously, Li Tianhuang had relied on his status as a prince, with some support still backing him. Yet now, after such a dismal aptitude test, who would still stand by him? He had once been the crown prince, the foremost genius of the Eastern Immortal Kingdom. Though he retained some insight without a dantian, it was of little consequence. The dantian is the foundation of cultivation. Without it, no matter how extraordinary one's insight, it would be futile, as even the most skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. Amidst the crowd, a young man sighed softly, articulating his thoughts. This individual was Dongfang Zhua, a direct descendant of the esteemed Dongfang family, whose father served as the lord of a great city in the northern frontier. Meanwhile, a woman named Ning Xuer cast a detached glance at Li Tianhuang. However, on Li Tianhuang's side, the void divine tree continued its relentless growth. Though the general beside him was filled with disdain, he had no grounds to declare a conclusion just yet. The true outcome would only be discernible once the void divine tree fully took shape. Everyone began to wait patiently. Li Tianhuang lifted his gaze slightly, fixated on the void divine tree above the immortal demon stone. Suddenly, he sensed something peculiar. My void divine tree seems to lack a seed, he thought in astonishment. Unlike others, whose void divine trees required the condensation of a seed within the immortal demon stone before sprouting roots and ultimately maturing into a grand tree. It appeared that Li Tianhuang's seed had never materialized. The roots seemed to have manifested out of thin air, and more critically, there were no tender buds or green leaves above the roots, only a bare trunk reaching skyward. Initially, Li Tianhuang assumed this was a temporary state. He believed that once the divine tree branched out, it would surely produce lush foliage. However, as half a day passed, the tree finally assumed the form of a sapling. Yet still, no green shoots emerged. This struck him as odd. Could it be related to his lack of a dantian? Nonetheless, the sapling continued to grow slowly, already exceeding a height of 10 feet. Moments later, it reached a height of 4 or 5 zhang, the trunk thickening considerably, with numerous branches sprouting above. Yet these branches bore no sign of verdancy, appearing ominously dark. What is happening? Li Tianhuang pondered. Others' void divine trees blossomed with vitality. So why was his merely a withered trunk? Ning Xuer displayed a profound perplexity on her face. She did not believe this phenomenon was connected to Li Tianhuang's absent dantian. As Li Tianhuang's withered tree grew taller, many spectators were compelled to shift their attention from Fan Luoying to his side. Observing the desolate tree, they wore expressions of bewilderment. The general beside them appeared momentarily stunned. He was at a loss on how to assess the outcome. Eliminating Li Tianhuang would imply that his tree had indeed emerged, thus declaring him successful, yet it was merely a lifeless trunk. Such an occurrence had never been witnessed throughout history, rendering it exceedingly rare. 6 zhang, 7 zhang, 8 zhang. Li Tianhuang's withered tree continued to grow, reaching unprecedented heights, ultimately soaring to 9 zhang. The surrounding crowd was utterly astonished. This seemingly lifeless tree had indeed achieved such stature. Had he not been devoid of a dantian, his potential would undoubtedly rival that of Dongfang Zhua and Ning Shuer. At this moment, both Kong Anlin and Tao Suyao exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. Their sacred trees, one measuring 8 zhang and the other merely 6, had already been surpassed by Li Tianhuang. What does a withered tree signify? After all, he remains but a waste, Kong Anlin remarked, his tone a mixture of derision and unease. Look, the withered tree is still growing. Suddenly, someone pointed at the Xianma stone, exclaiming in astonishment. Upon hearing this, the crowd widened their eyes, scrutinizing the tree. Indeed, it was still ascending, soon surpassing the 9 zhang mark and reaching 10. Remarkably, the withered tree showed no signs of ceasing its growth. Everyone held their breath, rendered speechless. Historically, the maximum height recorded for the void sacred tree had only ever been 9 zhang. Never had there been a sighting of anything beyond that. Even atop the city walls, the disdainful commander, Su Zhongli, found himself drawn to glance downward, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. How peculiar. The third prince's cultivation had been rendered null, and yet, how could he conjure such a withered tree? Su Zhongli's face bore an expression of profound confusion. Even he, a sovereign of the highest order, was taken aback by this extraordinary spectacle. Li Tianhuang was no longer the prince, yet Su Zhongli had recognized him from the very beginning, albeit without giving it much thought. However, the current display by Li Tianhuang could not help but capture his attention. The void withered tree continued to flourish, having surpassed 11 zhang and reached a height of 12 zhang. A profound silence enveloped the arena, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All present held their breath, their mouths agape, as if they could swallow a farm-fresh egg. It was nothing short of astonishing. Fan Luoying's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. At that moment, the void withered tree grew to an impressive 13 zhangs, and on its desiccated branches appeared several glowing red orbs, which expanded in size, revealing 5 crimson fruits. The fruits bore a resemblance to apples, their surfaces a deep crimson and glistening with an otherworldly radiance. The sight elicited audible gasps of astonishment from the crowd. The void withered tree had indeed borne fruit, each orb exuding an air of mystique that was strikingly evident, indicating there were no ordinary objects. In stark contrast, none of the other participants' void divine trees had produced any fruits. The absurdity of the situation was overwhelming at this moment. Who would still concern themselves with whether Li Tianhuang's tree was merely a withered trunk? The fact that it had grown to 13 zhang and bore fruit was already a marvel beyond compare. Li Tianhuang also lifted his gaze, staring at the shimmering fruits above, glistening like rubies, his eyes revealing a peculiar brilliance. The celestial spirit fruits? With his vast knowledge, Li Tianhuang instantly recognized the 5 fruits. This seemingly desolate and withered tree has unexpectedly borne celestial spirit fruits. If all goes as anticipated, these 5 fruits should indeed exist in reality, he mused inwardly. The void divine tree may be ethereal, yet the fruits it yields are true treasures, fit for consumption. Chapter 82. Under scrutiny, breaking through shackles, reversing yin and yang, giving rise to the Tao's embryonic form. With his extensive experience, Li Tianhuang was well aware of the effects of the celestial spirit fruits. Such a fruit would stir the hearts of even the, how much more so with a tree bearing a full 5 of them. Li Tianhuang felt a surge of joy. The celestial spirit fruit was indeed a rarity. Based on his assessment, if there were no relevant records regarding this hidden star, most formidable beings would likely remain oblivious to its extraordinary benefits. Simultaneously, Li Tianhuang had come to a full realization. His current physique was not devoid of merit. On the contrary, he possessed the ability to evolve all things through the celestial and demonic stones, which could be regarded as a unique constitution in its own right. When compared to Fan Luoying's Ice Phoenix physique and Bu Qingqian's Fire Phoenix physique, his own was equally formidable, if not superior. His only fear was that others might fail to recognize his true potential and continue to regard him as a mere wastrel. It was merely a case of opportunism. A withered tree remained lifeless, regardless of how high it grew. It could never escape its inherent inability to cultivate. Tao Suyu scoffed. Kong Anlin glanced at Tao Suyao and remarked with a smile, Sister Suyao speaks the truth. Without a dantian, he ultimately cannot cultivate. Up until this moment, they still believed that Li Tianhuang was an incapable waste. For a typical individual, whose void divine tree was not lush and teeming with vitality, That withered tree merely manifested Li Tianhuang's latent potential in an alternative manner. The surrounding discussions were incessant, with many differing opinions contributing to considerable controversy surrounding Li Tianhuang. Li Tianhuang, however, remained indifferent, for only he was aware of his true circumstances. A thought crossed his mind as he pressed his palm against the surface of the celestial demon stone, which he gradually lifted, ultimately separating from the stone. With a whoosh. At the moment of separation, the void above, once a withered tree, suddenly began to crumble, disintegrating into countless specks of light that descended into the celestial demon stone. Yet, the 5 crimson fruits did not dissipate. Instead, they plummeted from the air. Li Tianhuang's gaze flickered momentarily, and he swiftly extended his hand, capturing the fruits one by one. The spiritual energy was remarkably potent. An astonished realization washed over Li Tianhuang as he sensed the power embedded within the fruits. Their efficacy surpassed that of a first-order golden yuan pill by several magnitudes. My heavens, these fruits are indeed real. How is it possible for something genuine to manifest within the void? The onlookers were left utterly astounded, their jaws dropping in disbelief. It was akin to conjuring something from nothing, an entity birthed from an illusory existence, evoking sheer astonishment. Third Prince, are these fruits truly authentic? A nearby general inquired. His brow furrowed in skepticism. Li Tianhuang hastily stowed away the celestial spirit fruits and replied nonchalantly, when the false becomes real and the real appears false. These are merely a few ordinary fruits, unworthy of further inquiry. The general was momentarily taken aback. The third prince was being less than candid. He could distinctly sense the profound spiritual energy emanating from the 5 fruits, yet Li Tianhuang insisted they were merely ordinary. In truth, many had already discerned the underlying truth, once the fruits fell into Li Tianhuang's possession. It was conceivable that the extraordinary essence contained within this seemingly void-born object was something he preferred to keep secret. General, may I pass? Li Tianhuang cleared his throat. Hastily redirecting the conversation, the general hesitated, contemplating the void and the desiccated what he had never encountered before. He was at a crossroads, uncertain whether to eliminate Li Tianhuang or to declare his success. However, the general soon fixed his gaze upon Li Tianhuang, and the latter's mind resonated with a thought. Third Prince, if you grant me one of those fruits, I shall announce your passage. The message echoed through their mental connection. Li Tianhuang's expression sharpened as he realized that the general before him was not to be underestimated. He dared to threaten him in pursuit of his celestial fruit. This prized possession was not something he would part with lightly. If the general desires fruit, he may as well venture to the orchard, where abundance awaits. Li Tianhuang declared with utmost seriousness, opting for spoken words rather than mental transmission. Many onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the disjointed conversation unfolding before them. The general, sensing the shift, darkened his expression. He had hoped to orchestrate a covert bargain, yet Li Tianhuang thwarted his intentions. Did he not fear the risk of elimination? Let the third prince pass this round of assessment, came the voice of Su Zhongli from atop the city wall. With the commander's decree issued, who would dare defy it? Indeed, the general responded, turning back to cast a fierce glare at Li Tianhuang, unwilling to concede defeat. For this round of evaluation, Li Tianhuang is approved. Thank you. Li Tianhuang let out a light chuckle before gracefully exiting the center of the square. Along his path, all eyes were upon him, secretly coveting the enigmatic fruit he bore. Li Tianhuang remained indifferent as he returned to sit beside Fan Luoying. Subsequently, no remarkable individuals emerged among the few remaining participants. And soon the first round of assessments drew to a complete close. Out of over 1,200 candidates, nearly half were eliminated. A dozen robust men entered the arena and, to the astonishment of the onlookers, directly carried away the enormous celestial and demonic stone from the center of the square. Unlike mortals, who can barely lift a cauldron, formidable cultivators possess the strength to move mountains and fill seas. The second round of evaluation involves the Dragon Bridge, primarily testing physical and mental endurance, with the bridge requiring construction based on intricate formations. Therefore, after the celestial and demonic stone was removed, dozens of formation masters and craftsmen entered the arena to begin setting up the assessment facilities, while many soldiers withdrew to completely clear the east and west passages. During this time, a servant approached Li Tianhuang. Your Highness the Third Prince, may I have a moment of your time? The servant respectfully inquired. Li Tianhuang cast a glance at the attire of the individual before him, and a flicker of understanding ignited within his mind. He then rose to his feet, trailing the man to a secluded location. The attendant surveyed the surroundings cautiously before slightly bowing to Li Tianhuang and stating, I am a guard in service to Commander Su. He has sent me to convey his desire for the 5 extraordinary fruits you possess. Should you be inclined to part with them, Commander Su shall ensure your admission into the Cloud Martial Palace. The attendant articulated his purpose with clarity. Li Tianhuang felt a sudden weight in his heart. He had previously declined the general's request for a single item, yet Su Zhongli audaciously sought to acquire them all, truly insatiable in his greed. There are 5. But I possess only 1, Li Tianhuang stated with unwavering determination. The attendant furrowed his brow, warning, Li Tianhuang, consider your position carefully. Should you refuse Commander Su's terms, gaining entry to the Cloud Martial Hall may prove exceedingly difficult. Is that so? Li Tianhuang's expression darkened immediately, recognizing that threatening him bore no fruit. The attendant swiftly changed his tone, conceding, very well, 1 will suffice. In truth, Su Zhongli had only desired a single item. It was his own overreaching ambition that led him to seek the entirety. Li Tianhuang's expression finally softened as he flipped his hand and retrieved a crimson fruit from his storage pouch, casually tossing it into the air. The attendant, taken aback, hurriedly caught it with both hands. Upon glancing at the fruit, his expression shifted to one of bewilderment. Third Prince, is this a peculiar fruit? The attendant stared at the red apple in his grasp, his face filled with skepticism. Li Tianhuang nodded solemnly, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Indeed, the fruit that had just emerged from my ethereal divine tree was precisely this type. The attendant hesitated momentarily, then tucked the crimson apple into his sleeve and smiled at Li Tianhuang, saying, Your Highness, I shall express my gratitude to General Su on your behalf. For the upcoming 2 assessments, you need not exert yourself fully. The general will ensure everything is arranged for you. With that, he promptly departed, the red apple securely in his possession. Chapter 83. The Dragon Ascension Bridge. Li Tianhuang watched as his attendant departed, a cold smile gracing his lips. There was no need to invest himself fully, waiting for them to pave the way for him. He possessed a modicum of understanding regarding Su Zhongli, a mere opportunist who would not be swayed by the man's deceptive words. He trusted only in himself. Moreover, he had no need for backdoor dealings. The attendant hastened along the city wall, making his way directly to Su Zhongli, from whom he produced a crimson apple, bowing as he extended it forward. Commander, this is the extraordinary fruit that Li Tianhuang submitted, the attendant said, though his expression betrayed a hint of unease. But why do I feel this resembles an ordinary apple? Su Zhongli's countenance shifted, and he promptly reached out to accept the red apple. Upon closer inspection, a flicker of anger ignited within him. With a swift motion, he crushed the apple in his hand, the pulp splattering across the attendant's face. Nonsense. This is merely a common apple. You have been played for a fool by that scoundrel Li Tianhuang. Su Zhongli glared fiercely at the attendant. As the commander of Xianyu King City and a powerful sorcerer, he could easily discern the distinction between a remarkable fruit and an ordinary one. Just moments ago, he had sensed the rich spiritual essence and unique fragrance emanating from the extraordinary fruit that had grown on Li Tianhuang's desolate, ethereal tree, something that could not be compared to an ordinary fruit. That wretched creature dared to deceive you, Commander. I shall confront him at once. The attendant, filled with trepidation, instinctively recoiled. Yet Su Zhongli raised a hand, saying, There is no need for that. The attendant halted immediately, his expression shifting. Su Zhongli's demeanor turned serious, a shadow of malevolence crossing his features. Li Tianhuang's audacity to toy with him suggested the fruit was indeed valuable, and the other party was reluctant to relinquish it. The more he withheld it, the greater Su Zhongli's curiosity grew regarding the nature of this fruit. However, as the recruitment assessment for the Yunwu Hall was underway, it was not the opportune moment to demand it. Alternative strategies would need to be devised. Li Tianhuang ultimately returned to his original position. Fan Luoying gazed at him, her expression tinged with suspicion as she inquired, What transpired? Who is searching for you? It is nothing, he replied. Li Tianhuang cast a fleeting glance at Su Zhongli atop the city wall, choosing to remain silent about the matter. Should Su Zhongli discover that the 5 fruits he possessed were, in fact, heavenly spirit fruits, he might resort to unscrupulous acts of murder and theft in pursuit of them. Contemplating this, he deftly produced 2 genuine heavenly spirit fruits from his palm and quietly handed them to Fan Luoying. Ensure you conceal these fruits well, he advised. Do not offer them to anyone. Consume them only when you achieve a breakthrough in your cultivation. They may yield effects beyond your imagination. Li Tianhuang murmured softly. Fan Luoying accepted the fruit, which emitted a faint red glow. This was the very type of fruit borne by Li Tianhuang's ethereal divine tree. and she had sensed its uniqueness from afar. Now, upon closer inspection, she found its touch to be refreshingly cool, imbued with rich spiritual energy and vibrant vitality. Her heart momentarily halted, overwhelmed by an indescribable shock. It was evident that this fruit was no ordinary item. Without hesitation, she stored it in her pouch. Simultaneously, her gaze towards Li Tianhuang was filled with profound gratitude. The fact that he so readily offered such a precious item spoke volumes of his sincerity. "Thank you." After much contemplation, the myriad words swirling in her mind distilled into these two simple words. In the central square, after the diligent efforts of numerous craftsmen, a dragon bone framework stretching several hundred meters was finally assembled, its head facing east and its tail west, towering over 10 meters high, resembling a true dragon coiling in repose. This was no ordinary framework. It was constructed from special materials adorned with countless intricate array runes. Buzz. A multitude of array masters set up numerous array flags, and as the formations activated, immense celestial forces cascaded down. Suddenly, the square was enveloped in swirling mist, vast and ethereal, obscuring the vision of countless spectators. When the clouds finally dispersed, an exceedingly lifelike black dragon materialized before the onlookers, with every detail of its whiskers, horns, scales, and claws rendered vividly, as though it truly existed. The black dragon remained motionless, yet it exuded a sense of vitality, as if it were soaring through the skies. The magical array harnessed the power of heaven and earth to manifest any desired creation. The black dragon before them was but an illusion conjured by the formation. This array was not composed of a singular illusion, but was a composite of several formations layered together, primarily serving to reinforce the structure. Roar. As the final layer of the formation activated, a chilling long howl erupted from the dragon's head. Simultaneously, a terrifying pressure emanated from the dragon's head, rapidly enveloping the surroundings, nearly suffocating half of the Xinyu royal city. Some cultivators of lesser cultivation levels could not help but clutch their heads in agony under the oppressive force. Their spirits were subdued, and their faces contorted in distress. The sound of dragon roars and tiger howls created an immersive experience, as if one were truly present in the midst of it all. At that moment, another general stepped forward to the center of the square. The initial trial of the Yunwu Hall's second round of assessments involved the Dragon Bridge. The candidates were required to exit through the eastern gate, traverse the Wulong mountain range, cross the Iron Chain Bridge, wade through the Marsh Lake, and then enter through the western gate to ascend the Dragon's Spine. The paths they traversed were all designated areas, and those who reached the Dragon's Head would pass the assessment. The general spoke slowly and deliberately, outlining the rules of the Dragon Bridge to the assembled crowd. A wave of astonishment rippled through the gathering as they realized the nature of this challenge, departing through the East City Gate, re-entering via the West City Gate, and then ascending the Dragon's Head along the tail. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a narrow path winding along the spine of the colossal black dragon. Most crucially, the ascent along the dragon's back was fraught with overwhelming pressure. The nearer one approached the dragon's head, the greater the intensity of the pressure, presenting a dual trial of both physical and mental fortitude for the candidates. Those lacking in endurance would find themselves easily eliminated. The general continued, instructing everyone to proceed in an orderly manner to the East City Gate, the designated starting point. At this command, the candidates in the resting area rose collectively, making their way towards the East City Gate. Li Tianhuang also rose to his feet, ready to make his way over. Fan Luoying anxiously inquired, "What am I to do?" Li Tianhuang turned his head to her and said, "You shall remain here and patiently await Bu Qingxuan's arrival." "All right," Fan Luoying replied with a slight nod. Among this group, she was the only one exempt from participating in the second and third rounds of assessment, as she had awakened a unique constitution that granted her direct admission into the women's palace. Li Tianhuang was acutely aware that Fan Luoying was currently a prized possession. It was likely that Su Zhongli had already dispatched someone to notify Bu Qingxian, who would soon arrive to personally escort Fan Luoying away. Before long, nearly 500 individuals gathered at the eastern gate of the city. Everyone was filled with anticipation, for this round would not only test their endurance, but also their speed. The challenge was to circle half the city. Whoever reached the Dragon Ridge first would prevail in the assessment. The general made it clear that there would be no supervision along the mountain and water routes outside the city, where they might encounter monstrous beasts, so caution was advised. "Of course, we will also send personnel to accompany you to prevent any violations," the general subsequently reminded. With that, he commanded his subordinates to open the city gates. With a resounding rumble, the eastern gate swung wide. In the next moment, nearly 500 individuals surged forth, racing down the main road towards the Wulong mountain range. Li Tianhuang's figure flickered, and he swiftly exited the city. Chapter 84. Unsavory Transactions. From the void to the tangible, from destruction to rebirth. It is worth noting that Li Tianhuang possesses a unique constitution. However, this trait is so ethereal that it often goes unnoticed by the average person. Even if it were to be disclosed, gaining public acknowledgement would prove challenging, rather than seeking unnecessary troubles. It is wiser to conceal one's abilities and await the opportune moment to unleash them. Shortly after leaving the city, Li Tianhuang found himself under the watchful eyes of many, who discreetly followed his movements, including Kong Anlin, Tao Suyao, and Bai Hua. Li Tianhuang possessed a keen sense of perception, making it impossible for him to remain oblivious to the intentions of those around him. It was evident that these individuals were covetously eyeing the celestial spirit fruit he carried, seeking an opportunity to seize it. Numerous areas beyond the city were shrouded from observation. Even if rules were broken, there would be no repercussions, rendering it an optimal moment for action. Simultaneously, Li Tianhuang discerned a few figures among the crowd who did not belong to the preparatory students. They blended in, fixated on him. A brief contemplation led him to suspect they might be sent by Su Zhongli. As a dignified commander, Su Zhongli would not easily resign himself after being outwitted. Half an hour later, many had already ventured into the Wulong mountain range, in pursuit of an advantage. They hastened their pace, yet upon entering the mountains, the fearsome roars of beasts echoed, causing them to instinctively slow down, wary of their surroundings. This was a broad path, typically avoided by beasts unless led by an exceptionally formidable creature. Nevertheless, a semblance of safety was ensured by armored officers who frequently rode past the crowd, both to monitor for any cheating and to guard against beastly incursions. Along the way, some contacted friends and family, leading to the delivery of a second-tier Sunfire horse, only to be caught on the spot, resulting in immediate disqualification from the assessment. The distinction between riding and walking was significant. 2 legs could never match the speed of 4. The second-tier Sunfire horse boasted a velocity twice that of a novice spirit master, allowing anyone mounted upon it to swiftly outpace the rest. Those with poor endurance soon found themselves gasping for breath, needing to pause for rest. As they traversed the outskirts of the Wulong mountain range, a dense forest lay ahead. Kong Anlin, Tao Suyao, and Bai Hua walked side by side, their expressions cold and mocking as they fixated on the figure of Li Tianhuang ahead. In contrast, Li Tianhuang moved forward with an air of nonchalance, disregarding them entirely. To him, they were mere jesters, unworthy of his concern. Tao Suyao, observing Li Tianhuang, felt a growing disdain in her heart. She leaned closer to Kong Anlin, adopting a pitiful demeanor, and implored, "Brother Anlin, this wretch is utterly detestable. Not only did he strike me previously, but he also caused my uncle to be dismissed. You must avenge me. Do not worry, Suyao. He possesses a unique fruit, and even without your urging, I shall seek him out," Kong Anlin replied, attempting to soothe her frustrations. In that moment, a silent resonance seemed to form between them, their gazes intertwining with unspoken communication. Unbeknownst to Tao Suyao, she became ensnared in this illusion. Due to the connections between their families, she had always held a deep admiration for Kong Anlin. With his extraordinary talent manifested in the growth of the towering Void Divine Tree, her affection had blossomed further. She even worried at times that she was unworthy of him. However, in that instant, all her concerns felt unfounded. Kong Anlin's affections for her appeared to have only intensified. "My dear friends, I find myself eagerly anticipating the day I shall partake in your joyous celebration." Beside them, Bai Hua jestingly teased. Kong Anlin's eyes sparkled with admiration as he glanced at his supportive teammate. Tao Suyao's heart raced, her face flushed with shyness. "Suyao, I have been enamored with you since childhood, though I have kept it silent until now. Today, I wish to unveil the secret I have harbored for years. Would you join me on the path to immortality?" Kong Anlin suddenly grasped Tao Suyao's delicate hand, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. Tao Suyao did not shy away. Instead, her cheeks deepened in hue. "Of course," she replied, her heart already set. This was merely the realization of her long-held desires, and she readily accepted, solidifying their bond. "Wonderful." Kong Anlin leaned down to gently kiss Tao Suyao's forehead. Observing her compliance, he grew bolder, pointing towards Li Tianhuang in the distance and declaring, "Suyao, I have endured that scoundrel for far too long. If you wish, I can bring him here at once and make him pay with his life." "Humph. He should have perished long ago. Brother Anlin, If you take his life from me, I will belong to you from this day forth, Tao Suyao declared, her face aglow. However, I am somewhat apprehensive. What if you regret this later? Kong Anlin feigned a frown. Tao Suyu quickly shook her head. How could I? Brother Anlin? You are righteous and possess both talent and beauty. To be with you is my fortune. I would never reconsider. No, I still have my doubts. Unless you submit to me now. Upon hearing this, Tao Suyao was taken aback by Kong Anlin's unexpected proposition. Submit to him? She was still pure and questioned whether she should so abruptly give herself away. After a brief moment of internal conflict, she quickly found solace in the thought that Kong Anlin loved her, and she reciprocated his feelings. Their affection was mutual, even if she yielded early. As long as they married afterward, they would be husband and wife. Here, isn't that inappropriate? Tao Suyao felt a twinge of anxiety. They were in the midst of the second round of assessments, and others occasionally passed by. Engaging in such acts here could tarnish their reputations if discovered. Sensing her hesitation, Kong Anlin quickly reassured her, do not worry. We will find a secluded spot. Baihu will keep watch outside. Nothing will go awry. Afterward, I will capture Li Tianhuang and let you deal with him yourself. That Li Tianhuang is merely a waste. Capturing him will be as easy as catching a chicken. Kong Anlin's eyes shone with confidence. After all, he was a spiritual master, while Li Tianhuang was just an ordinary mortal with slightly more strength. Tao Suyu lowered her head, hesitating for a moment before silently nodding and conceding. Then, very well. Her uncle, Pang Shizhong, had severely reprimanded her in private since his dismissal. She felt a deep sense of injustice. If only she could exact revenge on Li Tianhuang, not only would she be able to vent her anger, but her uncle would also have a satisfactory explanation. At this moment, the only one capable of confronting Li Tianhuang was Kong Anlin. With a heart full of trepidation, she placed all her hopes upon Kong Anlin and followed her into the adjacent thicket. Baihua, possessing keen insight, stood guard outside, keeping watch over the two engaged in their sordid dealings. Meanwhile, Li Tianhuang continued to stroll leisurely along the main road, entirely indifferent to the events transpiring behind him. Noticing the absence of onlookers, he swiftly turned his hand, revealing a glimmering red Tianling fruit nestled in his palm. This Tianling fruit is vital for my supreme Tao. Li Tianhuang murmured softly, gradually raising his hand to sink his teeth into the heavenly spirit fruit. The acquisition of this extraordinary fruit was purely coincidental. Even he had not anticipated that his touch upon the celestial demon stone would evoke such a phenomenon. A barren tree devoid of leaves, bearing 5 heavenly spirit fruits, was truly astonishing. Chapter 85, The Supreme Tao Embryo. However, the value of the heavenly spirit fruit was known only to him. The moment he consumed the fruit, an overwhelming fragrance filled his senses, while the peculiar power contained within erupted violently, akin to the shattering of stars, surging through his limbs and bones. Li Tianhuang proceeded slowly, silently channeling the 9 heaven star technique to begin refining the medicinal essence within the fruit. As time passed, a misty purple aura gradually coalesced within him. The 108 cultivation acupoints began to form delicate purple threads that connected to the ethereal purple mist, generating a unique gravitational force. This was the nascent form of the Supreme Tao, which would gradually solidify through continued cultivation in the later stages. As he walked, Li Tianhuang's gaze shimmered, his pupils adorned with a flowing purple halo. The manifestation of the Tao allowed him to pierce through illusions. The surroundings began to shift in his perception. This world, it seemed, was merely a fusion of reality and illusion, constructed in harmony. To an ordinary person, a plant appeared simply as a plant. Yet under the enhancement of the Tao, he perceived the vitality contained within it. In the span of a tea's time, moments slipped away. Regardless of how hurriedly others rushed by him, Li Tianhuang maintained a steady pace. The second round of assessment primarily revolved around the final ascent to the dragon's spine. No matter how swiftly one moved or how far ahead they were, reaching the dragon's head position was crucial, or all efforts would be in vain. This woman is truly gullible. Kong Anlin emerged from the underbrush, adjusting his attire. Baihua turned around, a smug expression on his face, and asked, so, how was it? Brother Anlin? What was she like? Need I say more? Kong Anlin replied with a sidelong glance at Baihua. Despite the close ties between their families, Kong Anlin held little regard for Tao Suyao, having encountered many women like her throughout his life. To Tao Suyao, however, Kong Anlin and she were akin to childhood sweethearts, mistakenly believing him to be her destined partner, thus willingly submitting to him. Baihua glanced at the underbrush, eager to try his hand as well. Brother Anlin? Since you're done, let me have a turn? Slap. In an instant, Bai Hua received a sharp slap across the face. Kong Anlin coldly regarded Bai Hua, saying, "I'm not done playing yet. How dare you touch?" "My apologies, Brother Anlin," Bai Hua said, covering his face, his eyes wide with shock. Soon after, Tao Suyao emerged from the underbrush, adjusting her hairstyle. Upon seeing Kong Anlin, her expression softened, and she no longer acted coy, linking her arm with his as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Brother Anlin, let us hasten our journey. If we delay any longer, we may miss the chance to deal with Li Tianhuang. Very well, let us seek revenge on that waste." As they spoke, the three individuals swiftly returned to the main road, hastening deeper into the Wulong mountain range. However, after a brief period, they spotted Li Tianhuang, who was ahead of them, and were momentarily taken aback. Despite the passage of considerable time, Li Tianhuang had only covered a small distance, which seemed rather sluggish. It was known that most individuals had already traversed the Wulong Mountains and reached the Mire Lake by this point. Tao Suyao, delighted to see Li Tianhuang had not advanced far, immediately urged, "Brother Anlin, strike now and eliminate this man." "Indeed, Brother Anlin, with no one around. This is the perfect opportunity to ambush him," added Bai Hua. Kong Anlin's gaze sharpened, and he quickly advanced. In an instant, his aura surged dramatically, and with the wind at his feet, he dashed behind Li Tianhuang. "You worthless fool, prepare to meet your demise," Kong Anlin bellowed, channeling his spiritual energy into his palm and bringing it down with force. Sensing the rushing wind behind him, Li Tianhuang swiftly turned, a flash of purple light igniting in his eyes, as he unleashed his own formidable energy and raised his hand to counter the attack. With a resounding thud, both men were forced to retreat. Kong Anlin, initially hesitant about Li Tianhuang's quick reaction, felt a surge of pride as he witnessed his opponent being sent flying. "You pitiful wretch, hand over the fruits you possess, and I may consider granting you a swift end," Kong Anlin sneered, the aura of a spiritual master enveloping him. Li Tianhuang halted his retreat, gazing at the trio before him with narrowed eyes. The heavenly fruit within him had yet to be fully refined, rendering him unable to unleash his full power, which had resulted in him being repelled by Kong Anlin's palm. Tilting his head slightly, he remarked, "If you desire the fruit, catch up to me first." As he spoke, he activated the cloud-leaping step, dashing away with astonishing speed that left others astounded. "Vile creature, stop right there. I will see you dead." Tao Suyao shouted in exasperation upon witnessing this. Kong Anlin, taken aback by Li Tianhuang's sudden burst of speed, furrowed his brow and hastened after him. Bai Hua and Tao Suyao followed closely behind. The spirit masters possessed latent spiritual energy, allowing them to amplify their speed several-fold through its application. Thus, despite the marvel of Li Tianhuang's cloud-leaping step, he remained merely a Xuanwu servant, lacking the spiritual energy necessary to reach his utmost velocity, leaving him closely pursued by Kong Anlin. It was evident that Kong Anlin had also mastered a unique form of movement, relentlessly tailing Li Tianhuang. As they continued their chase, the scenery ahead shifted, revealing a long,